Chapter 1: The Fallen Goddess. Attention, passengers. The aircraft is encountering severe turbulence. Please fasten your seatbelts. The sweet voice of the announcement was abruptly interrupted by a heart-wrenching sound of metal tearing apart. Lin Mo felt as though he had been thrust into a chaotic washing machine, the entire world spinning wildly around him. Outside the window, the once azure sky was devoured by ominous gray-black storm clouds, and thick purple lightning, as robust as a child's arm, lashed out of the steel frame of the Boeing 777 like the tentacles of a malevolent deity. Screams, cries, and prayers melded into a symphony of despair within the cabin. Lin Mo gripped the armrests of his seat tightly, his knuckles turning white from strain. At just 19 years of age, having recently completed his college entrance examinations, he was preparing for a vacation in the Maldives. Next to him, Su Qingyuan clutched her 18-year-old daughter, Xiaoya, tightly. The exquisite beauty that usually commanded the attention of men throughout their neighborhood was now etched with terror. Lin Mo, Xiaoya, hold on tight. Su Qingyuan's voice, tinged with sorrow, still managed to convey a semblance of composure. The faint scent of her Chanel No. 5 mingled with the fragrance of ripe peaches, offering Lin Mo a rare comfort amidst the chaos. Aunt Su, as he affectionately called her, was Su Qingyuan, 38 years old, the vibrant neighbor across the hall. She was a woman who made the term aunt come alive with vivid allure. Standing at 5 feet 7 inches, with cascading waves of hair and skin as fair as the finest jade, she captured eyes wherever she went. Most striking was her figure, perfectly encased in a custom-made silk dress that accentuated her curvaceous physique, her waist defined, her hips voluptuous, as if the fabric could scarcely contain her allure. With her husband often away, it was usually just she and her daughter, Xiaoya, at home. Lin Mo had watched her over the years, growing from an innocent boy into a young man whose heart raced at the sight of her inadvertently revealed charms while she bent to retrieve something. Boom! The plane suddenly lurched downward, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfing him. Lin Mo felt as though his blood was about to burst forth from his head, an unprecedented wave of agony and pressure sweeping over him. Just when he believed he was about to be crushed into oblivion, a strange warmth surged unexpectedly from the depths of his heart, instantly spreading throughout his limbs, countering the lethal pressure. It felt as though an invisible membrane enveloped him in protection. A tremendous crash resounded from the rear of the aircraft, a gaping hole torn open, and a fierce wind rushed in. "Jump! We must jump!" Su Qingyuan suddenly shouted to Lin Mo. Below, as the sea jumping offers a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, she seized her daughter and dashed toward the breach. Lin Mo's mind was a blank canvas. The peculiar sensation from the warmth compelled him to instinctively believe that leaping would ensure survival. He unfastened his seatbelt and followed closely. The wind howled in his ears, and he could only see Su Qingyuan holding Xiaoya as she fearlessly leapt from the height of 10,000 meters, her skirt billowing in the wind like a black rose blooming amidst the apocalypse. Lin Mo followed suit, plunging into the abyss. The icy sea struck him like a wall, instantly rendering him unconscious. Time lost all meaning, and when Lin Mo regained his senses, he felt a searing pain coursing through his body, as if his bones had come undone. To make matters worse, he felt something soft, warm, and astonishingly resilient pressing beneath him. He stiffly lowered his gaze. A breathtakingly beautiful visage lay mere inches away. It was Su Qingyuan, Aunt Su. She was reclining, seemingly lost in a stupor, with her long, elegantly proportioned leg instinctively draped over Lin Mo's waist, a posture so intimate it quickened his heartbeat. The embrace of the seawater had caused her originally graceful haute couture gown to cling tightly to her form, accentuating her mature, breathtaking curves to an exquisite degree. The fabric was torn in several places, revealing swathes of skin as pale and smooth as cream. What left Lin Mo most parched and agitated was the sight of her rounded, pert peach-like posterior, accentuated by her reclining position. The flawless curve rose sharply from her slender waist, creating a breathtaking spectacle, akin to nature's most remarkable artistry, exuding a lethal allure unique to mature women. In the air, the briny scent of the sea mingled with her distinctive, delicate fragrance, creating an ineffable atmosphere of intimacy. Who could possibly withstand this? Lin Mo felt a surge of heat rising to his head. Here she lay, defenseless, in his embrace. As Lin Mo's thoughts wandered, the delicate form in his arms stirred gently, long eyelashes fluttering as a pair of enchanting eyes slowly opened. They were almond-shaped, typically imbued with an air of elegant detachment, yet now filled with confusion and vulnerability. Lin Mo? Su Qingyuan's voice, tinged with the huskiness of sleep, was irresistibly alluring. Seemingly still disoriented, she instinctively moved her body. With that motion, her voluptuous figure brushed lightly against Lin Mo, causing him to stiffen, feeling as if he might explode. "Aunt Su, you're awake?" He hastily spoke, attempting to alleviate the excruciating awkwardness. "It seems. We may have crashed." "Crashed? Lin Mo, what about Xiaoya?" Her voice was gentle yet urgent, carrying a hint of a familiar, pleasant fragrance. Seeing Xiaoya still in Lin Mo's arms, she disregarded her own pain and hurriedly knelt upright. Her long, raven curls hung damply against her cheeks and alabaster neck, and the refined makeup she usually wore had been washed away by the sea, revealing an unadorned beauty that was even more striking. Lacking her usual opulence, she now radiated a fragility that evoked pity. The white silk blouse and black fitted skirt she wore were thoroughly soaked, clinging tightly to her form and delineating her alluring curves in vivid detail. Particularly striking was her blouse, now semi-transparent from the seawater, faintly revealing the lace contours beneath. Lin Mo felt parched, and his heart skipped a beat. Struggling to sit upright, he was astonished to find that, apart from fatigue, he bore no hint of the weakness typically associated with a crash or near drowning. Instead, he felt a surge of strength coursing through his limbs. That warm current seemed to alter my very being. He shook his head and cast a glance towards Su Qingyuan. Upon sensing his gaze, she instinctively wrapped her arms around herself, a delicate blush gracing her beautiful cheeks. "Are we not dead?" she asked, her voice hoarse. "Yes, we have been washed ashore onto this beach." Lin Mo sighed in relief, only for her eyes to be overtaken by a wave of panic. Rui is missing." Su Qingyuan frantically looked around, and apart from the two of them, there was nothing but emptiness. The azure sky, the golden sands, and the distant, boundless primitive forest made this place feel like a secluded island cut off from the world. Witnessing Su Auntie's distress, a surge of protective instinct welled up within Lin Mo. He rose to his feet, feeling the unfamiliar strength coursing through him, and resolutely assured her, "Su Auntie, do not fear. I am here." Chapter 2. The Ripening Peach. The ocean breeze carried a salty tang, tousling Su Qingyuan's damp hair. She sensed Lin Mo's fleeting gaze, burning yet quickly averted, and felt the awkwardness of her own situation. In her neighborhood, she was the esteemed Ms. Su, an object of envy among the affluent. Yet here, she was merely a drenched and disheveled survivor. Particularly in the presence of this neighbor boy, barely out of his teens, the feeling of embarrassment was magnified manifold. Instinctively, she pulled her arms closer, attempting to shield her modesty, but her drenched silk blouse clung to her skin, only accentuating her stunning curves. Lin Mo felt a rush of blood surge to his head and silently chanted, "Form is emptiness." "Su Auntie, you rest here for now. I will search nearby for any remnants of the plane and look for Xiaoya," Lin Mo declared, standing up and daring not to meet her eyes. "Wait," Su Qingyuan called out, her voice trembling slightly. "I want to go with you. I'm afraid alone here." A solitary beach, facing the unknown wilderness and ocean, the solitude and fear were enough to consume one's sanity. Lin Mo nodded and extended his hand to help her up. As his palm enveloped her delicate hand, both froze momentarily. Her hand was cool, smooth, and tender, causing Lin Mo's heart to race uncontrollably once more. A subtle flush crept onto Su Qingyuan's fair face as she quickly withdrew her hand, murmuring, "Thank you." They walked along the shoreline, leaving behind two sets of footprints in the golden sand, one deep and one shallow. "What on earth is this place?" Su Qingyuan gazed at the excessively dense primitive forest in the distance, her brow furrowed. This forest was unlike any tropical rainforest she had ever visited. With trees towering to an astonishing height, some giants required a dozen people to encircle, casting vast shadows and exuding a primal, ancient aura. I do not know, but it is certainly not our original world, Lin Mo replied solemnly. I sensed something was amiss when the plane entered that storm cloud. Just then, Lin Mo's keen eyes caught sight of a familiar silver suitcase floating in the nearby waves. Aunt Sue, look! The two hurried over, working together to drag the suitcase onto the shore. Lin Mo was astonished to discover that he could effortlessly lift the heavy suitcase, which weighed at least 50 or 60 pounds, with one hand. The strength within him seemed even more formidable than he had imagined. This was Su Qingyuan's suitcase, adorned with airline tags. Wonderful! A glimmer of joy appeared on Su Qingyuan's face. The suitcase was secured with a combination lock, but she clearly remembered the code. With a satisfying click, the suitcase opened. Inside lay her clothes, an array of dresses, shirts, a few exquisite pieces of lingerie, a makeup bag, and a survival first aid kit forgotten in the corner, which surprisingly contained a set of Flintstones. Lin Mo, you turn around first. Su Qingyuan retrieved a dry dress. Her cheeks flushed as she spoke. Oh, all right. Lin Mo obediently turned his back to her. Behind him, the sound of rustling fabric reached his ears, teasing his heart like a cat's gentle paws. He could vividly imagine Su Qingyuan shedding her drenched garments, her skin, as smooth and lustrous as white jade, gradually exposed to the air. That pert peach-shaped posterior, that slender waist, and then... Stop! Lin Mo, you beast! He vigorously shook his head, attempting to dispel those alluring images. All done. Su Qingyuan's voice broke through his thoughts. Lin Mo turned around and was instantly struck dumb. Su Qingyuan had donned a light purple floral dress, the neck design perfectly showcasing her elegant collarbone and her long, fair neck. The dress's fitted waist accentuated her delicate figure and voluptuous curves, making her appear like a ripe peach, exuding an irresistible sweetness. The sea breeze fluttered her skirt and long hair, transforming her into a goddess emerging from the sea, as if she had stepped out of a myth. What's wrong? Does it not look good? Su Qingyuan felt uneasy under his gaze and instinctively adjusted the hem of her dress. No, it looks stunning, exceedingly beautiful. Lin Mo sincerely praised her. Su Qingyuan's face reddened further, casting an admonishing glance his way. That look was filled with charm, almost stealing Lin Mo's soul. Tease, she retorted playfully, then adopted a serious tone. We must quickly find Xiaoya and figure out how to start a fire. We need to secure a safe place to spend the night before dark. After the initial panic, her mature sensibility and composure began to resurface. Lin Mo nodded, feeling the surge of power within him, brimming with confidence. Aunt Sue, rest assured, with me here, we will be just fine. As she gazed at the young man before her, taller by half a head, with a determined gaze and an aura of strength, Su Qingyuan felt an inexplicable sense of safety wash over her. She suddenly realized that in this unfamiliar world, this boy whom she had always regarded as a child might indeed be her only refuge. Chapter 3. The roar of the primordial beasts as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. Elongated shadows stretched across the sandy beach. We could no longer continue our trek along the coastline. Lin Mo, gazing into the depths of the distant jungle, turned to Su Qingyuan and expressed his concerns about the vastness of the shore, deeming it unsafe as night approached. We must venture into the forest before darkness envelopes us, seeking a cave or rock face to shelter for the night. His senses, seemingly heightened alongside his physical prowess, allowed him to hear the distant roar of the waves and detect a medley of scents wafting from the forest, instilling within him an instinctive awareness of danger. Though fear coursed through Su Qingyuan at the thought of the shadowy woods, she placed her trust in Lin Mo's judgment. Nodding, she softly replied, "All right, I will follow your lead." Her affirmation warmed Lin Mo's heart, igniting a profound sense of protectiveness within him. He rummaged through Su Qingyuan's makeup bag and found a small eyebrow razor, insufficient, yet better than nothing. He then discovered a silk scarf, tearing it into strips to secure his pant legs and sleeves, warding off any unwelcome insects. "Aunt Sue, you should adjust your skirt as well," he suggested. Su Yingduan hesitated, contemplating her flowing gown. Ultimately, with a determined bite of her lip, she tore the hem to knee length and tied it, sacrificing aesthetics for practicality. With preparations complete, the pair ventured into the primordial forest, a realm dominated by colossal trees. Upon entering the woods, the temperature plummeted and the light dimmed. Oddly twisted flora surrounded them, and the air was thick with the scent of damp, decaying leaves. "These trees are immense," Su Qingyuan exclaimed, gazing up at a giant that would require the embrace of a dozen people. Its bark resembling dragon scales and soaring into the clouds, the crown completely obscured from view. This sight shattered her previous understanding of nature's grandeur. Lin Mo, equally astonished, had no time to dwell on his awe. His heightened senses functioned like radar. "Watch your step." He suddenly pulled Su Qingyuan back just in time to evade a vividly colored venomous snake concealed among the fallen leaves. The snake hissed menacingly, causing Su Qingyuan to pale, instinctively pressing closer to Lin Mo. Her soft, curvaceous form brushed against his back, and through the thin fabric, he could distinctly feel her warmth and remarkable elasticity. A subtle fragrance permeated the air, stirring his senses. "Do not be afraid. It has moved on," Lin Mo said, forcing calmness into his voice, though his ears betrayed him, flushing with warmth. Realizing her momentary lapse, Su Qingyuan took a step back, her cheeks tinged with color, avoiding his gaze. They pressed further into the forest, walking for approximately an hour when Lin Mo's ears perked up. "Shu, do not move," he whispered, pressing a hand on Su Qingyuan's shoulder as he crouched low. "I hear water. Over there. A source of water." In the wilderness, discovering water was akin to finding a lifeline. Both invigorated, they made their way toward the sound. Pushing aside a massive fern, a crystal-clear stream revealed itself before them. "How wonderful!" Su Qingyuan exclaimed, bending down eagerly to drink. "Wait!" Lin Mo grasped her once more, reminding her that the water from the wild should not be consumed directly, as it may harbor parasites. He crouched down, an uncanny intuition whispering to him that although the water appeared crystalline, drinking it without precaution could lead to discomfort. He retrieved an empty cosmetics bottle from Su Qingyuan's luggage and filled it with water. "We must find a way to ignite a fire to boil the water," he declared. However, at that moment, a tremor of earth-shaking footsteps reverberated from the depths of the forest. "Hud, hud, hud." Each step resonated as if they were treading upon their very hearts, the ground trembling beneath them. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted through the woodland. Roar! The sound was laden with brutality and authority, reminiscent of an ancient, colossal beast from primordial times. Nearby birds were startled into a frenzied flight. Su Qingyuan's complexion drained of color, her legs weakened, rendering her nearly unable to stand. Lin Mo's pupils constricted sharply, an unprecedented sense of danger enveloping him. The mysterious force within him surged wildly at that moment, adrenaline coursing through his veins, and he felt his muscles swell with explosive power. He swiftly pulled Su Qingyuan behind him, fixating his gaze on the source of the ominous sound, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The footsteps drew ever nearer, a massive shadow moving languidly amidst the trees, exuding an oppressive presence. They seemed to have trespassed into a realm inhabited by a terrifying entity. Chapter 4. The Ambiguity in the Cave. Quickly, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo grasped Su Qingyuan's hand and turned to sprint in the opposite direction. His reason dictated that the unknown beast was beyond their current capability to confront. Su Qingyuan, tugged along by him, struggled to run in her high heels on the rugged forest floor. After only a few strides, she stumbled, gasping in surprise as she fell to the ground. Hiss! A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as pain shot through her delicate ankles swelling visibly in response. Roar! The growl behind them grew nearer, laced with a hint of mockery and cruelty, as though a hunter toyed with its prey. "Go on, don't mind me." Su Qingyuan pushed Lin Mo away. Despair etched across her face. "If you carry me, we won't escape. Don't say such foolishness." Lin Montag is Gaza sharpened, an explosive energy surging within him as he effortlessly swept her into his arms. "Ah!" Su Qingyuan exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. The softness of her curvaceous body pressed against him through the thin fabric of her dress, and Lin Mo could distinctly feel every contour and remarkable elasticity of her form. Particularly, her full bosom pressed firmly against his chest, swaying slightly with his movements, nearly overwhelming his senses. A blend of sweat and the alluring fragrance of a mature woman enveloped him, invading his nostrils. Yet in that moment, Lin Mo had no time to indulge in such thoughts. He felt an explosive power coursing through his legs, racing faster than a 100-meter champion while cradling a woman of over 110 pounds, maneuvering through the tangled jungle like a lithe leopard. Su Qingyuan clung tightly to him, her cheek resting against his chest, listening to the steady thrum of his heartbeat and feeling the heat radiating from his arms. A sense of unprecedented safety enveloping her. She gazed at Lin Mo's chiseled profile, sweat trickling down his jawline, his expression resolutely focused. In that moment, this typically shy, neighborly boy transformed into a towering figure of strength. It was unclear how long they had been running, but Lin Mo's stamina began to wane sharply. He caught sight of a rock face draped in vines nearby, beneath which appeared to be an entrance. That essed, with a burst of energy, he sprinted towards the vines, clutching Su Qingyuan as he dove behind them. It was a naturally formed cave, modest in size, just wide enough for one to enter while stooping, yet it revealed a wondrous interior. The cave extended deep, dry, and well-ventilated, its floor strewn with thick, dry hay, reminiscent of some creature's nest. Fortunately, it seemed the occupant had long departed. Lin Mo gently set Su Qingyuan down, leaning against the rock wall at the entrance as he took deep, labored breaths. The roars and footsteps outside lingered for a moment, as if losing their target, gradually receding. The immediate danger had, for the time being, ebbed. The cave was dimly lit, and the atmosphere grew subtly charged. "How is your ankle?" Lin Mo finally caught his breath, glancing at Su Qingyuan's foot. "It seems I twisted it," she replied, her voice tinged with pain. Lin Mo knelt down, cautiously cradling her delicate foot in his hands. Her feet were exquisitely shaped, with elegant arches and toes as round and lustrous as pearls. However, at that moment, her ankles were prominently swollen. He gently removed the worn-out high heel from her foot, his warm palm enveloping her icy, delicate foot. Su Qingyuan's body involuntarily shivered slightly, a peculiar tingling sensation radiating from the soles of her feet throughout her entire being. "It might hurt a bit. Bear with it," Lin Mo said, recalling the massage techniques taught by their physical education teacher, and began to invigorate her circulation. His fingers were long and powerful, his palms seemingly warmer than those of the average person. When his hand made contact with her ankle, a subtle warmth seemed to emanate from his palm, bringing waves of soothing tingles to her swollen ankle. Su Qingyuan couldn't help but emit a soft moan, her cheeks instantly flushed. The sound resonated distinctly in the quiet cave, imbued with an unmistakable intimacy. Lin Mo hesitated, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. "Aunt Su, please don't misunderstand. This is a legitimate massage." I understand," Su Qingyuan murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, her heart racing uncontrollably. Having lived for 35 years, she had never before experienced a man cradling her feet in such a manner. Moreover, this young man was someone who could very well be her junior. The cave fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of Lin Mo's fingers pressing and the increasingly rapid breaths of both individuals. The atmosphere gradually grew more intense. Chapter 5. The first night on the deserted island. Nightfall descended silently. Outside the cave, the forest was engulfed by an endless darkness, occasionally pierced by the calls of unknown creatures, enhancing the eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Inside, the absence of fire rendered the cave equally shrouded in impenetrable blackness. "Lin Montauk, are we spending the night here?" Su Qingyuan's voice emerged from the darkness, laced with a barely perceptible unease. "Yes, it's too perilous outside," Lin Mo replied from short distance. The cave was well concealed, providing a temporary sense of safety. After his ministrations, Su Qingyuan was astonished to find that the pain in her ankle had diminished significantly, and the swelling seemed to have subsided somewhat. She gazed at Lin Mo's shadowy silhouette, her heart brimming with curiosity and a hint of something unusual. Both had not eaten, and hunger gnawed at their insides like ravenous pests. Even more troubling was the rapidly dropping temperature. Clad only in a flimsy dress, Su Qingyun was now shivering uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. Lin Mo heard the sound of her teeth clacking together. His body felt warmer than that of an average person, and he was not particularly cold. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously moved closer to her. "Aunt Su, are you very cold?" "Why, yes, a little," she stammered. "Perhaps we could huddle a bit closer to keep warm." Lin Mo's voice was somewhat dry. In such an environment, it was a perfectly reasonable suggestion. However, the nuance of their unique relationship rendered the proposition somewhat delicate. Su Qingyun paused for a moment before softly responding with a hum of agreement. Lin Mo shifted his position and sat beside her. In the darkness, he could detect the faint, alluring scent emanating from her. Tentatively, he reached out and enveloped her in his embrace. Su Qingyun stiffened momentarily, but offered no resistance, instead leaning against his chest with an air of compliance. Her body was soft and cool, and Lin Mo could sense her slight shivering. He tightened his hold, using his far above average body warmth to envelop her. "Is it better now?" "Yes, much better," came her voice, rich with nasality. "Lin Mo, your body feels so warm." Thus, they remained quietly entwined in the darkness, stripped of their daytime identities and inhibitions, devoid of the barriers between a noble woman and a youth. They were merely two souls seeking solace and warmth amidst the desolation. Su Qingyun buried her face in Lin Mo's chest, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. As her initial fear and anxiety gradually transformed into a peculiar sense of tranquility. It had been many years since she had experienced such intimate contact with her husband. That nominal marriage had only brought her endless emptiness and solitude. Yet in this moment, the embrace of this young man bestowed upon her a long-lost feeling of being needed and protected. Lin Mo, too, was stirred by tumultuous emotions. The mature form nestled within his arms embodied the culmination of all his adolescent fantasies. The exquisite softness and elasticity, the intoxicating fragrance, incessantly assaulted his youthful body and soul. He could even perceive, as the warmth transferred between them, the softness of her full bosom gently brushing against his chest through the fabric with each breath. Every second felt like a sweet torment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, eventually, Su Qingyun appeared to have fallen asleep, her breathing becoming steady and prolonged. Lin Mo lowered his gaze. In the darkness, he fancied he could see her serene, sleeping face. With a gentle sigh, he removed his coat and draped it over her. "Good night, Aunt Su," he whispered softly in her ear. Then he forced himself to close his eyes, suppressing all the alluring thoughts that surged within him. The immediate priority was survival, to find Xiaoya, and to escape this wretched place. As for everything else, he would let it unfold naturally. This marked their first night on the deserted island, fraught with danger, ambiguity, and uncertainty. Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, as he closed his eyes, Su Qingyun nestled in his embrace. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and a complex, enigmatic smile graced her lips. Chapter 6. The emergence of new abilities. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the vines, casting dappled light into the cave. Lin Mo opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was the exquisite, sleeping visage of Su Qingyun, mere inches away. She resembled a gentle kitten, curled up in his embrace, one delicate arm draped over his waist. Her long eyelashes cast faint shadows in the morning light, and her rosy lips parted slightly, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids. In her slumber, all her defenses and grandeur faded away, leaving only pure charm and allure. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. He cautiously attempted to extricate himself, but in doing so, he unintentionally roused the beauty in his arms. Su Qingyun, still half asleep, opened her eyes and was startled to find herself in such an intimate position with Lin Mo. Her face flushed crimson, akin to a burning cloud at dusk. I didn't mean to," she stammered, hastily sitting up and fumbling to arrange her disheveled clothes and hair. "I understand," Lin Mo replied, scratching his head awkwardly. "Your foot is injured, and it was too cold last night." This clumsy explanation only intensified the subtle tension in the air. "We need to find something to eat," Su Qingyan deftly shifted the topic, avoiding his gaze. Lin Mo rose, stretching his limbs. After a night of rest, his strength had fully returned. Suani, you should rest here in the cave since your foot is injured. I will venture out to find some food and water. Alone? That's too dangerous. Su Qingyuan immediately protested. Rest assured, you have seen my physical capabilities. Lin Mo reassured her with a confident smile, patting his chest. Moreover, I will only remain close to the cave and not stray far. We must have one person responsible for logistics while the other stands guard and explores. His clear and rational analysis left Su Qingyuan with no grounds for rebuttal. She gazed into Lin Mo's resolute eyes and reluctantly nodded, cautioning, just be careful. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo parted the vines and stepped out of the cave. The air outside was fresh and moist, imbued with the fragrance of earth and foliage. He first returned to the small stream he had discovered the previous day, filling his bottle with water. Next, he sought sustenance. Activating his remarkably keen senses, he began to search through the woods. Soon, he stumbled upon several clusters of white mushrooms beneath a tree. Although he did not recognize the species, an intense intuition surged within him. This was edible and harmless. It was a profound sensation, as if his body's instincts were imparting the answer. Trusting his intuition, he carefully harvested the mushrooms and wrapped them in broad leaves. However, mere mushrooms would not suffice. He needed meat to replenish his energy. Following the stream downstream, he soon spotted a shallow area where several sizable crabs scuttled about with audacity. Their shells were a deep shade of blue-black, and their pincers were formidable. Lin Mo refrained from plunging into the water recklessly, instead locating a sturdy branch on the shore. He sharpened one end using the corner of his knife, fashioning a rudimentary spear. Then, he removed his shoes and quietly waded into the icy stream. He felt his physical coordination and reaction speed far surpassed that of the past, akin to an experienced hunter stealthily approaching his prey. A blue crab seemed to sense the impending danger, raising its formidable claws and shaking them defiantly. Now was the moment. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened, and the wooden fork in his hand shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, swift, precise, and ferocious. With a splat, the fork accurately pierced through the crab's carapace, pinning it firmly in the muddy bed of the stream. A successful strike. Lin Mo's confidence surged as he replicated his success, swiftly dispatching 2 more crabs. Clutching 3 still struggling crabs along with a bundle of mushrooms, he made his triumphant return. Upon reaching the cave, he found Su Qingyuan anxiously waiting at the entrance. Seeing him return unscathed, bearing food, the tension in her heart finally eased. You're back. Her voice carried a barely perceptible hint of joy and dependence. Yes, I'm back, Lin Mo replied, raising his spoils with a smile. Aunt Su, we can have a feast tonight. Observing the radiant smile on Lin Mo's face and the weighty food in his hands, Su Qingyuan felt her eyes moisten slightly. On this desolate island, this young man was gradually using his mysterious and formidable abilities to create a glimmer of hope for her. Chapter 7. The rising smoke within the confines of the cave. Lin Mo retrieved the flint he had discovered. Lin Mo, you actually found this? Su Qingyuan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. It was akin to a glimmer of dawn in the depths of despair. Indeed, I stumbled upon it in the emergency kit within the suitcase. Lin Mo elucidated as he gathered the dried grass and twigs he had prepared beforehand. He grasped the flint and magnesium rod, striking them together to create a spark that cascaded onto the tinder. With a gentle breath, he coaxed a feeble flame into existence. The firelight instantaneously illuminated the entire cave, casting a warm glow upon the hopeful faces of the two. The comforting orange light dispelled the chill and darkness within, bestowing an ineffable sense of security. Su Qingyuan sat beside the fire, her arms wrapped around her knees as she quietly observed the flickering flames, her eyes sparkling with a captivating brilliance. The glow danced upon her fair cheeks, enveloping her in a soft halo, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Mo found himself entranced by her presence. What are you staring at? Su Qingyuan, sensing his gaze, felt her cheeks flush and playfully shot him a reproachful look. Nothing. I merely think, Aunt Su, "You're even more beautiful than the firelight," Lin Mo blurted out instinctively. "Such sweet talk," Su Qingyuan replied teasingly, though the corners of her mouth betrayed a hint of a smile. What woman does not relish praise, especially in such circumstances? A simple compliment could soothe all anxieties and fears. Lin Mo chuckled and began to prepare their dinner for the evening. With a brow-shaping knife, he cleaned and gutted the crab, then skewered it along with the white mushrooms using a sharpened twig, placing it over the fire to roast. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted through the cave. The crab turned a vibrant red, its succulent meat mingling with the earthy scent of the mushrooms, prompting both to swallow repeatedly in anticipation. "All right, it's ready to eat," Lin Mo announced, handing the first skewer to Su Qingyuan. She accepted it cautiously, blowing gently on it before taking a delicate bite. Delicious. The tender crab meat, imbued with a hint of char from the flames, burst in her mouth. Complemented by the mushroom's velvety texture, it was a culinary delight. She savored each morsel gracefully, maintaining her innate elegance, even amidst their dire circumstances. Seeing her satisfied expression filled Lin Mo with a sense of accomplishment. After their meal, he boiled the water he had collected the previous day in a metallic cosmetics case from Su Qingyuan's suitcase, filling their bottles anew. "From now on, we shall have cooked food and hot water," Lin Mo remarked with a smile. "Indeed," Su Qingyuan responded, her gaze growing softer as she observed Lin Mo's diligent efforts. This young man had not only provided her with nourishment and warmth, but had also instilled in her a renewed sense of hope and courage for survival. She even experienced a fleeting illusion that this was not merely a struggle for survival in the wilderness, but rather a semblance of daily life. The thought caused her cheeks to warm slightly. As night fell, the fire crackled softly, casting a comforting sound into the stillness. With the fire's presence, the night felt less frigid. Yet, out of habit, Su Qingyuan instinctively leaned closer to Lin Mo, seated side by the flickering fire. An enveloping silence enveloped them as they reveled in the tranquility that followed the tempest. Lin Mo, after a brief moment of contemplation, broke the stillness when Su Qingyuan spoke, her voice tinged with concern and sorrow. "What do you think will become of Xiaoya?" The mention of their daughter weighed heavily in her tone. Lin Mo, pausing thoughtfully, replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Aunt Su, Xiaoya is destined for protection. She will surely be safe. Once we have regrouped, we will expand our search efforts, and we shall find her." Su Qingyuan nodded, gently resting her head upon Lin Mo's shoulder. This gesture was not born of cold, but rather an embodiment of pure reliance and trust. Lin Mo felt a momentary stiffness in his body, yet he did not withdraw. The delicate fragrance wafting from her hair and the softness of her shoulder were palpable. He reached out, tenderly patting her back in silent comfort. The dancing flames cast elongated shadows of the two, intertwining intimately. This night marked their first true moment of solace on the desolate island. Chapter 8. An unexpected discovery in the ensuing days. Lin Mo and Su Wanqing gradually settled into a harmonious routine. During the day, Lin Mo ventured out to forage and explore, his extraordinary physique and keen instincts rendering him a natural hunter. He even managed to capture a creature reminiscent of a wild chicken using a makeshift trap. Meanwhile, as Su Wanqing's foot injury improved, she assumed the role of logistical coordinator, meticulously organizing their cave with her extensive knowledge. She identified several edible wild vegetables and berries, enriching their diet. Utilizing the clothing from their suitcase and found vines, she crafted simple bedding and cushions, transforming the cave into a more homely environment. Their collaboration grew increasingly seamless, and their relationship underwent subtle changes in their constant companionship. They no longer deliberately avoided physical contact. At times, Lin Mo would naturally tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, while on other occasions, Su Wanqing would gently wipe the sweat from his brow as he tended to his catch. These inadvertent gestures of intimacy flowed between them like an electric current, infusing the air with a faint, ambiguous tension. On this day, Lin Mo resolved to broaden their exploration to seek additional useful supplies and to investigate the whereabouts of Xiao Rui. "I will accompany you," Su Wanqing declared, her foot injury having nearly healed. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Two were certainly safer than one. They followed the stream upstream, where the terrain gradually ascended and the trees grew denser. After approximately 2 hours, Lin Mo's ears perked up, his exceptional hearing detecting an unusual sound. There's a noise. He halted. What is it? Is it that creature again? Su Wanqing grasped Lin Mo's arm anxiously. No. He shook his head, straining to discern the source. It is the sound of metal clashing. Metal sounds? How could there be such a noise in this primal forest? They exchanged a glance, each reflecting astonishment and confusion in their eyes. Cautiously, they navigated towards the source of the sound, parting the dense underbrush, and what lay before them rendered them momentarily speechless. In a clearing ahead, a section of an airplane wing was embedded at an angle in the ground. The familiar airline emblem and the silver paint unmistakably indicated that this was the wreckage of the Boeing 777 they had boarded. It's our plane, Su Wanqing exclaimed in delight. They hurried towards it. Rue, Rue. Su Wanqing called out anxiously near the wreckage, hoping to catch a glimpse of her daughter. Yet, silence enveloped them, offering no response. Lin Mo, however, remained composed as he surveyed the surroundings. He noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The wreckage appeared as if it had only recently fallen, yet the surrounding vegetation seemed to have thrived for several years. Some robust vines had already entwined around the wing, deeply embedded in the metal. This sight was steeped in contradiction and strangeness. Aunt Su, let us search separately to see if there are any survivors or perhaps clues regarding Rue, Lin Mo suggested. Su Wanqing, her eyes reddened, nodded in agreement, and began rummaging through piles of luggage. Lin Mo, on the other hand, focused his attention on a relatively intact section of the aircraft's fuselage. He climbed onto the wreckage and discovered the cockpit door ajar. Pushing it open, he stepped inside. The cockpit was in disarray, with various instruments rendered inoperative. Strangely, the bodies of the two pilots were nowhere to be found, their seat belts still fastened. Lin Mo meticulously searched the cockpit and located the aircraft's black box, along with a fire axe and some tools. These discoveries brought him a flicker of hope. Just then, Su Wanqing emitted a gasp from outside. Lin Mo, come quickly. He immediately leaped down from the cockpit and rushed to her side. There, Su Wanqing stood beside an overturned suitcase, her complexion pale. Inside the case lay several pieces of clothing belonging to Xia Rue, and upon them were distinctly imprinted, muddy, footprints. These are no modern shoe prints. They resembled the primitive imprints of feet wrapped in animal hides and bound with vines. Chapter 9. Eyes in the Jungle. 2 days later, they stumbled upon the wreckage of the aircraft on a beach. Lin Mo's senses seemed to have sharpened remarkably alongside his physical enhancement. He could hear the distant roar of the waves and detect the myriad scents wafting from the forest, a primal intuition of danger blossoming within him. His vision was extraordinary, piercing the horizon with a gaze akin to lightning. Aunt, look. He pointed toward a series of footprints on the sand not far from the plane. The footprints were small, unmistakably belonging to a girl, stretching from a shoreline into the dense edge of the forest. It's Xiaoya. Hope reignited in Su Qingyuan's eyes as she broke free from his embrace, eager to pursue. Wait. Lin Mo grasped her again, this time with controlled strength. Yet his tone bore an unprecedented gravity. Due to his heightened senses, he not only discerned by Xiaoya's footprints, but also noticed a chilling set of tracks beside them. They were not human footprints. What lay before them were enormous claw marks, reminiscent of some reptilian creature, each print larger than an adult's palm, deeply embedded in the sand, revealing the terrifying weight and power of their owner. The two sets of footprints vanished side by side into the primordial jungle, dark and profound, as if it could swallow all light. The prints remained vividly clear. Su Qingyuan followed his gaze, her anxious face turning as pale as a sheet upon spotting the dreadful claw marks. She clutched Lin Mo's arm tightly, her fingertips icy, her voice quivering. What is that? Lin Mo remained silent. He could distinctly hear, deep within the jungle, not only a faint, rapid heartbeat, presumably by Xiaoya's, but also a heavy, slow thump, resonating like a drum. A profound, instinctual sense of peril enveloped him. He took a deep breath, silently embracing the relentless surge of power within him. Shielding Su Qingyuan's delicate form behind him, his gaze fixated on the ominous unknown of the forest. He was uncertain of the changes within his body, but this sudden surge of strength might be their sole hope for survival in this enigmatic land. His immediate objective was to rescue Xiaoyao from the clutches of whatever lurked in the shadows. Though Su Qingyuan's face was as pale as paper, she was a woman who had weathered many storms. After a brief moment of panic, she forced herself to regain composure, her beautiful eyes locked onto Lin Mos. Her voice still trembling but laced with determination. "Xiao and Mo, we must save her." "I know," Lin Mo replied, his voice deep and resonant, far beyond his 19 years. The awakening of his abilities had brought not just strength, but a transformation of mindset. In that moment, he felt like a fierce beast just roused, filled with vigilance and a need for control over his surroundings. He glanced back at Su Qingyuan, the elegant and composed beauty, usually resplendent in her long gown, now finds herself in tattered garments, her hair disheveled, and her snow-white skin speckled with grains of sand. Rather than diminishing her allure, this disarray adds a breathtaking sense of fragility. Her Danfeng eyes, often imbued with a subtle detachment, now brim with moisture, resembling a startled fawn, evoking an instinctive desire to embrace and protect her. Lin Mo suppresses the stirrings in his heart and casts his gaze toward the wreckage of the aircraft nearby. "Andy, stay here and don't move. I'll fetch something," he states unequivocally. Su Qingyuan instinctively nods, watching Lin Mo's tall figure, a wave of inexplicable security washing over her. This boy, he seems different from before. Lin Mo strides swiftly toward the aircraft debris, his enhanced agility enabling him to traverse the terrain effortlessly, reaching astonishing speeds. He effortlessly slips through a gaping hole into the cabin, where the scene is a ghastly sight. His keen eyes quickly hone in on a fire axe and several unopened first aid kits abandoned nearby. Notably, he also spots a tactical flashlight, a heavy metal shell with a sharp window-breaking tool at its end, inside a flight attendant storage compartment. "Good finds," he murmurs to himself. He secures the fire axe at his waist, stuffs the first aid kits and flashlight into a backpack he has found, and turns to leave. "Ringning dosu ingguan." He hands her the backpack. "Annie, take this and stay close to me. Remember, no matter what happens, do not make a sound." Suing Yuan nalsim fatikli. Her hands still icy as she accepts the backpack. Lin Mo shares no further words. One hand grips the cold tactical flashlight, while the other hangs loosely at his side. His body slightly crouched, resembling a poised cheetah. Following the footprints on the sand, he plunges into the shadowy thicket. Upon entering the forest, the light dims abruptly. Towering ancient trees obscure the sun, and the air is thick with the damp scent of decaying leaves and the peculiar sweetness of unknown flora. Lin Mos senses are heightened to their utmost. He can hear the faint scuttling of some creature among the treetops. He can detect the faintly toxic odor emanating from a plant 30 meters ahead to his left. And he distinctly perceives the intertwined heartbeats of two beings over 100 meters away, one strong and one weak. The stronger heartbeat is heavy like a drum, filled with ferocity and hunger. The weaker one is rapid and faint, laced with fear and despair. It's Xiaoya. Lin Mo's heart sinks, and his pace quickens involuntarily. Su Qingyuan struggles to keep up behind him, her tall and curvaceous form finding it somewhat challenging to navigate through the jungle. Several times, her foot catches on vines, and just as she seems poised to fall, Lin Mo's iron grip steadies her. "Be careful, Annie," he advises softly without looking back. The sensation of her remarkably soft and smooth arm in his palm, unmistakable. Su Qingyuan's cheeks flush slightly, yet warmth spreads within her. Biting her lip, she strives to match Lin Mo's strides, her gaze irresistibly drawn to his broad back. Once upon a time, that bashful, stuttering boy who blushed at the sight of her has now become her sole pillar of support. This astonishing reversal of identity stirred a tumult of emotions within her. After proceeding for approximately 5 minutes, Lin Mo abruptly halted, raising a hand in a gesture of silence. He strained to listen, The two heartbeats were now alarmingly close. Just beyond a thicket of bushes ahead, he crouched slowly, parting the ferns in front of him, and cautiously peered out. The sight before him caused his pupils to constrict in shock. In a small clearing, a girl, completely covered in mud, sat on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. It was Bai Xiaoya, and before her stood a monster. This creature was the size of an adult grizzly bear, its body cloaked in dark green. Resilient scales reminiscent of crocodile skin, while a thick tail swayed languidly behind it. It bore a grotesque, lizard-like head, its cavernous maw dripping with saliva that fell onto the ground, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. A pair of murky, yellow-slit pupils greedily fixated on its prey. A Komodo dragon? No, that was impossible. A creature of such magnitude could not be a Komodo dragon. What on earth was this abomination? Lin Mo's heart raced in terror. This was far beyond his comprehension. The monster he had tentatively dubbed the giant lizard seemed in no rush to feast. Instead, it circled Bai Xiaoya slowly, emitting a deep, chilling gurgle from its throat. Bai Xiaoya was paralyzed with fear, unable to even cry, merely gazing in despair as the enormous beast approached step by step. Su Qingyan, hidden behind the bushes, witnessed this harrowing scene, covering her mouth tightly to stifle a scream. Silent tears slid down her beautiful eyes, her body trembling like leaves in a gale. She yearned to rush out, yet Lin Mo's hand held her firmly in place. Do not move. Lin Mo's voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority. Trust me. Su Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, observing the profile of Lin Mo's youthful face, now etched with a calmness and ruthlessness she had never seen before. Lin Mo's mind raced with thoughts. A direct confrontation? Impossible. The creature's size and strength were too formidable. Despite his enhanced physique, he was unarmed, and a frontal clash would be certain death. What to do? His gaze swept rapidly across the surrounding environment. Giant lizard. Monster. Bai Xiaoya. And then, his eyes suddenly fixed on a massive ancient tree, leaning at nearly a 45-degree angle. Not far behind the giant lizard, countless thick vines, as robust as arms, hung from the trunk of the tree. A bold and audacious plan crystallized in his mind in an instant. He quietly drew the fire axe from behind his waist, while his other hand gripped the heavy tactical flashlight tightly. Leaning close to Su Qingyuan's ear, his warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, making her shudder. Andy, listen. Lin Mo's voice was clear and composed. I will charge out to draw its attention. You take the opportunity to run over, grab Xiaoya, and climb that leaning tree as high as you can. Don't look back, do you understand? No, Xiaomo, it's too dangerous. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingyuan refused. She could not allow a child to risk their safety for her and her daughter. Time was running out. Lin Mo roared fiercely, his eyes sharp as blades, ready to strike. Indeed, the colossal lizard seemed to have lost its patience, suddenly opening its gaping maw, a foul wind rushing towards Bai Xiaoya. In a heartbeat, Lin Mo sprang into action. Like a predatory leopard, he burst forth from the underbrush, wielding his tactical flashlight as a projectile, sending it flying in a deadly arc. The sound slicing through the air as it struck fiercely toward the beast's enormous eye. Beast, look this way. A thunderous roar echoed through the jungle. Chapter 10. Saving lives. A muffled thud echoed through the air. The heavy tactical flashlight, empowered by Lin Mo's terrifying enhanced strength, soared through the air like a cannonball, striking the left eye of the giant lizard with unerring precision. A burst of dark green fluid mixed with blood erupted instantly. A thunderous roar of agony reverberated through the jungle, shaking the very trees. The colossal creature writhed in pain, its powerful tail flailing wildly, snapping surrounding trees like twigs. The excruciating hurt plunged it into a frenzy. Its attention shifted from the paralyzed Bai Xiaoya to the audacious human who dared to inflict harm upon it. The enscathed right eye, now bloodshot, fixed its gaze fiercely upon Lin Mo. Now is the moment. Run. Lin Mo Beyoveda deafening Krai Tor Suinyuan. Hidden behind the bushes before pivoting and sprinting in the opposite direction. He dared not linger for a moment. The beast's strength was far too formidable. A single hit would surely result in a catastrophic demise. At that instant, Su Qingyuan was momentarily dazed. However, the roar that pierced her ears was like a clap of thunder, abruptly snapping her out of her shock and fear. Save my daughter. This thought overshadowed all else.
Without a hint of hesitation, her tall, curvaceous figure erupted with unprecedented agility as she dashed from the underbrush, seizing the trembling by Xiaoya, who sat paralyzed on the ground.
Xiaoya, hurry, come with me. And Mom, my legs are weak, Bai Xiaoya stammered, her voice laced with fear, rendering her powerless. Go! Su Qingyuan half-dragged, half-pulled her daughter with all her strength towards the leaning tree. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was embroiled in a life-or-death chase. He pushed his enhanced speed to its limits, maneuvering through the dense jungle like the most agile of monkeys. Behind him, the enraged giant lizard pursued relentlessly, its massive form crashing through the underbrush, leaving chaos in its wake, akin to an out-of-control heavy tank. Lin Mo's heart raced in his throat. He could not dare to glance back, relying solely on his extraordinary hearing to gauge the distance of the beast behind him. It was getting closer, too close. The foul, rancid wind was already brushing against the nape of his neck. He executed a sudden stop and slide, narrowly evading the colossal tail swipe of the giant lizard. The scaled tail grazed the tip of his nose, sweeping past with a whoosh, shattering a nearby boulder into pieces. Debris flew, leaving several small cuts on his face. Damn it! Lin Mo cursed under his breath, using the momentum from his slide to swing the fire axe in his hand upward. Swish! The sharp blade sliced into the soft underbelly of the giant lizard, creating a deep gash that exposed bone. Another anguished roar erupted. The intense pain momentarily halted the creature's movements. This was the opportunity. Lin Mo seized this fleeting moment, exerting himself to sprint once more, swiftly increasing the distance between himself and the giant lizard. As he ran, he caught a glimpse of the great tree out of the corner of his eye. Too slow. Though Su Qingyan exerted herself to the utmost, dragging the terrified Bai Xiaoya, their speed was utterly insufficient. They were still a dozen meters away from that life-saving tree. The colossal lizard, after a brief pause, appeared to be utterly enraged. It abandoned the pursuit of Lin Mo and turned its attention to the closer, more vulnerable prey, Su Qingyuan and her daughter. Panic surged within Lin Mo. Without hesitation, he altered his course and charged once more towards the giant lizard. You beast! I am here, he bellowed, raising the fire axe high above his head, channeling all his strength to strike down fiercely at the creature's injured hind leg. He was gambling, betting that he could incapacitate one of its legs before the monster could react. Crack! The sharp sound of shattering bone echoed through the jungle, piercingly distinct. The fire axe embedded deeply into the lizard's leg bone. The roar that followed was more chilling than any he had heard before. Lin Mo's strike had landed, yet he had no time to withdraw the axe. He was violently hurled away by the thrashing of the lizard's pained body. With a cough, blood spewed forth, and he felt as if his very organs had shifted. His body crashed heavily against a tree before sliding down to the ground. Pain surged through him, yet he smiled, for he saw that Su Qingyuan had successfully pushed Bai Xiaoya onto the slanted tree and was now scrambling up with all her might. Xiaomo! A heart-wrenching cry came from the tree. She had witnessed Lin Mo being thrown by the beast as he fought to buy them time, and her heart ached as if it had been cleaved in two. Don't come down. Stay up there. Lin Mo shouted towards the tree, struggling to rise. But the lizard had gone completely mad. Dragging its mangled leg, it limped forward with a more ferocious demeanor, lunging towards Lin Mo. It sought to rend this small creature that had dared to injure it into pieces. A chill swept through Lin Mo. He was weaponless, his body gravely wounded. Although his extraordinary powers could heal, they required time. Was he destined to die here, barely reborn? In that moment of despair, Su Qingyuan made an unexpected move. Seeing Lin Mo in danger, frantic and disregarding her tattered gown, she adjusted her position on the tree trunk, searching for something to throw. However, this movement caused her already strained dress to rip with a sharp sound. A larger tear formed at her waist, revealing tantalizing glimpses of her exquisite curves beneath the torn fabric, creating an astonishing visual impact. Unaware of her own predicament, she continued to frantically search around her. At last, she stumbled upon a skull, the size of a fist, belonging to an unknown creature. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurled it with all her might towards the intact eye of the giant lizard. "Beast, stay away from him." Her melodious voice, now tinged with tears and boundless fury, resonated through the air. Yet to the rugged and resilient giant lizard, that fragment of skull was akin to a mere itch. Nevertheless, this action succeeded in captivating the creature's attention once more. The giant lizard halted its advance toward Lin Mo, slowly lifting its head. Its blood-red single eye fixated intently on the Su-Ching kite perched upon the tree. It appeared to deliberate whether to first eliminate the severely injured insect on the ground or to savor the more enticing and readily available treat above. Lin Mo's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. He would rather be torn to shreds than witness Aunt Sue suffer any harm. He struggled to rise, yearning to redirect the monster's wrath once again. At that moment, an unexpected surge of heat within him erupted with unprecedented ferocity. A more potent and savage force flooded his entire being in an instant. His injuries began to heal at an astonishing rate. He sensed that his extraordinary abilities, spurred by this life-and-death urgency, had evolved. Chapter 11. The Beast's Blood and her exclamation. Lin Mo felt as though he were a piece of scrap iron cast into a furnace, undergoing relentless forging. The heat within him was no longer a gentle stream, but it transformed into a surging magma, violently washing over his battered body. His bones, nearly shattered from the recent impact, were being forcibly realigned and reinforced with a cacophony of creaks. The torn muscle fibers were visibly relinking, growing more resilient by the moment. This was not evolution. This was the extreme extraction of life potential under the stimulus of near death. His body was telling him, "Do you wish to survive? Then you must become stronger." The intertwining of excruciating pain and burgeoning power nearly caused him to faint, yet he gritted his teeth. His bloodshot eyes fixed intently on the colossal lizard that had now set its sights upon Su-Ching perched in the tree. "Beast!" He squeezed the words through clenched teeth, pushing against the ground, slowly, inch by inch, rising once more. Although his body still wavered precariously, the ferocity emanating from his core had intensified manifold. Su-Ching in the tree was already pale with fear. She saw the giant lizard's blood-red eye locking onto her, its cold, avaricious gaze seemingly penetrating her very being. Instinctively, she shielded her nearly fainting daughter by Xiaoya behind her, her ample frame trembling slightly with terror. The giant lizard, dragging a crippled leg, clumsily attempted to ascend the inclined tree. Its sharp claws carved deep gashes into the rough bark, producing a cacophony of jarring sounds. With each scrape, it felt as though a heavy hammer was striking Su-Ching's heart. Despair enveloped her, but at that moment she beheld it. She witnessed the boy, who should have been gravely injured, rising once more. He resembled a bloodied Azura emerging from hell, brimming with an unyielding madness, standing once again between her and the monster. "Shout Mo." Su-Ching's beautiful eyes were instantly blurred with tears, an indescribable emotion, intermingled with heartache, astonishment, gratitude, and a hint of an unfamiliar affection she herself had yet to recognize, fervently blossomed within her heart. Lin Mo remained oblivious to Aunt Sue's intricate feelings. His entire focus was fixed upon the giant lizard. His hand reached for the fire axe deeply embedded in the creature's leg bone. The lizard seemed to sense the threat from behind. It halted its ascent and slowly turned its grotesque head, its solitary eye filled with brutality and a hint of confusion. It could not comprehend why this minuscule insect displayed such tenacity. "Come on," Lin Mo challenged it, revealing a chilling, blood-stained smile. In the next instant, he sprang into action. He did not pull out the axe. Instead, his body suddenly sank low, and his hands, like iron claws, gripped the lizard's injured hind leg with unyielding strength. Then, amid the incredulous gasps of Su-Ching and Bai Xiaoya, he unleashed a thunderous roar. "Lift me up!" Under the dual surge of adrenaline and supernatural power, the muscles of his back bulged profoundly, veins protruding like coiling dragons. That colossal creature, weighing no less than a ton, was astonishingly lifted from the ground by its injured hind leg. A roar erupted from the giant lizard, a sound filled with agony and terror. Its massive body lost balance and crashed to the side with a thunderous thud. The earth itself seemed to tremble. Lin Mo stumbled from the force, but resolutely maintained his grip. With a twist of his body, he seized the axe handle and exerted every ounce of his strength to wrench the fire axe free from the giant lizard's leg bone. With a splatter, dark green beast blood gushed forth like a fountain, drenching Lin Mo entirely. The warm, metallic scent of blood did not repulse him. Rather, it ignited the raging fury within him. The beast's blood thoroughly awakened the ferocity embedded in his very being. Death. He raised the bloodied fire axe high, his crimson eyes devoid of reason, consumed entirely by primal bloodlust. Straddling the fallen giant lizard, he disregarded its frantic writhing and sweeping tail. The axe in his grip became an unyielding pile driver, mercilessly striking the creature's grotesque head again and again. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow resonated with the sickening sound of shattered bones and the lizard's anguished wails. Scales shattered, flesh flew. The once formidable head, under his relentless assault, gradually became unrecognizable. In the trees, Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya were utterly transfixed. The scene before them was overwhelmingly bloody, excessively violent, and profoundly shocking. The youth appeared as a god of slaughter, particularly for Su Qingyuan, who covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief, watching the blood-soaked figure in a frenzied slaughter. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Is this truly the shy, somewhat introverted neighbor boy she knew, the one who would blush upon seeing her? This extreme aesthetic of violence, this primal male hormone unleashed amid life and death, was undeniably a lethal temptation for a mature woman in dire straits. Her body involuntarily felt weak. A strange warmth surged from her heart, tinting her fair face with an unhealthy flush. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. The giant lizard's struggles weakened until it finally lay still. Lin Mo also came to a halt, gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently. The fire axe in his hand was now dulled and smeared with the remnants of the creature. Slowly, he rose from the corpse of the giant lizard, his legs unsteady beneath him. The extreme exertion had drained his energy completely, and a wave of intense weakness and fatigue washed over him like a tide. He turned to face the mother and daughter in the trees, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Aunt, Xiaoya, it's nothing. Before the words could fully escape his lips, darkness enveloped him, and he could no longer sustain himself, collapsing straight backward. Xiao Montak! From the tree, a heart-wrenching cry, filled with sorrow, emerged from Su Qingyuan. Chapter 12. The imprint of her fingertips and wounds, Su Qingyuan felt as if her heart would leap from her chest. Watching Lin Mo collapse, she instinctively descended from the tree, using both hands and feet. In her haste, she stumbled several times, her delicate palms and legs marked by the rough bark. Yet she remained oblivious to the pain. Xiao Montak, how are you? She stumbled to Lin Mo's side, carefully propping him up so that his head rested on her soft, supple thigh. A heavy scent of blood mingled with the youthful vigor unique to boys enveloped her senses. Tears streamed down Su Qingyuan's cheeks, falling in large droplets onto his blood-stained face. Mom, he won't die, will he? Bai Xiaoya, perched in the tree, descended shakily, her face pale with fear upon seeing Lin Mo's condition. Don't say such things, Su Qingyuan whispered sharply, though her voice trembled with unacknowledged fear. She extended her slightly trembling fingers to check Lin Mo's breath. Thankfully, there's still a pulse, faint but steady. Su Qingyuan let out a long sigh of relief, nearly collapsing under the weight of her emotions. It was only then that she realized her back was drenched in cold sweat, clinging tightly to her skin, outlining her undergarments. She gazed down at the young face resting on her lap. Though still bearing a hint of boyish innocence, it appeared strikingly serene in unconsciousness. Yet, the owner of this visage had just moments ago embodied a fierce warrior, vanquishing a prehistoric beast with raw, unrestrained brutality. This stark contrast overwhelmed Su Qingyuan, leaving her in a state of profound shock. She examined the deep wounds on Lin Mo's body, particularly the extensive bruises on his chest and abdomen from the impact with the giant lizard, her heart aching with unbearable sorrow. Xiaoya quickly fetched the first aid kit. Su Qingyuan recalled the backpack Lin Mo had given her and urgently instructed. Bai Xiaoya responded with a series of O's and hurried to retrieve the backpack, handing the first aid kit to her mother. Opening the kit, Su Qingyuan found essential medical supplies, antiseptic, gauze, and bandages. She twisted open a bottle of mineral water, also salvaged from the wreckage, and began to gently cleanse the blood from Lin Mo's face. As her soft fingertips brushed against his skin, a strange current pulsed through her, causing her heart to flutter. Gazing at his face so close, she inadvertently recalled their intimate position on the beach when she had awoken earlier. Her cheeks flushed with warmth. "Mom, why is your face so red?" Bai Xiaoya inquired curiously from the side. "And nothing. It must be the heat," Su Qingyuan stammered, flustered, quickly regaining her composure to focus on treating Lin Mo's wounds. The most severe injuries were the claw marks and contusions on Lin Mo's body. To apply the ointment effectively, Su Qingyuan knew she had to unfasten his shirt. She hesitated for a moment, but upon gazing at the torn flesh and the blood seeping from the wounds, she clenched her teeth and extended her hand. The boy's t-shirt was already in tatters, stained with blood and mud. Su Qingyuan carefully tore the shirt from his body. As Lin Mo's muscular torso was fully exposed to the air, even Su Qingyuan, who had experienced much, found herself momentarily breathless. Though only 19, his physique was far from the typical frail appearance of youth. The well-defined muscles, sculpted by years of rigorous training, radiated a vibrant youthful energy. Despite the gruesome wounds adorning his body, they only added to his primal allure. Su Qingyuan forced herself to avert her gaze, dipping a cotton ball in alcohol to gently cleanse his wounds. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lin Mo, who was unconscious. As he seemed to sense the sting of the alcohol, his brow furrowing tightly, emitting an involuntary groan. This sound struck a chord in Su Qingyuan's heart, prompting her to become increasingly gentle in her ministrations. Each brush of her fingertips against his solid chest, each contact with his feverish skin, sent waves of disquiet through her. She could distinctly feel the vibrant heat emanating from his body, akin to a blazing flame, coursing through her fingertips. "Mom, his wounds. They seem to be healing on their own?" Bai Xiaoya exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at a small injury on Lin Mo's chest. Su Qingyuan focused her gaze and discerned the anomaly. The wound, which had been oozing blood moments ago, had now ceased bleeding, and the flesh around it appeared to be moving and regenerating at a visible, albeit slow, pace. This revelation left Su Qingyuan astounded. She finally comprehended why Lin Mo possessed such formidable vitality. Something inexplicable, a transformation beyond their understanding, must have occurred within him. This understanding brought her a measure of solace. She meticulously treated each of Lin Mo's wounds, ultimately wrapping his upper body in bandages, resembling a mummy. By the time she finished, she was drenched in perspiration. A gentle breeze brushed past, lifting the damp strands of hair from her forehead, causing her tattered dress to cling more closely to her curvaceous figure. From Bai Xiaoya's perspective, her mother knelt beside Lin Mo, wholly focused on his care. The already remarkable curve of her mother's figure was accentuated by her position. The torn hem of her dress subtly revealing her rounded silhouette, exuding a mature and alluring charm. The waning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows across the small clearing. On one side lay the grotesque remains of a monstrous beast amidst the chaos, while on the other, the unconscious boy rested upon the soft lap of the beautiful woman, with the girl watching anxiously, a surreal yet tender tableau. Su Qingyuan gently caressed Lin Mo's forehead. Feeling his breathing grow steadier and his heartbeat stronger, her heart a tumult of emotions. She knew that from this day forward, the fates of the mother and daughter were irrevocably intertwined with that of this young boy. The boy shall become her sole reliance in this perilous and uncharted realm. She lowered her gaze, observing Lin Mo's serene visage as he slumbered, a flicker of intricate and inscrutable emotion glimmering in her beautiful eyes. "You must recover swiftly, dear Mo," she murmured softly, her voice imbued with a tenderness that could almost weep. Just then, from the depths of the jungle, a faint sound emerged, seemingly human, not belonging to any beast. Chapter 13. Uninvited guests and the law of the jungle. Su Qingyuan thought she had misheard. She listened intently, and the faint sound returned, this time clearer. It was indeed human voices, accompanied by the crunching of broken branches, drawing closer at a rapid pace. Were they saved? Were there other survivors from the plane? A spark of joy ignited in Su Qingyuan's beautiful eyes, just as she was about to call out for help. A chilling thought doused her enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. No, if they were benevolent survivors, their natural instinct upon hearing the monstrous roar of the giant lizard should be to flee, not approach. Unless a foreboding sensation gripped her heart. She quickly covered the mouth of Bai Xiaoya, who was about to cry out, and whispered urgently in an unprecedented serious tone, "Don't make a sound. Quickly, hide behind that creature's corpse." Though Bai Xiaoya was bewildered, the gravity of her mother's expression conveyed that something was amiss, and she nodded in understanding. After jumping down from the wreckage, she had been alone, wandering for a day before discovering the remains of the crashed plane, and had been hiding around it for 2 days without encountering any survivors. Her clenched hands began to sweat. Su Qingyuan cautiously shifted Lin Mo's head from her lap, laying him gently on the soft, decaying leaves of the ground. She gazed longingly at Lin Mo's serene sleeping face before pulling Bai Xiaoya to swiftly hide behind the massive corpse of the giant lizard. At that moment, the creature's remains became their most effective shield. Just as the mother and daughter concealed themselves, footsteps approached. Emerging from the jungle were 3 men. Leading them was a tall, burly bald man with a face full of swagger, adorned with a conspicuous thick gold chain glinting in the dim light of the forest. He wore a tattered designer t-shirt and, astonishingly, carried a fire axe, identical to the one Lin Mo had. Trailing behind him were 2 scruffy young men with bleached hair, one tall and lean, the other short and stout, both exuding an air of menace and avarice. Su Qingyuan recognized these 3. They were passengers from the rear of the economy class on the plane, notorious for their loud antics and harassment of the flight attendants, which had caused quite a stir. The bald man stepped upon the giant lizard's corpse, surveying the gruesome scene before him with a flicker of surprise, quickly morphing into intense greed. "Damn, Brother Dao, what is this? This hide looks tough. Stripping it off to make some armor would surely be impressive," exclaimed the stout young man, his face alight with excitement. "Damn it, I thought it was some fierce beast fighting. Turns out it's already dead." The bald man, referred to as Brother Dao, spat disdainfully while kicking the lizard's head. The tall young man, sharp-eyed, suddenly pointed at Lin Mo, who lay unconscious on the ground nearby, exclaiming, "Brother Dao, look, there's another person over there." Instantly, the trio's gaze fixated on the unconscious Lin Mo, hey, still just a little brat. Brother Dao grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. His eyes filled with disdain as he approached, eager to see if there was anything of value on the young man. The short, stout youth hurried over, eagerly searching Lin Mo's body. Concealed behind the corpse of the giant lizard, Su Qingyuan's heart raced, her breath caught in her throat. She pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, fearing even the slightest sound might escape. Her voluptuous figure was tense with anxiety, the alluring curves barely contained by her fitted gown, rising and falling with her breath. The stout youth soon expressed his disappointment. "Brother Dao, this kid is worthless. Not a penny to his name. Damn it, useless." Brother Dao cursed, his gaze shifting to the fire axe still embedded in the lizard's leg. Pulling it free, he thought it prudent to have another weapon at hand. The tall, thin youth approached, exerting considerable effort to extract the dulled axe, disdain evident in his expression. "Brother Dao, this axe is practically useless. Useless is still better than nothing." Brother Dao retorted impatiently, his attention suddenly sharpening as he fixed his gaze on the area behind the giant lizard-esque carcass. He sniffed the air, a lewd and excited smile spreading across his face. "Ha ha, what's that scent? It smells like a woman's fragrance." Su Qingyuan felt a chill run down her spine. She had not anticipated the man's keen sense of smell. "Come out, all of you!" Brother Dao bellowed suddenly, his fire axe pointing at the lizard's corpse. "Stop hiding, I can see you." When no one responded, a sinister smile crept across his face as he signaled to the two young men beside him. "Go, drag them out." The two young men understood immediately. Their faces twisted with lewd grins as they flanked the area. Su Qingyuan realized she could not remain hidden any longer. Taking a deep breath, she forced her fear down and slowly rose. As her tall, voluptuous figure emerged from behind the giant lizard, the breaths of the three men in front of her momentarily halted. Their eyes widened in disbelief, especially Brother Dao, whose greedy gaze seemed glued to Su Qingyuan, scanning her stunningly beautiful face, then lingering over her mature, curvaceous form, wrapped in her tattered gown, inch by inch. Particularly when his gaze fell upon the tantalizing curve of her peach-shaped hips, partially visible beneath the torn hem, he swallowed hard. Wow, a true gem. The two young men behind him wore expressions of crude desire. "Damn, I'm scared." Xiaoya trembled, hiding behind her mother. Su Qingyuan protectively shielded her daughter, lifting her flushed face, now tinged with anger, to glare coldly at Brother Dao. "What do you want?" Her voice was icy yet held a trace of authority, attempting to intimidate her adversaries. However, in this primal, lawless environment, her beauty and grace served not as a shield, but rather as a death knell. "What do you want?" He chuckled lewdly. "My dear, what do you think three robust men like us could possibly do in this desolate wilderness upon encountering such a stunning beauty?" He brandished the fire axe in his hand, the threat implicit. "I must inform you that this beast is one we have slain." Su Qingyuan attempted to weave a web of deception to secure a sliver of hope. "Our companion is nearby. Should you dare to act recklessly, he will not spare you." "Companion?" Dao scoffed, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke, pointing at the unconscious Lin Mo on the ground. "You expect us to believe in the capability of this half-dead wretch?" He stepped closer to Su Qingyuan, the noxious amalgamation of sweat and smoke emanating from him causing her stomach to churn. "My dear, I advise you to comply and cater to our needs. Perhaps we will show mercy and allow you and your daughter to live." His tone dripped with raw menace and desire. "Otherwise, there are many beasts in this forest that delight in fresh flesh." Despair washed over Su Qingyuan like a frigid tide, overwhelming her in an instant. She instinctively took a step back, only to find there was no retreat left, gazing at the three men before her, resembling wolves of ill intent. An overwhelming sense of regret surged within her for the first time. She lamented her striking beauty. However, just as Dao Ji's filthy hand was about to graze her shoulder, a cold, emotionless voice, akin to the chill of the abyss, echoed from behind them. "Remove your filthy hand." Everyone froze. The trio turned abruptly, startled to see the boy who was supposed to be unconscious standing upright. His complexion remained pale, yet his eyes glowed with an unsettling intensity, akin to two blazing ghostly flames, fixating on Dao Ge. A bone-chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped the clearing. You aren't unconscious." Dao Ge stammered, unnerved by Lin Mo's gaze, instinctively retreating a step, his voice trembling with bravado. Lin Mo offered no reply. His gaze traversed Su Qingyuan's tear-streaked face, then flicked to the trembling by Xiaoya behind her. Finally, his eyes locked back on Dao Ge. "Did you not hear what I said earlier?" His voice was soft yet imbued with a chilling resonance that made souls tremble. "I commanded you to remove your filthy hand." Chapter 14. Bloodstained Mercy and her gaze. The air in the jungle seemed to freeze in that moment. Brother Dao felt a chill run down his spine under Lin Mo's icy stare. Yet the hardened demeanor he had cultivated from years on the streets prevented him from conceding to a mere child. "Who the hell are you trying to scare?" he shouted, his voice a facade of bravado, gripping his fire axe tighter. "A half-dead brat dares to act tough in front of me? Brothers, take him down." Behind him, two henchmen, one tall and lean, the other short and stout, exchanged glances and immediately flanked Lin Mo, grins of malice plastered across their faces. To them, Lin Mo was merely a flickering flame, nearing its extinction. Su Qingyuan's heart raced, rising to her throat. Just as she was about to warn Lin Mo to be cautious, she saw a move. There were no grandiose gestures or earth-shattering displays of power. At the very moment the stout youth swung his fist, poised to strike Lin Mo's face, Lin Mo's body shifted at an uncanny angle. Just in time, he evaded the blow. In a flash, his right hand darted like lightning, seizing the stout youth's wrist and twisting it downwards. Crack! A sharp, resonant sound of bone fracturing echoed through the forest, accompanied by the youth's agonizing wail. "Ah, my hand! My hand is broken!" The stout youth writhed on the ground, cold sweat pouring from him. The entire sequence unfolded too swiftly for the tall, lean youth to comprehend. Yet Lin Mo showed no signs of stopping. He delivered a powerful kick to the stout youth's stomach, sending him flying like a deflated ball. With a graceful twist, he closed in on the tall youth. Panic-stricken, the tall youth instinctively swung his blunted fire axe horizontally at Lin Mo's midsection. However, under Lin Mo's enhanced perception, the movement appeared sluggish, akin to a slow-motion film. Instead of retreating, Lin Mo advanced, crouching low like a prowling cat, swiftly slipping into the tall youth's embrace. Without hesitation, he unleashed a ferocious elbow strike directly to the tall youth's jaw. Thud! A dull sound reverberated as the tall youth's eyes rolled back, his body collapsing backward, blood and shattered teeth erupting from his mouth, unconscious before he could utter a sound. In the blink of an eye, two henchmen lay defeated, one wounded, the other incapacitated. Brother Dao was left utterly dumbfounded, disbelief etched across his rugged face. He could not fathom how this seemingly frail boy possessed such terrifying explosive power and combat skills. This was no ordinary student. What are you?" Brother Dao stammered, his voice trembling. Lin Mo offered no reply. He slowly straightened his body, his chest heaving from the exertion. The wounds he had just begun to heal seemed to reopen, fresh blood seeping through the bandages. Continuous combat weighed heavily on his already weakened body. Yet his gaze remained as frigid as ever as he took deliberate steps toward Brother Dao. Each step felt as though it were treading upon the very heart of the butcher. Fear, like a creeping vine, swiftly engulfed his entire being. As he gazed upon the agonized cries of his fallen comrades and the grotesque corpse of a giant lizard nearby, he finally comprehended the nature of the monstrous entity he had provoked. He did not come any closer. He screamed in terror, brandishing the fire axe in his hand and recklessly striking out, attempting to deter Lin Mo's advance. Lin Mo's gaze remained utterly unperturbed. He was merely biding his time, waiting for an opportunity. When the butcher, in his panic, revealed a significant opening, Lin Mo seized the moment. Like a specter, he glided through the gaps created by the swinging axe, one hand deftly grasping the butcher's wrist while the other transformed into a blade, striking fiercely at the butcher's carotid artery. With a sudden stiffness, the butcher's body froze, the fire axe clattering to the ground. He felt a numbing sensation in his neck. Half of his body, succumbing to a loss of feeling, followed swiftly by a dizzying wave that caused him to collapse. Lin Mo retrieved the fallen fire axe, its cold blade gently pressing against the butcher's throat. With the slightest incision, this man, brimming with malevolence, would meet his end on the spot. Kill him. A voice within Lin Mo's mind clamored frantically. Eliminate them. Eradicate the threat forever. In a world devoid of law and order, mercy would be the greatest cruelty to oneself and one's allies. Lin Mo applied a slight pressure, the sharp edge of the axe leaving a shallow crimson line upon the butcher's skin. Feeling the cold sting against his throat, the butcher, overwhelmed by terror, lost all composure, a foul stench quickly permeating the air. Spare me. Please, noble sir, spare me. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. He wept, desperately pleading for his life. Lin Mo's eyes were as frigid as frost. However, upon witnessing the butcher's face, contorted in sheer terror, his hand faltered, refusing to deliver the final blow. After all, he was merely a 19-year-old youth. Having lived in a peaceful society for 19 years, the tenets of law and morality had been ingrained deep within his being. He could fight ferociously against beasts to protect Aunt Sue and her daughter, and could even unhesitatingly cripple those with malicious intent. Yet to take a life, to personally extinguish another's existence, even if the individual were a complete scoundrel, remained an insurmountable psychological barrier for him. His hand trembled slightly, a flicker of struggle and confusion flashing across his gaze. Xiao Montak. At that moment, Su Qingyuan's voice, tinged with concern and compassion, reached him from behind. Lin Mo's body jolted slightly. He turned to see the complex expression on Su Qingyuan's face. Her beautiful eyes held a mixture of relief for surviving the ordeal, astonishment at his prowess, but most prominently, a sense of compassion. Clearly, she too did not wish for Lin Mo's hands to be stained with the blood of another. With a sigh in his heart, Lin Mo gradually withdrew the fire axe. Leave, he managed to force out through clenched teeth. As if granted a reprieve, Dao Ge scrambled to his feet, hardly pausing to assist his fallen companion, limping away into the depths of the jungle, soon vanishing from sight. Lin Mo observed the retreating figure before glancing at the short, stout youth on the ground, still howling in agony from a fractured wrist. Ultimately, he chose not to deliver the final blow. He was acutely aware that this decision might yield unforeseen consequences in the future. Yet at this moment, he found himself incapable of such an act. Leaning against a tree, he gasped for breath, feeling drained. Su Qingyuan approached hastily, her tall and voluptuous form exuding an intoxicating fragrance. She extended her delicate hand, gently resting it on Lin Mo's arm. Her beautiful eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. Xiao Mo, are you all right? I'm fine, Annie, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. The soft touch on his arm gradually quelled the murderous intent and resentment within him. He gazed at Su Qingyuan, her stunning visage still bearing traces of residual fear, while beneath her tattered dress lay alluring, mature curves. Particularly striking were her eyes, which, when directed at him, brimmed with concern, reliance, and even a hint of admiration. Lin Mo realized that from this moment forth, safeguarding this woman and her daughter had become his paramount mission in this unfamiliar world. As for the potential threat he had allowed to escape today, if they dared to return, he vowed silently to himself that next time, he would show no mercy. A flicker of cold resolve, incongruous with his youth, flashed across his gaze, unnoticed by Su Qingyuan. Chapter 15. The spoils and the support of Peaches. The silhouette of the fleeing brother, Dao, soon vanished into the shadowy embrace of the forest. The clearing once again succumbed to an eerie silence, leaving behind only the short, plump youth with a fractured wrist who continued to groan pitifully on the ground. Lin Mo paid him no heed. An overwhelming sense of exhaustion surged over him like a tidal wave, compelling him to lean against the tree trunk, gasping for breath. After 2 consecutive extreme exertions, he had nearly drained all his physical strength. Xiao Mo, how are you? Is your wound reopening? Su Qingyuan's voice was filled with anxiety and concern. She supported Lin Mo, her soft and ample form almost completely pressed against him, using her fragrant shoulder to bear much of his weight. An intoxicating aroma, mingled with the warmth that only a mature woman could possess, enveloped Lin Mo in an instant. As he felt the breathtaking softness and elasticity emanating from her arm and shoulder, Lin Mo's previously chaotic thoughts began to clear. He could distinctly sense Su Ai's chest, which rose and fell sharply due to tension, rhythmically colliding with his arm. I'm fine, Ai, just a bit fatigued. Lin Mo's voice came out hoarse. After losing so much blood, you're still saying you're fine? Su Qingyuan shot him a reproachful glance, her beautiful phoenix eyes appearing even more enchanting with a glimmer of moisture. Without further ado, she carefully helped him sit down again, swiftly retrieving fresh gauze and alcohol from the first aid kit to tend to his wounds once more. Mom, let me help you. Bai Xiaoya, who had been hiding in the background, finally regained her composure from the fright. The way she looked at Lin Mo had completely transformed. If previously she had felt shock and fear upon witnessing Lin Mo slay the giant lizard, now, after seeing him single-handedly vanquish 3 ruffians to protect her and her mother, all that remained was an overwhelming admiration. Within her heart, It felt as though a little deer was wildly bounding about. This neighborly older brother, who usually seemed rather ordinary and even somewhat introverted in their community, turned out to be so formidable, so reassuring. She leaned closer, clumsily attempting to assist, mimicking her mother's actions. "Don't make things worse," Su Qingyuan admonished, though she felt a sense of relief at seeing her daughter regain some spirit. She expertly opened the alcohol bottle, dampening a cotton ball, then raised her beautiful eyes to Lin Mo, softly saying, "Xiao Mo, it might hurt a bit. Bear with it." Her gentle tone warmed Lin Mo's heart. He nodded, yet his gaze inadvertently fell upon the alluring curves of Su Qingyuan, accentuated by her bending form. From his perspective, the tattered neckline revealed glimpses of astonishing, snowy depths. As she knelt on the ground, the tight-fitting long dress enveloped her pert and rounded peach-like posterior, forming a perfect curve that sent his pulse racing. Lin Mo quickly averted his gaze, inwardly chastising himself for his inappropriate thoughts. What time was it? And yet he was still indulging in such fantasies. The chilling touch of the alcohol swab made contact with the searing wound, eliciting a sharp sting that coursed through Lin Mo's body. He let out a low groan as beads of sweat instantly formed on his forehead. "Does it hurt much?" Su Qingyuan's movements became increasingly gentle as she instinctively blew softly on the wound. The sweet, warm breath brushed against Lin Mo's skin, sending shivers down his spine. How could one endure such sensations? Lin Mo felt as though he were being mercilessly tormented by the enchanting neighborly aunt. "Annie, I'm fine," he quickly interjected, attempting to divert his attention. What to do about that fellow? His gaze shifted towards the short, plump youth still lamenting in the distance. Su Qingyuan paused, a flicker of hesitation crossing her beautiful eyes. To kill him was beyond their resolve, yet releasing him evoked fears of future retribution. At that moment, Bai Xiaoyao mustered her courage and spoke up. "Lin Mo, let us tie him up. We can take everything he has and leave him to fend for himself." Though the girl's words were innocent, they offered a glimmer of a solution. Lin Mo's eyes brightened. Indeed, struggling to his feet, he leaned on Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoyao for support and approached the short, plump youth. Upon seeing Lin Mo advance, the youth, terrified, momentarily forgot his cries and instinctively recoiled. Ignoring his fear, Lin Mo directly bound the youth's uninjured hand and feet securely with bandages, tearing a piece of cloth from his shirt to gag him. He then commenced an inventory of their spoils. Apart from 2 fire axes, one of which was already dulled, the most valuable items were a lighter, a half-empty pack of cigarettes, and a wallet containing some cash, of which was evidently useless in their current predicament. Better than nothing, Lin Mo thought as he pocketed the lighter, the most significant find thus far. With everything done, twilight began to descend. The night in the jungle arrived remarkably early. "We cannot linger here," Lin Mo stated solemnly, surveying the encroaching darkness. "The scent of blood will attract other beasts. This place is far too perilous." Su Qingyuan understood this logic and anxiously inquired, "Where shall we go?" "Your condition." "I'm all right," Lin Mo shook his head. The formidable regenerative ability bestowed by his powers had allowed him to regain some strength. He could at least move without issue now.
His gaze fell upon the massive corpse of the lizard. This creature must not go to waste. Both Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoyao were momentarily taken aback.
Lin Mo took a deep breath and addressed them. "Auntie Xiaoya, listen closely. From this moment on, we must forget our previous lives. Here, food and water are of utmost importance. Though this monster is fearsome, its flesh may sustain us, its hide can be fashioned into armor, and its bones can be crafted into weapons." His words, calm yet ruthless, sliced through the tender veil of civilization like a sharp blade, laying bare the most primal and unadorned laws of survival before the mother and daughter in a bloody display. Bai Xiaoya's face turned pale upon hearing them. However, Su Qingyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with a glimmer of admiration as she gazed at Lin Mo. Her expression infused not only with reliance and reverence, but also with a newfound appreciation. She recognized that Lin Mo spoke the truth. This boy was adapting to the harsh realities of this new world with astonishing speed. and he was becoming the sole beacon of hope and steadfast support for the two of them. Very well, we shall follow your lead, Su Qingyuan declared without hesitation. Lin Mo nodded and, wielding a well-maintained fire axe, exerted effort to sever a sizable chunk of relatively tender leg meat from the massive lizard, also stripping away the largest and most intact segment of its back armor. Having completed these tasks, he was left breathless and fatigued. Let us return to the beach, Lin Mo suggested, knowing that the open expanse there offered relative safety and the necessity of fresh water. We shall spend the night at the beach. He grasped the heavy beast meat in one hand and the fire axe in the other. Su Qingyuan carried the first aid kit along with a substantial piece of armor, while Bai Xiaoya cautiously supported Lin Mo from the side. The gentle contact of the young girl's soft form occasionally brushed against him, carrying with it a hint of youthful fragrance. The trio leaned on one another for support, discerning their path as they trudged, each step a struggle, toward the beach. Behind them loomed an ever-deepening darkness, along with the sight of a captive bound in place, eyes filled with despair and malice. Chapter 16. Whispers beneath the firelight and the aroma of roasting meat as the three weary souls returned to the silver beach. The night had completely enveloped this unfamiliar realm. In the sky, two odd moons, one purple and the other azure, cast a chilling and enchanting glow. The sea shimmered, reflecting the ethereal images of the moons, creating a beauty that seemed almost surreal. Yet, this splendor could not dispel the chill and trepidation lurking within their hearts. The night breeze swept in, carrying with it the coolness of dusk. Su Qingyan and Bai Xiaoya instinctively wrapped their arms around themselves, their damp, thin garments, once soaked and now dried by the wind, offered little protection against the cold. Especially for Su Qingyuan, her already tattered haute couture gown, which had endured the rigors of the jungle, was now in tatters, exposing large swathes of her delicate, pale skin to the crisp air, prompting an involuntary shiver. We must kindle a fire, Lin Mo declared, observing the shivering mother and daughter. Flames not only provide warmth and ward off wild beasts, but also bring light and hope. He instructed Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya to search the wreckage of the plane for combustible materials, such as the sponge from the seats and some paper documents. Su Qingyuan also found 2 blankets. Meanwhile, Lin Mo dug a rudimentary fire pit into the sand and scoured the nearby woods for relatively dry twigs. Soon, a makeshift fire pile was assembled. From his pocket, Lin Mo carefully retrieved the lighter he had salvaged from Brother Dao. With a gentle click, a small, orange-yellow flame flickered defiantly in the darkness. This flame seemed to possess a certain magic at its ignition. Both Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya instinctively brightened with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Lin Mo cautiously brought the flame close to the tinder. Quickly, the fire blazed larger, roaring upward and illuminating a radius of several meters as brightly as day. The warm, orange glow illuminated their faces, dispelling much of the cold and fear that had settled in their hearts. As the trio sat around the fire, a momentary silence enveloped them. Suddenly, an untimely, clear sound broke the stillness, a rumbling from Bai Xiaoya's stomach. The young girl's face flushed crimson as she awkwardly lowered her head. Lin Mo and Su Qingyuan exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. This shared mirth lightened the previously tense atmosphere. "Are you hungry?" Lin Mo chuckled, lifting a hefty piece of bloody lizard leg. "It seems our dinner is secured." He gathered several sturdy branches, sharpened them, and skewered the large chunks of meat before placing them over the flames to roast. There were no spices, no seasonings, only the primal fire and the raw meat. The sizzling sound of fat dripping from the meat into the flames filled the air, creating an enticing symphony. Soon, an irresistible, rich aroma of roasting meat began to waft around them. The aroma was overwhelmingly potent, instantly awakening the appetites of the 3 individuals. Having gone nearly a day without sustenance, compounded by a series of harrowing events, they were already ravenous. As the meat sizzled to a perfect golden brown, Lin Mo employed a fire axe to slice the roasted delicacy into manageable pieces, first offering the largest portion to Su Qingyuan. "Auntie, please go ahead," he said, Under the flickering flames, Su Qingyuan's stunning visage was softened by the warm light. She gazed at the piece of meat Lin Mo extended towards her, then glanced at his face, which, though weary, radiated determination. A gentle smile flickered in her enchanting eyes. Instead of accepting it, she pushed the meat back toward him. "You have worked the hardest. You should eat first." Her voice, amidst the crackling fire, was particularly melodious. "Make sure to nourish yourself. Both of us are relying on you." Her words, somewhat straightforward yet tinged with a hint of intimacy, particularly the phrase "both of us," caused Lin Mo's heart to skip a beat uncontrollably. Beside them, Bai Xiaoya nodded vigorously, her sparkling eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Lin Mo. "Yes, Lin Mo, you should eat. You were incredible today, just like a superhero from the movies." Under the tender and dependent gazes of the mother and daughter, especially from the captivating Su Qingyan, Lin Mo, a mere 19-year-old, found himself flustered. Embarrassed, he scratched his head, accepted the roasted meat, and took a generous bite. To his surprise, the creature's flesh was extraordinarily delectable. The meat was firm yet elastic, imbued with a unique, subtle fragrance, completely devoid of the expected gamey odor. Even more astonishing, as the warm morsel descended into his stomach, a wave of warmth surged from his core, radiating through his limbs. He could distinctly feel his depleted energy being replenished at an astonishing pace. "This meat seems to replenish stamina," Lin Montag exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya eagerly seized the roasted meat as well. Soon, both mother and daughter wore expressions of sheer delight, mirroring Lin Mo's surprise. "It truly is. I feel invigorated all of a sudden," Bai Xiaoya exclaimed joyfully. Su Qingyuan's eyes sparkled as she sensed the warmth nurturing her fatigued body, revitalizing her spirit. The three of them shared the meat, rapidly consuming the substantial portion until nothing remained. Having satisfied their hunger and warmed their bodies, the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. Bai Xiaoya, brimming with curiosity and admiration for her hero, chattered excitedly, inquiring how he had devised that method to confront the creature and how he had defeated the three villains. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan sat quietly beside them, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she listened intently. Much of her gaze lingered on Lin Mo, the flickering fire casting a play of light and shadow upon his profile, accentuating the contours of his youthful face, which exuded a compelling masculine charm. Su Qingyan gazed into the distance, her eyes becoming somewhat distant. She recalled the day when he, drenched in blood, fought fiercely to protect her and her daughter. She remembered the broad, dependable shoulders he turned away from her, as well as the warm, breathless whispers he shared by her ear that stirred her heart. She also recollected the fervent, life-affirming warmth of his body while she rested her head on him during his unconscious state. Scene after scene flashed through her mind. Her delicate face, illuminated by the flames, unknowingly turned as red as a ripe apple. "Mom, what's wrong? Your face is so flushed." Bai Xiaoya once again noticed her mother's unusual demeanor. "It's nothing," Su Qingyuan replied, flustered, turning her head away, unwilling to meet Lin Mo's gaze. She extended her exquisitely cared-for jade hands towards the fire for warmth, attempting to disguise her embarrassment, merely stating, "I'm just a bit tired." Watching Aunt Su's bashful and enchanting demeanor, Lin Mo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. The night, the ocean waves, the bonfire, heroes, beauties, and a vibrant young maiden. This scene seemed almost dreamlike. Yet, Lin Mo was acutely aware that this was no dream. Danger still lurked in the shadows around them. He glanced at the massive lizard scale he had shed and felt a sense of purpose for the night ahead. "Auntie Xiaoya," he broke the tender and ambiguous atmosphere. "I will keep watch tonight. You two should rest first. We must take turns to conserve our strength." His voice drew Su Qingyuan back from her reverie. She looked into Lin Mo's eyes, which shone brightly in the firelight, and felt warmth spread through her heart. She nodded. "All right, but don't tire yourself too much." As she spoke, she naturally leaned towards Lin Mo's direction, resting her head on her daughter's shoulder, closing her enchanting eyes. Her voluptuous form unfolded in the firelight, creating a breathtaking silhouette, a most captivating sight against the night. Chapter 17. The choice before dawn and foolish mercy, a night passed in silence. Perhaps it was the intimidating presence of the bonfire, or perhaps the pungent scent of the giant lizard's corpse that deterred other beasts from approaching. Whatever the reason, the night unfolded with an unusual tranquility. As the two eerie moons in the eastern sky gradually faded, a hint of pale dawn emerged, and Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. Though he had not slept, his spirit was remarkably invigorated. The extraordinary recovery bestowed by his powers, coupled with the miraculous lizard meat, had allowed his body to heal significantly overnight. The once ghastly wounds had now formed scabs, leaving behind only faint pink marks. He glanced at his side. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya, mother and daughter, were nestled together under a blanket, sleeping soundly, perhaps due to the chill of the night sea breeze. Su Qingyuan's voluptuous form instinctively curled up, nearly folding into herself. The blanket failed to cover her entirely, leaving her tattered long dress partially exposed, unable to conceal her alluring curves. From Lin Mo's vantage point, he could even glimpse the long, graceful legs beneath the hem, slightly tensed against the cold, outlining breathtaking contours. Her usually elegant and dignified face now bore a childlike tranquility and vulnerability in slumber, evoking a profound sense of tenderness. Silently, Lin Mo draped his own aviation blanket over the mother and daughter. After completing this act, he stood up, casting his gaze toward the direction of the jungle. He had not forgotten the two troubles lingering within it. Gripping the intact fire axe, he tread softly, careful not to disturb the sleeping pair, and ventured once more into the shadowy thicket. Upon returning to the battlefield of the previous day, daylight had fully broken. The short, stout youth with a fractured wrist and a lanky young man whom he had knocked unconscious were both awake. Bound together, they trembled in fear at Lin Mo's presence. Resembling lambs awaiting slaughter, unable to utter pleas for mercy, their eyes wide with terror. Lin Mo approached them with an impassive expression towering over them. His cold gaze made them feel as though they were mere prey. "Do you wish to live?" He spoke slowly, his voice low yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. The two youths nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Lin Mo's lips. He crouched down, lightly tapping the terrified face of the stout youth with his fire axe. "Return to your brother knife and convey this message. First, this beach, along with everything upon it, including the wreckage of that plane, belongs to me. You should steer clear of this place in the future. Otherwise, next time, it won't be as simple as losing a hand. Second, divulge everything you know about this cursed place, where the water sources are, where other survivors might be, and the locations of monsters like the one we encountered yesterday. Satisfy me with your information, and I shall set you free." His words left the two youths momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated that Lin Mo would spare their lives. The instinct for survival swiftly overpowered their fear. The stout young man, enduring the excruciating pain in his wrist, stammered, "We don't know much. We just arrived here not long ago. All we know is, if you head east for about half a day's journey, there's a waterfall with fresh water. Beyond that, we truly know nothing. What about the other survivors?" Lin Muskau's sharpened. "Yes, there must be others." The tall, thin youth interjected eagerly. "We have seen traces left by others, but we do not know exactly where they are. This island is exceedingly vast." Lin Mo locked his eyes onto theirs for a considerable span of 10 seconds. His heightened senses allowed him to discern the subtle fluctuations in their heartbeat and breathing. He concluded that they were speaking the truth. Rising to his feet, he swung the fire axe with a swift motion, severing the bindings that restrained them. "Go," he said coolly. The pair felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from their shoulders, scrambling to their feet, supporting each other as they limped hastily into the depths of the jungle, as if being pursued by unseen phantoms. Lin Mo observed their retreating figures, his expression a tapestry of complexity. He realized that once again, he had shown mercy. He could have extracted more information from them, even used them as expendable scouts. Yet, he ultimately chose to let them go. Perhaps deep within him lingered a vestige of the naive sense of order that belonged to a civilized society. He subconsciously resisted the transformation into a beast akin to those like Brother Dao. Sighing softly, he turned to depart. However, upon returning to the beach, He found that Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya had already awakened. The mother and daughter stood by the fire, concern etched across their faces as they watched him approach. Xiao and Mo, what? What have you been doing? Su Qingyuan rushed to him, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Upon noticing that he was unharmed while the two captives were nowhere to be seen, her keen intellect immediately grasped the situation. You, let them go? Her voice bore an edge of incredulity. Lin Mo nodded, not concealing the truth. Yes, I asked a few questions and then allowed them to leave. How could you let them go? Before Su Qingyuan could voice her thoughts, Bai Xiaoya interjected with fervent agitation. The young girl's face was flushed with a mix of anger and indignation. Lin Mo good, they are bad people. They tried to bully my mother and me yesterday. If you let them go, they will surely come back for revenge. Lin Mo gazed at Bai Xiaoya's crimson face, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the logic that even an 18-year-old girl could comprehend was not beyond his grasp. Xiaoya, do not speak of Lin Mo good that way. Su Qingyuan interceded, restraining her impassioned daughter. She turned to Lin Mo, her expression more intricate than her daughter's. In her beautiful eyes, there was worry, confusion, but above all a profound understanding. She softly remarked, Xiao and Mo, it is perhaps for the best to let them go, otherwise their presence may become quite troublesome. Lin Mo fell silent. Su Qingyuan stepped forward, her tall and curvaceous figure exuding a comforting fragrance. She extended her delicate hand and gently tidied the slightly disheveled hair from Lin Mo's forehead. This gesture was imbued with a maternal tenderness, yet it also carried an inexplicable intimacy. I know you're a good child. However, Xiao and Mo, this place is no longer the world we once knew. Her voice was gentle yet grave. We must also be cautious. He gazed into Aunt Sue's eyes, which were filled with concern and dependence, and for the first time, he felt a wavering in his compassion. Perhaps she was right. In this world where human life holds less value than that of a dog, to safeguard what one cherishes, one must first transform into a more ferocious beast. Chapter 18. Water sources, shelter, and her sweat aunt. I understand now. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, the confusion in his eyes gradually dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented determination. He offered no further explanations, for he recognized that actions speak far louder than words. He was resolute in his desire to grow stronger, not merely in physical prowess, but also in mental fortitude, strong enough to crush any threat that dared to endanger the safety of the mother and daughter. Our immediate priority is to locate a stable source of fresh water and subsequently establish a secure shelter. Lin Mo swiftly transitioned into leader mode, orchestrating the next course of action. His gaze swept across the endless expanse of the sea before glancing back at the profound jungle behind them. The seawater was undrinkable, and the bottled water remaining from the plane wreckage was dwindling. According to the two individuals' accounts, a waterfall lay half a day's journey to the east. Aunt Xiaoya, please rest here while I scout ahead. I will also search for a more suitable campsite. No, it's far too dangerous. Su Qingyuan immediately rejected the idea, her concern palpable. We cannot let you go alone. Indeed, Lin Mo, perhaps we should go together. Bai Xiaoya chimed in, her desire to remain by Lin Mo's side unwavering. Only in his presence did she feel a semblance of safety. Lin Mo observed the worried expressions on the faces of the mother and daughter, warmth blossoming in his heart, yet he shook his head. With too many people, we risk becoming an easier target. Moreover, I can move more swiftly and discreetly alone. He pointed towards the nearby plane wreckage, which offered relative openness. Stay close to that area. If any danger arises, retreat to the sea. Remember, do not venture into the jungle lightly. His tone carried an undeniable decisiveness. Su Qingyuan regarded Lin Mo's steadfast gaze, aware that her pleas would fall on deaf ears. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped forward, gently extending her delicate hands to adjust the bandages on his chest, tightening them carefully. You must be cautious. Her fingertips inadvertently grazed Lin Mo's solid chest, sending a tingling sensation through her. And here, take this. She presented him with the half piece of roasted meat she cherished, wrapped in a clean cloth. Eat this on the way. It will replenish your strength. Lin Mo nodded, tucking the meat into his pocket. then grasped the intact fire axe firmly. He cast one last deep glance at the mother and daughter. "I shall return shortly." With that, he wasted no time in hesitation. He turned and, like a swift and agile leopard, dashed along the shoreline towards the east. His enhanced physical abilities propelled him beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. The sand beneath his feet felt as smooth as a well-maintained track. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya stood rooted in place, watching Lin Mo's figure swiftly vanish at the horizon of the coast, an emptiness settling in their hearts. "Mom, do you think Lin and Mo will be all right?" Bai Xiaoya asked anxiously. "He will be," Su Qingyuan replied with unwavering certainty. She turned around, her gaze fixed on a massive wreckage of the airplane, a glimmer of determination flickering in her beautiful eyes. "Xiaoya, we cannot afford to be idle. Lin and Mo has taken on the most perilous task. We must ensure the safety of our rear. Let us gather supplies." In the ensuing hours, the mother and daughter duo commenced a thorough search of the airplane wreckage. They discovered additional bottled water and some vacuum-sealed airplane meals. Although limited, it was sufficient to sustain them for several days. They also unearthed several first-aid kits, a few clean blankets, and even a couple of spare uniforms for the flight attendants. Su Qingyuan's eyes lit up as she beheld the deep blue flight attendant uniform. The tattered clothes she and her daughter wore were terribly inconvenient for movement and offered little warmth. She found a relatively secluded corner of the cabin and said to Bai Xiaoya, "Xiaoya, let's change our clothes." As Su Qingyuan removed her tattered haute couture gown, exposing her mature and curvaceous figure to the dim light of the cabin, even her own daughter was momentarily taken aback. The allure of her mother-esque physique was undeniable. Her slender waist, paired with a perfectly rounded posterior, created a strikingly exaggerated yet harmonious waist-to-hip ratio. Her long, well-proportioned legs were straight and endowed with a pleasing elasticity. Each inch of her skin resembled the finest mutton fat jade, emanating an enticing sheen. Oblivious to her daughter's astonishment, Su Qingyuan swiftly donned the flight attendant uniform. The fitted shirt accentuated her ample bosom, nearly straining against the buttons, while the knee-length pencil skirt showcased her breathtaking curves flawlessly. In this uniform, Su Qingyuan exuded less of her usual elegance and poise, yet embodied a more alluring and competent appeal reminiscent of uniform seduction. "Mom, you look stunning," Bai Xiaoya remarked sincerely. Su Qingyuan's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she playfully pinched her daughter's cheek. "You flatter me. Hurry and change into yours." Once they had both changed, the mother and daughter resumed their fervent collection of usable materials. They meticulously detached the safety belts from the airplane seats, knowing their incredible durability would be useful for binding items. They carefully pried out the airplane windows. Although most shattered, a few sharp-edged pieces remained, serving as makeshift cutting tools. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the temperature within the cabin became increasingly stifling. Both women were drenched in perspiration. The sweat soaked through Su Qingyuan's shirt, rendering it somewhat translucent and revealing hints of her undergarments. Gleaming droplets cascaded down her elegant, fair neck, disappearing into the deep neckline of her shirt,
creating a strikingly captivating scene. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand and lifted her gaze towards the direction Lin and Mo had departed.
Her beautiful eyes filled with an inescapable sense of worry. "Xiao and Mo, where are you now?" Chapter 19, Running. Discovering her shadow, Lin and Mo remained blissfully unaware that Su Qingyuan and her daughter were troubled about him. At this moment, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, racing along the sinuous coastline towards the east. The sandy beach beneath his feet was soft. For an ordinary person, the uneven terrain would hinder swift movement. However, for Lin and Mo, whose body had been enhanced, this posed no challenge. With each stride, he unleashed formidable strength, propelling himself several meters forward with astonishing speed. The sea breeze met him head-on, carrying a briny scent that tousled his dark hair. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, scanned his surroundings vigilantly as he sprinted. To his left lay the undulating, boundless azure sea. Occasionally, peculiar fish, larger than their terrestrial counterparts, leaped from the water's surface. To his right, a profound and enigmatic primeval forest loomed. Towering plants, unlike any he had ever seen, obscured the sun, while strange bird calls and beastly roars echoed from within, brimming with unknown peril. This world was teeming with vitality, yet equally fraught with deadly dangers. After running for over an hour, Lin Mo estimated he had covered at least 30 to 40 kilometers. Such speed was something he could scarcely have imagined in the past. He paused to catch his breath, retrieving the half-cooked meat that Aunt Sue had prepared for him. Though it had cooled, consuming it filled him with a warm surge of energy, swiftly replenishing his stamina. As he savored the meat, Su Qingyuan's worry-laden, yet enchanting visage involuntarily surfaced in his mind, particularly her gentle, focused gaze while tending to his wounds, and the breathtaking maturity she exuded in those fleeting moments as she leaned down. Sighing, Lin Mo chuckled helplessly at himself. Even in such dire circumstances, he found himself preoccupied with these thoughts. Yet, it was precisely because he had someone to protect that he felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him. Aunt Xiaoya, wait for me, he resolved, swallowing the last morsel of meat as his determination solidified once more. After a brief respite, he resumed his journey. After running for approximately another half hour, his ears suddenly picked up the sound of a tremendous cascade of water. Found it! Lin Mo's spirits soared as he followed the sound, edging closer to the forest's edge. He refrained from rushing in recklessly. Instead, he sought out a towering tree, climbing with the agility of a monkey until he reached the topmost branches. From this vantage point, the landscape unfolded before him. About a kilometer ahead, a colossal white waterfall plunged from a 100-meter-high cliff into a bottomless, emerald-green pool below, sending up a cloud of mist that sparkled in the sunlight, forming a radiant rainbow amidst the spray. Surrounding the waterfall was a relatively open river valley, lush with verdant grass. In the valley, the landscape was rugged and intricate, yet several natural caves provided shelter from the tempestuous elements. More significantly, Lin Mo observed that on the opposite side of the valley, there appeared to be some artificial traces. Some of the trees exhibited signs of having been felled, and on the ground lay what seemed to be abandoned, rudimentary wooden structures. Other survivors. Lin Mo's heart raced with excitement. This was undoubtedly a monumental discovery. However, he refrained from rushing toward it in elation. Following the incident with Brother Dao, he had grown increasingly cautious. In this world, encountering others of his kind did not necessarily signify safety. Rather, it could herald greater peril. Employing his extraordinary vision, he scrutinized the area meticulously. It was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of activity, and the abandoned wooden structures appeared to be aged, draped in moss. It seemed that a camp had once existed here, only to be forsaken later. Lin Mo made a preliminary assessment. He did not hasten to investigate, but instead committed the location firmly to memory. This valley was undoubtedly a more ideal camping ground than the beach, boasting a stable freshwater source, natural caves for shelter, and a terrain that was relatively defensible. He resolved to return and retrieve Aunt Sue and Bai Xiaoya, ensuring their safety before conducting a thorough exploration of the abandoned camp. Just as he prepared to descend from the tree and retrace his steps, his gaze inadvertently swept across the pool beneath the waterfall. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. What had he seen? Behind a massive rock at the edge of the pool, there appeared to be a humanoid figure half submerged in the water. Due to the distance and the shimmering surface, he could not discern it clearly. He promptly slid down the tree, stifled his breath, and cautiously made his way toward the pool. As he approached, the details became increasingly vivid. It was indeed a person. Moreover, it was a woman. Her long, lustrous black hair flowed in the water like seaweed. She was clad in a garment that had long since become waterlogged and unrecognizable, her body gently undulating with the ripples. It seemed she was facing away from him. Was she alive or dead? Friend or foe? Lin Mo's heart leapt in anticipation. Gripping his fire axe tightly, he slowly and deliberately advanced toward the rock. As he rounded the rock and beheld the woman's face, he was momentarily rendered speechless. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, appearing slightly younger than Su Qingyuan, likely in her early 30s. Her face was a perfect oval, her features exquisitely delicate, akin to a figure from painting. The water's embrace rendered her skin somewhat pale, yet it imparted a hauntingly beautiful, almost ethereal quality. Her physique was equally remarkable, though not as voluptuous as Su Qingyuan. It possessed a perfect balance of strength and graceful lines. The drenched garments clung tightly to her form, accentuating her flat abdomen, curvaceous hips, and elongated legs, revealing her exquisite beauty for all to behold. She was a stunning enchantress, markedly different from Su Qingyuan, yet capable of driving any man to madness. However, what left Lin Emo momentarily speechless was not merely her beauty, but the sight of a broken black arrow piercing through her chest. The fletching of the arrow still quivered slightly. She was injured, severely. Without a moment to spare, Lin Emo dashed forward, rescuing her from the icy waters. What he grasped was a remarkable softness and a burning heat. She was feverish. Just as he lifted her into his arms, the woman, who should have been unconscious, suddenly opened her eyes wide. What striking eyes they were! Bright, sharp, filled with vigilance and murderous intent. Almost instantaneously upon awakening, her seemingly frail hand transformed into a blur, darting towards Lin Mo's throat with astonishing speed. Her swiftness was unbelievable. She bore no resemblance to someone gravely injured. Lin Mo, taken aback, instinctively prepared to retaliate. Yet, the moment his gaze met those fierce, threatening eyes, he glimpsed a fleeting glimpse of profound pain and despair within their depths. His heart inexplicably softened. Just as her delicate hand was about to grasp his throat, the spark in her eyes dimmed, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Her hand fell limply, her head tilted, and once more she succumbed to unconsciousness. Cradling this burning, soft, mysterious woman in his arms, Lin Mo gazed at the lethal arrow embedded in her chest, lost in contemplation. Who was this woman? Why was she here? Who had inflicted this injury upon her? A series of enigmas enveloped him. He realized that today's exploration would likely prove far more intricate than he had ever imagined. Chapter 20. The warm fragrance of soft jade and the ant's gaze in his arms lay a figure, both fiery and soft. A faint, unique aroma mingling the scent of blood with that of fresh herbs lingered at the tip of his nose. Lin Mo gazed down at the enigmatic woman, unconscious in his embrace, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Should he save her or let her be? This posed a dilemma. Reason dictated that this woman, of uncertain origins and bearing an arrow wound, had evidently become embroiled in some conflict. Taking her with him would undoubtedly present a significant, unknown risk to both himself and Aunt Sue. The most prudent course of action would be to leave her here to fend for herself. Yet, he beheld her exquisite face, pale from fever and suffering, and the gruesome broken arrow protruding from her chest. He remembered the defiance and murderous intent reflected in her eyes when she briefly regained consciousness. Damn it! Then Montag cursed inwardly. He realized he was incapable of such cold-heartedness. Oh well, let this be an act of kindness. A self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he ultimately made his decision. He carefully lifted the mysterious woman in a horizontal position. To his surprise, her weight was lighter than expected, yet she was undeniably substantial where it mattered. Her athletic, supple form pressed against his chest through her soaked clothing, sending shivers of exhilaration through him. Particularly striking were her long, straight legs, which curled slightly due to his embrace, exuding a powerful beauty. Not daring to dwell on his thoughts, he hurriedly departed from this place of turmoil. The return journey proved significantly more arduous than the way there. With an additional person in his arms, though she was not heavy, she nonetheless posed a burden. Lin Mo had to remain vigilant of his footing to avoid jostling the woman's injury. He could distinctly feel her body temperature rising, her breaths growing increasingly rapid, occasionally punctuated by muffled, pain moans. Her voice was soft, laced with a subtle rasp, igniting a heat within him. He hastily chanted to himself to avert his gaze and ears from any impropriety, when he reappeared on the silver beach with the mysterious woman in his arms. The afternoon sun hung low, casting a long shadow behind him. Xiao Montag, Brother Lin Mo, Su Qingyuan, and Bai Xiaoya, who had been anxiously awaiting his return, rushed toward him with delightful surprise. However, their expressions froze upon realizing that Lin Mo was cradling a beautiful, drenched stranger. The atmosphere became palpably delicate. Xiao Montak. Who? Who is she? Su Qingyuan was the first to recover, stepping closer to Lin Mo. Her enchanting phoenix eyes scanning the unconscious woman with scrutiny and a hint of an instinctive wariness she herself had not acknowledged. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoya pouted, her large eyes brimming with curiosity and discontent. Brother Lin Mo, you went out for a while and brought back a woman? Moreover, she is such a beautiful woman. Discover along the way, she was gravely injured and unconscious. Lin Mo provided a brief explanation, for he had no time to ponder the intricate glances exchanged between the mother and daughter. Cradling the woman in his arms, he hurried to the campfire. Aunt, quickly, bring the first aid kit. She has a fever. Her wounds must be treated immediately. Lin Mo's tone was laced with an undeniable urgency. Though Su Qingyan was beset by countless questions, the sight of the woman's grotesque arrow wound and her pallid complexion stirred her innate kindness into action. She fetched the first aid kit and crouched down, preparing to assist. As her gaze fell closely upon the mysterious woman's face, even Su Qingyan, who usually held confidence in her own beauty, could not help but silently marvel. This woman was undeniably stunning. Her beauty was infused with a fierce and primal allure, starkly contrasting with Su Qingyuan's own elegant and mature charm, yet equally lethal. A vague sense of unease quietly began to rise within Su Qingyuan's heart. Xiao Mo, the arrow, it must be removed. Su Qingyuan suppressed her swirling thoughts, gazing gravely at the broken arrow deeply embedded in the woman's chest. However, we have no anesthetics or professional tools. If we forcibly extract it, she may perish from the excruciating pain and excessive blood loss. Lin Mo understood this logic all too well. He observed the woman's brow furrowing in agony and clenched his teeth. There was no time for hesitation. He said with a firm voice, "If we do not remove it, infection and fever will claim her life just the same. We must take a gamble." He glanced at Su Qingyuan, then at Bai Xiaoya. "Aunt Xiaoya, hold her hands and feet. Do not let her thrash about. I will extract it." Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya exchanged a glance, each discerning a hint of anxiety in the other's eyes. Yet, without hesitation, they followed Lin Mo's command and firmly restrained the woman's limbs. The skin beneath their hands was hot and resilient. Lin Mo took a deep breath, extending his hands to grip the dark, broken arrow firmly. His movements were slow and steady. His enhanced senses allowed him to perceive the depth of the arrow's penetration into the muscle and its perilously slight distance from the heart. Just a centimeter off, and this woman would be beyond saving. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Mo's forehead. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya held their breath, the tension palpable. Especially Su Qingyan, as she pressed down on the woman's delicate wrist, gazing at Lin Mo's side profile, which appeared exceptionally handsome in his intense concentration. Her heart raced uncontrollably. She realized that she was increasingly unable to decipher this boy next door. At times, he seemed like a passionate youth, while at others, he embodied a steady and reliable man. He could spare an enemy out of compassion, yet in this moment, he displayed remarkable resolve and responsibility to save a stranger. This intricate and contradictory temperament enveloped her like a vast whirlpool, drawing her in involuntarily. "I shall begin," Lin Mo proclaimed with a firm voice, casting aside any hesitation. With a sudden surge of strength in his wrist, a gruesome sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air. He forcefully extracted the broken arrow. A dark red stream of blood gushed forth from the wound. The unconscious woman emitted a heart-wrenching scream, her body arching violently as she struggled fiercely. Her strength was astonishing. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya were nearly overwhelmed in their attempts to restrain her. "Quick, stem the bleeding," Lin Mo bellowed, without a moment's thought, pressing his recently removed, relatively clean t-shirt firmly against the gushing wound. The warm blood quickly soaked through the fabric, staining his hands crimson. He could feel the delicate form in his arms trembling violently from the excruciating pain and loss of blood, her life force rapidly waning. Yet, In that moment, one thought consumed his mind. She cannot die. Absolutely must not let her perish before my eyes. Chapter 21. Her temperature and the moisture between her lips' blood surged forth like a torrent breaching a dam. Lin Mo pressed down firmly on the wound. Yet the warm liquid continued to seep through his fingers, staining the sandy ground beneath him a deep crimson. The woman in his arms was rapidly losing her body heat. Her breath grew fainter, akin to a candle flame flickering on the verge of extinguishment. This cannot continue. She will bleed to death. Su Qingyuan's delicate face was etched with urgency. Having experienced similar trials before, she remained far more composed than Bai Xiaoya. She swiftly rummaged through the first aid kit, extracting all the gauze and bandages, and scoured the wreckage of the aircraft for clean fabric. Xiao Mo, keep applying pressure. Xiaoya, hurry and fetch fresh water, she commanded with remarkable poise. Bai Xiaoya, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly grabbed a plastic water bottle she had found and dashed towards the sea, only to return moments later, her face ashen. Mom, the seawater is salty. It cannot be used. Use the fresh water we drink. Su Qingyuan replied decisively, knowing that human life was at stake, leaving no room for hesitation. Lin Mo gazed at Aunt Su, whose calm demeanor and authoritative direction inspired a surge of respect within him. This woman, accustomed to a life of luxury, displayed a psychological resilience that surpassed the ordinary in the face of true peril. Her composed and unflappable aura radiated an irresistible charm unique to mature women. Before long, fresh water was procured. Su Qingyuan cautiously began to cleanse the blood from around the wound with a clear liquid, her movements gentle and tender, fearing to inflict any pain. Then, she layered all the gauze together to form a thick pad, and said to Lin Mo, Xiao Mo, release your grip. Obeying her command, Lin Mo loosened his hold. In that fleeting moment, Su Qingyuan deftly pressed the gauze pad firmly against the still bleeding wound. She then picked up the bandage and, with Bai Xiaoya's assistance, began to tightly wrap the upper body of the woman, circling it again and again. She applied considerable pressure, almost distorting the woman's ample bosom. The curvaceous figure, juxtaposed with the athletic and resilient form, intertwined in an intimate embrace for the sake of saving a life. This sight left Lin Mo feeling parched and breathless. At last, the bleeding began to subside. Although the bandage still seeped red, it was no longer as tumultuous as before. The three of them exhaled deeply, exhausted and collapsing to the ground. However, the crisis had not yet passed. Lin Mo reached out to touch the woman's forehead. It was scorching, like a burning coal. The excessive blood loss, compounded by the risk of infection, had induced a high fever. Lin Mo's brow furrowed once more, without antibiotics or fever reducers. A persistent high fever in such an environment could also prove fatal. Physical cooling. Su Qingyuan immediately declared, we must use cold water to sponge her down. As she spoke, she prepared to take action herself, but Lin Mo halted her. Aunt, allow me to take over, he stated. Both you and Xiaoya are young ladies, and you have also exhausted yourself throughout the day. You should rest first. Su Qingyuan gazed into Lin Mo's unwavering eyes, then glanced at the disheveled yet enchanting woman on the ground, a twinge of complex emotions flickering through her mind. Rationality dictated that Lin Mo, being the only male and possessing the greatest physical strength, was the most suitable to attend to the situation. However, on emotional level, she inexplicably felt a sense of discomfort, as if something precious to her was about to be taken away by another. The moment that thought surfaced, she startled herself and quickly suppressed it, her cheeks flushing as she said, well, just be careful and don't let her catch a chill. With that,
she grasped the somewhat reluctant Bai Xiaoya and moved to the other side of the fire, turning her back to them as they sat down.
Lin Mo let out a bitter smile, as he could likely fathom what Aunt Su was thinking. He refrained from saying more, wetting a cloth and gently beginning to wipe the woman's forehead, neck, and palms. As the damp fabric glided over her smooth forehead, an elegant, swan-like neck, an unusual, electric sensation coursed through him, stirring his senses. The woman's skin was astonishingly exquisite, delicate, silky, and imbued with remarkable elasticity. As her body temperature steadily rose, she seemed to succumb to some sort of nightmare, her brow furrowed and indistinct, pained murmurs escaping her lips. Unconsciously, her body began to writhe. The already soaked garment clung to her form, accentuating her athletic and alluring physique with every movement. Particularly striking were her long, slender legs, which occasionally intertwined. Chapter 22. A desperate search and a bloodied backpack. High fever clung to the mysterious woman like a relentless parasite. Lin Mo repeatedly wiped her body with cold water. Yet the effect was negligible. Her temperature remained alarmingly high, her lips cracked, and she murmured incoherently. He even attempted to channel his unique ability, a warm energy, into her body, hoping to aid her recovery. However, as soon as that energy entered her, it vanished without a trace, akin to a cow sinking into the sea, rendering it utterly ineffective. This cannot continue. Lin Mo's expression grew increasingly grave. He understood that physical cooling and his own abilities were merely temporary measures. The real threat lay in the infection of her wounds, leading to inflammation. Without antibiotics, she would undoubtedly not survive the night. Antibiotics, antibiotics. His gaze abruptly fell upon the colossal wreckage of the airplane nearby, resembling a steel tomb. There must be some on board. Surely, the first aid kit contains them. A thought struck him like lightning. Auntie, Xiaoya. He suddenly stood up and shouted to the mother and daughter by the fire. Take care of her. I will search the plane. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya recognized the urgency of the situation and hurried over. Xiao Mo, we have already searched. Su Qingyuan's lovely face was etched with concern. We took out all the first aid kits we could find. They only contained bandages and antiseptic alcohol, no medicine at all. That is because the largest and most comprehensive medical kit on the plane is missing. Lin Montag replied solemnly. I suspect it was taken by Brother Dao's group, or perhaps earlier survivors. This conjecture plunged Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya's hearts into despair. If that were the case, this woman was truly beyond salvation. No, there must be more. Lin Mo's gaze, however, was resolutely determined. What they took was merely the provided supplies on the plane. Many passengers likely carried their own medications in their luggage. I refuse to believe that on such a large aircraft with hundreds of passengers, there is not a single person who brought antibiotics. His words rekindled a glimmer of hope in the eyes of the mother and daughter. Let's go together. Many hands make light work. Suin-Yuan decisively proclaimed. The three of them settled the still, feverish woman by the fire and, armed with flashlights, plunged once more into the darkness of the airplane wreckage, which loomed like the maw of a beast. Inside the cabin, chaos reigned. Luggage and debris were strewn everywhere, and the air was thick with a foul mixture of fuel, blood, and decay. Ignoring the stench, they commenced a desperate and thorough search. One by one, they opened the scattered suitcases and backpacks. Clothes, cosmetics, laptops, local specialties. Various items belonging to a civilized world had now become worthless debris. They searched tirelessly, sweat pouring down their brows, their hands cut by sharp objects, yet they found nothing. Time slipped away, second by second. Hope, too, is gradually being worn away. There is nothing. Not here either. Bai Xiaoya opened a pink suitcase, gazing at the abundance of toys and snacks within, and sighed with a hint of frustration. Su Qingyuan's expression grew increasingly grave. The form-fitting flight attendant uniform she had just donned was now thoroughly soaked with perspiration, clinging tightly to her mature and voluptuous figure, accentuating breathtaking curves. Yet, she remained oblivious, persistently searching every conceivable corner. Lin Mo's heart began to sink as well. Could it be that there was truly nothing? Was he destined to helplessly witness that woman perish before his eyes? No, I refuse to believe it. A surge of stubborn defiance rose from the depths of his being. His gaze swept over the disarrayed luggage, ultimately fixating on several backpacks, crushed beneath the contorted metal seats. Still unopened, that spot had endured the greatest impact during the plane crash and was the most challenging to clear. Below, there might still be something down there, he shouted, disregarding the need to call for Su Qingyuan and the others to assist him, and with all his might, he began to attempt moving the severely deformed row of metal seats. A fierce roar erupted from him, veins bulging in his arms like coiled dragons. empowered by his abilities. He managed to force a gap in the seat, which weighed several hundred kilograms. Hurry! Seeing this, Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoyao rushed forward, using their hands and feet to drag the backpacks trapped beneath the gap. With a thunderous crash, Lin Mo, utterly spent, let the metal seat fall back to the ground, producing a resounding noise. The three of them, ignoring their labored breaths, immediately began inspecting the backpacks. The first one was empty. The second contained only a few books and a shattered tablet. The third, as Lin Mo unzipped the third backpack, his movement abruptly halted. It was an ordinary-looking business backpack belonging to a middle-aged man. The owner of the backpack was already deceased. Lin Mo recalled that his body lay not far away. The interior of the bag was stained with large patches of dark red blood, long dried. Lin Mo suppressed his discomfort and reached inside. Then he felt something, a hard, square plastic box. He pulled it out. It was a small, white household medicine box. Lin Mo's hands trembled slightly. With a flicker of hope, he opened the box. Inside, neatly organized, were various items: adhesive bandages, cotton swabs, cold medicine, gastrointestinal medication, and a blister pack of antibiotics labeled cephalexin, along with 2 blister packs of extended-release ibuprofen, antipyretics. He found it. Unable to contain his overwhelming joy, Lin Mo let out a triumphant shout. Hearing his exclamation, Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya immediately rushed over. Upon witnessing the life-saving medicine in Lin Mo's hands, the mother and daughter were nearly overcome with emotion. On the brink of tears, "How wonderful! How wonderful!" Su Qingyuan murmured, her gaze fixed on Lin Mo's face, flushed with excitement, her beautiful eyes shimmering with brilliance. This young man had, once again, performed a miracle. The trio dared not delay for even a moment. Clutching the precious medicine, they dashed out from the wreckage of the plane. Once they returned to the warmth of the fire, Lin Mo wasted no time, swiftly extracting 2 capsules of cephalosporin and 1 of ibuprofen. However, a new dilemma presented itself. The woman remained in a profound state of unconsciousness, her jaw clenched, rendering her incapable of swallowing. What to do? Lin Mo gazed at the medication in his hand, then glanced at the woman's parched lips, his brow furrowed in concern. At that moment, Su Qingyuan, observing Lin Mo and the unconscious woman, felt her strikingly beautiful face gradually warm under the flickering firelight. After a brief moment of hesitation, she spoke to Lin Mo in a voice so soft it was almost a whisper. "Little Mo, perhaps you could chew it up and feed it to her." Chapter 23. Her lips, his medicine, and Auntie's gaze as Su Qingyuan uttered her words. An enveloping silence descended upon the air, punctuated only by the crackling of the campfire. Lin Mo found himself completely frozen, staring in disbelief at Aunt Su, questioning whether he had misheard. Feeding with one's mouth? He glanced at the exquisite woman sprawled on the ground, her feverish lips flushed and slightly parted, seemingly beckoning him silently. Then, he turned his gaze back to Aunt Su, whose stunningly beautiful visage glowed in the firelight, reddening to the point of appearing almost bloodied. Her enchanting phoenix eyes darted around in a fluster, too timid to meet Lin Mo's gaze. Instead, she fixated on the flickering flames, attempting to speak with a fa-ade of calm. This is the only way. Isn't it how they portrayed in dramas? Saving a life is paramount. Her voice dwindled to a whisper, clearly overwhelmed by embarrassment. Beside them, Bai Xiaoyao regarded her mother with a wide-eyed astonishment one might reserve for a prehistoric creature. Her mouth formed a perfect O, and she remained speechless for what felt like an eternity. Good heavens! Is this truly her usually elegant and composed mother, who rarely smiled? How could she suggest something so utterly mortifying? Lin Mo felt his mind utterly incapacitated. Aunt Su's proposal struck him with an intensity that was almost unbearable. Kissing, though it was for the sake of saving a life. The recipient was a stunning stranger he had never met before. To make matters even more complicated, the one proposing this idea was none other than the enchanting neighbor he had secretly admired for so long. The entire scenario was bizarre beyond comprehension. This isn't appropriate, Annie. Lin Mo stammered, his face burning with embarrassment. What is inappropriate about it? And Suistone suddenly escalated, perhaps to mask her own disquiet. You are the only man here. If you don't do it, should I? Or should Xiaoya? With that, she shot Lin Mo an exasperated glance, her eyes reflecting a mixture of reproach and an unacknowledged hint of jealousy. At her words, Bai Xiaoya's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she quickly waved her hands, exclaiming, I certainly won tea. Cornered by Aunt Sue's insistence, Lin Mo found himself at a loss for words. Of course, it would be unthinkable to have Aunt Sue or Bai Xiaoya kiss a stranger. He glanced once more at the woman on the ground, still writhing in pain, feeling the heat radiating from her body, and realized he could delay no longer. Saving a life is akin to extinguishing a fire. To hell with it. What's a mere kiss? Consider it a form of artificial respiration. In his mind, he fervently steeled himself, and with a resolute bite of his teeth and a firm stamp of his foot, he made up his mind. He took a hefty swig of water, then tossed all 3 life-saving pills into his mouth. The bitterness of the medication was overwhelming, particularly the cephalosporin. Its distinctive chemical taste swiftly enveloped his palate. He bore the discomfort with great fortitude, forcefully crushing the pill between his teeth. Then, taking a deep breath, he slowly leaned down under the intense scrutiny of Su Qingyun and Bai Xiaoya, whose gazes were a tumultuous blend of tension, curiosity, shyness, and a hint of jealousy. His face inched closer to the woman, drawing nearer and nearer until he could discern the faintest downy hairs on her pallid visage. He could sense the heat of her breath, tinged with a hint of illness. Lin Mo's heart raced wildly, akin to the beating of a drum. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, his lips gently pressed against her soft, chapped ones. The sensation was incredibly soft, imbued with an unusual warmth. Lin Mo dared not entertain any stray thoughts. He pried open her delicate teeth and cautiously transferred the viscous mixture of saliva and bitter powder from his mouth to hers. Drop by drop. This was an exceedingly delicate endeavor, requiring him to ensure that the liquid was swallowed without triggering her instinctive urge to expel it. He distinctly felt her petite, supple tongue inadvertently brushing against his own. A shiver of indescribable electricity coursed through his body, causing him to tense up, nearly overwhelmed by the sensation. He quickly gathered his composure, focusing all his attention on guiding the liquid down her throat with deliberate slowness. Time seemed to stretch, an eternity passing before he finally felt assured that all the medicine had been swallowed. He then lifted his head, as if released from a great burden, his lips still warm with her essence, accompanied by a faint, sweet fragrance. He exhaled a long sigh, nearly depleted. However, upon raising his gaze, he discovered that Su Qingyun and Bai Xiaoya were regarding him with an exceedingly peculiar expression. Su Qingyun's cheeks remained flushed, yet her eyes harbored a hint of melancholy as she gazed at Lin Mo's lips, gently biting her own, lost in thought. Bai Xiaoya, on the other hand, pouted in evident displeasure, her expression akin to that of a child whose cherished toy had been snatched away. Clearing his throat, Lin Mo felt an overwhelming awkwardness under their scrutiny and quickly coughed twice to mask his embarrassment. Well, the medicine has been administered. Now it is up to her fate. With that, he retreated to the other side of the fire, distancing himself from the mother-daughter duo, his heart still racing. The events of the night had been exceedingly exhilarating. Just then, the mysterious woman who had been administered the medicine seemed to relax her previously furrowed brow slightly. Her breathing appeared to stabilize a bit as well, indicating that the effects of the medicine were beginning to take hold. The 3 of them felt a surge of joy upon witnessing this, and Su Qingyun's gaze toward the woman grew increasingly complex. She understood that the mysterious woman, whom the boy next door, who was like a son to her, had brought back from the brink of death in the most intimate manner, would likely become entangled with them in an intricate web of unbreakable ties from that moment onward. Chapter 24. Night Watch. Closer to her warmth as the night deepened. The sea breeze grew increasingly frigid, causing the campfire to crackle and dance, casting the shadows of the 3 figures on the beach in a flickering play of length and shortness. Following the harrowing incident of administering medicine, the atmosphere became oddly charged. Lin Mo sat alone on one side of the fire, feigning engrossment in adding firewood. Yet his peripheral vision could not resist glancing toward the other side. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya, mother and daughter, sat closely together, whispering to one another. Bai Xiaoya occasionally puffed her cheeks and shot Lin Mo an indignant glare, reminiscent of a rabbit whose beloved carrot had been snatched away. Su Qingyuan's demeanor, however, was far more intricate. Her gaze toward Lin Mo fluctuated between tenderness, melancholy, and an unacknowledged, mature scrutiny, laced with a hint of intrigue, as though she were admiring a piece of art she had painstakingly crafted, now revealing its astonishing brilliance. As for the enigmatic woman who had been rescued, her condition appeared to have stabilized significantly after taking the medicine. The high fever seemed to be gradually subsiding, and her breathing became long and steady. Yet, perhaps due to the effects of the medication or an unconscious reliance on her savior, she unconsciously curled slightly toward Lin Mo in her slumber. Her fit and alluring form emanated an incredible allure in the firelight. Time drifted slowly in this strange and ambiguous atmosphere. In the latter half of the night, Bai Xiaoya could no longer withstand her fatigue and fell into a deep sleep, resting her head on her mother's soft thigh. Only Lin Mo and Su Qingyuan remained awake beside the fire. Xiao Mo, you should rest for a while. Su Qingyuan's voice shattered the silence. Unbeknownst to him, she had shifted closer to Lin Mo, her tall, voluptuous figure exuding an intoxicating fragrance. I'll keep watching the latter half of the night. Lin Mo turned to behold Su Ai's face, illuminated by the flickering flames, which appeared exceptionally beautiful, and shook his head. I'm all right, Ai. I'm physically fit and recover quickly. He patted his chest and chuckled. But you, after a long day, must be exhausted. Please, go rest. Su Qingyuan observed his feigned nonchalance, and a hint of concern flickered in her beautiful eyes. She refrained from further persuasion and silently retrieved a blanket found on the plain, gently draping it over Lin Mo's shoulders. Then she settled closely beside him. They were so near that Lin Mo could distinctly smell the faint, refreshing scent of her shampoo wafting from her hair. He could feel the incredible warmth and softness radiating from her mature, voluptuous body, particularly her curvaceous figure clad in a fitted skirt pressed snugly against his thigh, the electrifying sensation causing his blood to race uncontrollably. Ai, Lin Mo's voice emerged somewhat hoarse. Do not speak, Su Qingyuan replied, gently placing a long, fair finger before her lips, signaling him to remain silent. Her face bore a tender, irresistible smile. Just for a moment, could you sit quietly with me? Her voice was soft and gentle, like a feather delicately brushing against Lin Mo's heart. What could Lin Mo say? He could only nod, his body stiff as he remained motionless in place. The two sat side by side in silence. The sounds of waves crashing against the shore and the crackling of the campfire filled the air. Before them stretched an infinite starry sky, illuminated by two peculiar moons. The atmosphere was serene and beautiful. After an indeterminate time, Su Qingyuan seemed a bit weary, gently resting her head on Lin Mo's shoulder. Lin Mo's body tensed abruptly. He could distinctly feel her silky hair brushing against his neck, eliciting a strange tickle. He could smell the intoxicating, mature scent emanating from her, more captivating than any perfume. He could even hear her steady heartbeat, tinged with a hint of dependence. In that moment, Lin Mo's mind was devoid of any distractions, enveloped in an unprecedented tranquility and contentment. How wonderful it would be if time could freeze at this instant. Instinctively, he reached out, yearning to embrace the woman who had bestowed upon him endless warmth and strength. However, just as his hand was about to touch her soft, fragrant shoulder, his movement suddenly halted. His heightened hearing, sharpened by his extraordinary abilities, detected a discordant sound. Amid the distant roar of the waves, there was an exceedingly faint, unnatural, buzzing noise. The sound was soft and distant, reminiscent of an engine. Lin Mo's gaze sharpened instantly. He gently lifted Su Qingyuan's head from his shoulder, allowing her to rest against her slumbering daughter. Then he stood up and walked to the edge of the beach, straining to see in the direction of the sound. On the ink-black horizon, several faint, flickering lights appeared. Those lights were rapidly approaching their island. It was a ship, In fact, more than one. Lin Mo's heart sank to the depths of despair. The appearance of vessels in this cursed place could only spell trouble. Were they reinforcements sent by Dao Ge or other survivors? Whichever it was, it signified immense, unknown danger for their makeshift family of one man, two women, and an injured companion. He glanced back at the still sleeping Su Qingyuan and her daughter, then at the unconscious, mysterious woman. His expression grew gravely serious. It seemed that this tranquil night was destined to be anything but calm. He tightened his grip on the fire axe in his hand, his muscles coiling into a state of readiness, prepared for imminent conflict. No matter who approaches, daring to threaten those behind him, he will unequivocally show no mercy whatsoever. Chapter 25. The enigmatic shadows and imminent peril. The monotonous yet oppressive drone of engines grew increasingly closer. On the horizon, several flickering points of light became progressively clearer. Indeed, it was a vessel. From its silhouette, it appeared to be a few modified speedboats, moving with remarkable velocity. These individuals did not resemble searchers. Rather, they bore the hallmarks of pirates. Lin Mo was acutely aware of the Somali pirates' notorious penchant for hostage-taking. Could it be that they were encountering such scoundrels today? A knot of anxiety tightened in his throat, gripping the fire axe with such fervor that his knuckles turned pale. He fixated on the distant lights, his mind racing through scenarios. What to do? Should he awaken Aunt Sue and the others to seek refuge in the jungle? Or remain here and observe the unfolding situation? Concealing themselves in the jungle might offer temporary respite from their pursuers' gaze. However, the nocturnal wilderness was fraught with its own unknown dangers. Moreover, the campfire and the remnants of the aircraft they had left behind presented a conspicuous target. Should their adversaries land on the island, they would undoubtedly be discovered. Remaining in their current position would mean exposing themselves entirely to the scrutiny of the approaching vessels, life and death resting solely on the whims of those aboard. It was indeed a dilemma of the highest order. In the midst of Lin Mo's indecision, he became aware that Su Qingyuan, who had been behind him, had awakened at some point. She silently stood at his side. "What is it, Xiao Mo?" Her voice, laced with the remnants of sleep, was unexpectedly calm. Lin Mo refrained from turning around, merely gesturing with his chin towards the distant sea. Following his gaze, Su Qingyuan's expression shifted gravely as she beheld the rapidly approaching lights. Rather than succumbing to panic or outcry, as many women might, she instinctively edged closer to Lin Mo, her tall and curvaceous figure nearly pressing against his back. "Who are they?" she whispered, her voice dropping to a hushed tone. "Unknown," Lin Mo replied, shaking his head, "but it is highly probable that their intentions are not benevolent. In this lawless domain, any vessel navigating through the night was assuredly not a harbinger of goodwill." Thus, the two stood shoulder to shoulder, silently observing the encroaching speedboats. The atmosphere was charged with tension, palpable to the point that Lin Mo could distinctly hear the rapid thrum of Aunt Sue's heartbeat nearby. However, just as the boats were approximately 1 to 2 kilometers from a shoreline, an unexpected turn of events occurred. They suddenly ceased their advance. The speedboats merely circled at a distance, as if surveying something. Powerful searchlights illuminated the night, sweeping back and forth across the coastline. Several times, the blinding beams passed perilously close to Lin Mo and Su Qingyuan's hiding place, causing her heart to race in fright. Instinctively, she reached out, gripping Lin Mo's arm with a vice-like hold. As he grasped her hand, he felt the firm and fervent muscles of the youth, brimming with explosive power, which momentarily calmed her frantic heart. Lin Mo gently patted the soft back of her hand, signaling her to relax. Fortunately, their campfire had dwindled to a mere ember after a night of burning, and coupled with the concealment of the plane wreckage, they remained undetected. The few assault boats circled for several minutes, but seemingly found no targets of worth. Ultimately, they pivoted, their engines roaring back to life as they surged toward another direction, swiftly vanishing into the inky darkness. The buzzing sounds gradually receded, and the sea once again fell into a profound silence. Only when those glimmers disappeared below the horizon did Lin Mo and Su Qingyuan exhale deeply, both acutely aware that their backs were drenched in cold sweat. They have left? Su Qingyuan's voice trembled with disbelief. Yes, they're gone, Lin Mo nodded, though his expression grew more somber. However, it is certain they will return. This maritime region is evidently within their operational territory. Today, they merely pass through, but next time, it may be different. This makeshift camp is no longer secure. We must relocate immediately, Lin Mo declared resolutely. Su Qingyuan gazed at Lin Mo's profile, etched with determination, and nodded without hesitation. All right, I will follow your lead. After all they had endured, she had developed a near-blind trust and reliance on him. The dawn soon broke. Lin Mo roused the still sleeping Bai Xiaoya and briefly recounted the events of the previous night. The young girl turned pale, her objections silenced. The three quickly sprang into action, gathering all salvageable supplies, bottled water, airplane meals, blankets, uniforms, first aid kits, and disassembled seatbelts. Lin Mo even used a fire axe to carve the remaining meat from the giant lizard's carcass, wrapping it in found plastic. This precious resource could rapidly restore their strength and must not go to waste. Having completed these preparations, only one final, troublesome issue remained: the mysterious woman still unconscious. After a night of care, her fever had significantly subsided and her breathing had stabilized. Yet, she remained in a deep coma, unable to move independently. What should we do? Lin Mo, do we need to take her with us? Bai Xiaoya asked hesitantly. Carrying an injured burden across a perilous island would undoubtedly heighten their risks and slow their progress. Lin Mo glanced at the woman. In the firelight, her pale yet beautiful face bore a touch of sickly frailty, contrasting starkly with her earlier aggressive demeanor. He recalled Su Qingyuan's words from the night before. To show mercy to an enemy is to be cruel to oneself. What of an enigmatic stranger? Lin Mo paused for a moment, then stepped forward, bending down, disregarding the complex gazes of Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya, and once more lifted the woman into his arms. We escaped from the plane together. I know not who she is, nor do I ascertain whether she shall be foe or ally in the future. However, it is inconceivable for me to abandon her here to await her demise. His voice, though soft, resonated with determination. Su Qingyuan observed Lin Mo's resolute figure, cradling another woman in his embrace, and a peculiar feeling of bittersweetness surged within her heart. Yet, more prominently, there was a sense of pride. This was the man she admired, a stalwart individual, even if he was merely a 19-year-old youth. Let's proceed. She inhaled deeply, suppressing the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, hefting the weighty supplies with one hand while grasping her daughter's hand with the other. She followed in Lin Mo's footsteps. Our new home lies ahead. Against the backdrop of the rising sun, tinged with a hint of crimson, the trio, laden with all their possessions and accompanied by a mysterious burden, embarked upon a migratory journey toward the cascading river valley. Unbeknownst to them, a myriad of unknowns awaited them in this new encampment. Yet, they understood that from this moment forth, they must cast aside all remnants of the past, learning to fight and survive like true beasts. Chapter 26. The Enchantress in his arms from the beach to the waterfall valley. The straight-line distance may be merely 30 or 40 kilometers. Yet for the trio, burdened and perpetually vigilant of their surroundings, this journey feels exceptionally long and arduous. The sun ascends higher, its searing rays scorching the earth. The soft sand beneath their feet saps their strength. With each step, their feet sink deeply into the grains, requiring greater effort to extricate themselves. Leading the group is Lin Mo, undoubtedly the most burdened among them. Not only must he carry the unconscious, enigmatic woman in his arms, but he also wields a fire axe, ever alert to potential dangers lurking in the jungle or sea. Though the woman is not heavy, the prolonged task of cradling what amounts to a 100-pound burden proves to be a considerable strain on him. Sweat has thoroughly soaked his shirt, dripping from his resolute chin onto the scorching sand, evaporating almost instantly. He could distinctly feel the woman's feverish body heat permeating through the thin fabric, a continuous warmth that envelopes him. Her form is soft, akin to a supple jade, pressing closely against his chest, perhaps due to the jolting journey. She stirs restlessly even in her unconscious state, her lovely head gently rubbing against his chest and shoulder. Her silky hair grazes Lin Mo's neck and chin, provoking both an itch and a flutter of desire. Several times he nearly stumbles, distracted by this beguiling burden. What a sweet encumbrance, he muses wryly, forcing himself to concentrate on the uncertain path ahead. Following closely behind Lin Mo is Su Qingyuan, undoubtedly the most resolute among the trio. She carries the heaviest pack, laden with their provisions, water, and tools. The weight strains her flight attendant uniform, accentuating her figure with striking curves. Sweat also drenches her attire, making her form-fitting skirt cling even tighter, vividly outlining her well-rounded curves, swaying gently with her arduous steps, exuding a mature, healthy sensuality. Her charming face betrays fatigue, her breath becoming somewhat labored. Yet her gaze remains steadfast. She understands that she cannot falter, for she is the pillar of her daughter and the strongest support for the young man ahead. Observing Lin Mo's broad, reliable back, despite his youth, as he carries another woman, a tinge of bittersweetness stirs within her. Yet more so, a sense of reassurance prevails. As long as this figure remains ahead, she feels that no matter the challenge, it seems surmountable. At the rear of the group is Bai Xiaoya. This 18-year-old girl possesses the least stamina among them and is the first to show signs of exhaustion. She was accustomed to a life of ease since childhood, unaccustomed to such arduous paths. Before long, she found herself panting, her small feet clad in sneakers, swollen and crimson from traversing the sandy terrain. "Mom, I can't walk anymore," she whimpered, tugging at Su Qingyuan's sleeve. "Xiaoya, hold on." Su Qingyuan turned back. Though she too was fatigued, she gently encouraged, "Look at Lin Mo. He carries someone and is more exhausted than any of us." Yet he hasn't uttered a word of complaint. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoya lifted her gaze towards Lin Mo, who led the way. Observing his drenched, resolute figure and his steady strides, a flicker of guilt and tenacious defiance glimmered in the young girl's eyes. Clenching her teeth, she ceased her complaints and silently fell into step with her mother. Though her steps still wavered, her resolve had significantly strengthened. Thus the trio, a united team, left a long, crooked trail of footprints upon the scorching sand under the blazing sun. At midday, when the sun was at its fiercest, Lin Mo noticed that the mother and daughter had reached their limits. He sought refuge beneath a large sunshade rock and announced a break. The three collapsed onto the scorching sand, gasping for breath. Su Qingyuan cautiously retrieved the few remaining bottles of fresh water from her bag. Twisting one open and first offering it to Lin Mo, "Xiao Mo, have some water." Lin Mo accepted the bottle, but instead of drinking it himself, he carefully tilted it to the lips of the unconscious woman beside him, feeding her a few sips before passing the bottle to Su Qingyuan. "Auntie, you both drink. I'm not thirsty." Seeing his cracked lips, Su Qingyuan felt a pang of concern and did not take the bottle. Instead, she directly held it to his mouth. "Open up." Her tone bore a gentle authority that brooked no refusal. Taken aback, Lin Mo looked into Su Qingyuan's caring eyes, warmth blossoming within him, and he obediently opened his mouth. The cool spring water flowed into his parched throat, refreshing him like a sweet spring nourishing his very being. Beside them, Bai Xiaoya pouted even more at the intimate interaction between her mother and Lin Mo. In a fit of pique, she snatched another bottle of water and gulped it down. After a brief rest and replenishment, the trio resumed their journey. Following this small exchange, the atmosphere within the group seemed to grow more harmonious and nuanced. Bai Xiaoya ceased her complaints and, emulating her mother, began to share some of the burden of supplies. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan would intentionally draw near to Lin Mo, gently wiping the sweat from his forehead and face with a damp cloth. The soft touch and intoxicating fragrance serving as the best solace for Lin Mo on this grueling journey. Finally, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, they once again heard that familiar, thunderous sound echoing in their ears. Lin Mo's spirit surged. He lifted his head and beheld in the distance a magnificent cascade of white water descending from the heavens. The Waterfall Valley. They had arrived. Gazing upon the vibrant, verdant expanse of the valley, adorned with natural rock caves that offered shelter from the elements. An incandescent light of survival and hope ignited in the eyes of the three companions. Their new home had come into view, yet unbeknownst to them, just behind where they had recently traversed, at the tranquil edge of the seemingly serene jungle. Several pairs of eyes, filled with greed and malice, were peering through the gaps in the foliage, watching them from afar. Chapter 27. The ants' decision. A thunderous roar echoed through the air, reminiscent of a tempest, as the trio stood at the entrance of the waterfall valley, profoundly moved by the breathtaking spectacle before them. From a towering cliff reaching a height of 100 meters, a magnificent waterfall cascaded down, splashing in a vibrant display of colors under the golden hues of the setting sun. Below the waterfall lay a tranquil and deep emerald pool, its waters meandering along a small river towards the distant sea. The banks of the valley were adorned with lush green grass and rugged rocks, punctuated by several natural caves of varying sizes. This place resembled a hidden paradise. How beautiful!" Bai Xiaoya exclaimed, her admiration rendering her momentarily speechless. The fatigue and fear that had weighed upon her for days seemed to dissipate amidst such grandeur. Su Qingyuan's enchanting eyes sparkled with a unique brilliance as she inhaled deeply, the air infused with the fragrance of fresh grass and the refreshing mist of water, invigorating her spirit. Lin Mo also felt a considerable sense of relaxation. This locale far surpassed any beach, boasting a stable source of fresh water, natural shelter from the elements, and a complex terrain that was easy to defend. "We shall make our home here," Lin Mo declared with conviction. Cradling the still unconscious woman, he ventured first into the valley, meticulously surveying the landscape. Ultimately, he selected the highest and most concealed cave as their temporary abode. The entrance of the cave was modest, allowing only two individuals to enter side by side. Yet the interior was spacious, measuring around 30 to 40 square meters. The cave was dry and well ventilated, with a thick layer of soft hay covering the floor. Most importantly, from the cave's mouth, they could behold a significant portion of the valley's breathtaking scenery. "This is perfect," Lin Mo thought to himself as he gently placed the mysterious woman on the hay at the cave's deepest point. He proceeded to move all their supplies inside. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya busied themselves as well, laying blankets atop the hay and organizing their limited resources. Bai Xiaoya even ventured to the riverbank, gathering a few exquisite wildflowers to place in the crevices of the cave, hoping to infuse their humble home with a touch of warmth. With a water bottle in hand, Su Qingyuan approached the pool beneath the waterfall, carefully filling all their containers. She scooped up a handful of the crystal-clear water and splashed it on her face, which had grown weary from days of travel. The icy water invigorated her, and as she gazed at her reflection, still striking despite the weariness, she cast a glance at her form-fitting yet stained flight attendant uniform, sighing softly. Once, she had been a woman of refinement, frequenting upscale venues and indulging in a life of luxury. Yet now, shaking her head, she dismissed these futile thoughts. She walked over to Lin Mo, observing him as he skillfully used a sharp stone shard to work on a large lizard scale. "Xiao Mo, what are you doing?" she inquired softly. "Making a door," he replied. Lin Mo spoke without turning his head, stating that although their cave was concealed, it still required an obstruction. This piece of scale armor, both large and resilient, was perfectly suited to serve as a door. As he spoke, he picked up the fire axe and began laboriously carving grooves into the rock walls on either side of the cave entrance to secure the door. Su Qing'an observed his focused and earnest profile, noting the muscles that bulged with exertion, evoking a warm surge of emotion within her. This boy always managed to consider every detail so thoughtfully, often without even realizing it. It was truly comforting to have him around. The sun gradually descended as night fell once more. A small campfire flickered to life within the cave, where the three sat together, roasting the last remnants of lizard meat in a cozy and tranquil atmosphere. However, unbeknownst to them, above their heads, on the sheer cliffs across the valley, several pairs of greedy and malevolent eyes were fixated on the little cave, concealed by the darkness of night. "Brother Dao, there they are," exclaimed a short, Stout youth with a face full of resentment, speaking to the bald, muscular man beside him. Damn it, they really found such a good spot. Brother Dao gazed down at the cave illuminated by the firelight, and then glanced at the massive waterfall, a glimmer of jealousy and greed flashing in his eyes. Beside him, in addition to the lanky youth whom Lin Mo had knocked unconscious, there were now 7 or 8 brutal-looking men. These individuals included passengers from the airplane and survivors who had arrived in this world earlier. They were a ragtag group, assembled through Brother Dao's force and promises of gain. That kid is quite something, incredibly strong, the stout youth said with trepidation. Are we just going to charge in? Charge? Are you out of your mind? Brother Dao retorted, delivering a sharp slap to his face. Do you think I'm a fool? Can't you see they have the advantage of terrain? Charging down from above would be suicidal. He stroked his shiny bald head, a sinister smile creeping across his face. No matter how strong he is still just one person. He must sleep, and he will eventually leave that cave. We will wait here until they are most relaxed, then spring upon them, catching them unawares. He. At that time, that exquisite beauty, along with that delicate little girl, will be ours. His words provoked a chorus of suppressed, lewd laughter from the men surrounding him. They resembled a pack of hyenas lurking in the shadows, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to pounce on their prey. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the looming danger. After dinner, Lin Mo insisted on keeping watch for the first half of the night. Unable to dissuade him, Su Qingyuan could only caution him to be careful before retreating deeper into the cave with Bai Xiaoya to rest. Lin Mo sat at the cave entrance, leaning against the enormous scale-like door, listening to the rhythmic breaths of the mother and daughter within, enveloped by a sense of tranquility and warmth. His heart was at peace. However, just as fatigue began to weigh heavily upon him after a long day, his enhanced hearing suddenly detected a faint, unusual sound. It emanated from above, from the cliff overhead, as if someone had inadvertently dislodged a small stone. Lin Mo's eyes sprang wide open. The remnants of drowsiness vanished, replaced by a chilling, bone-piercing sense of danger. He realized that his greatest fear had materialized. Those individuals were on their trail, and they were directly above him. Lin Mo remained composed, refraining from waking the slumbering mother and daughter. Slowly, he rose to his feet, gripping his fire axe tightly, and, like a specter, silently melded into the darkness of the cave entrance. His intention was not to adopt a passive defense. Rather, he aimed to take the initiative. He wanted those hyenas lurking in the shadows to understand that their target was not a docile sheep, but a ravenous tiger ready to strike. Chapter 28. The decisive kill of the night was eerily silent, save for the thunderous roar of the waterfall, which served as an eternal backdrop, drowning out all subtle sounds. Lin Mo's figure resembled that of a nocturnal gecko, stealthily adhering to the sheer cliff face outside the cave. He chose not to exit from the front, but instead utilized the natural protrusions of the rock and the vines to ascend sideways, navigating the terrain with grace and agility. Each footfall was executed with unparalleled precision, emitting not the slightest sound. The enhancement of his strength and nimbleness transformed him into the epitome of a master climber. He was acutely aware that his adversaries lurked above him, convinced they had the advantage of height, ready to ensnare him entirely. Yet, they could never anticipate that their prey would willingly approach them. The cliff was not excessively high, perhaps only 20 to 30 meters. Lin Mo swiftly reached the edge of the precipice. Cautiously, he extended his head, employing his extraordinary vision to gaze toward the source of the voices. Not far from the cliff's edge, concealed behind a thicket, lay 7 or 8 shadowy figures. At the forefront was the bald-headed Knife brother. They huddled together, their voices lowered, seemingly engaged in some clandestine discussion. "Stay alert, you bastards." Knife brother's tone dripped with impatience. "When a kid is deep in slumber later tonight, we'll descend with ropes. Take him out first, and those 2 women will be easy pickings." His words dripped with lewdness, provoking suppressed, sinister chuckles from the surrounding men. A chilling glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Mo's eyes. He did not act immediately. He was waiting, biding his time for an opportunity to ensnare them all at once. Silently, He unfastened the safety harness from his waist, a remnant from an airplane, and secured one end around his waist while firmly attaching the other to a sturdy tree at the cliff's edge. Then, like a poised spider ready to strike, he slowly suspended himself over the cliff's outer side, cloaked in shadows. Time ticked by, each passing second amplifying the tension. On the cliff top, Knife Brother S group appeared to grow increasingly impatient. "What are we waiting for, Knife Brother?" The guys can hardly contain themselves. One man urged, "Calm your nerves." Knife Brother snapped, though he too felt the stirrings of impatience. "All right, let's get moving. Lao San, Lao Si, you two head down first to scout the path." The two men named sprang to their feet, excitement evident upon their faces. They retrieved the ropes they had prepared earlier, securing one into a tree before cautiously beginning their descent down the cliff toward the cave below. The moment had arrived. Just as the two men reached the midpoint of the cliff, suspended in the air, vulnerable and exposed, Lin Mo sprang into action. His body shot forth from the shadows of the cliff like an arrow released from its bow. The fire axe in his hand traced a deadly arc beneath the cold moonlight. A soft thud echoed in the night. The man who walked ahead did not even have the chance to emit a scream before his throat was instantaneously severed by the sharp edge of an axe. Warm blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering the man behind him. The man behind, confronted with this sudden, hellish scene, was utterly petrified, letting out a soul-chilling scream. Yet his cry lasted but half a second, for Lin Mo's other hand had swiftly grasped his ankle, yanking him downward with ferocity. Another scream erupted as the man plummeted from midair, headfirst onto the unforgiving rock below. Thud! A dull sound resonated, and the screams ceased abruptly. In the blink of an eye, two vanguards had met their demise. This unforeseen turn of events left the men atop the cliff, including Brother Dao, in a state of bewilderment. What transpired? What is happening below? Brother Dao shouted in a mix of shock and fury. Yet the only response he received was a figure, like a wraith, rapidly ascending from the depths of the chasm. Lin Mo propelled himself off the cliff, leveraging the wall, and wielded the fire axe as if it were the scythe of death, striking once more. Swish! A man who had been peering over the edge had his head cleaved in half. Blood and gore splattered the ground. At that moment, Brother Dao and his cohorts finally grasped the gravity of the situation. They beheld the blood-soaked youth climbing up from the abyss, and terror gripped their hearts, instilling fear into their very souls. Thoughts of escape from the women were cast aside as they shrieked and turned to flee. But it was too late. Today, none of you shall escape. Lin Mo's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. He stepped onto the cliff's edge, embodying a tiger that had infiltrated a flock of sheep, commencing a one-sided slaughter. His speed was unparalleled, his strength immense. The fire axe in his grasp seemed to possess a life of its own. Each swing was a harbinger of death, chopping, slashing, sweeping, and thrusting. The simplest, most direct actions had transformed into the most efficient and lethal techniques of murder. Cries of anguish and pleas for mercy echoed incessantly. Yet Lin Mo's gaze remained unwavering. The words of Su Qingyuan, that mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself, echoed relentlessly in his mind. He understood that should he falter today, a fate worse than death awaited Aunt Su and Bai Xiaoya. Thus, he could not afford to lose. Therefore, these men must perish. Time became a blur, and when Lin Mo withdrew the fire axe from the chest of the last adversary, Brother Dao, the cliff top had morphed into a veritable hellscape. Corpses, severed limbs, and blood were strewn about. Lin Mo stood amidst the mountain of corpses and sea of blood, gasping heavily for breath. The pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses, igniting an urge to retch. Yet, he stifled the impulse with sheer willpower, fully aware that this was an obstacle he must surmount on his journey of growth. He slowly turned around, casting his gaze upon the dimly lit cave below. In that moment, he was taken aback. There, at the entrance of the cave, stood a tall and voluptuous figure clad in a fitted flight attendant uniform, none other than Su Qingyuan. Unbeknownst to him, she had awoken at some point. There she stood, head held high, observing the scene from the cliff's edge. The cold moonlight bathed her stunningly beautiful face obscuring her expression. Yet Lin Mo knew she had witnessed everything. The transformation of a tender-hearted youth into a remorseless butcher. His heart inexplicably tightened. He found himself hesitant to meet Su Ai's gaze, fearing to see fear and disdain reflected in her eyes. However, just as he prepared to avert his gaze, Su Qingyun slowly raised her hand towards him, gently waving as if greeting a beloved family member returning home late, filled with pride. Then, she turned and silently retreated into the darkness of the cave, as though she had not witnessed the gruesome slaughter moments before. Watching her vanishing silhouette, Lin Mo felt his heart, once hardened by the acts of violence, inexplicably soften in that instant. A warm current surged through him. He realized that Su Qingyun, with her unique blend of maturity, gentleness, and wisdom, had embraced all facets of him, the kind-hearted boy and the blood-soaked butcher alike. He let out a long breath, as if shedding an immense burden. Raising his gaze to the two eerie moons in the sky, a cold yet relieved smile gradually graced his lips. From this day forth, the world shall no longer bind me. To protect all that lies behind me, let the gods be slain, and let the Buddhas be slain. Chapter 29. The blood of dawn atop the precipice. The stench of blood was thick and suffocating. Lin Mo stood amidst the lifeless bodies, the night breeze brushing against him, bringing a fleeting chill that gradually quelled the turmoil in his mind, wrought by excessive violence. He gazed at his bloodied hands and the corpses of those who had, mere moments ago, been vibrant with life. Yet, within him, there resided no anticipated dread or revulsion, only an unprecedented tranquility. He recognized that he had crossed a threshold. From this moment forth, he would no longer be the tender-hearted youth who showed mercy to his foes. In this land that feasted upon the living, to safeguard all he cherished, one must possess a heart colder than that of a demon. He did not linger atop the cliff. He scavenged every usable item from the bodies, several lighters, a few inferior machetes, scattered provisions of food and water, and the ropes they had utilized for climbing. The spoils were scant, yet in this desolate world, every morsel of supply held immense value. Having completed his grim task, he refrained from tending to the corpses, knowing that it would not be long before the carrion creatures of the jungle would cleanse the scene thoroughly. He stealthily descended the rope, returning to the mouth of the cave. Inside, the fire still flickered. Bai Xiaoya and the enigmatic woman remained in slumber, while Su Qingyun was wide awake. She sat beside the fire, her back turned to the entrance, silently wiping something with a piece of cloth. As Lin Mo entered, he discerned that she was meticulously cleaning the fire axe he had wrested from the gaunt youth, its edge now dulled. She was thorough and earnest, as though striving to erase every trace of blood from its surface. At the sound of his footsteps, Su Qingyun's body tensed slightly, yet she did not turn. "Is it all taken care of?" Her voice was somewhat hoarse. "Yes," Lin Mo replied softly. "Are you hurt?" "No, that's good." After this simple exchange, silence enveloped the cave once more, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Lin Mo understood that Aunt Su was processing the horrors she had just witnessed in her own way. He chose not to disturb her, instead retreating to his corner, where he began to cleanse the blood from his own body. He shed the shirt, now thoroughly soaked in blood, revealing a muscular torso marred with scars. Then, with water and cloth, he painstakingly wiped away the bloodstains from his skin. In that moment, a captivating fragrance wafted from behind him. Su Qingyun had approached him, seemingly unnoticed. She naturally took the damp cloth from his hands and, without uttering a word, began to wipe his back. Her movements were gentle and tender. The soft, wet fabric glided across his taut muscles, removing the grime while simultaneously invoking a tingling sensation akin to electricity coursing through him. Lin Mo's body stiffened, acutely aware of Su Auntie's voluptuous form pressing closely against his back. He could even sense her slightly hurried breath, quickened by nerves, gently brushing against the nape of his neck. "Annie," he thought of saying something to shatter this disquieting silence. "Do not move." Su Qingyun's voice, however, carried a gentle firmness that brooked no refusal. With meticulous care, she cleaned every inch of skin on his back, then circled to face him, beginning to wipe down his chest and arms. As her delicate fingers grazed the jagged wound on his chest, reopened from battle, A flash of profound concern flickered in her eyes. Does it still hurt? She asked softly. Lin Mo shook his head, captivated by the exquisite beauty of Su Auntie's face mere inches away. In the flickering firelight, her enchanting phoenix eyes resembled two deep pools, devoid of fear or disgust, filled instead with an unwavering tenderness and compassion. Lin Mo's heart melted entirely. Unable to restrain his overwhelming impulse any longer, he suddenly reached out, fiercely pulling the captivating beauty before him into his embrace. Su Qingyuan gasped, her soft form colliding solidly against Lin Mo's warm, solid chest. Instinctively, she attempted to struggle. Yet his arms constricted around her like iron bands, imprisoning her alluring figure tightly against him. Lin Mo buried his head deeply in her fragrant neck, his voice trembling with fatigue. I've killed many people. I'm scared. In that moment, he was no longer the decisive butcher, nor the strategic core of the team. He was merely a 19-year-old boy, freshly stained with blood, filled with confusion and dread. He yearned for an outlet for his anguish. He craved a warm sanctuary where he could shed all pretense. Su Qingyuan's body stiffened instantly. Feeling the slight tremors of the boy's frame and listening to his fragile words, her heart felt as if it had been pierced by something sharp. All her reservations and concerns dissipated in that instant. Slowly, she lifted her soft, fair hands and gently encircled Lin Mo's waist, pulling him even closer. I understand. Her voice was so tender it seemed to shimmer. I saw it. Don't be afraid, Xiao Mo, I am here. You are not alone. No matter what you become, we will always be by your side. Her hands caressed Lin Mo's back softly, as if soothing a wounded, solitary beast. Lin Mo felt the astonishing softness and warmth in his embrace, inhaled the comforting scent that calmed his spirit, and listened to her gentle words, which seemed capable of melting away all burdens. His heart, once cold and restless from the violence, gradually found peace. Time eluded him, and when the first rays of dawn streamed through the cave entrance, he was still enveloped in that moment. Lin Mo slowly released Su Qingyuan from his embrace. The two exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. The atmosphere was charged with an unmistakable intimacy. Su Qingyuan's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of the dawn's first light. Overwhelmed, she dared not meet Lin Mo's gaze, hastily rising to her feet and stammering, "It's morning. I must go check if Xiaoya and the others are awake." With that, she fled into the depths of the cave, her movements betraying a sense of urgency. Lin Mo watched her retreating figure, flustered yet undeniably enchanting, particularly the way her curves swayed alluringly with each hurried step. A gentle smile gradually graced his lips. He understood that from this moment onward, the relationship between him and this captivating neighbor would never return to its former state. And for him, this change was a sweet indulgence. Chapter 30, Dawn, Planning, and her awakening as the ambiguous embrace between Lin Mo and Su Qingyuan drew to a close. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, casting a golden hue across the entire river valley. A new day had commenced. The brutality and carnage of the previous night seemed to be dispelled by the warmth of the sun. Yet, a faint, indelible scent of blood lingered in the air, serving as a stark reminder that this world was far from the tranquility it appeared to embody. Su Vingyuan Sivifti regained had composure, shedding the shyness and anxiety she had just experienced, and resumed her mature and poised demeanor. She ventured deeper into the cave to awaken the still slumbering Bai Xiaoya. Upon learning of the events that transpired the night before, how Lin Mo single-handedly avenged the 8 enemies atop the cliff to protect them, the young girl was utterly astonished. The way she gazed at Lin Mo transcended mere admiration. It was a complex amalgamation of awe, dependence, and a hint of youthful affection. "Lin Mo, are you hurt?" she inquired timidly, stepping closer, her voice tinged with barely perceptible tremors. Lin Mo chuckled softly, shaking his head, and instinctively reached out to ruffle her hair. However, upon noticing the remnants of blood still clinging to his hands, he hesitated, awkwardly retracting his gesture. "Iemme fine." Their simple breakfast consisted once again of roasted lizard meat. Yet the atmosphere today was markedly different from that of the previous day. Bai Xiaoya no longer chattered like an inquisitive child. Instead, she exhibited an unusual obedience. She proactively offered Lin Mo the best-cooked piece of meat and poured water from her relatively clean bottle for him. Her cautious demeanor, as if striving to please him, evoked both amusement and a pang of sympathy within Lin Mo. He recognized that this innocent girl was being compelled to mature in a harsh manner. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan displayed even greater attentiveness. Silently, she assisted Lin Mo by cutting the meat into smaller pieces and carefully checked the bandages on his chest for any signs of blood seeping through. Her gaze towards him was imbued with more tenderness and intensity than before, a completely unmasked look filled with admiration and reliance, characteristic of a mature woman. Being cared for in such a manner by this remarkable duo, each in their distinct style, made Lin Mo feel akin to an ancient emperor. This sensation was absolutely exhilarating. After finishing breakfast, Lin Mo wasted no time and immediately commenced planning and constructing the new camp. Safety was paramount, pointing towards the cave entrance. He addressed the mother and daughter, saying, "Last night's events have sounded the alarm for us. We must promptly fortify this cave into an impregnable fortress." He utilized the enormous lizard scales, the ropes seized from the gang, and the safety belts dismantled from the aircraft. First, he employed a fire axe to carve deeper and wider grooves into the rock walls flanking the cave entrance. Then, he meticulously fitted that enormous scale armor into place, crafting an immovable yet mobile door of unparalleled strength. He wove ropes and safety harnesses into a rudimentary snare net equipped with an early warning system, strategically positioned along the essential pathways surrounding the cavern. Should an enemy or a large beast approach, the alarm would be instantly triggered. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya became his most trusted allies. Su Qingyan, with her meticulous mind, knotted the ropes into various functional configurations according to Lin Mo's specifications. Though Bai Xiaoya was slight of build, her nimble hands adeptly affixed sharp stone shards and beast bones to the snares, augmenting their lethality. The trio worked with clear roles and seamless coordination, forming a remarkably efficient and cohesive survival team. Beneath the sunlight, Su Qingyuan donned a fitted flight attendant uniform, bending gracefully as she diligently wove the rope net. Sweat trickled down her fair neck, dampening the fabric at her chest. The alluring curve of her shapely figure was accentuated by her posture, creating a breathtaking silhouette that stirred the blood. Beside her, Bai Xiaoya, though still youthful in form, was beginning to blossom. Her vibrant physique radiated the essence of youth under the sun. Lin Mo, captivated by the enchanting scene of these two women laboring together, felt an inexhaustible vigor surging within him. To protect this beauty, he was willing to sacrifice everything, just as the trio was engrossed in their work.
A faint moan emanated from within the cavern. Lin Mo paused, exchanging a swift glance with Su Qingyuan. They promptly set aside their tasks and ventured deeper into the cave.
There, amidst the hay in the depths of the cavern, lay the mysterious woman who had been unconscious for 2 days and nights. Her eyelids fluttered slightly, long eyelashes resembling butterfly wings. Slowly, she opened her eyes. She was awake. Instinctively, both Lin Mo and Su Qingyuan felt a surge of anticipation. The woman's hawk-like gaze, upon first opening, appeared somewhat bewildered, yet clarity soon returned to her expression. Instead of assessing her injuries, her instinct was to spring up from the hay with a sudden lurch. However, her grievous wounds rendered her body incapable of executing such a movement. She struggled briefly. A sharp pain radiating from her chest wound caused her to stifle a groan, her fair complexion paling as she collapsed back into the hay. "Don't move. Your wounds have yet to heal." Lin Mo leaped forward, extending his hand to restrain her shoulder as she attempted to rise again. The touch revealed an astonishing softness and resilience. Frozen in place by his grip, the woman lifted her head, her eyes filled with wariness and hostility, locking on a Lin Mo with fierce intensity. Her gaze resembled that of an injured mother leopard cornered and ready to strike. "Who are you?" Her voice, hoarse from prolonged unconsciousness, bore a unique, chilling magnetism. "We are the ones who saved you," Lin Mo said slowly, gazing into her eyes. The woman remained silent, scrutinizing him with her sharp gaze before glancing at the enchanting Su Qingyin, dressed in her flight attendant uniform, standing behind him. Her eyes were filled with skepticism. Lin Mo understood that it would not be an easy task to disarm the wariness of such a vigilant woman. He released his grip from her shoulder, taking a step back to signify his benign intentions. Then, he picked up a nearby water bottle and offered it to her. "You have been unconscious for 2 days. You should drink some water." The woman's gaze fell upon the water bottle, then returned to Lin Mo. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly extended her uninjured, fair, and elegantly knuckled hand. However, instead of accepting the water bottle, she swiftly lunged, seizing the fire axe at Lin Mo's waist with lightning speed. Chapter 31. Her blade, the woman's movements were swift as lightning. That seemingly delicate jade hand, infused with a fierce energy incongruous with her injured state, reached for the fire axe at Lin Mo's waist. This grasp was both precise and fierce. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been utterly unprepared. Yet Lin Mo was no ordinary individual. Just as her fingertips were about to make contact with the axe handle, Lin Mo's response was swifter. Without even glancing, his instinct guided him to the most appropriate reaction. His left hand shot out like a flash, not to block but to strike first, deftly securing the woman's slender, yet powerful wrist. Simultaneously, he withdrew his body, effortlessly neutralizing her seemingly inevitable strike. A muffled groan escaped the woman's lips. She had not anticipated that this seemingly youthful boy would possess reaction speed and strength that surpassed her expectations. Her wrist was ensnared, as if gripped by an iron clamp, rendering her unable to escape. More critically, the exertion exacerbated the injury on her chest, sending a sharp pain coursing through her, causing her already pale face to grow even more ashen, while beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. "You would do well not to move recklessly." Lin Mo's voice remained calm, yet his gaze had sharpened. "Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the freshly stitched wound on your chest will not reopen." His words cut through the air like a frigid blade, striking at the woman's vulnerable spot with precision. A flicker of unwillingness and horror crossed her eyes as she fixated on Lin Mo, seemingly searching for something in his expression. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya stood by, utterly astonished by the rapid turn of events. They could hardly fathom that this beautiful woman, who had just been pulled back from the brink of death, would, upon awakening, attempt to harm her savior. "What are you doing? He saved your life." Bai Xiaoya was the first to react, her voice a mix of anger and urgency as she pointed accusingly at the woman. Though Su Qingyuan remained silent, she immediately stepped forward, her tall and curvaceous figure subtly shielding Lin Mo's side. Her captivating phoenix eyes brimmed with vigilance and hostility, unwaveringly fixed on the woman. Her protective demeanor suggested that should the woman make any further moves, she would not hesitate to pounce. The atmosphere within the cave became instantly charged with tension. The woman, feeling the undeniable strength at her wrist, glanced at the mature beauty standing resolutely before Lin Mo, as well as the innocent girl glaring at her with fierce determination. The aggression in her eyes gradually dimmed. "Release me," she rasped, her voice hoarse. Lin Mo met her gaze for a few seconds, ensuring that she harbored no further intentions of aggression, before slowly loosening his grip. The woman rubbed her slightly reddened wrist, and then, under the vigilant gaze of the three, she slowly leaned against the rock wall and sat up straight. This simple motion tugged at her wounds once more, causing her to draw a sharp breath. Yet she gritted her teeth and remained silent. Her resilience and determination caught Lin Mo's attention. "My name is Qin Rushuang." She lifted her head, her sharp gaze sweeping over Lin Mo and the others, and slowly revealed her name. Her voice was cold yet rich in texture. "Are you newcomers?" she inquired. "Newcomers?" Lin Mo was taken aback, failing to grasp the meaning behind her words. Observing the evident confusion and bewilderment on their faces, which clearly belonged to a civilized society, Qin Rushuang's eyes flickered with a hint of understanding and a touch of pity. "It appears you have just arrived in this exiled land," she chuckled self-deprecatingly, the smile tinged with desolation and resolve. Exiled land? Lin Mo keenly seized upon this keyword. Indeed. Qin Rushuang nodded, dismissing Lin Mo's query as she began to tear at her already tattered clothing. She seemed wholly unconcerned about her body being exposed to the three. As she gradually ripped apart the fabric soaked in blood and grime across her chest, Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya instinctively turned their heads away. Only Lin Mo, with a furrowed brow, continued to watch. Beneath the tightly wrapped bandages covering her ample and athletic torso, there lay a remarkably intricate black tattoo on her flat abdomen. Resembling a totem, the tattoo depicted a phoenix, poised to soar, emerging from flames. Lin Mo's heart jolted at the sight. Qin Rushuang seemed to notice his gaze. She raised her head and met Lin Mo's eyes, her expression laden with meaning. From the inner layer of her clothing, she produced a short knife, as thin as a cicada's wing, gleaming with a chilling light. The blade, fashioned from an unknown material, was entirely black, save for a flicker of eerie red at the edge. With practiced ease, she used the knife to sever the bandages binding her, then retrieved a small pouch made of animal hide from her bosom. Opening the pouch, she poured a peculiar black powder, exuding a strange medicinal fragrance, directly onto her mangled wounds without hesitation. A soft hissing sound echoed, reminiscent of hot oil meeting cold water, as a plume of blue smoke rose from the injury. Qin Rushuang trembled as pain coursed through her, her delicate face turning as pale as paper, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. Yet, she continued to grit her teeth, refusing to utter a single moan. After completing this ordeal, she appeared to have exhausted all her strength, leaning against the rock wall and gasping for breath. The cave was enveloped in a profound silence. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya were utterly stunned by her self-mutilating display of fortitude. After a long while, Qin Rushuang finally regained her composure. She lifted her head, her piercing gaze fixed firmly upon Lin Mo, and slowly spoke. In light of your act of saving my life, I offer you a word of caution. This world is known as the Exiled Realm. All aircraft and ships mysteriously lost from your world for various reasons ultimately find their way here. In this place, there are no laws, no order, only the most primal law of the jungle. The so-called monsters you see are what we refer to as aberrants. They're the lowest tier of predators in this world. Her eyes swept over Lin Mo and his companions, finally resting on the stunning faces of Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya, her tone turning icy and merciless. Women like you, unarmed and possessing beauty yet frailty, are deemed inferior to even the aberrants here. You are merely more sophisticated prey, the favored targets of those who call themselves scavengers, a group composed of survivors who relish in plundering resources. Her voice echoed within the small cave, each word striking Lin Mo and his companions like a heavy hammer upon their hearts. As for me, Qin Ruoshang, a cold smirk adorned my lips, filled with lethal intent. The pursuers behind me are not the scavengers, but rather something far more terrifying. The arrow lodged in my chest originates from the true natives of this island, a tribe of savages who take delight in hunting us outsiders. Chapter 32. Imminent Danger, Wild Men. The moment Qin Rushuang uttered these two words, the air within the cavern seemed to freeze. The faces of Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya turned ashen. They could accept the presence of monstrous aberrations and comprehend the survivalist scavengers, governed by the law of the jungle. However, the term wild men evoked a primal, savage, and incomprehensible terror. It implied that they might be confronting a group of intelligent predators, capable of wielding tools and setting traps, yet devoid of any semblance of humanity. Are you saying there are natives on this island who will hunt us? Su Qingyuan's voice trembled slightly. Instinctively, she inched closer to Lin Mo, as if seeking solace in his proximity. Qin Rushuang cast a glance at her, her eyes reflecting the gaze one might reserve for a Na'vi child. Natives? No, she scoffed coldly. They are not mere ordinary natives. They are the true wardens of this exiled land. To them, we who have descended from the heavens are nothing more than livestock, capable of fleeing and crying out. They will hunt us, skin us as trophies, and fashion weapons and adornments from our bones. As for our flesh, she left her sentence unfinished, but the chilling look in her eyes spoke volumes. Bai Xiaoya could no longer contain herself. She clutched her mouth and rushed to the cave's mouth, retching violently. Su Qingyuan's delicate face was pale as she gripped Lin Mo's arm tightly, her fingertips icy. Lin Mo's own expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. The information Qin Rushuang provided struck him like a thunderclap, shattering the last vestiges of innocence he had harbored about this world. The dangers, aberrations, scavengers, wild men formed an intricate web, ensnaring them with an inescapable grip. He finally comprehended why the gang led by Brother Dao acted with such impunity and why those navigating speedboats on the sea were so vigilant. In this world, weakness equates to death. Why are you telling us all this? Lin Mo raised his head, his dark eyes fixed intently on Qin Rushuang. He found it hard to believe that this woman, exuding an air of secrets and menace, would be so candid with newcomers without reason. Qin Rushuang met his gaze unwaveringly. "It is quite simple," she replied slowly. "I need a temporary ally. I am severely injured and require time to recuperate. Although you may seem weak, at least." Her gaze lingered on Lin Mo for a moment. "You possess some utility. Most importantly, the wild men pursuing me are nearby. They will soon discover this place. At that point, the three of you would certainly meet your demise. However, I can assist you in confronting them." Her voice brimmed with confidence and an unmistakable tone of negotiation. This was a calculated alliance. She laid the most brutal reality before Lin Mo and his companions, presenting a proposal that was utterly impossible to decline. Inside the cavern, an oppressive silence enveloped them once more. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya instinctively turned their gazes towards Lin Mo unbeknownst to them. This 19-year-old youth had already become the unwavering backbone and decision-maker of their makeshift team. Lin Mo did not respond immediately. He was engaged in rapid contemplation. Were Qin Rushuang's words true? If they were, they would be confronting adversaries far more perilous than the likes of Brother Dao and his gang. Yet, if she was deceiving them, what could her ulterior motives be? He studied her calm, emotionless eyes and the gruesome arrow wound on her chest. He chose to place his trust in her. For regardless of the veracity of her claims, one truth remained evident. This woman was undoubtedly a significant troublemaker. However, she might also be their only lifeline at this moment. "Very well," Lin Mo slowly uttered. "We shall form an alliance." Upon hearing this response, a hint of barely perceptible relief seemed to flicker across Qin Rushuang's cold, striking visage. She nodded slightly, acknowledging a wise choice. She struggled to rise, but the excruciating pain from her injury forced her back down. Observing this, Su Qingyuan, despite her lingering wariness towards her, stepped forward to assist her. "Do not move. Your wound may reopen." When Su Qingyuan's soft, curvaceous form made contact with Qin Rushuang's athletic and feverish body, both exquisite women instinctively froze for a moment. They exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with a complex interplay of emotions, scrutiny, caution, and even a hint of the subtle rivalry unique to women. "What shall we do now, Lin Mo?" Bai Xiaoya inquired with a quiver in her voice. Lin Mo's gaze regained its composure and determination. "Since our location has been compromised, we cannot linger here any longer," he declared decisively. "But where can we go?" Su Qingyuan asked anxiously. "There are dangers lurking everywhere outside. The most perilous places are often the safest," Lin Mo replied, directing his gaze towards the cavern's entrance, where lay the abandoned camp they had just explored the previous day. "I discovered some signs of human activity there yesterday. The terrain is intricate, and there are defensible structures left behind by previous occupants that we can utilize. Most importantly, a cold smirk graced his lips. There are ample traps to welcome our guests." His words ignited a spark of interest in Su Qingyuan and Qin Rushuang's eyes. Su Qingyuan had not anticipated that Lin Mo had already considered their escape route during his reconnaissance. This depth of foresight exceeded the level of maturity one would expect from someone of his age. In that moment, Qin Rushuang cast her gaze upon the youth she had previously deemed merely somewhat useful, with a newfound sincerity. She realized that she had perhaps underestimated him. "Very well. Let's relocate immediately." Without a moment's hesitation, this newly formed assembly, comprising a boy, two beautiful women, one of whom was gravely injured, and a young girl, embarked on their inaugural strategic endeavor to survive in this merciless world. They remained oblivious to what awaited them in the desolate encampment. Yet, they were acutely aware that a brutal game of predation, where only one could emerge alive, had officially commenced. Chapter 33. The Abandoned Camp and the Death Trap Decisions. Once made, leave no room for hesitation. This ad hoc, intricately composed quartet embarked on their first genuine strategic maneuver in this world. The journey remained arduous. Lin Mo once again bore the heaviest burden. He cradled the newly allied, yet still exceedingly frail Qin Rushuang in his arms. This time, Qin Rushuang offered no resistance. She simply rested quietly against Lin Mo's broad and sturdy chest, her sharp gaze gently closed, seemingly savoring each fleeting moment to recuperate her strength. Yet, Lin Mo could distinctly sense that her seemingly relaxed body was, in fact, taut with every muscle poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. She resembled an injured, feigning repose mother leopard, exuding an alluring danger. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya carried all their possessions on their backs. This time, the expressions of the mother and daughter were devoid of confusion and fear. Instead, they bore the resolute determination of one who has burned their boats. The information brought by Qin Rushuang shattered the last vestiges of illusion in their hearts like a heavy hammer, awakening the primal instinct for survival that lay dormant within them. They understood that every passing moment would be a battle for survival. Fortunately, the abandoned camp was not too far off. After approximately half an hour, they arrived at the rugged area across the river valley. Here, the desolation and eeriness were even more pronounced than when Lin Mo had viewed it from a distance. Several exceedingly rudimentary wooden huts, constructed from logs and vines, had long since collapsed into decay, leaving only a few crooked skeletal frames. Scattered on the ground were fragments of shattered pottery and rusted metal tools, their original forms unrecognizable. The air was thick with the scent of rot and dampness. "Who left this place?" Bai Xiaoya inquired, gazing at the ghostly ruins before her with a hint of trepidation. "Probably outsiders who arrived here long before us." Qin Rushuang's voice emerged from Lin Mo's embrace. She had opened her eyes at some point, her sharp gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Considering the degree of decay in these structures, they must have departed at least 3 to 5 years ago. Are they dead? Or did they leave? Su Qingyuan could not help but ask. Qin Rushuang offered no answer, but her icy stare spoke volumes. In this cannibalistic land of exile, departure often signified death. Lin Mo had no inclination to delve into the camp's past. His focus was entirely absorbed by the terrain before them. This ruin was backed by a steep stone wall, while the front was a complex jumble of massive rocks and dense underbrush. Only a few narrow paths, barely wide enough for a single person, wound through the chaos. It was in essence a natural and superb ambush site. "This is it." A spark of excitement ignited in Lin Mo's eyes. He carefully placed Qin Rushuang in the most concealed and robust stone cave, naturally formed by 3 gigantic boulders, shaped like a trident. Then, he commenced a tense yet efficient defense setup. "Qin Rushuang, your wounds are not fully healed. Your duty is to remain vigilant. With your experience, inform me from which direction the wild men are most likely to attack. Aunt Xiaoya, you two gather all usable vines, sharpened wooden sticks, and stones. Here, we shall prepare a grand gift for those indigenous people." Lin Mo's voice was calm, yet infused with strength, making the 3 women present instinctively regard him as the unequivocal core and leader. As Qin Rushuang gazed upon Lin Mo's youthful visage, etched with confidence and decisiveness, a genuine surprise flickered in her eyes for the first time. She had not expected this newcomer to devise such a clear and effective strategy in the face of immense pressure within such a short span of time. His psychological resilience and tactical acumen surpassed many so-called veterans she had previously encountered. Nodding, she hoarsely remarked, "The wild men excel in tracking. They will undoubtedly follow the traces we left and pursue us along the path we took. Moreover, they are exceedingly self-assured, disdainful of any detours. Hence, the broadest main road is their sole route of attack." Excellent. With the endorsement of a professional, Lin Mo felt a surge of confidence. He immediately began to utilize the limited resources at his disposal to set up a series of simple yet lethal death traps along the main road. He first excavated a pit half a meter deep in the middle of the path, the bottom filled with their sharpened, hardest wooden spears and beast bones. He then cleverly camouflaged the pit using branches and loose soil. Furthermore, he fashioned several tripwires from the incredibly resilient seat belts salvaged from the aircraft. One end of each tripwire was connected to heavy boulders suspended from trees by vines. Should anyone trigger the tripwire, the boulders would plummet from above, pulverizing everything beneath into a mere pulp. He also coated the sharp shards of stone with the faintly toxic blood from the giant lizard-esque carcass, burying them in the grass along the roadside like hidden mines. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya became his most capable assistants. Following Lin Mo's instructions, they repeatedly transported heavy stones into position and honed the wooden spears to a sharper edge. During their labor, sweat once again soaked Su Qingyuan's fitted flight attendant uniform. Her curvaceous figure, particularly her well-rounded form, created mesmerizing arcs as she bent and exerted herself before Lin Mo. On several occasions, when Lin Mo and she lifted a massive stone together, their perspiring bodies inevitably brushed against each other, allowing him to feel the astonishing softness and elasticity emanating from her. Infused with a heady blend of sweat and feminine allure, Lin Mo felt a sense of solace wash over him, as if the taut nerves honed by preparation for battle had finally found some reprieve. Time, within this tense yet subtly ambiguous atmosphere, flowed swiftly. As dusk began to descend once more, a rudimentary yet efficient trap-laden stronghold, infused with primal menace and modern ingenuity, had taken shape. Standing at the far end of the bastion, Lin Mo surveyed his creation, his eyes glimmering with a cold, predatory light akin to that of a hunter. He was acutely aware that he had made every possible preparation. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the arrival of his prey, as they unwittingly ventured into this meticulously crafted labyrinth of death. At that moment, Qin Rushuang, who had been on vigilant watch, suddenly fixed her sharp gaze intently. In a hushed yet grave tone, she declared, "They are coming." Chapter 34. Jungle Hunters. As Qin Rushuang's words fell, Lin Mo's heart leapt to his throat. He promptly gestured to Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya to swiftly retreat into the most concealed triangular stone cave, barricading the entrance with a massive lizard scale. He then concealed himself behind a large boulder alongside Qin Rushuang, a prime vantage point and command center for the entire trap. Though still recovering from her injuries, Qin Rushuang leaned against the cold rock, her sharp gaze resembling that of the most vigilant female leopard, fixated on the narrow path leading to the abandoned camp. She gripped a delicate black dagger, as thin as a cicada's wing, tightly in her hand. Lin Mo took a deep breath, heightening his senses to their utmost. In an instant, the world around him transformed in his perception. He could hear the rustling of leaves 100 meters away, stirred by the wind. He could smell the fresh scents of grass, earth, and the distant mist from a waterfall. Then, a jarring, discordant odor, reeking of savagery and blood, abruptly intruded upon his olfactory senses. Simultaneously, an extremely subtle, rhythmic sound of footsteps reached his ears. They were coming. Lin Mo exchanged a glance with Qin Rushuang, each catching a glimpse of the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Soon, several figures emerged at the entrance of the main path, 5 in total. When Lin Mo discerned their appearance, even with prior mental preparation, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. They were far from the scantily clad primitives he had envisioned. Towering in stature, each one was even more robust than the knife-wielding man he had previously encountered. Their bronze skin was adorned with various grotesque and sinister totems. Their faces were painted in red and white, revealing only their eyes, cold and cruel, reminiscent of wild beasts. They wore rudimentary yet practical leather armor, pieced together from various unknown animal hides and scales. Each carried a quiver woven from vines, filled with black spears identical to the one that had wounded Qin Rushuang. In their hands, they wielded stone axes stained with blood, crafted from stone and animal bones. These were the wild men Qin Rushuang had spoken of. They were, in fact, a well-equipped and highly trained cadre of jungle hunters. The leader among them was particularly formidable, towering over 2 meters, his muscles rippling like granite, exuding an explosive sense of power. Around his neck hung a necklace made of human finger bones and teeth, undoubtedly his trophies. This was the reconnaissance squad of the Bloodfang tribe. In a low, seething voice, Qin Rushwang revealed, "The leader is their centurion, Bonebreaker Gru." Centurion? Lin Mo was taken aback. Indeed, Qin Rushwang's gaze grew increasingly grave. Their tribe maintained an exceedingly rigid hierarchy. Above the ordinary warriors stood the 10 captains, and above them were the 100 captains. Each 100 captain emerged from a veritable sea of corpses, the most elite of warriors, whose prowess could effortlessly crush the colossal lizard previously encountered. Lin Mo felt his heart plummet to the depths of despair. If one could overpower a giant lizard, what are these 5 before him? He dared not imagine further. The 5 wild men did not recklessly enter the abandoned encampment. The leader, Bonebreaker Gru, raised his hand in a signal to halt. He then crouched down, pinching a bit of soil from the ground, bringing it to his nose to inhale gently. His eagle-eyed gaze began to meticulously sweep the surroundings, moving with the utmost professionalism and caution, akin to an experienced old wolf. Had they discovered us? Lin Mo's heart raced. No. Qin Rushwang shook her head. They were merely conducting a routine reconnaissance. The wild men never engaged in unprepared battles, which was fundamental to their reign over this harsh land. Indeed, after several minutes of careful observation without detecting any anomalies, Bonebreaker Gru slowly stood and waved his hand. The 5 wild men arranged themselves into a standard formation, mutually shielding one another, and cautiously stepped onto the main path leading to death. Lin Mo's heart beat quick in it. He could distinctly feel beads of sweat forming in the palms of his hands. Here they come. The first wild man stepped into the trap's vicinity. The second. The third. When Bonebreaker Gru was about to place his foot upon the meticulously concealed pit Lin Mo had prepared, he suddenly halted. His nose flared as he sniffed the air, his cold eyes fixating intently on the patch of earth beneath him that appeared indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain. Lin Mo's heart sank. Discovered. Impossible. He questioned his own camouflage, believing it to be flawless. Bonebreaker Gru gradually raised his stone axe. However, instead of attacking the ground, he abruptly hurled the axe with great force toward a nearby thicket. Thud! The heavy stone axe struck with a muffled thump, accurately piercing a tripwire set by Lin Mo to trigger the boulder trap. Swish! The rope was instantaneously severed. Yet, due to an improper point of leverage, the boulder suspended in the tree merely swayed without descending. The trap had failed. Lin Mo's pupils constricted suddenly. He finally understood where he had erred. He had overlooked the scent. In disguising the pit, he had disturbed the fresh soil. To the wild men who lived amidst the jungle, the difference in smell between new and old soil was as conspicuous as fireflies in the night. They had long since discovered the trap. Everything that transpired moments ago was merely a test. With a thunderous roar, the Bone Crusher Gru confirmed the location of the trap, his voice resonating with cruelty and mockery, as if deriding Lin Mo's naive and laughable ruse. At his command, the remaining 4 savages swiftly dispersed, no longer treading the main path. They leaped through the rugged terrain strewn with jagged stones like monkeys, navigating with astonishing agility. They formed an efficiently executed, fan-shaped encirclement, rapidly converging upon a massive rock where Lin Mo and Qin Rushwang concealed themselves. The traps Lin Mo had set were rendered nearly futile in the face of their terrifying mobility that utterly disregarded the landscape. This is bad. We have been exposed. For the first time, genuine terror flickered across Qin Rushwang's delicate features. She could scarcely fathom that these savages could be so cunning, so formidable. In an instant, the tide of battle had shifted. The original hunters had metamorphosed into the ensnared prey. Lin Mo observed the 5 specter-like figures approaching at high speed from various directions, acutely aware of the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from them. He understood that an unprecedented and brutal confrontation was now unavoidable. Chapter 35. Desperation. Retreat to the cave. In the instant when Qin Rushuang's expression shifted dramatically, Lin Mo had already made the swiftest and most astute decision. He grasped the somewhat dazed Qin Rushuang by the arm and, without a moment's hesitation, propelled himself towards the triangular stone cave behind them. The ferocity and agility of the wild men far exceeded his expectations. Engaging them in a battle of attrition in this open, rocky terrain would be tantamount to striking a stone with an egg. The only glimmer of hope lay in retreating to the narrow cave entrance. A natural fortress that was easy to defend, yet difficult to assault. By leveraging the terrain to divide and conquer, they could prevail. Roaring fiercely, the leader of the Bone Crushers appeared to comprehend Lin Mo's intentions. He unleashed a thunderous roar, his icy gaze fixated on the rapidly retreating pair. With a sudden motion, he drew a black short spear from the quiver on his back. His muscular arm, akin to rock, tensed as he flicked his wrist. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air. The black spear transformed into a nearly imperceptible bolt of lightning, surging forward with an unstoppable, lethal momentum aimed directly at Lin Mo's back. It was fast, exceedingly fast. The speed and force of this throw surpassed the arrow that had previously wounded Qin Rushuang by several magnitudes. Lin Mo could distinctly feel the hair on his back standing on end from the fierce gust of wind generated by the spear. The shadow of death enveloped him in an instant. He sought to evade, yet with Qin Rushuang cradled in his arms, he found himself unable to execute any effective dodging maneuvers. Was he destined to perish here? Let go. At this critical juncture, a clear, emotionless voice rang in his ear. It was Qin Rushuang. Her sharp eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance at that moment. Far from being panicked, she harnessed the momentum of Lin Mo pulling her back and suddenly twisted her waist. Her athletic and explosive form pivoted at an inconceivable angle midair, confronting the deadly spear head-on. Simultaneously, the black dagger in her hand traced a dazzling and lethal arc. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing echoed abruptly through the silent valley. Sparks flew. Qin Rushuang's black dagger struck the spear tip with unmatched precision. A tremendous force surged through the blade. She let out a muffled groan, her delicate face turning pale as her palms split open, blood streaming forth. Yet, this valiant strike successfully altered the spear's trajectory. With a whoosh, the spear grazed Lin Mo's side, narrowly missing him, and embedded itself with a resounding thud into a nearby rock, the entire shaft vibrating with the force of impact. Lin Mo's heart raced, nearly leaping from his chest. He glanced back at Qin Rushuang. Her pale and exquisitely beautiful face, though etched with anguish, held a pair of eyes that remained bright as stars, brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. Lin Mo's heart jolted. Without hesitation, he scooped up Qin Rushuang in a tight embrace, summoning every ounce of his strength to charge into the narrow stone cave. Boom! The very moment they dashed into the cave, the colossal figure of the Bonebreaker Gru had arrived, his massive form crashing forward. With a mighty swing, he brought his stone axe down upon the cave's entrance, striking the rock wall with immense force. Debris flew in all directions, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Soon after, the remaining 4 wild men reached the scene, encircling the tiny entrance with an impenetrable wall of bodies. They did not rush to attack. Instead, their cold, lifeless gazes fixated on Lin Mo and the others inside the cave, as if relishing the sight of their prey, destined to be torn apart. Inside the cave, the atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Damn it! Lin Mo, Bai Xiaoya, had already cowered behind Su Qingyuan, her pale face trembling in fear. Although Su Qingyuan was also frightened, she forced herself to remain composed, tightly cradling her daughter and casting vigilant glances at the enemies outside with her beautiful, almond-shaped eyes. Leaning against the rock wall, Qin Rushuang gasped for breath. The wound on her chest, which had just begun to heal, seemed to have reopened, and fresh blood began to seep out. Lin Mo set her down and positioned himself at the forefront of the cave entrance, wielding a fire axe as he faced off against the 5 wild men outside with icy resolve. He understood that they were temporarily safe, The narrow entrance could accommodate only one wild man at a time, providing them with a sliver of hope. Yet, this hope felt incredibly fragile. The wild men outside surpassed him in strength, skill, and combat experience. Especially Gru, the Bonebreaker. Lin Mo had no doubt that in a one-on-one confrontation, he would not last more than 10 exchanges. A direct confrontation would lead to certain death. Waiting for them to grow hungry, thirsty, or fatigued would also spell doom. What to do? What on earth should he do? Lin Mo's mind raced as he meticulously analyzed every detail and possibility in his thoughts, running through scenarios repeatedly. The wild men's advantage lay in their formidable individual combat prowess and their fearless, relentless fighting spirit. His advantage, however, resided in his intellect and in the seemingly delicate women beside him, who could, at critical moments, prove to be unexpectedly resourceful. A bold, nearly reckless plan, one that involved risking everything for a chance at life, gradually took shape in his mind. He slowly turned to look at Su Qingyuan and Qin Rushuang behind him, his expression more serious than ever. Auntie, Qin Rushuang, I believe we need to take a gamble. He cast a glance at Gru outside, whose eyes sparkled with mockery and cruelty. He glanced back once more at the enchanting woman, exuding an air of mature beauty, tinged with concern. The enigmatic lady whose exterior was frigid, yet whose spirit burned with unwavering resolve, and the innocent young girl trembling in her mother's embrace. A slow, fervent smile, brimming with madness and determination, crept across his lips. Do you wish to engage in a game of cat and mouse? Very well. Today, I shall reveal to you who the cat truly is, and who, indeed, is the mouse. Chapter 36. The Frantic Gamble and the Awakening of Women Within the Cavern. The atmosphere was so tense that it seemed as though it could be wrung dry. Outside, 5 wild hunters loomed like harbingers of death, their patience palpable as they savored the final struggles of a caged beast. Inside, Lin Mo's youthful visage was etched with madness and resolve. Su Qingyuan and Qin Rushuang were rendered speechless by Lin Mo's audacious wager. They gazed at him, awaiting his elaboration. Our advantage lies in the terrain, Lin Mo declared without hesitation, lowering his voice as he spoke rapidly. This entrance can accommodate only one person at a time. This is our sole opportunity. However, their individual strength is formidable. Leaning against the rock wall, Qin Rushuang, panting, analyzed the situation with calm precision. Especially that bone crusher, Gru. Even at my peak, I cannot be certain of defeating him in a one-on-one confrontation. How much less so now? Her professional assessment doused the flicker of hope that had just ignited. I understand, Lin Mo acknowledged, yet his eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. Thus, we cannot confront them head-on. We must stage a performance. A performance? Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya were momentarily taken aback. A cold smile, reminiscent of a hunter's, curled at Lin Mo's lips. Indeed, a performance. He cast a glance outside the cave at Gru, who stood with arms crossed, a mocking expression on his face. Though these wild men were powerful, they harbored a fatal flaw, an overwhelming confidence and disdain for us, their prey. They were akin to cats toying with mice, relishing the thrill of their quarry's desperate struggles. Thus, they would not rush to attack, nor would they charge in unison. Instead, they would send individuals one by one to test us, wear us down, and ultimately allow the strongest among them, Gru, to conclude the hunt and savor the fruits of victory. And therein lay our opportunity. Lin Mo's words flowed swiftly, yet his thoughts remained crystal clear. He surveyed the 3 women before him. One was an enchanting, mature woman who always offered him tender support in critical moments. Another was a cool yet fiery warrior with extensive combat experience. And the last, though timid, was a pure-hearted girl who had begun to grow and was obedient to her own instincts. This was his entire arsenal. His gaze first fell upon the mysterious woman leaning against the rock wall. Can you strike again, despite your injuries? Qin Rushuang met Lin Mo's piercing gaze, pausing in silence for a moment. Then, she slowly nodded. I can. She spoke but a single word, yet her tone was imbued with an undeniable conviction. Excellent. Lin Mo's expression grew ever more fervent. I need you to conceal yourself in the most hidden corner of the cave entrance. As the first wild man burst in, completely captivated by my presence, I required you to strike swiftly and mercilessly with your blade, aiming for his throat. This plan, undeniably malicious and insidious, exploits the wild man's overconfidence and takes advantage of the terrain to lay a lethal ambush. Lin Mo's gaze shifted once more to Su Qingyuan. I need you and Xiaoya to hide in the deepest recesses of the cave. However, you must remain vigilant. He handed Su Qingyuan several bundles of resilient ropes seized from Brother Dao and his companions. I need you to tie these ropes into a noose as swiftly as possible, securing one end firmly against the rock wall. When the second wild man charges in, I will lead him towards your direction. At that moment, I require you to pull the ropes. Su Qingyuan looked at Lin Mo, observing the excitement and madness twisting his features. She did not inquire why this was necessary. She merely nodded resolutely. All right, leave it to us. Her voice resonated with trust. Finally, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon himself. As for me, he slowly raised the fire axe in his hand. I am the bait. I will stand at the cave's entrance, provoke them, rouse their fury, leading them one by one into a frenzied charge towards their demise. The first will be handled by Qin Rushuang with a lethal strike. The second will be ensnared by the noose. At that point, he shall become the meat on our chopping block. As long as we can swiftly eliminate the first two, the wild men outside will find themselves in a predicament. They will remain unaware of the events transpiring within the cave, too fearful to attack recklessly, yet unwilling to relinquish their imminent prey. At that moment, the tide of battle will irrevocably shift. L'amoues plan intricately intertwined psychologie, terrain, and the role of each individual calculated to the utmost. This is a perilous gamble, fraught with risks. Any misstep could lead to their utter ruin. Following the revelation of his plan, an eerie silence enveloped the cave. Bai Xiaoya's face had already drained of color from fear. Qin Rushuang's eyes sparkled with astonishment and a hint of admiration. She realized that this young man's ruthlessness and intellect had once again surpassed her expectations. As for Su Qingyuan, she simply gazed at Lin Mo, observing this remarkable youth who radiated brilliance amidst despair. She beheld the man who, to protect them, was willing to sacrifice himself as bait. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with mist. Gradually, she stepped forward, extending her delicately cared-for, fair hands to gently cradle his face, much to Lin Mo's astonishment. Then, she rose on her toes, pressing her soft, warm lips, imbued with a hint of sweetness, gently against Lin Mo's. It was a kiss as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, devoid of any carnal desire, yet brimming with boundless tenderness, encouragement, and trust. Xiao Mo, go forth. She released him and took a step back, her stunningly beautiful face illuminated by a resolute smile that could captivate a nation. We all believe in you. We await your return. Lin Mo felt the lingering softness and sweetness upon his lips, gazing at the three women who had entrusted all their hopes to him. His heart swelled with boundless ambition. He turned, grasping the fire axe firmly, and strode purposefully towards the entrance shrouded in darkness. Thus commenced a hunting game, where the weak triumphed over the strong, brimming with wisdom and courage, as the curtain officially rose. Chapter 37. Bait Lin Mo stood at the mouth of the cave. Behind him lay a dimly lit cavern, shrouded in mystery and hope. Before him stood 5 formidable savage hunters, resembling the grim reapers of his fate. Drawing a deep breath, he forced all his fears and anxieties deep within, replacing them with a calculated display of bravado tinged with despair. Hey, you scoundrels outside! Lin Mo's voice rang out, deliberately pitched high, imbued with the youthful arrogance characteristic of bravado. If you have the guts, step in for a one-on-one. Hiding outside, what kind of heroes are you? His taunts echoed through the narrow entrance, momentarily stunning the 5 savages outside. They seemed astonished that the prey they regarded as insignificant dared to issue a challenge. The leader, Crusher Grew, displayed a cruel smile, interest flickering across his painted face. Beside him, a young warrior, unable to contain his rage at the provocation, let out a growl and charged toward the cave with his stone axe. However, Grew raised a hand to halt him, his gaze laced with mockery. Addressing Lin Mo inside the cave, he spoke in a remarkably awkward and harsh tone. "Little worm, no need to rush. The game has only just begun." Lin Mo's heart jolted. This was indeed a vital piece of information. They could speak a rudimentary form of human language. Yet his expression morphed into one of heightened panic and fury. "You Motherf, you are the worm. Your whole family are worms." He unleashed a torrent of the foulest, most venomous curses, portraying a facade of bravado that masked his inner fragility. His performance was strikingly authentic, embodying the desperate attempt to cloak his fear with vitriol. Seeking death, it was no surprise that a hot-headed young savage could no longer tolerate the insult. Letting out a furious roar, he disregarded Gru's warning and charged into the narrow cave like a rampaging bull. The bait was taken. A fleeting glimmer of cold determination flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Yet his face retained the guise of panic. He screamed, raising the fire axe in his hand, striking wildly at the oncoming warrior. His movements appeared chaotic and rife with openings. The savage warrior sneered, effortlessly deflecting Lin Mo's seemingly fierce but ultimately feeble attack with his stone axe. Then, grinning wickedly, he maneuvered his axe with the intent to slash Lin Mo's throat, envisioning the scene of this audacious little worm losing his head. However, at that very moment, when all of his focus was consumed by Lin Mo, a shadow, as dark and swift as a striking serpent, silently emerged from the cave's most obscure corner. Quick! It was almost upon him. A knife, a dagger, as thin as a cicada's wing, glimmered with a chilling light. With a soft hiss, a nearly imperceptible sound echoed as the sharp blade pierced flesh. The savage warrior froze abruptly, his malevolent grin frozen in place. In disbelief, he slowly lowered his gaze, only to discover a slender line of blood appearing on his neck, unbeknownst to him. That crimson line swiftly widened. Warm blood gushed forth like a fountain. He emitted a meaningless, wheezing sound. The spark in his eyes rapidly dimmed. He wished to turn back and see what had attacked him, but he no longer had the chance. His body slumped lifelessly to the ground. A single strike and death ensued from the shadows of the cave's entrance. Qin Rishwang's figure gradually emerged, leaning against the rock wall. Her complexion was even paler than before. The previous strike had evidently drained her of all strength. The black dagger in her hand continued to drip blood. Her gaze remained icy, yet when it fell upon Lin Mo, a vague, indescribable expression flickered in her eyes. However, Lin Mo paid her no heed. The moment the savage fell, he had already acted. He hastily dragged the still warm corpse deep into the cave. Then, he returned to the entrance, donning a facade of terror mixed with a hint of luck and fear. "Ah, come on, who's next?" he shouted, panting heavily, his bravado thinly veiling his fear, reminiscent of a novice who had just narrowly triumphed over a formidable foe. Outside the cave, the remaining 4 savages were stunned. They could hardly fathom that their comrade, a seasoned warrior, had perished at the hands of someone they deemed insignificant. How could this be possible? The leader Gru, known as the Bone Crusher, narrowed his icy eyes for the first time, fixating intently on Lin Mo as if trying to see through him. "Interesting," he murmured slowly. Then he turned to another savage beside him, issuing a command. "You go." This savage, evidently more composed and robust than the previous one, nodded and gripped his stone axe, his expression shifting to one of acute vigilance. Unlike the first, he did not charge recklessly but crouched low, cautiously advancing step by step towards the cave entrance. Each step was deliberate, his gaze sweeping the interior with the keen watchfulness of a hawk, clearly anticipating any potential ambush. Yet, he could not have imagined that the true danger lay not at the entrance, but within the cave itself. As he fully entered the cavern, his attention intensely focused on the still cacophonous Lin Mo, he suddenly felt a tightening beneath his feet. A robust knot, woven from safety belts, ensnared his ankle in an instant. Alarm surged within him as he instinctively sought to break free. Yet it was too late. In the depths of the cavern, Su Qingyuan and her daughter Bai Xiaoya clung desperately to the other end of the rope. Although their strength was limited, the cord was firmly anchored in the crevices of the rock face. The savage warrior, caught unawares, lost his balance, and lurched forward violently. This was the moment Lin Mo had awaited. With a fierce roar, he swung his fire axe, carving a cruel arc through the air, channeling all his strength and fury as it struck mercilessly at the back of the fallen savage's neck. A sharp crack of shattering bone echoed within the confines of the narrow cave. Another one. A chilling void enveloped Lin Mo's heart as he glanced down at the lifeless body beneath his feet. Raising his gaze, he fixed it upon the entrance of the cave, where the countenance of the bone crusher, Gru, had darkened ominously. A taunting smile spread across his face. Next, it will be your turn. Chapter 38. The retreat of Beast Lin Mo's provocation struck the tranquil surface of the lake like a massive stone. Outside the cave, the remaining two savage warriors erupted into furious rage. They let out an indistinct roar, brandishing their stone axes, ready to charge into the cave recklessly in vengeance for their fallen comrade. However, just as they were on the brink of entering, a cold, emotionless voice halted them. It was the Bone Crusher Gru, his hawk-like eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo within the cave, devoid of the earlier mockery and disdain. Instead, they bore an unprecedented weight and profound interest. He extended his long tongue to moisten his cracked lips, a gesture reminiscent of a beast that had discovered an intriguing prey. He restrained his companion's impulses and took a deep glance into the cave. His gaze swept over Lin Mo, who brandished a fire axe with an air of arrogance, then passed over the pale, mysterious woman concealed in the shadows, whose cold gaze remained unwavering. Finally, his eyes lingered for a full 3 seconds on a captivating, mature beauty in a form-fitting flight attendant uniform, who fiercely cradled her daughter in her arms. That gaze was filled with unvarnished, raw possessiveness, as if he beheld the most exquisite trophy already claimed by him. Su Qingyin trembled under his aggressive scrutiny, instinctively tightening her embrace around her daughter. Then, Gru made an unexpected decision that astonished everyone. He slowly retreated a step and waved his hand to his two companions. "We leave." He was actually ordering a retreat. Though the two savage warriors bristled with resentment and fury, they dared not defy their centurion-esque command. They could only glare fiercely at Lin Mo within the cave before dragging the still warm bodies of their fallen comrades and swiftly retreating into the darkness of the forest alongside Gru. Soon, silence enveloped the cave once more, as if the earlier harrowing confrontation and slaughter had been but a fleeting illusion. Yet, the heavy scent of blood and the unprocessed body of a savage warrior on the ground silently reminded them that everything had indeed transpired. They just left? Bai Xiaoya gazed at the deserted cave entrance, incredulous. No, the responses came from two voices, Lin Mo's and Qin Rushuang's, almost in unison. After speaking, they instinctively exchanged glances. Lin Mo discerned a hint of approval in Qin Rushuang's sharp eyes, while she, in turn, saw maturity and composure in Lin Mo's dark, bright eyes that belied his years. They did not truly depart. Qin Rushuang leaned against the rock wall, gasping as she coldly asserted, they merely retreated temporarily. The cunning and cautious Gru had discerned that the cave offered us an advantage, while he remained oblivious to the circumstances within. He was unwilling to gamble the lives of his subordinates to test for traps on our behalf. Thus, he opted for the most astute, albeit repugnant, strategy. Lin Mo interjected, "Surround, but do not attack." Indeed, Qin Rushuang nodded in agreement. They would linger like a pack of patient wolves outside, waiting for us to exhaust our provisions, to become weary, and ultimately to err out of despair. Then they would deliver a lethal blow. Her words plunged Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya, who had just begun to relax, back into the depths of despair. It meant that although they were temporarily safe, they had fallen into a far greater and prolonged predicament. They were trapped in this small cave. "What shall we do now?" Bai Xiaoya's voice quivered with a hint of tears. The atmosphere inside the cave grew oppressive once more. "What is there to fear?" Lin Mo suddenly laughed, his smile radiating confidence and a hint of audacity. "If they wish to outlast us, then we shall outlast them." He approached the corpse of a savage and deftly stripped it of its hide armor and weapon with a fire axe. Just as we were in need of food, weapons, and information, had they not delivered it right to our doorstep? He hefted the heavy stone axe, and examined the crude, yet uniquely styled hide armor, composed of animal skins and scales. Though simple, these items possessed remarkable practicality. With these provisions, our chances of survival had improved significantly. Lin Mo's optimistic demeanor acted like a ray of sunshine, dispelling the gloom within the cave. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya regarded him, observing his youthful yet perpetually spirited visage, their previously anxious hearts gradually finding solace. Indeed, what was there to fear? As long as this boy was present, it seemed that no obstacle was insurmountable. Su Qingyuan's beautiful eyes sparkled with renewed hope. She stepped forward and naturally took the bloodied armor and weapons from Lin Mo's hands. "I shall tend to these," she said softly. Then she turned her gaze toward the perpetually icy Qin Rushui. "Miss Qin, how is your injury?" Her tone carried a note of genuine concern. After their recent battle side by side, the animosity Su Qingyuan felt toward this enigmatic woman had considerably lessened. After all, they were now bound together by the same fate. Qin Rushuang glanced at her, then at Lin Mo, who was diligently tending to the spoils. A hint of softness seemed to grace her previously cold features. "I shall survive," she replied calmly. "However, I require more sustenance to regain my strength." Her gaze fell upon Lin Mo. "You are quite impressive." This was her first moment of unequivocal affirmation towards Lin Mo, far more captivating than any man I had previously encountered. Her words, though seemingly disjointed, were instantly comprehended by Su Qingyuan. Her enchanting phoenix eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed upon Qin Ruoshang's strikingly wild and alluring visage, then shifted her attention to the woman's form, though injured, still radiating a fiery and athletic allure. For the first time, an unprecedented sense of urgency surged within Su Qingyuan's heart. Instinctively, she raised her impressively mature and voluptuous bosom, subtly positioning herself to the other side of Lin Mo, creating a distance between him and Qin Ruoshang. Then, she picked up a clean, damp cloth, and with a tone imbued with an assertion of sovereignty, soft enough to evoke tenderness, she addressed Lin Mo. "Little Mo, you must be tired. Come, let Annie help you wipe away your sweat." Chapter 39. The battlefield of women within the cavern. Flickering flames danced. The air was suffused with a rich aroma of grilled meat, mingling with a faint hint of blood and a barely perceptible scent of gunpowder, reminiscent of the chaos of a battlefield. Lin Mo sat beside the fire, feeling an unsettling discomfort enveloping him. To his left was the enchanting and mature Su Qingyuan, while to his right stood the enigmatic and fiercely alluring Qin Rushuang. Though neither spoke, the palpable tension between them crackled like electricity, threatening to ignite the very air in the cave. Su Qingyuan delicately held a clean cloth, gently and attentively wiping the blood and sweat from Lin Mo's face. Her well-maintained, jade-like hands occasionally brushed against his neck and earlobe, sending tingling sensations coursing through him. Her gaze was soft, almost as if it could drip with tenderness. She resembled a devoted wife caring for her beloved husband. On the other side, Qin Rushuang leaned against the rock wall, her complexion still pale, yet her eyes gleamed with a sharpness akin to a blade. Her gaze lingered briefly on Su Qingyuan's hands, which roamed freely across Lin Mo's face. Then, she retrieved her ever-present black dagger and began methodically dissecting the body of a wild man. Her movements were marked by professionalism and efficiency, as she expertly carved uniform chunks of meat, meticulously arranged and devoid of sinew. Throughout her actions, her expression remained cold, yet her occasional glances towards Su Qingyuan were laced with a subtle, unabashed challenge, as if to declare, "What does it matter that you care for a man? I am the one who can ensure he lives longer." As for Bai Xiaoya, the young girl was utterly bewildered by the strange atmosphere enveloping them. She curled up in a corner of the cave, hugging her knees, glancing between her mother, the strikingly beautiful yet frosty sister, and Lin Mo, who appeared despondently caught in the middle. She sensed an unsettling discord in the air. Lin Mo, as the epicenter of this silent battle, felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles, a sense of unease prickling at his back. He perceived that the air on either side of him was at least 10 degrees warmer than elsewhere. "Ahem, Annie, I can manage on my own," he finally exclaimed, unable to endure the sweet torment any longer, awkwardly taking the damp cloth from Su Qingyuan's hands. Upon noticing this, a fleeting glimmer of disappointment flickered in Su Qingyuan's beautiful eyes, but she quickly masked it, redirecting her attention to the sizzling wild meat. "Is this even edible?" she asked hesitantly, eyeing the slightly darkened chunks of meat. "Yes," came Qin Rushuang's reply. The wild men of the Bloodfang tribe primarily fed on a peculiar creature known as the iron-backed porcupine. As she deftly handled the meat, she coldly remarked, "Thus, their flesh contains a faint energy capable of enhancing one's physique. Though it pales in comparison to genuine exotic meat, it is a significant boon for those of us who are newcomers." Her words sparked a flicker of surprise in Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya's eyes. So, consuming meat can indeed make one stronger? The laws of this world once again shattered their previous understanding. Before long, the first batch of meat was ready. Qin Rushuang, wielding her sharp knife, sliced off the best-cooked piece. Then, under the scrutinizing gaze of Su Qingyuan, who narrowed her eyes slightly, she offered the morsel to Lin Mo. "You have expended the most energy. You should eat first." Her voice remained frosty, yet carried an undeniable tone that left no room for refusal. This time, it was Su Qingyuan who felt displeased. "Clearly I arrived first. I was the one taking care of Lin Mo." She promptly picked up a piece of meat, perfectly charred on the outside and tender within, and presented it to Lin Mo's lips. "Lin Mo, come, try this. It's cooked to perfection." Her voice was so gentle it could coax water from stone, her beautiful phoenix eyes glimmering with a hint of alluring charm as she cast a sidelong glance at Qin Rushuang. Lin Mo gazed at the two enticing pieces of roasted meat before him, one on his left, the other on his right, both exuding an irresistible aroma. He glanced at the left, where an enchanting and mature woman with captivating eyes resided, then shifted his gaze to the right, where a cold, sharp-eyed, and feral beauty stood. He felt as though he were not simply indulging in meat, but rather facing a trial of fate. What a dilemma this was. Whom should he choose to accept from? If he accepted Aunt Su's offering, he would surely offend the formidable Qin Rushuang, from whom he hoped to gain intelligence and combat experience in the future. Yet, if he took Qin Rushuang's piece, the thought of Aunt Su's soulful and disappointed eyes, filled with longing, would be a torment more unbearable than death itself. In this moment of critical decision, Lin Mo's mind raced. Suddenly, he burst into laughter, extending his hands in an effortlessly graceful manner. Accepting the roasted meat from Su Qingyuan with his left hand and that from Qin Rushuang with his right. He then took a bite of Aunt Su's lovingly prepared meat with one side of his mouth and a bite of Qin Rushuang's expertly cooked meat with the other. While chewing, he mumbled in delight, "Mmm. Delicious. Both are exquisite. Aunt Su's is perfectly charred and tender, a taste of home. Miss Qin's is skillfully processed, with the sinews removed, yielding an exceptional texture. Truly professional." His actions were seamless, flawlessly acknowledging Su Qingyuan's efforts while praising Qin Rushuang's expertise. He maintained perfect equilibrium, leaving both women momentarily stunned by his deft maneuvering. Subsequently, they instinctively turned their heads away. At the corners of Su Qingyuan's mouth, a trace of a bittersweet smile emerged, embodying a sense of helpless affection. Meanwhile, on Qin Rushuang's icy countenance, a rare flicker of amusement seemed to pass, almost imperceptibly. The atmosphere within the cave, having been stirred by Lin Mo's rather audacious maneuver, grew considerably more relaxed. Thus, a war devoid of visible conflict was diffused through his simplest yet most effective approach. However, Lin Mo himself was drenched in cold sweat, acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. With a virtuous wife at home and allies beyond, it seemed that the days ahead would not be easy. Chapter 40. The Secrets of the Wild Man, a feast of roasted meat, filled with the clash of knives and swords, ultimately came to an end. Sated and refreshed, Lin Mo felt as though his very cells had been infused with a new vitality. The faint energy contained within the wild man's flesh, though inferior to that of the earlier giant lizard, proved abundant and satisfying. He could distinctly sense his stamina and supernatural powers rapidly rejuvenating. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya, after partaking of the meat, exhibited a noticeable bloom in their complexions. Evidently, such energy-laden sustenance had a far more pronounced effect on ordinary individuals like them. Even Qin Rushuang, who bore the most severe injuries, regained a hint of color in her pale face after consuming several sizable pieces of roasted meat. It seemed that in this world, the most straightforward and direct means of becoming stronger was, indeed, through consumption. Lin Mo cast his gaze upon the corpses of the wild men scattered on the ground, his expression growing somewhat intricate. He could not bring himself to commit the act of cannibalism. However, he felt no moral qualm about consuming the flesh of these wild men who preyed upon humanity. While the immediate crisis had been averted, a far greater threat loomed overhead, akin to the sword of Damocles. Lin Mo understood that they could afford no complacency. We must swiftly comprehend the nature of our adversaries. Rising to his feet, he approached the most intact wild man corpse, which Qin Rushuang had tended to, and crouched down to examine it meticulously. Su Qingyuan, by Xiaoya, and Qin Rushuang gathered around him. The skeletal density of these wild men was at least 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary person. Lin Mo tapped the robust leg bone of the wild man with his fingers, producing a sound akin to striking stone. The muscle fibers were not only thicker, but also more resilient, indicating that their strength and endurance far surpassed that of the average human. As he spoke, he wielded the stone axe they had seized, attempting to cleave through the wild man's hide armor. With a resounding clang, the axe merely left a faint white mark upon the armor. "This is the hide of the iron-armored rhinoceros," Qin Rushuang interjected, her voice revealing her knowledge. "It is a second-tier exotic species with formidable defensive capabilities. Coupled with the scales of this black-scaled wood, ordinary blades cannot penetrate it." Her expertise evidently surpassed that of Lin Mo and his companions. Second-tier exotic species? Lin Mo seized upon this new term with keen interest. Indeed, Qin Rushuang nodded. In this world, exotic species are categorized by levels. The giant lizard you previously dispatched could only be classified as first-tier best. The materials used by the Bloodfang tribe's warriors for crafting armor must be at least second-tier. Her words weighed heavily on Lin Mo's heart. If even the armor was fashioned from the hide of second-tier exotic species, how terrifying must the strength of these wild men be? He then picked up the black spear, which Qin Rushuang had severed with her dagger. He discovered that the spear's material was neither metal nor wood. Feeling cold and unyielding to the touch, the spearhead was coated with a dark purple venom that emanated a noxious odor. "The widow's venom," Qin Rushuang spoke again, her tone icy. "It can paralyze the nerves and seal the throat upon drawing blood. Had it not been for my unique constitution, coupled with your timely rescue, I would have long since perished." Upon hearing this, both Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya were gripped by a wave of trepidation. As they beheld the well-crafted yet sinister armaments of these savages, they truly comprehended the extent of their peril. They were confronted by a cadre of fearsome professional hunters. It seemed our prior strategy had underestimated them significantly. Lin Mo's countenance grew exceedingly grave. He had initially believed that, by leveraging traps and the terrain, he could dismantle these savages one by one. However, it now appeared that such an endeavor would be exceedingly difficult. The Bone Crusher Gru had already seen through their ruse, and next time, he would surely not repeat the same mistake. He was likely to opt for their most proficient method, hurling short spears to conduct ranged assaults, effectively entrapping and exhausting them within this cave. The atmosphere within the cavern became once more stifling. Yet, we still have an opportunity. At that moment, Qin Rushuang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. Her keen eyes locked onto Lin Mo's, and she articulated each word deliberately. "Your plan is not flawed. What is amiss is our strength. Your power and speed, though far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, remain insufficient. Your combat skills, while fierce, are still rather crude." Her gaze swept over Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya, deeming them a burden. Her words were remarkably blunt, causing Bai Xiaoya's delicate face to flush crimson. On the verge of tears, Su Qingyuan also paled, yet she refrained from retorting, for she recognized the truth in Qin Rushuang's statements. However, the subsequent words from Qin Rushuang left everyone in stunned silence. "Nonetheless, I can empower you. She regarded Lin Mo, her eyes shimmering with a glint of ambition. You possess the potential to become a formidable force, and I possess the means to facilitate your ascent. As for the two of them, she cast a glance at Su Qingyuan's mature and voluptuous figure, then at Bai Xiaoya's youthful yet burgeoning form. A knowing smile graced her lips. Such an excellent cauldron physique, if merely regarded as a burden, would indeed be a grievous waste. Cauldron? Both Lin Mo and Su Qingyuan were taken aback. This term instantaneously conjured associations with many unsavory elements typically found in novels. What do you mean? Lin Mo's expression shifted to one of vigilance. Observing his protective demeanor, Qin Rushuang let out a soft chuckle. That smile, akin to an iceberg thawing, was fleeting yet breathtaking, instilling a sense of awe. Do not be alarmed, little man. For the first time, she addressed Lin Mo with a teasing and suggestive tone. What I refer to as a cauldron is not what you envision. It is a unique method of cultivation that exists solely among us, the awakened bloodline descendants. In simple terms, her piercing gaze swept back and forth between Su Qingyuan and Lin Mo as if it could see through everything. This enchanting lady appeared to share some extraordinary connection with you. If I were to teach you a method that would enable you to significantly enhance your own strength through intimate contact with her, while also granting her the ability to protect herself, would you be willing to learn? Chapter 41. Auntie's Determination, the Most Intimate Contact? As Qin Rushuang uttered these words, the atmosphere within the cave seemed to be drained of all air. Lin Mo's mind buzzed, plunging into a void of disbelief. He stared, wide-eyed, at Qin Rushuang, whose icy visage now bore an expression he had never witnessed before, a mischievous and playful smile reminiscent of a little imp. Beside him, Su Qingyuan's already radiant face, illuminated by the flickering flames, turned crimson as if blood might spill forth. Her captivating phoenix eyes widened in shock, filled with a blend of shyness, astonishment, and a hint of incredulity. Instinctively, she took a step back, her voluptuous form trembling slightly with tension. Had she misheard? This enigmatic woman was suggesting that Xiao Mo engage in the most intimate contact with her? What outrageous nonsense was this? Su Qingyuan's voice quivered with a hint of disbelief. She pointed an accusatory finger at Qin Rushuang, her chest heaving from rapid breaths, the tight-fitting flight attendant blouse straining against her form. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoya, still somewhat dazed and uncertain about the exact meaning of the most intimate contact, looked at her mother's flush of indignation and understood that it certainly was not a benign statement. "You shall not bully my mother," the little girl exclaimed, puffing out her cheeks like a protective hen, spreading her arms in defense of Su Qingyuan. Yet, Qin Rushuang appeared unfazed by the vehement reactions of the mother and daughter. Her sharp gaze was fixed with interest on Lin Mo. "What's the matter, little man? Are you afraid?" Her tone dripped with provocation. "What I propose is the sole means for your survival." Lin Mo finally emerged from his stupor, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What do you mean by that?" "The meaning is quite simple," Qin Rushuang replied, her expression returning to one of cold seriousness. "The bloodline power of our Izu is divided into Yang and Yin. You, by nature, possess a pure Yang body. The reason your extraordinary abilities manifest as enhanced strength, speed, and recuperative powers is due to the Yang energy within you, which far exceeds that of an ordinary person. As for this beautiful aunt, her gaze fell upon Su Qingyuan's mature, curvaceous form. She is an exceedingly rare Taiyin body. Her body resembles a vast vessel capable of containing and nurturing energy. This is what I refer to as a cauldron. However, she herself remains unaware of how to guide and utilize this power. Thus, this energy lies dormant within her, serving no purpose other than to endow her with a physique more enviable than that of ordinary women and skin more delicate. Qin Rushuang's words deepened the flush on Su Qingyuan's cheeks. Instinctively, she accentuated her already impressive bosom and glanced down at her long, well-proportioned legs. Could it be that her figure, which evoked envy in countless women, was a result of this? And I, fortuitously, possess knowledge of an ancient method of dual cultivation, Qin Rushuang continued, each word detonating like a powerful bomb within the cavern. Through this esoteric technique, you can harness the latent yin power within her, merging it with your own yang power, the harmony of yin and yang, a seamless blend akin to water and milk. In that moment, your strength will experience an explosive augmentation, propelling you beyond your current limits and into an entirely new realm of power. Moreover, she too will partake in this fusion, awakening her own strength and gaining the ability to protect herself. This is a mutually beneficial scenario. Once Qin Rushuang concluded her statement, she fell silent, gazing at Lin Mo and Su Qingyuan, awaiting their decision. The cave resonated with an eerie stillness, broken only by the crackling of flames. Lin Mo's heart was tumultuous. Qin Rushuang had opened for him a portal to a new world. Beyond this door lay the potential for him to acquire formidable strength sufficient to contend with the wild men in a brief span. Yet, the key to this door lay in his subconscious gaze towards Su Qingyuan. There she stood, her head bowed, lightly biting her lower lip, her exquisite face flickering in the firelight, rendering her expression indecipherable. Her figure, clad in a fitted dress, was taut with tension, betraying her inner turmoil. A wave of indescribable guilt surged within Lin Mo. He understood the gravity of this choice for Aunt Su. It meant she would have to sacrifice herself for his sake, for the sake of the team. This was profoundly unjust. No, Lin Mo took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. I cannot do this. His voice, though quiet, resonated with unwavering determination. We will find another way. Upon hearing his response, a flicker of disappointment crossed Qin Rushuang's eyes. It was swiftly replaced by a sense of understanding. In that instant of Lin Mo's refusal, Su Qingyuan's tense body trembled violently. She gradually lifted her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes brimming with tears, yet her gaze shone with an extraordinary brightness and resolve. No, Xiaomo. Her voice quivered slightly, yet it was imbued with undeniable strength. I am willing. Both Lin Mo and Bai Xiaoya turned to her in shock. Mom, Bai Xiaoya exclaimed. Auntie, you. Lin Mo interjected anxiously. Please don't say that, Xiao Mo. But Su Qingyuan raised her hand to halt him. She stepped forward, gently cradling his youthful face, which was etched with shock and compassion. Looking into his eyes, she spoke softly, enunciating each word. Xiao Mo, have you forgotten what I told you? Here, we are a united whole. Your life is our shared life. If sacrificing my own life could ensure the survival of us all, I would do so willingly. She gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with tenderness and affection, a depth of emotion that transcended that of mere neighbors or the intricate feelings of an elder towards a younger. Moreover, a sudden blush, captivating and shy, graced her delicate features. Leaning closer to Lin Mo, she whispered softly, in a voice barely above a whisper, one that only they could hear, akin to the faintest hum of a mosquito. I feel no regret in entrusting my being to a man of such remarkable stature. Chapter 42. Her kiss. The whisper from Su Qingyuan, light as a gnat yet weighty as 1,000 pounds, struck Lin Mo's heart like a thunderclap from the heavens. His mind went blank in an instant. He felt the warm, slightly trembling breath near his ear, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of a mature woman that enveloped her. Gazing at her face, so close and yet increasingly captivating due to her shyness and determination, he felt himself on the brink of madness. Auntie, please. His voice was raspy and barely recognizable. He wished to push her away, to refuse her, for he understood that this favor was one he could not bear. Yet, Su Qingyuan held his face firmly with her delicate, fair hands, leaving him no chance to evade. Her misty, phoenix-like eyes locked onto his, tears silently cascading down her smooth cheeks. Those tears were icy yet scalding, burning Lin Mo's heart with pain. Xiao Mo, listen to me, she spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing, yet remarkably clear and resolute. I am not jesting, nor am I pitying you. The moment I fell from the plane, when you rescued me from the sea, I ceased to be the Su Qingyuan of old. Here, I am not a pampered noblewoman. I am merely a mother fighting to survive, wishing for my daughter to live as well. She cast a glance at Bai Xiaoya, who stood frozen in shock, unsure of how to react, before her gaze returned to Lin Mo's face. It is you who has given us hope for survival. Time and again, you have shielded us with your own body. If my body can make you stronger, if it can provide us all with a greater chance to live, then it is indeed valuable. It belongs to you. Her words resonated powerfully, each syllable imbued with the pure, primal spirit of a mature woman who has cast aside all worldly shackles in the name of selfless devotion. Mom, no, Bai Xiaoya finally reacted, rushing forward in tears to pull her mother away from Lin Mo. Mom, you can't do this. Lin Mo won't agree to it. Will you, Lin Mo? The young girl's tear-streaked face implored him with a near-begging gaze. Lin Mo looked at her, then at the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms, her eyes resolute and having made her final decision. His heart was a chaotic tangle. At that moment, a soft cough broke the heavy atmosphere filled with sorrow and ethical struggle. It was Qin Rushuang, leaning against the rock wall, her cold, exquisite face revealing a complex expression, admiration, sentiment, and even a hint of subtle jealousy. I must say, this aunt seems to understand the situation better than both of you, she said slowly. In this world, survival is the sole truth. Anything that enables your existence, be it dignity or physical form, can serve as a bargaining chip. Her gaze swept over Lin Mo. Boy, do not behave like a coward, hesitating and whining. This woman has wagered her life and future on you. What you must do is not to refuse, but to embrace her, and with the strength you shall gain, protect her and repay her. This is the duty of a man. Qin Ruoshang's words struck Lin Mo like a heavy hammer, rousing him from his stupor. Indeed, what purpose does it serve to linger in indecision and concern for so-called morals and boundaries? Should he stand idly by and witness Aunt Su and Xiaoya perish beneath the blades of those savages? Should he betray the profound trust and expectation bestowed upon him by this woman before him? No, absolutely not. In an instant, Lin Mo's gaze transformed into one of unwavering determination. He inhaled deeply, disregarding the still crying Xiaoya. He extended his hands, gently wiping away the tears from Su Qingyuan's face. Then, locking eyes with her, in a tone imbued with unprecedented solemnity, he declared, Auntie, I, Lin Mo, vow here and now that as long as I draw breath, I shall never allow anyone to harm you or Xiaoya, not even a single hair on your heads. I shall remember this grace you have shown me, and in the future, I will repay it tenfold. With that, he hesitated no longer. Releasing Su Qingyuan, he turned to Qin Ruoshang. Tell me, what must I do? Qin Ruoshang regarded him, her eyes now stripped of all innocence and confusion, replaced by an unyielding resolve and sense of responsibility. A genuine smile of approval graced her lips. Excellent. Now you resemble the man I have faith in. Slowly, she rose from the ground, a sharp pain from her wounds eliciting a soft groan, yet her posture remained erect. The method of yin-yang harmonization is not as simplistic and brutal as you might envision. It requires a ritual. First, you must cleanse yourselves. Use the purest waterfall to wash away all impurities and distractions. Then, I shall inscribe upon you the Lingxi seal using my bloodline power to guide the flow of energy. Her gaze roamed over Su Qingyuan's voluptuous and curvaceous form, causing the latter's cheeks to flush deeply once more. Especially you, Annie, Qin Ruoshang's tone took on a significant weight. Your Taiyin body concentrates energy primarily on several crucial acupoints. During the inscription, your clothing may hinder the process. Chapter 43. The curve of the peach. The words, spoken by Qin Rushuang, were somewhat bothersome, akin to the final feather that delicately settled upon the already taut strings of Su Qingyuan's heart. Her charming visage flushed suddenly, as crimson as the most resplendent sunset on the horizon. She comprehended well the implications of Qin Rushuang's statement, the so-called cleansing and the notion of marking. She dare not contemplate further. With a firm bite on her lower lip, her misty phoenix eyes reflected a glimmer of desperation, a touch of shyness, and a hint of resolve as they sought the gaze of Lin Mo. Lin Mo's heart was equally tumultuous. He understood that the arrow was drawn, and release was inevitable. Yet, gazing at Aunt Su's endearing and bashful demeanor, he felt akin to a beast poised to extend a menacing grasp upon a sacred masterpiece. Just as the atmosphere grew thick with unspoken tension, Qin Rushuang spoke once more, timely and commanding. "Follow me." She cast a glance at the lurking savages outside the cave before turning and venturing deeper into the cavern. Lin Mo, Su Qingyuan, and Bai Xiaoya exchanged puzzled looks but followed her nonetheless. The cavern proved to be far more profound than they had initially imagined. After traversing a mere dozen meters, the light diminished further, yet the air grew increasingly humid and invigorating. Simultaneously, a crisp, melodic sound of dripping water reached their ears. Turning a corner, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. At the end of the cave lay an expansive natural stone chamber, resembling a magnificent cave. The ceiling was adorned with an array of peculiar stalactites, while a crystal-clear, icy mountain spring trickled gently from the crevices of the rock wall, pooling into a natural stone basin approximately 7 to 8 square meters in size. The water was so clear that one could see the smooth pebbles at the bottom. Alongside the basin grew some unknown moss-like plants that emitted a faint glow, casting an otherworldly illumination throughout the chamber. It was quite simply a secluded natural sanctuary. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya were utterly entranced. "I discovered this place before we arrived." Qin Rushuang's voice echoed within the vast stone chamber. "The spring water harbors a faint spiritual essence. It is the best choice for purification." She turned, her sharp gaze fixed upon Lin Mo. "You stay outside. No one is permitted to enter and disturb us until we have completed the ritual. Even if the savages breach the entrance, you must resolutely guard the threshold." Her tone was unprecedentedly stern and grave. Lin Mo understood that what lay ahead would be a significant psychological and physical trial for Aunt Su. He could not afford any missteps. He nodded emphatically. "Rest assured, with me here, not even a fly shall dare to enter." Having spoken, he turned and strode out of the enchanting stone chamber, standing guard outside like a sentinel. Within the chamber remained only Su Qingyuan, Bai Xiaoya, and Qin Rushuang, 3 women amidst a palpable tension. Bai Xiaoya tugged at Su Qingyuan's sleeve, her eyes filled with concern and reluctance. Su Qingyuan gently patted her daughter's hand, took a deep breath, and lifted her gaze, her beautiful phoenix eyes now devoid of shyness and hesitation, replaced by a resolute determination to sacrifice everything for her daughter and the team. "Let us commence," she said slowly. Qin Rushuang regarded her, a flash of complex and ineffable emotion crossing her features. She nodded and began instructing Su Qingyuan on how to shed her garments, how to step into the crystalline, icy waters, and how to sincerely attune herself to the subtle spiritual essence within the spring. Following her guidance, Su Qingyuan gradually removed the damp and stained flight attendant uniform, beginning with a white blouse that accentuated her alluring figure, followed by the snug black pencil skirt that enveloped her stunning curves. Finally, as her mature, flawless body, akin to a masterpiece, was fully exposed to the air, even Bai Xiaoya's face turned crimson, her heart racing. With her eyes tightly shut and long eyelashes fluttering, Su Qingyuan displayed the turmoil within. Gritting her teeth, she slowly raised her long, shapely legs, stepping step by step into the frigid water. The spring enveloped her ankles, then her calves, and finally reached her slender waist. Her ample bosom, reminiscent of a ripe peach, created enticing ripples across the surface of the clear water with each breath. Water droplets glided down her smooth shoulders, crafting a breathtakingly beautiful and sensually arresting scene. "Focus and breathe." Qin Rushuang's voice resonated, akin to the tolling of a bell, drawing Su Qingyuan's scattered thoughts back. "Feel the flow of the water. Sense the dormant, immense power within you." It is awakening. Guided by her words, Su Qingyuan slowly closed her eyes, embarking on a journey to feel and connect. Meanwhile, outside the stone chamber, Lin Mo stood with his back to the entrance. Wielding a fire axe like a statue, his senses heightened to their utmost. He could hear the suppressed, malevolent conversations of the wild men beyond the cave. He could also hear the enchanting sound of water cascading within the cave, as well as the alluring breaths of Su Qingyuan, which had become somewhat hurried due to her anxiety and the chill in the air. His heart, too, raced uncontrollably in response. He understood that a baptism, pivotal to the fate of them all, had officially commenced, and he was the most devoted and formidable guardian of this sacred rite. Chapter 44. The runes of bloodlines within the stone chamber. A mist hung in the air, illuminated by flickering phosphorescence. Su Qingyuan submerged herself in the cool waters of the pool, striving to clear her mind under the guidance of Qin Rushuang. Initially, she felt a wave of nervousness and shyness. After all, exposing her nearly naked self in front of another woman and her own daughter was a first for her. Yet gradually, she sensed a profound shift. The icy spring water seemed to possess a certain enchantment. It not only cleansed her physical impurities, but also appeared to purify her very soul. The tension in her nerves, frayed from days of turmoil and shock, began to ease little by little. She could feel a dormant warmth within her being, gently roused by the cool waters. Very well, Qin Rushuang's voice resonated nearby. Noticing that Su Qingyuan had entered a meditative state, she hesitated no longer. She extended her uninjured, delicate right hand, and, with a knife as thin as a cicada's wing, made a gentle incision on the fingertip of her left index finger. A drop of blood, rich and red as a blood diamond, exuding an extraordinary fragrance, slowly oozed from the wound. With my phoenix blood, I shall forge the path of spiritual resonance. She intoned, then extended her finger, tainted with her essence, and pointed towards Su Qingyuan, making a delicate gesture in the air. In an instant, the drop of crimson blood transformed into a fine red thread, as if imbued with life, traversing the air and precisely landing at the center of Su Qingyuan's smooth and full forehead. Su Qingyuan's delicate form shuddered violently. She felt as if a searing hot iron had branded her third eye. An indescribable surge of scorching energy rushed from her forehead into her limbs and bones. Maintain your focus. Do not resist. Qin Rushuang's voice rang in Su Qingyuan's ears like the tolling of distant bells, guiding the power to circulate within her being. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyuan clenched her teeth and endeavored to channel the blazing energy rampaging within her, as instructed by Qin Rushuang. Meanwhile, Qin Rushuang approached the edge of the pool, observing Su Qingyuan's exquisite face, which had become even more enchanting amidst her pain and anxiety. A flicker of complexity crossed her sharp gaze. Now, the crucial part, she spoke slowly. I shall inscribe upon Yurine Cavern a harmonizing seal that resonates with his pure yang power. The process may bring some discomfort. Her gaze lingered on the stunning curves of Su Qingyuan, partially visible beneath the water, reminiscent of a ripe peach. I need you to rise and turn your back to me. Su Qingyuan's body stiffened once more. She understood all too well what Qin Rushuang referred to as the Yin Cavern. That was the most intimate and sensitive part of her body. To allow another woman to inscribe a sigil there? Her delicate face instantly flushed crimson, as if blood might drip from it at any moment. Beside her, Bai Xiaoya, though not fully comprehending, could tell from her mother's expression of utter humiliation that this was certainly no trivial matter. Why you? Don't bully my mother. The little girl mustered her courage and once again stepped protectively in front of her. Move. Qin Rushuang merely cast her a cold, disdainful glance, a gaze so icy and imperious that Bai Xiaoya instinctively recoiled. This is to save all your lives. Qin Rushuang's voice was devoid of emotion. If you wish to watch your mother and that reckless young man outside perish beneath the savage's blades, then by all means, continue wasting time here. Her words struck Bai Xiaoya's heart like a dagger. The girl's eyes reddened instantly, yet she could summon no further words of defiance. Witnessing her daughter's distress, Su Qingyuan's heart ached. She drew a deep breath and slowly rose from the pool. The sound of cascading water filled the air as an ethereal, flawless figure emerged, one so breathtaking it could steal the heaven's splendor. Droplets traced paths down her jade-like skin, glistening along the mesmerizing curves of her form. Eyes tightly shut, Su Qingyuan trembled faintly from a mix of shame and tension. She turned gradually, presenting her smooth, sculpted back to Qin Rushuang, a perfect S-curve that tapered from her slender waist to the alluring fullness of her hips, a sight capable of driving any man to madness. Even Qin Rushuang, a woman herself, felt an uncharacteristic dryness in her throat as she beheld such beauty. A rare flicker of admiration passed through her gaze. Truly, a peerless lunar physique, she murmured. Without further hesitation, she extended a finger stained with her own phoenix essence and pressed it gently against Su Qingyun's most secret, most sacred, and most tantalizing acupoint. MMM. A stifled moan, laden with agony and an undercurrent of peculiar pleasure, escaped Su Qingyun's lips. Her body arched violently, like a mermaid torn from the sea. Outside the stone chamber, Lin Mo stood vigilant, attuned to every movement beyond the cave. When that unmistakably seductive sound reached his ears, his entire body stiffened. An indescribable heat surged abruptly from his core, flooding his mind with wildfire. Damn it! He muttered a curse under his breath, quickly shaking his head in an attempt to dispel those alluring and inappropriate images from his mind. He understood that the most crucial step had already commenced. He was also aware that from this moment onward, the innocent, neighborly relationship he shared with Aunt Sue had been irrevocably shattered. In its place emerged a bond that was far more profound, intimately intertwined, and steeped in forbidden allure. Strangely, he found himself not only unperturbed by this change, but even harboring a subtle, secret anticipation. Chapter 45. The Union of Yin and Yang. Within the stone chamber, the spring light was enchanting, yet imbued with a profound sense of sacred ritual. Qin Rushuang's fingertips, akin to the most exquisite brush, dipped in her own phoenix blood, meticulously inscribed a series of ancient runes, each radiating a mysterious allure, onto the smooth, lustrous curves of Su Qingyun's peach-like form. Her movements were marked by intense concentration. Meanwhile, Su Qingyun bit her lower lip, her body overwhelmed by an exquisite shyness. She could distinctly sense the awakening of her dormant lunar power, which had lain in slumber for over 30 years. A monumental transformation was unfolding within her. Her skin grew increasingly delicate and radiant, and her figure appeared more alluring and enticing. Time passed, and as Qin Rushuang etched the final stroke, a magnificent seal composed of countless crimson runes, resembling the majestic spread of a phoenix's wings, emerged perfectly upon the tantalizing curves of Su Qingyun, capable of driving any man to madness. Qin Rushuang exhaled deeply, nearly exhausted from the immense toll this crafting took on her injured body. Leaning against the rock wall, she gazed at her creation, a hint of satisfaction gracing her icy features. "It is done," she said to Su Qingyun. "The crucial seal has been inscribed." Her gaze then shifted beyond the stone chamber to the youth guarding the entrance. "It is now up to you." Slowly, Su Qingyun turned around. At that moment, the shyness and hesitation had vanished from her stunning visage, replaced by a sacred and alluring determination to give everything for the one she loved. She emerged from the water, foregoing the tattered garments, her bare feet glistening with droplets as she stepped out of the stone chamber. When her figure, illuminated by the runes and the shimmering water, appeared before Lin Mo, he felt as if his breath had ceased. "Xiao Mo," Su Qingyun approached him, her misty phoenix eyes locking onto his with boundless tenderness. "I am ready." Lin Mo gazed at her pure yet enticing presence, and the undeniable resolve within her eyes. He understood that there was no turning back. Taking a deep breath, he nodded emphatically. Then, he reached out and enveloped this captivating beauty in his arms. Inside the cave, the ambience was vibrant with spring, a sacred ceremony, one that held the weight of life and death. The future was underway. Following the secret methods imparted by Qin Rushuang, Lin Mo guided the pure yang energy within him, akin to a blazing fire, as it slowly merged with Su Qingyun. As the union seal on Su Qingyun's back began to emanate a gentle red glow, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Lin Mo was suddenly engulfed by an unprecedented, magnificent surge of pure energy that erupted within his limbs and bones. His body, his skeleton, his muscles, every single cell was fervently enhanced and transformed by this overwhelming force. His strength was ascending at an astonishing pace, soaring to heights unimaginable. It was twice, thrice stronger than before. He felt as though he had become invincible. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan also reaped tremendous benefits from this fusion. She could distinctly sense her body growing younger and more vibrant by the moment. Even in her mind, vague notions about harnessing this newfound power began to surface. She was awakening. However, just as this ritual reached its most critical juncture, an unexpected disturbance arose outside the cave. The Bone Crusher, Gru, who had remained still until now, seemed to have finally lost his patience. A glint of cruelty flashed in his cold eyes as he issued a final attack command to the two remaining wild warriors by his side. With a sharp whoosh that surpassed any sound heard before, a black spear, steeped in deadly poison, shot forth like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, cutting through the darkness with lethal intent aimed directly at the cave's entrance. This spear's target was not Lin Mo, nor anyone else, but merely a test. Inside the cave, Lin Mo's eyes suddenly widened. His gaze shimmered with an intensity akin to tangible brilliance. Just as the spear was about to strike, he moved. Without breaking the intimate connection with Su Qingyuan, he nonchalantly responded to the impending threat. Under the astonished and incredulous stares of Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya, he effortlessly faced the challenge. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Lin Mo felt the unprecedented power surging within him like a rushing river. He glanced at the stunning beauty in his arms, who was already captivated and entranced, then turned his gaze towards the cave's entrance, where Gru's face revealed a rare expression of shock and disbelief. A confident and ominous smile slowly crept across Lin Mo's lips, filled with boundless self-assurance and lethal intent. Now, it was my turn. Chapter 46. The end of Gru and the beast. Gru's pupils suddenly constricted. For the first time, his grotesque face, smeared with paint, displayed a look of shock and disbelief. How could this be possible? He caught the poisoned spear thrown with all of his might with bare hands. What on earth has happened within the body of this little insect? The two savage warriors beside him were equally dumbfounded, their stone axes instinctively lowering as their eyes widened in astonishment. The scene before them had utterly transcended their understanding. Within the cavern, Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya were so astonished that they forgot to breathe. Especially Su Qingyuan. In the most intimate and sincere manner, she was tightly connected with Lin Mo. She felt, with utmost clarity, the overwhelming and terrifying force that erupted from Lin Mo's body just moments ago, akin to a volcanic eruption. That power was so immense, so reassuring. She gazed at Lin Mo's profile, which radiated brilliance due to the surge of strength, and at his steady hand, casually gripping the death spear. A surge of unprecedented pride and elation welled up within her beautiful eyes. This was the man she, Su Qingyuan, had chosen. This was the unparalleled warrior she had nurtured with her very being. Now, Lin Mo slowly released Su Qingyuan from his embrace. He stood up, and his originally sturdy physique now seemed even taller and more imposing. Each muscle brimmed with explosive strength. His bronze skin bore the faint red marks left by Su Qingyuan's passionate touch. He did not look back, but instead, with the poisoned spear still in hand, he aimed it steadily at Gru, whose expression had morphed into one of extreme displeasure. "It's my turn," he declared, his voice calm yet imbued with a regal authority. Before his words had fully echoed, he flicked his wrist sharply. A sound, sharper and more piercing than the one Gru had made when he threw his spear, suddenly rang out. The black spear, returning the attack in kind, transformed into a streak of lightning, propelled by an unparalleled terror that was several times stronger than before. Its target was not Gru, but the savage warrior standing beside him, still reeling from shock. So fast, too fast, Gru was unable to react in time. A dull thud echoed as the blade met flesh. The savage warrior could not even muster a scream. The black spear had completely pierced through his chest. A gaping wound, the size of a bowl, appeared on his torso. Blood and fragments of internal organs erupted from his back. His body suddenly stiffened, the brilliance in his eyes dimming instantaneously. Then he fell straight back. A swift kill, another decisive and clean execution. Roaring, the last remaining savage warrior, upon witnessing his comrade's tragic demise, finally snapped out of his shock. He let out a beastly roar, his eyes instantly turning crimson. He had completely lost his sanity. Grasping his stone axe, he charged recklessly towards the cave's entrance, seeking death. A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Mo's eyes. He was even too indifferent to wield a weapon. Just as the savage warrior burst into the cave, Lin Mo's figure moved. His speed had more than doubled compared to before. Like a wraith, he appeared before the savage warrior in an instant. He then raised his foot, delivering a simple yet brutal kick. Bang! A sound erupted, akin to a heavy hammer striking a drum. Lin Mo's foot landed solidly on the savage warrior's chest. A cacophony of bone-cracking sounds echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. The warrior's robust chest, capable of withstanding blows from swords and axes, was brutally caved in by Lin Mo's kick. His body flew back, as if struck head-on by a speeding truck, soaring through the air for over 10 meters. Finally, he crashed heavily against the rock wall outside the cave, producing a tremendous noise before collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, never to make a sound again. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the valley, leaving only the roar of the waterfall echoing. Inside the cave, Bai Xiaoya had already covered her mouth tightly with her hands, fearing that she might scream. Qin Rushuang's icy visage also revealed a look of astonishment for the first time. She gazed at Lin Mo, her eyes reflecting the awe reserved for a monster. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan stared dreamily at Lin Mo's towering figure, which radiated an infinite sense of security. Her beautiful eyes glistened with mist, shimmering with enchanting colors. Outside the cave, the Bonebreaker grew, the savage centurion powerful enough to effortlessly crush giant lizards. Now stood there all alone. His body trembled slightly, not from rage, but from fear. He looked towards the cave entrance, where the bare-chested youth emanated a terrifying aura that made even him feel a chill. His primal instincts were desperately warning him. Flee. Escape quickly. The farther from this monster, the better. He no longer harbored any desire to fight. He even abandoned the corpse of his comrade. He abruptly turned, without a second thought, and fled into the depths of the jungle. However, I want to let you go. A voice, cold as the pronouncement of death, echoed hauntingly behind him. Chapter 47. Kings Against Kings. The pinnacle showdown, am I allowing you to leave? Lin Mo's voice, though not loud, resonated like a deathly incantation, ensnaring Gru's steps with an unyielding grip. The Bonebreaker Gru's body stiffened abruptly. He slowly turned around, and for the first time, fear etched itself upon his face. Painted with vibrant colors, he beheld the youth emerging from the cave, advancing step by step. Sunlight streamed from behind him, casting a long, ominous shadow akin to that of a demon. His bare torso, bronze skin marred by ambiguous crimson marks and flecks of blood, bore witness to his recent trials. His gaze was frigid and indifferent, as though he were observing a lifeless corpse. Gru felt terror seep into his bones. As the centurion of the Bloodfang tribe, a true harbinger of death forged in the crucible of carnage, he had long been devoid of such feelings. The aura emanating from this youth was overwhelmingly terrifying. It was a pure, crushing pressure, stemming from exalted level of existence. He realized he was utterly no match for this monstrosity. Flee. The imperative surged through his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a primal roar, not to attack, but to bolster his own courage. Then, his massive form erupted with unprecedented speed, instinctively racing deeper into the jungle in a desperate bid for escape. Thinking of running away? A cold smirk played on Lin Mo's lips. He was poised to pursue, determined to leave this towering menace, which harbored malice toward both him and Aunt Su, behind for good. However, just as he took his first step, his legs suddenly felt weak. An indescribable, overwhelming sensation of fatigue, as if his very essence had been drained, surged through him like a tidal wave. Thud! His knees buckled, and he found himself uncontrollably kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. What was happening? A flicker of horror crossed Lin Mo's eyes. He could distinctly feel the once torrential force within him, akin to a mighty river, swiftly ebbing away at a terrifying pace. It was as if a balloon had been punctured, deflating in an instant. His body was rapidly regressing from that of a superhuman capable of catching flying spears and vanquishing wild men with a single kick. back to a mere esper, slightly stronger than an ordinary person. The immense burden and fatigue resulting from the previous exhilarating dual cultivation and the explosive annihilation of two wild warrior foes now surged back upon him like vengeful specters demanding their due. Damn it, Lin Mo cursed inwardly. He finally comprehended. The dual cultivation secret technique that Qin Rushuang had taught him did indeed allow him to temporarily harness Aunt Sue's lunar power, granting him explosive strength. However, this power is ephemeral. With his current physique and mastery over energy, he is utterly incapable of sustaining such a pinnacle state for any length of time. He resembles a novice driver who, having just acquired the keys to a Ferrari, knows only to slam the accelerator to the floor. The exhilaration is undeniable, yet the fuel consumption swiftly brings him to his knees. At that moment, Gru, who had fled several meters away, seemed to sense the anomaly behind him. He abruptly halted, turning back. Upon seeing the once mighty youth, now weakened and half kneeling on the ground, struggling even to rise, he momentarily froze. Then, a surge of euphoric wrath and murderous intent erupted in his cold eyes. A roar, filled with cruelty and exhilaration, escaped his lips. The tide of battle had shifted once more. Wielding the stone axe he had scavenged from his fallen comrade, his massive form surged forward like a cannonball, propelled by a terrifying intent to rend Lin Mo asunder. This is dire. Inside the cave, Qin Rushuang and Su Qingyuan's expressions changed dramatically. They could scarcely fathom the sudden and dramatic shift in circumstances. Xiao Montak, Su Qingyuan exclaimed in alarm, instinctively preparing to rush out. Yet, Qin Rushuang seized her arm firmly. Do not go. If you step outside now, it will only mean your demise. Her voice was icy and urgent. Then what should we do? Su Qingyuan cried, her eyes brimming with tears. She gazed outside the cave at Gru, now so close, resembling a prehistoric beast. Then she looked at Lin Mo, half kneeling and struggling to rise. Her heart was engulfed in despair. Could they truly not escape this calamity? Had she just resolved to entrust her all to the man she loved, only to witness his tragic end before her eyes? No, absolutely not. A glimmer of unprecedented determination flashed in Su Qingyuan's beautiful eyes. She forcefully broke free from Qin Rushuang's grip. Rather than rushing to Lin Mo, she dashed toward the enormous lizard scale that Lin Mo had used as a makeshift door. She intended to use her own body to push against that scale, to block the entrance. She was resolved to sacrifice her delicate, curvaceous form to grant Lin Mo even a fleeting moment to breathe, even if it cost her life. However, just as she was about to reach the scale, a powerful hand, stained with blood and dirt, suddenly emerged from the side, seizing her soft shoulder. It was Lin Mo unbeknownst to her. He had somehow managed to leverage his fire axe to support himself, slowly standing upright again. His complexion was as pale as paper, and his body trembled slightly. Yet, his eyes remained bright as stars. He gazed at Su Qingyuan, captivated by her exquisite face, which was etched with anxiety, determination, and affection. The corners of his mouth gradually curled into a feeble, yet confident smile. Auntie, have you forgotten? Even without that external force, I remain a formidable warrior. Lin Mo's countenance exuded confidence. He refused to believe that he could not turn the tide. Having come this far, it was a matter of survival. Either it was you or me. Any lingering hope for survival was unwarranted. If Gru had ever contemplated fleeing, then let Lin Mo be the one to guide him on his journey. With that, he released Su Qingyuan, turning away to face the approaching figure of the Bone Crusher. Gru, who was now less than 5 meters away, advancing with thunderous might. His gaze was as tranquil as water, yet within his heart, a tempest raged. Come fort, beast. Let me witness the chasm that lies between you, the so-called Centurion, and myself. Chapter 48, The Feeble King and the Lethal Alliance Battle. There must be battle. In Lin Mo's eyes, there was no trace of retreat, only an unquenchable fighting spirit burning fiercely like a wild beast. He understood that there was no turning back. Behind him stood 3 women who had placed all their hopes upon him. He had to emerge victorious. Roar. The Bone Crusher, Gru, had already arrived before him. With a stone axe the size of a fan, it carried a terrifying gale capable of splitting stone and shattering bones, descending mercilessly towards Lin Mo's head. This strike was so powerful that it sealed off all avenues of retreat for Lin Mo. Yet, in the face of this cataclysmic blow, Lin Mo's gaze remained exceptionally composed. He chose not to confront it head-on. He knew that, in his current weakened state, to absorb this axe would surely result in broken bones and torn muscles. At the very instant the stone axe was about to descend, his body dropped suddenly at an exceedingly cunning angle. Simultaneously, he swept his fire axe upward. His target was not Gru's axe, nor his body, but rather the wrist that held the axe. To encircle Wei to rescue Zhao, to attack as a means of defense. This maneuver was the most practical combat technique he had gleaned from countless life-and-death struggles. A flicker of surprise passed through Gru's eyes. He had not anticipated that this little insect, in such a weakened state, could execute such a calm and cunning counterattack. Instinctively, he twisted his wrist, transforming the chop into a sweep, intending to deflect Lin Mo's strike with the axe's body. However, Lin Mo's reaction was swifter. His aim was not to harm Gru, but to create an opportunity. At the moment Gru shifted his attack, Lin Mo's body rolled along the ground like a nimble weasel. Boom! Gru's powerful axe ultimately struck the empty space, creating a deep pit, half a foot deep, in the solid rocky ground. Debris flew everywhere. Meanwhile, Lin Mo seized the opportunity to widen the distance between himself and Gru. Undeterred by his miss, Gru's cold eyes glimmered with a more cruel mockery. Like a seasoned hunter, he adjusted his stance with calmness, his massive form slightly bent like a taut bow, ready to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. Lin Mo, too, tightened his grip on the fire axe, gasping for breath. His forehead was already drenched in cold sweat. The previous brief exchange had nearly exhausted the meager strength remaining within him. He knew he could not hold out much longer. A swift resolution was imperative. Roar! Gru moved again. This time, his speed was even greater, his onslaught more ferocious. The stone axe in his hand transformed into a whirlwind of death, enveloping Lin Mo from all directions. With every slash, chop, sweep, and smash, his strikes exuded a primal and savage aesthetic of violence. Lin Mo, on the other hand, resembled a fragile boat, swaying unpredictably amidst the tempest. He could only rely on his enhanced reflexes and combat instincts, far surpassing those of an ordinary person, to narrowly evade the menacing shadows of the axe time and again. Soon, several lacerations, carved by the wind of the axe, adorned his body. He was utterly overwhelmed. Within the cavern, Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya had long been rendered pale with terror. They could only watch helplessly as Lin Mo struggled against the savage, godlike figure wielding immense power, constantly on the brink of disaster. Their hearts raced to their throats. With each narrow escape Lin Mo achieved, they felt as though their own hearts might leap from their chests. This cannot continue. Xiao Mo will perish. The color drained from Su Qingyuan's delicate face as she tightly gripped Qin Rushuang's arm, her knuckles whitening from the intensity of her grasp. Qin Rushuang's expression mirrored her gravity, more attuned to the nuances of battle. She could discern that Lin Mo had reached his limit. Each evasion was a reckless expenditure of his strength and vitality. In no more than a minute, 30 seconds, he would succumb to exhaustion and be cleaved in two by Gru. What to do? What on earth should be done? Qin Rushuang's mind raced. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the savage that Lin Mo had dispatched with a kick, and beside it, the black quiver. A spark of brilliance ignited in her eyes. Eureka! Ignoring her own injuries, she lunged forward, withdrawing an intact poisoned spear from the quiver. Stunning Do Suingguan. She spoke with urgency yet clarity. Auntie, do you remember the searchlight on that boat? Su Qingyuan paused, unsure why this came up so suddenly, but instinctively nodded. I remember. Good. Qin Rushuang's eyes sparkled with intelligence. You need to rush to the wreckage of the plane and retrieve that makeup mirror used by the flight attendant that you found earlier. Quickly, though perplexed, Su Qingyuan did not hesitate, driven by trust in Qin Rushuang, she turned and sprinted towards the aircraft wreckage outside the cave. Meanwhile, Qin Rushuang redirected her gaze to the battlefield, observing Lin Mo, who was still valiantly holding on, and Gru, whose attacks grew increasingly frenzied. A cold, resolute smile crept across her lips, filled with determination and confidence. Beast, do you truly believe you have secured victory? The real spectacle has only just begun. She intends to employ her own methods to bring this Gru to his ultimate downfall, even to the extent of taking his life. What she seeks is collaboration. It is impossible for one person alone to eliminate this adversary. Cooperation among several individuals, with a seamless understanding, is essential to ensure his demise. Come on, what is there to fear? Having been relentlessly pursued and cornered to this point, no one is willing to await death passively. The final counterattack is indeed the most formidable. Chapter 49, Her Ultimate Strike Bang. Another thunderous sound reverberated. Lin Mo's body was struck by Gru's axe, sending him hurtling through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the rock wall. Puffed, blood gushed from his mouth in a violent torrent. Xiao Mo, brother Lin Mo, inside the cave, by Xiaoya and Su Qingyuan, who had just returned, let out heart-wrenching cries at the sight. In her hand, Su Qingyuan clutched a small makeup mirror, salvaged from the wreckage of the plane. Hurry, now is the time. Qin Rushuang's voice pierced through the chaos, calm to the point of cruelty. At her words, Su Qingyuan felt a jolt of urgency. She suppressed the agony and worry in her heart, lifting her gaze towards the sky. It was now dawn. The rising sun, though not yet scorching, cast an exceptionally bright light. Without a moment's hesitation, she followed Qin Rushuang's earlier instructions, pouring all her strength into a sprint out of the cave. Her tall, curvaceous figure, clad in a snug flight attendant uniform, traced an enchanting arc in the morning sunlight. Sweat had already soaked through the shirt on her back, clinging closely to her smooth skin, revealing faint hints of her undergarments. The fitted pencil skirt accentuated her perfectly rounded, peach-like curves, swaying alluringly with every stride, exuding an intoxicating blend of maturity and sensuality. Outside the cave, Gru, having sent Lin Mo flying, did not immediately pursue. A flicker of cruel amusement glimmered in his cold eyes. He relished in the slow torment of his prey, delighting in watching them succumb to despair, inch by agonizing inch. With the bloodied stone axe in hand, he strode purposefully toward the fallen Lin Mo, envisioning the moment he would cleave this troublesome little insect's skull in twain. Yet at that moment, an exceedingly brilliant flash of light suddenly caught the corner of his eye. Gru instinctively squinted, directing his gaze toward the source of the radiance. There, upon a nearby boulder, stood the sultry beauty he had long coveted, her figure radiating allure. In her hand, she held a small mirror that reflected an overwhelming brilliance. She was skillfully angling it to capture the sun's rays, directing the concentrated light and heat with precision toward her eyes. Gru's eyes were instantly assailed by sharp, piercing pain, akin to being pricked by needles. Everything before him turned a blinding white. He could see nothing. He let out a roar of anguish and fury, instinctively raising his hand to shield his eyes. Opportunity, a rare and fleeting chance. Now is the moment. The cold, deadly voice of Qin Rushuang echoed in Lin Mo's ears like the final decree of death. Lying on the ground, Lin Mo summoned the last vestiges of his strength and leapt up with a fierce determination. In his blood-soaked eyes, an unprecedented brilliance erupted. The fire axe in his hand transformed into a bolt of vengeful lightning. Simultaneously, Qin Rushuang, who had been lurking on the other side, sprang into action. Despite her still healing injuries, she unleashed an astonishing speed, resembling the most agile, graceful, and lethal of female leopards. The black dagger in her hand sliced through the air silently, akin to the fangs of a venomous serpent. Two figures, two weapons, from two utterly distinct directions, in a flawless and exquisite coordination. One from the left, one from the right, one from above, one from below. Together, they stabbed fiercely at the shattered-boned foe, Gru, whose blindness had rendered him completely vulnerable. The sharp sounds of blades, penetrating flesh rang out almost simultaneously. Lin Mo's fire axe struck brutally into Gru's chest, severing his ribs and tearing through his heart. Meanwhile, Qin Rushuang's black dagger silently pierced through his back, the poison blade instantly shattering all remnants of his vitality. Gru's massive body stiffened suddenly. He slowly lowered his head. Incredulity etched on his face as he gazed at the fire axe deeply embedded in his chest. Laboriously, he turned to look at the stunning woman behind him, her expression icy and her dagger poised. His eyes, now fading, were filled with endless confusion and unwillingness. He could not comprehend how a seasoned and powerful centurion like himself could fall to mere newcomers, whom he regarded as insignificant insects. Even more bewildering was why the seemingly delicate and harmless beauty would become the final straw that crushed him. Such thoughts would never be unraveled, for he would never have the chance to ponder them again. His body swayed, and with a thunderous crash, he fell backward, raising clouds of dust. The shattered bones of Gru lay still. He was dead. The valley descended once more into silence. Su Qingyuan stood at a distance on a massive rock, watching the colossal body crash to the ground. The makeup mirror in her hand fell with a sharp clatter, shattering into pieces. Weakness overtook her, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Her face bore the remnants of lingering terror and the euphoric relief of survival. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, having confirmed Gru's lifelessness, could no longer sustain himself. Darkness enveloped his vision as he fell backward. Yet he did not land on the cold rock. Instead, he fell into a warm, soft embrace, Qin Rushuang's arms. Unbeknownst to her, she had approached him from behind, her own frail body steadying him with unwavering support. "Hey, don't you dare die on me," she uttered, her voice still icy, yet imbued with an unrecognized tremor of concern. "If you perish, I shall forever remain indebted for the life I owe you." As she gazed down at the young man in her arms, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from blood loss and exhaustion, she observed his youthful visage, etched with both resolve and fatigue. For the first time, a complex and profoundly poignant smile graced her perpetually frosty countenance. Chapter 50. Her embrace silence. An oppressive, deathly silence. In the valley, only the whisper of the wind and the distant sound of cascading water from the waterfall remained. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment. Su Qingyuan slumped on a boulder, her chest heaving violently. Her enchanting Danfeng eyes stared vacantly at the three lifeless bodies of the wild men sprawled on the ground. Particularly the massive form of Gru, which loomed like a small mountain, still evoking a sense of unreality. They won. They truly won? They had slain such a terrifying beast. Meanwhile, Qin Rushuang knelt on the ground, tightly cradling the unconscious youth in her arms. Lin Mo's head rested upon her legs, which, though not as voluptuous as Su Qingyuan's, possessed an equally remarkable resilience. His complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of any color, and the gaping wound on his chest, inflicted by a stone axe, continued to ooze blood, a sight that was harrowing to behold. "Hey, wake up!" Qin Rushuang gently patted Lin Mo's cheek with her uninjured hand. The touch was chillingly cold, and a sudden heaviness settled in her heart. This boy, could he truly be dead? As this thought crossed her mind, an inexplicable panic, one she had not even recognized within herself, seized her heart. "Lin Montag, no!" Bai Xiaoya's startled cry shattered the suffocating silence. The young girl tumbled out of the cave, and upon witnessing Lin Mo's tragic state, tears streamed down her cheeks. Su Qingyuan, jolted back to reality by the outcry, struggled to steady her weakened body and staggered over. When she beheld Lin Mo cradled in Qin Rushuang's arms, and noticed the trace of panic and concern on the otherwise icy beauty's face, a tumult of complex and ineffable emotions surged within Su Qingyuan. She hastened forward, disregarding Qin Rushuang, and carefully lifted Lin Mo's head from her embrace, allowing it to rest once more upon her own softer and warmer legs. Lin Montag, wake up!" Her voice, tinged with urgency and heartache, trembled with desperation. Qin Rushuang gazed at her empty embrace, then at Su Qingyuan's natural demeanor as the rightful consort. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from speaking. She understood that this mature and alluring woman seemed to share a profound bond with the youth. He has merely lost a significant amount of blood and is temporarily unconscious from exhaustion. Qin Rushuang's voice returned to its usual frostiness, though a subtle hint of vulnerability could still be detected if one listened closely. We must stop the bleeding immediately and bandage his wounds. Su Qingyuan, upon hearing this, finally snapped back to reality. Yes, stop the bleeding. Bandage. She promptly directed by Xiaoya quickly. Bring all our first aid kits and clean cloth. Also, boil a pot of hot water. A tense yet orderly rescue unfolded between two strikingly different, yet equally enchanting women. Although Qin Rushuang herself was gravely injured, she appeared remarkably experienced in the art of treating wounds. With a calm demeanor, she guided Su Qingyuan on how to cleanse Lin Mo's ghastly wound with fresh water, how to sprinkle the found antibiotic powder atop it to prevent infection, and the most effective methods for applying pressure to staunch bleeding and bandage the injury. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan exhibited astonishing delicacy and tenderness. Each time her fingertips brushed against Lin Mo's scarred chest, it was imbued with boundless compassion. Her usually elegant and poised eyes brimmed with tears that fell drop by drop onto Lin Mo's face, mingling indistinguishably with the cleansing water. Bai Xiaoya, clumsily assisting by handing over supplies, observe her mother and the icy beauty tirelessly tending to Lin Mo, and for the first time, a flicker of disappointment stirred within the young girl. She realized she seemed utterly unable to contribute. Through the combined efforts of the two mature women, Lin Mo's horrific wound was finally bandaged successfully. Although it still appeared fearsome, at least the bleeding had ceased, and Lin Mo's breathing gradually stabilized. The three women exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Su Qingyuan gazed at Lin Mo, who lay with his head resting on her lap. Though pale, he had regained some color. The heavy stone of anxiety within her heart finally lifted. She reached out, gently brushing aside the damp strands of hair clinging to his forehead, her eyes radiating a maternal glow, alongside a hint of an emotion that transcended ordinary concern, one she was reluctant to acknowledge. At that moment, the previously silent Qin Rushuang suddenly spoke. Her gaze shifted to the nearby corpses of three wild men. These remnants were treasures. Her voice remained cold, yet her eyes sparkled with a flicker of fervor. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya exchanged bewildered glances, ignoring their confusion. Qin Rushuang struggled to her feet and approached the massive corpse of Gru, the Bonebreaker. She extended her hand to retrieve a massive, fearsome stone axe crafted from an unknown beast's bone, which Gru had treasured. This weapon was far more useful than the fire axe, she remarked casually. Subsequently, she unbuckled a bulging pouch made of animal skin from Gru's waist. Opening the pouch, she emptied its contents onto the ground, several dark, jerky-like pieces, a small bag emanating a peculiar odor containing an unknown white powder, and a fist-sized irregular stone that shimmered with a faint azure glow. The moment the stone appeared, an unprecedented brilliance ignited in Qin Rushuang's cold eyes. It was a source crystal. She could no longer contain the excitement in her voice, murmuring to herself, "It is actually a warrior-grade source crystal." As she gazed upon the azure stone, her eyes brimmed with ecstasy and avarice, as if she beheld boundless hope. Chapter 51. Source Crystal, Source Crystal. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya gazed at Qin Rushuang, who was nearly beside herself with excitement, then glanced at the unremarkable stone in her hand, which emitted a faint azure glow, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. What is this object? What could possibly evoke such fervor from a woman who had always been as cold as ice? Qin Rushuang seemed to sense her own loss of composure.
She took a deep breath, striving to suppress her overwhelming joy, yet her icy gaze remained ablaze with an unmistakable fervor. Instead of providing an immediate explanation,
she carefully stowed away both the azure source crystal and the massive beast bone battle axe, as if they were priceless treasures. Only then did she turn to face Su Qingyuan and her mother, her voice regaining its usual frosty tone. "You are newcomers, so it is entirely normal not to understand these matters." She paused, seemingly gathering her thoughts. This world operates under rules that are entirely different from our original one. Here, there exists a pervasive energy we refer to as source energy. Most living beings, including humans, can slowly absorb this energy through breathing and eating, thereby strengthening their bodies. However, this method is exceedingly inefficient. Her gaze flicked to Lin Mo, who remained unconscious. For individuals like him, awakening extraordinary abilities due to intense stimuli while teetering between life and death is one such method. Yet, this approach is fraught with uncertainty. Out of 100 newcomers, it is unlikely that even one will successfully awaken. The fastest and most effective means, however, is to absorb source crystals. She patted the leather pouch at her waist, her eyes gleaming with intensity. Source crystals are formed from the highly concentrated source energy found within powerful creatures or special mineral veins in this world. They contain the purest and most vast energy. Absorbing them not only allows ordinary individuals to awaken extraordinary powers, but can also lead to a monumental enhancement for those who have already awakened. Moreover, among the savages, the strong, like the Bone Crusher, grew, were the source crystals found within their most formidable prey as a symbol of their power, identity, and status. Qin Ruoxuang's words opened a door to a new realm, leaving Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya utterly astonished. They finally grasped why Qin Ruoxuang was so fervently excited and understood that the survival rules of this world were far more brutal and wondrous than they had imagined. So, what about this source crystal? Su Qingyuan hesitantly inquired, casting a glance at Qin Ruoxuang. Although she was unaware of its true value, it was evident from Qin Ruoxuang's reaction that its worth was immeasurable. Furthermore, Gru had been slain by the three of them working in concert. Strictly speaking, this trophy should belong to. This source crystal is his. Qin Ruoxuang's answer took Su Qingyuan by surprise. She extended her slender, jade-like finger, pointing to the young man still resting, unconscious, upon Su Qingyuan's lap. Without him, we would have been utterly incapable of defeating Gru. Without him, we might have already become mere sustenance for the beasts of the wilderness. Qin Ruoxuang's voice remained cold, yet it bore an undeniable fairness. Thus, this source crystal rightfully belonged to him. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, and her gaze towards Qin Ruoxuang softened significantly. Although this woman appeared frigid, she was not the greedy and selfish type. However, Qin Ruoxuang's subsequent words caused Su Qingyuan's heart to race once more. Yet, with a change in tone, Qin Ruoxuang's sharp eyes fixed intently on Su Qingyuan. He was gravely injured and unconscious, completely unable to absorb the source crystal himself. The energy of the crystal, once detached, would dissipate continuously. If left unattended, it would transform into an ordinary stone within 3 days. Therefore, to avoid squandering this precious warrior-grade source crystal, her gaze swept over Su Qingyuan's mature and voluptuous form, as well as the youthful vitality radiating from Bai Xiaoya, before finally settling on Su Qingyuan. It is best that either you or she absorb it. What? Bai Xiaoya exclaimed in shock. Su Qingyuan's eyes widened as well, and without a moment's hesitation, she vehemently refused. No, this belongs to Xiao Mo. How can we? It is not a matter of whether you can or cannot, but rather one of necessity. Qin Ruoxuang's tone grew somewhat forceful. Do you wish to remain perpetually sheltered behind him, a burden in need of protection? In this world, only the strong are entitled to survive. The more strength you possess, the greater the hope for your entire team to endure. Upon his awakening, he will undoubtedly concur with my decision. Qin Ruoxuang's words struck Su Qingyuan's heart like a series of heavy blows. She gazed at the young man in her arms, who had been grievously injured while defending them, then looked at the panicked expression on her daughter's face. For the first time, her steadfast resolve wavered. Indeed, could she truly find peace of mind while continuously hiding behind him? Noticing Su Qingyuan's hesitation, a subtle smile crept onto Qin Ruoxuang's lips. She stepped forward once more, looking down at Su Qingyuan from her elevated position, her icy gaze imbued with an unmistakable sense of pressure. Furthermore, who should absorb the crystal was also a matter of concern. Your daughter is still young, her temperament unsteady. Suddenly acquiring immense power may not be beneficial. As for you, her gaze brazenly roamed over Su Qingyuan's mature and curvaceous figure, as if attempting to see right through her. Though you may be slightly older, your mental acuity and wealth of experience make you the most suitable candidate to absorb it, enabling the swiftest transformation of that power into combat efficacy. Most importantly, Qin Ruoshang leaned slightly, bringing her lips close to Su Qingyuan's ear, and in a voice laced with a hint of provocation, whispered softly, "It seems to me that you are quite adept at caring for others. If I were to give you the source crystal, shouldn't the responsibility of looking after him be reassigned?" Su Qingyuan's body stiffened abruptly. She raised her head, her beautiful phoenix eyes locking onto Qin Ruoshang with an intensity that spoke volumes. She finally comprehended. This woman had harbored ulterior motives from the very beginning. She was not considering the welfare of the team at all. She was attempting to snatch away. She intended to exchange a single source crystal for the privilege of caring for Lin Mo. Two equally stunning women stood before each other. One was mature and voluptuous, exuding elegance, while the other was cold and athletic, brimming with untamed spirit. Their gazes clashed fiercely in the air, although there were no flashing blades. The undercurrents of this smoke-free battle sent shivers down by Xiaoya's spine as she watched. At the heart of this conflict, the coveted prize they vied for remained blissfully unaware, resting upon Su Qingyuan's soft thigh. Chapter 52. His awakening and the queen's dilemma. The air seemed to solidify. Su Qingyuan's enchanting Danfeng eyes were fixed intently on Qin Ruoshang, brimming with indignation and a sense of affront. She never anticipated that this seemingly frosty woman harbored such sordid intentions. How could she contemplate trading a mere stone for the privilege of closeness to Lin Mo? What did she consider Lin Mo to be? And how did she perceive Su Qingyuan herself? Su Qingyuan trembled with rage, her ample bosom heaving violently, as if the snug flight attendant's blouse she wore might burst at any moment. Just as she prepared to reprimand, Qin Ruoshang sprang to her feet, creating distance between them. Her voice reverted to its customary chill, as though the earlier provocative whisper had never occurred. "Of course, this is merely my suggestion," she stated. "The ultimate decision lies with you. However, I must advise you to act swiftly. The energy of this source crystal will not wait indefinitely." With that, she clasped the massive beast bone battle axe and stepped aside, tending to the wounds on her arm with an air of nonchalance. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she remained fixated on Su Qingyuan, her icy gaze flickering with a barely perceptible amusement, as if she were savoring the unfolding drama. She aimed to compel Su Qingyuan to witness how this mature and alluring woman, who appeared so refined and dignified, would navigate the temptations of power and the looming emotional threats. At this moment, Su Qingyuan's mind was a battleground. Reason dictated that Qin Ruoshang was correct. For the sake of the team's future, one among them must rapidly gain strength, and undoubtedly, she was a more suitable candidate than her daughter, by Xiaoya. Yet emotionally, she simply could not acquiesce. This source crystal was something Lin Mo had risked his life to obtain. How could she take advantage of his vulnerability to claim it for herself? Moreover, the very thought of absorbing the source crystal and relinquishing her chance to care for Lin Mo to that icy beauty, who eyed him with such predatory intent, stirred a profound sense of frustration and resentment within her. "Mom," by Xiaoya, observing her mother's distress, tugged at Su Qingyuan's sleeve and whispered, "What if we wait for Lin Mo to awaken and let him decide?" At this, Su Qingyuan offered a bitter smile. Wait for him to awaken? Qin Ruoshang had stated that the source crystal would not endure for long. Furthermore, given Lin Mo's character upon awakening, he would undoubtedly hand the crystal to either her or Qin Ruoshang without hesitation. What to do? What should she do? Su Qingyuan gazed at the pale boy in her arms, who had lost so much blood, her heart a tumult of confusion. For the first time, she realized how excruciatingly difficult it was to make a decision. Yet, just as the mother and daughter found themselves in a web of anxiety, Qin Ruoshang observed coldly from the sidelines, and the atmosphere grew tense and stagnant. A feeble voice, imbued with a hint of raspy laughter, unexpectedly resonated in Su Qingyuan's embrace. "Aunt, your legs are so soft." Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Su Qingyuan abruptly lowered her gaze, meeting a pair of eyes that had opened without her notice, glimmering with a playful mirth. It was Lin Mo. He had awakened. "Little Mo, you're awake." Su Qingyuan's joy instantly eclipsed all her previous embarrassment and turmoil. Her eyes glistened with excitement as she reached out to caress Lin Mo's cheek. Yet, she forgot that her legs were still serving as his pillow. As she stirred, her balance faltered, and she found herself uncontrollably toppling forward. Lin Mo, however, appeared to have anticipated this moment. Summoning the faint strength he had just regained, he extended his arms and securely caught Su Qingyuan's soft, fragrant form as she fell. Thus, the scene transformed into Lin Mo lying on the ground, while Su Qingyuan found herself sprawled atop him. The breathtaking fullness of her figure pressed against his chest through the thin fabric, unreservedly enveloping him. Her stunningly beautiful face was mere inches away, her startled, wide-eyed gaze locked onto his. The warmth of her breath, tinged with a hint of orchid fragrance, enveloped his face. At that moment, it felt as if the air itself had turned a rosy hue. "Mom!" Bai Xiaoyu exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson at the sight. Even Qin Ruo Shuang, with her perennial icy demeanor, displayed a rare crack in her facade. Aunt, perhaps you should get up?" Lin Mo, acutely aware of the astonishing softness pressing against him, managed to utter with some difficulty. Though the sensation was exquisite to the point of near suffocation. The wound on his chest began to throb painfully beneath Su Qingyuan's sweet weight. Su Qingyuan, suddenly jolted back to reality, gasped and hurriedly scrambled off Lin Mo. Her exquisite face had turned a deep shade of crimson, even her ears blushing a charming pink. She dare not look at Lin Mo again, turning her back to him as she adjusted her disheveled attire, her heart racing as if it would leap from her throat. With Bai Xiaoya's support, Lin Mo gradually sat up. He cast a glance at the flustered Su aunt, then at the coldly aloof Qin Ruo Shuang, and finally at the source crystal nearby, emanating a faint azure glow, and his understanding deepened considerably. He smiled and spoke. "I heard everything you just said." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three women varied distinctly. Su Qingyuan grew even more flustered. Qin Ruo Shuang raised an eyebrow, while Bai Xiaoyu looked at him with curiosity. Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the azure source crystal. He reached out, picked it up, and held it in his palm, feeling the surging and pure energy it contained. Then, he made a decision that took everyone by surprise. He did not bestow the source crystal upon Su Qingyuan, nor did he offer it to Qin Ruo Shuang, and he certainly did not keep it for himself. Instead, he approached Bai Xiaoyu and placed the warrior-grade source crystal, a treasure that would drive any survivor to madness, into her hands. "Xiaoyu, this source crystal is for you," he declared, his tone unassuming yet imbued with an undeniable resolution. Then Montake. Bai Xiaoyu was taken aback. "Xiao Mo, have you lost your mind?" Su Qingyuan was equally astonished. Even the usually composed Qin Ruo Shuang displayed a fleeting glimmer of profound confusion in her icy gaze. No one could comprehend why Lin Mo would make such a choice. Lin Mo merely gazed at the bewildered Bai Xiaoyu and smiled as he elaborated. "Our team requires a valiant warrior to charge into battle, as well as a coldly strategic assassin." His eyes swept over himself and then to Qin Ruo Shuang. "Yet we also need someone who embodies boundless potential for the future. Xiaoyu, you are still young, and your potential far exceeds our expectations. This source crystal may very well enable you to become the most unexpected queen within our team." Chapter 53. His blueprint. Lin Mo's words detonated like a heavy bomb in the valley. Bai Xiaoyu clutched the source crystal, which emanated a faint azure glow and retained a hint of warmth, rendered utterly speechless. Her mind was a blank slate, completely unable to comprehend the implications of Lin Mo's statement. "The queen? Me?" In contrast, after the initial shock, Su Qingyuan and Qin Rushuang's gazes toward Lin Mo underwent starkly different transformations. In Qin Rushuang's icy eyes, for the first time, the scrutiny and amusement faded, replaced by a genuine, heartfelt, astonishment. She had anticipated that this young man would keep the source crystal for himself or concede it to please that mature beauty. She had even prepared subsequent remarks to further incite discord between them. Yet, she never expected Lin Mo to make such an irrational, yet seemingly astute decision. Did he see through my intentions? No, that is impossible. He is merely a 19-year-old boy. But if that were not the case, then why? For the first time, Qin Rushuang's heart was in turmoil. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan's gaze shifted from shock to profound pride and gratification as she regarded the youth in her arms, whose complexion, though pale, shone with a brilliance akin to the stars. She realized she had never truly understood him. Within his being resided a mature, wise soul, imbued with a grand vision. Xiaomo, this is far too precious. It cannot be given to Xiaoya. She is still but a child. Su Qingyuan snapped back to reality and hurriedly voiced her refusal. Indeed, Lin Montauk, I cannot accept this. Bai Xiaoya echoed, as if holding a scalding hot potato, wishing to return the source crystal to Lin Mo. Yet, Lin Mo shook his head, refraining from taking it back, and instead turned to Qin Rushuang. Miss Qin, you mentioned earlier that I am an awakened, correct? Qin Rushuang's thoughts were interrupted, and she instinctively nodded, yes. Your abilities should lean towards the physical enhancement type of Berserker. Very well. A confident smile played on Lin Mo's lips. Since I am awakened, as long as I have sufficient sustenance, particularly energy-rich beast meat like yesterday's, my strength can continuously recover and grow. He patted his still aching chest, his gaze sharp as a blade. This source crystal, if given to me, would merely hasten my recovery and slightly boost my strength. However, our team's overall power would not undergo a qualitative change. We remain a warrior, accompanied by two ordinary individuals in need of protection. His eyes shifted back to Qin Rushuang. If, however, the source crystal were given to you, your injuries might heal rapidly and your strength would significantly increase. At that point, our team would possess two formidable combatants. Yet, he pivoted his tone. We are confronted with this unknown, perilous world. We remain uncertain as to whether we will next encounter a solitary bone crusher Gru, or perhaps a legion of them. Two warriors. Are they sufficient? Certainly not. Our margin for error is alarmingly slender. Should either of us sustain grievous injuries or become ensnared by the enemy, the remaining one would be nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. His words rendered Qin Rushuang's expression grave. She could not deny the truth in Lin Mo's proclamation. Ultimately, Lin Mo's gaze alighted upon the youthful visage of Xiaoya, flushed with the fervor of tension and excitement. His tone softened. Thus, I choose to invest in the future. Xiaoya, you are unlike either of us. Miss Qin and I have already developed our own combat styles and proclivities. Our growth is traceable and, alas, has its limits. Yet you, my dear, are a blank canvas. A blank canvas possesses the potential to depict the most vibrant and unforeseen masterpieces. I cannot predict what abilities this source crystal will awaken within you. Perhaps it will bestow upon you a strength surpassing mine, perhaps a speed more enigmatic than Miss Qin's, or perhaps it will grant you an entirely new power of support or control, one we have yet to encounter. Regardless of its nature, it shall enrich our team's tactics, rendering them ever more intricate and unpredictable. A formidable warrior, a premier assassin, complemented by an X factor of boundless possibilities. Such a team can truly endure in this wretched world. Lin Mo's words resonated with conviction, clarity, and an undeniable persuasive force. He resembled a master strategist, meticulously crafting an inspiring and grand blueprint for this newly formed, haphazard assembly. The entire valley fell into a profound silence once more. Bai Xiaoya gazed at Lin Mo, her bright, sparkling eyes brimming with tears, not from fear, but from a profound sense of emotion and an inexplicable, intense sense of mission. Qin Rushuang regarded Lin Mo, her eyes revealing, for the first time, a hint of admiration. This young man possesses not only courage, but also cunning. His vision and perspective far exceed those typical of his age. As for Su Qingyuan, she observed Lin Mo, the boy she had watched grow from childhood, her heart tumultuous with conflicting emotions. She extended her hand, her soft, trembling fingertips gently brushing away the blood at the corner of Lin Mo's mouth. Her beautiful eyes glistened with moisture, embodying a mother's pride and a woman's admiration for a hero. Good. She uttered a single word, yet it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens. She turned her gaze toward her daughter, her expression resolute. Xiaoya, since this is Lin Mo's decision, you must accept it. However, remember this. This power is not bestowed lightly. It is forged through Lin Mo's sacrifice, a testament to his trust and expectations for you. From this day forth, you shall no longer be a timid girl who hides behind others. You must learn to fight, embrace responsibility, and protect those you wish to safeguard. Su Qingyuan's words sent a jolt through Bai Xiaoya's body. She lifted her gaze, casting a glance at her mother and then at the young man who smiled at her. The innocence and timidity faded from her delicate face. With determination, she nodded vigorously, clenching the azure source crystal tightly in her palm. I understand now. Chapter 54. The Awakening Ceremony and the Queen of the Wind after the decision was made. The atmosphere transformed into a blend of lightness and solemnity. It resembled a nascent team that had finally established its core developmental agenda, with everyone discovering their roles and directions. The absorption of source crystals necessitates an environment of absolute tranquility and safety. Qin Rushuang's voice shattered the silence. Her icy gaze swept around the cave, which barely sufficed. Yet to err on the side of caution, we must remain vigilant. Her attention ultimately settled on Lin Mo. You are the most injured. Stay inside the cave to accompany her. Additionally, you may assist her at a crucial moment. As she spoke, she turned her gaze towards Su Qingyuan. The two of us will be responsible for the outer vigilance. This arrangement was reasonable, leaving no room for dissent. However, Su Qingyuan regarded Qin Rushuang with a hint of amusement. This icy beauty, while professing to act impartially, harbored an evident desire to separate Lin Mo from Bai Xiaoya. Pairing herself with Su Qingyuan, a thought transparent to all. Su Qingyuan chuckled inwardly, but refrained from exposing it. She approached her daughter, extending her delicate, soft hands to tightly clasp Bai Xiaoya's somewhat cold fingers, gently encouraging, Xiaoya, do not be afraid. Both mother and brother Lin Mo are here with you. Bai Xiaoya nodded earnestly, inhaling deeply as she looked at Lin Mo, her sparkling eyes brimming with trust and a hint of the elusive emotions unique to a young girl. Lin Mo smiled back, reassuring her. Then he inquired of Qin Rushuang, what do you intend to do with the two corpses of the wildlings? Qin Rushuang's gaze shifted to the two unfortunate souls, felled by Gru's axe, a flicker of indifference flashing in her eyes. Their flesh and blood serve as excellent bait for the beasts. I shall drag them downstream. This will divert quite a bit of trouble from us. She paused before adding, as for their hides and bone spears, they are valuable resources and must not go to waste. Lin Mo nodded, his assessment of this woman rising a few notches. Calm.
Decisive and pragmatic, she resembled the sharpest, poison-tipped knife. Though perilous, if wielded properly, she could undoubtedly become the strongest asset to the team. Before long,
the division of labor was complete. Qin Rushuang dragged the two wildling corpses downstream. Her gait remained somewhat unsteady, clearly indicating her injuries had yet to fully heal. But her composed and efficient demeanor was undiminished. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan, wielding the massive bone battle axe, stood at the cave's entrance. Her tall, voluptuous figure, clad in a fitted flight attendant uniform, basked in the morning sunlight, holding the fearsome bone axe, creating a tableau imbued with both contradiction and impact, strikingly beautiful yet fierce. The taut curve of her form beneath the fitted skirt arched dramatically, exuding boundless strength. She resembled a war goddess, vigilantly guarding her territory, keenly observing her surroundings. Within the cavern, only Lin Mo and Bai Xiaoya remained. The atmosphere, for a moment, became somewhat delicate. Lin Mo, what should I do? Bai Xiaoya inquired nervously, cradling the azure source crystal. Do not be afraid. Relax. Lin Mo's voice carried a reassuring strength. Hold in your palm. Then concentrate all your spirit to feel it envisioning, consuming it. This was the most fundamental absorption method taught to him by Qin Rushuang. Bai Xiaoya nodded, settling into a cross-legged position, closing her eyes, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow upon her face. Imitating Lin Mo, she gripped the source crystal tightly in her hand, striving to empty her mind. Initially, there was no reaction. Yet, gradually, she sensed that the stone in her palm seemed to awaken. A cool, flowing energy, akin to water, began to seep from the source crystal, coursing through her arm and into her body. Bai Xiaoya emitted a soft, cat-like murmur of comfort. She felt as though she were soaking in a warm bath, enveloped in a soothing warmth. As the energy continued to surge within her, the azure source crystal in her grasp began to flicker with a dimming light. Lin Mo, observing intently, felt a palpable change occurring within Bai Xiaoya's body. Her skin grew increasingly translucent, as if the pale azure energy coursing through her veins were visible beneath the surface. Her breathing became longer and steadier, and she began to emanate a fragrance reminiscent of fresh grass mingled with morning dew, vibrant with life. Suddenly, Bai Xiaoya's body convulsed violently. A powerful, visible azure energy erupted from the source crystal, enveloping her entirely. Bai Xiaoya cried out in agony, feeling as though she had been thrust into a rapidly spinning washing machine, inundated by a torrent of chaotic information and energy surging into her mind and body. Her body began to tremble violently, beads of dark sweat, tinged with a metallic scent, forming on her skin. This was the process of marrow cleansing. Lin Mo's expression shifted. He understood that this was the most critical and perilous moment in the awakening process. If Bai Xiaoya's was not resolute enough, she could be overwhelmed by this immense energy, risking her body to burst or her mind to shatter, becoming a mere shell of her former self. Xiaoya, steady your mind. Do not be swayed by the energy. Guide it. Master it. Lin Mo's voice thundered in Bai Xiaoya's mind. Almost instinctively, he reached out, pressing his hand firmly against her smooth back, feeling an astonishing heat and slickness beneath his palm. He resolutely infused the warm energy recently restored within him, belonging to the berserker, into Bai Xiaoya's body. He sought to utilize his own power to assist her in stabilizing the turbulent azure energy. However, at the very moment his energy entered Bai Xiaoya, an unforeseen transformation ensued. The originally ferocious azure energy, upon contact with Lin Mo's essence, not only resisted pacification, but instead reacted as if confronted by a formidable adversary, becoming even more violent and ferocious. These two entirely distinct energies clashed within Bai Xiaoya's delicate form, akin to two armies engaged in a fierce battle, colliding, tearing, and devouring one another. In an instant, Bai Xiaoya's charming visage turned as pale as a sheet, and a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips. Her body trembled violently like a leaf in the wind, as the breath of life rapidly ebbed away. This is dire. Lin Mo was horrified. He had never anticipated that his well-intentioned act would result in such calamity. Just at this critical juncture, a powerful fragrant wind surged in from outside the cave. Qin Rushuang's figure appeared at the entrance like a specter. Observing the perilous scene before her, her icy demeanor momentarily shattered, revealing a look of alarm on her exquisite face. "Fool! Stop this at once!" she exclaimed sharply. "How can energies of differing attributes be forcibly fused? Do you wish to bring about her demise?" Chapter 55. The miracle of maternal love and the whisper of the wind. Qin Rushuang's sharp reprimand fell upon Lin Mo like a bucket of icy water, awakening him to the gravity of his foolish and potentially fatal error. Without a moment's hesitation, he sought to retract his hand, aiming to sever the flow of energy. Yet, it was already too late. Two raging forces had become irrevocably entwined within Bai Xiaoya. They clashed like unruly armies on foreign soil, heedless of the host's plight, consumed only by their frenzied assault upon one another. Should Lin Mo withdraw his energy, the uncontested azure force would likely obliterate Bai Xiaoya's meridians in an instant. What to do? For the first time, a genuine panic laced Lin Mo's voice. He could remain unflinching in the face of the fiercest beasts and maintain his composure in the direst of battles. However, he could not bear the thought of witnessing Bai Xiaoya, the neighborly girl who had always trusted and relied upon him, perish due to his blunder. The only recourse now lay in her own willpower. Qin Rushwang's expression grew gravely serious. She advanced swiftly, extending her slender fingers to deftly tap the acupoints at Bai Xiaoya's brow and neck, attempting to guide the chaotic energies in her own manner. You must continue to maintain the energy output. Do not allow the energies within her to fall out of balance. Then, find a way to communicate with her, awaken her consciousness. Let her harness that power herself. Her voice was urgent and rapid. At that moment, Su Qingyuan, upon hearing her daughter's anguished cries and Qin Rushwang's fierce admonition, rushed into the cave without a second thought. Upon witnessing her daughter, blood streaming from her orifices and writhing in agony, this woman, who had always displayed remarkable strength, completely shattered. "Xiaoya, my Xiaoya," she cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, instinctively lunging forward. "Do not touch her," Qin Rushwang commanded sharply. The energy within her has spiraled out of control. Any external contact could cause her to explode. Su Qingyuan's body stiffened abruptly. She beheld her daughter struggling on the precipice of life and death, while she herself felt utterly powerless to assist. The overwhelming sense of helplessness and heartbreak threatened to tear her apart. Tears, like pearls strung upon a broken thread, cascaded silently from her beautiful phoenix eyes. She knelt upon the ground, reaching out to touch her daughter's cheek, yet her hand fell helplessly to the floor. All she could do was watch, helplessly observing as Lin Mo and Qin Rushwang employed every means at their disposal, yet still failed to halt the rapid decline of her daughter's vitality. Bai Xiaoya's body trembled increasingly. Her skin began to fissure in delicate, spiderweb-like cracks, from which blood continuously seeped. Her consciousness gradually sank into an abyss of darkness. "It is over." This desperate thought flickered simultaneously through the minds of Lin Mo and Qin Rushwang. However, in this moment of utmost despair, Su Qingyuan executed an unexpected action that took everyone by surprise. She ceased her tears and refrained from calling out. Instead, she gently bowed her head, pressing her tear-streaked, exquisitely beautiful face against her daughter's cold, blood-stained forehead. Then she spoke. She did not utter any trite words of encouragement or pleas to hold on. Rather, with the softest, most tender voice in the world, she began to hum. Sleep now, my dear darling. Mother's hands gently rock you." It was a lullaby that both Lin Mo and Bai Xiaoya knew all too well. In their childhood, whenever they cried or fell ill, Su Qingyuan would soothe them with this enchanting melody. The song was soft and delicate, tinged with a slight rasp from her tears. Yet, this voice seemed to possess an extraordinary, unparalleled magic. It pierced through the turbulent energy currents, cutting through the boundless darkness, and gently resonated within Bai Xiaoya's fading consciousness. "Mother," it is Mother's song. Amidst the endless darkness and suffering, Bai Xiaoya appeared to glimpse a beam of light, a light that radiated warmth and love. Instinctively, she reached out toward that luminescence. And in that moment, a miracle occurred. The two chaotic forces within her, which had been clashing violently, began to slowly calm. No, it was not merely calming. It was merging. The warm, crimson energy imbued with a berserker's essence, and the cool, azure energy, rich with the breath of life, discovered a wondrous equilibrium within Su Qingyuan's tender lullaby. They no longer battled against one another, but began to entwine and meld together. Ultimately, they formed a brand new energy, imbued with a faint hue of purple, which was both more powerful and more subdued. This new energy flowed gently through Bai Xiaoya's damaged veins, rapidly mending her body. The fissures in her skin healed at a visibly remarkable pace. The blood at the corner of her mouth gradually dried. The pallor of her once pale face regained a hint of healthy color. Lin Mo and Qin Rushwang stared, dumbfounded, at this astonishing scene before them, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan continued to hum softly. It seemed as if she had poured all her love, all her worries, and all her prayers into this simple lullaby. Her shirt, soaked with sweat and tears, clung tightly to her voluptuous form, accentuating her breathtaking curves. On her stunning face, the juxtaposition of purity and sensuality, maternal grace and allure, harmoniously fused in that moment, creating a beauty that was utterly mesmerizing. So beautiful, it invokes reverence. Time seems to have slipped away. When the final note faded into the air, Bai Xiaoya's body became utterly tranquil. Her tightly shut eyes slowly opened. What a pair of eyes they were, clear and bright, as if they contained the entirety of the starry sky. Yet unlike before, a faint, vibrant azure glow flickered deep within her gaze. A gentle, almost imperceptible breeze began to swirl and flow around her. She gazed at her mother, then glanced at the pale young man beside her, drained of energy. A confident and exquisite smile gradually graced her lips. "Mother, Brother Linimo," she said, her voice ringing clear and melodious, as if carrying the whispers of the wind. "I feel as though I can fly." Chapter 56. Her Origin and the Lost Continent Flying? Lin Mo and Su Qingyuan both believed they had misheard. Yet in the next moment, they bore witness to what could only be described as a miracle. Before their very eyes, Bai Xiaoya's body, without any external force, began to slowly levitate off the ground. A gentle azure current, like a delicate platter, cradled her youthful form, lifting her gracefully into the air. Her clothes and long hair floated softly within the stillness of the cave. A hint of curiosity and excitement illuminated her face, reminiscent of a child who has just received their cherished toy. "Oh my!" Su Qingyuan gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Montauk, ikfali astornisit, was rendered speechless. He had anticipated that Bai Xiaoya's awakening would manifest as a power akin to wind blades or acceleration. However, he never imagined it would be flight. In this primitive and perilous world, the ability to fly signified what? It signified unparalleled mobility, reconnaissance capabilities, and survival potential. One could envision the tactical advantage a free-flying aerial artillery or scout would bestow upon the entire team in future battles. It appears my investment was well placed, Lin Mo thought, his heart ablaze with fervor. At that moment, Qin Rushuang, who had been standing at the cave entrance, stepped inside. Her cold gaze fell upon Bai Xiaoya, suspended in midair, and a flicker of unmistakable envy and jealousy crossed her icy eyes. Affinity for the wind element. "It is indeed an exceedingly rare sky master ability," she murmured, her voice tinged with complex emotions. "You newcomers are truly, enviably fortunate." In midair, Bai Xiaoya clumsily attempted to control her body, resembling a fledgling bird that had just learned to fly. Soon, however, the energy within her seemed to deplete, and her body gently descended, landing softly back on the ground. "Wow, Lin Mo, Su Qingyuan," she exclaimed excitedly, rushing over to embrace Su Qingyuan's arm, chattering animatedly about her extraordinary experience. Su Qingyuan, overwhelmed with joy at her transformed daughter, was moved to tears. Meanwhile, after the initial exhilaration subsided, Lin Mo shifted his gaze toward Qin Rushuang. "Miss Qin," he inquired, his voice hoarse from weakness, "what do you mean by newcomers? From your tone, it seems you are not here for the first time?" This question was also one that Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya had longed to ask. Upon hearing it, a flicker of reminiscence and pain crossed Qin Rushuang's frosty visage. She paused for a moment, seemingly gathering her thoughts, before she began to speak slowly. What she revealed next would utterly shatter the understanding of Lin Mo and the others, unveiling the truth of a far grander and more brutal world. "I'm different from you. You are the newcomers who have been passively drawn into this place. And I have come here voluntarily as a pioneer." Qin Rushuang's voice was cold yet distant. "This place we refer to as the Lost Continent. It exists as an immense subspace, separate from our original world. No one knows its true extent, nor its boundaries. However, we are aware that since the era of great navigation hundreds of years ago, all the mysterious disappearances of aircraft, ships, and their passengers from our world have, in fact, come to this place." "What?" Lin Mo and the others were taken aback. "The Bermuda Triangle, the Dragon Triangle. those enigmas that have perplexed humanity for centuries. Could it be? Indeed, Qin Rushuang seemed to perceive their thoughts. Those so-called mysterious disappearances were merely the result of inadvertent encounters with spatial rifts connecting the two worlds, leading them into this lost continent. The individuals who arrived here before us, along with their descendants, are whom we call the remnants. The remnants? Yes. Qin Rushuang nodded, her gaze becoming somewhat intricate. Most of them, after generations of propagation and adaptation, have long since integrated with this continent. They have formed various tribes, city-states, and even kingdoms. They possess their own languages, cultures, and systems of power, much like those savages you encountered yesterday. Those savages are, in fact, the descendants of the earliest batch of remnants. For certain reasons, they abandoned civilization, opting for the most primitive, savage lifestyle, becoming one of the most formidable predators on this continent. Lin Mo recalled the terrifying strength and brutal methods of the Bonebreaker Gru, feeling a shiver of fear. Then, what are pioneers? Su Qingyuan could not help but inquire. Qin Rushuang's eyes dimmed slightly. We are avengers. Our ancestors were once remnants. Yet, over the span of centuries, a portion of the stronger among them did not relinquish their hope of returning to the original world. They devoted countless generations to research, ultimately discovering a method to temporarily, unidirectionally reopen the spatial rifts. They documented this method, along with all information regarding the lost continent, and concealed it in an extremely secretive place, leaving it for us, the descendants in the original world. We pioneers are those who have unearthed our ancestors' hidden legacy, learned the truth, and for various reasons, searching for lost loved ones, plundering resources, or, like me, seeking revenge, have voluntarily come to this place. A select few. Her voice carried a deep-seated hatred. My parents were the previous generation of pioneers. They arrived here when I was very young, and then they never returned. I have come here, firstly, to seek their whereabouts, and secondly, to eliminate those who have wronged them, those wretched enemies. Though she did not articulate it directly, Lin Mo could sense that the adversaries she referred to were likely those savage beings. Is there still a chance for us to return? Su Qingyuan posed the pivotal question, her beautiful eyes brimming with hope. Qin Rushuang fell into silence. After a prolonged moment, she slowly shook her head. It is exceedingly difficult, according to the information I have gathered, in order to return from here. One must locate a fabled return route. This path was forged by the superlative powers of the ancient survivors, creating a stable spatial passage through immense strength. It is said to appear only once every 60 years, with no discernible pattern to its timing or location. The last emergence of the return route occurred 59 years ago. This revelation fell upon Lin Mo and the others like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing the flickering flame of hope that had just ignited within their hearts. To think that they might be condemned to remain in this wretched place for a lifetime, observing the pallor that washed over the faces of the mother and daughter. Lin Mo felt a weight settle in his heart. However, he quickly regained his composure. He approached Su Qingyuan, extending his hand to gently grasp her soft, cold hand, rendered frigid by despair. Do not fear, Annie. His voice, though soft, was imbued with a reassuring strength. Regardless of whether we can return, we are alive, and as long as we draw breath, there remains hope. He lifted his gaze toward the vast and unfamiliar expanse outside the cave, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. Moreover, I believe this world is quite intriguing. Since returning is not an option, let us establish a new realm, our very own kingdom, right here. Wouldn't that be rather splendid? Chapter 57. Everyday life on the island. Lin Mo's declaration of establishing a kingdom of our own brimmed with the youthful audacity, oblivious to the vastness of the world. Yet, none of the three women present ridiculed him. By Sioya Arbord, apure admiration, believing that Lin Mo could achieve anything he set his mind to. In contrast, Su Qingyuan and Qin Rushuang, both of whom possessed mature sensibilities, discerned an immense confidence and sense of responsibility within his seemingly arrogant words, especially after just learning of the faint hope of returning home. Lin Mo's proclamation served as a potent tonic, dispelling much of the gloom and despair that lingered in their hearts. Indeed, if returning was not an option, then they would thrive here, living better than anyone else. Su Qingyuan gazed at the young man beside her, who had unknowingly grown into a towering figure capable of shielding them from life's tempests. The ripples of emotion danced in her beautiful phoenix eyes. She grasped Lin Mo's broad, warm hand tightly, nodding emphatically. "All right, dear, I will stay with you and build our home here." Her voice, gentle yet imbued with strength, resonated deeply. Beside them, Qin Rushuang observed this tender mother-son moment. Though her icy demeanor betrayed little, a flicker of envy glimmered in her cold gaze, a sentiment she herself scarcely recognized. Home! It had been many years since she had felt such warmth. Clearing her throat, Qin Rushuang interrupted the cozy, ambiguous atmosphere, her tone returning to its customary chill. Establishing a kingdom requires more than mere words. We have yet to resolve even the most fundamental survival issues. She gestured towards the massive corpse of Gru outside the cave. Let's first deal with these spoils. The scent of blood will soon attract new predators, and this creature's flesh is rich in energy. Wasting it would be unwise. Her words jolted everyone back to reality. In the ensuing hours, the four of them engaged in the intense and busy task of post-battle reconstruction. Lin Mo and Qin Rushuang took charge of disposing of the three wild men's corpses. Despite Lin Mo's injuries still not having fully healed, his remarkable recuperative abilities allowed him to move with some effort. He grasped the enormous beast bone axe, which felt heavy yet manageable enough to wield. Together with Qin Rushuang, they exerted tremendous effort to completely skin Gru's incredibly tough hide. This material would serve as exquisite armor or provide warmth when laid upon the ground. Meanwhile, they meticulously divided Gru and the other two wild men's flesh into smaller portions. One part was simply salted with the seasoning from the airplane meal packets to serve as preserved rations, while another portion was dragged downstream by Qin Rushuang to serve as bait, drawing other beasts away. This process was gory and intricate, yet both Lin Mo and Qin Rushuang approached the task with unwavering diligence. They all comprehend that in this world, even the slightest resource could be a matter of life and death. Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya are tasked with fortifying their kingdom, the modest cavern they inhabit. Su Vingyuan exhibits her mature femininity, shoja sin her meticulous nature. She directs Bai Xiaoya to clear away the rubble and debris within the cave. From the remnants of an aircraft, she retrieves additional blankets and soft fabrics, laying them on the ground to create makeshift bedding. She even discovers several well-sealed plastic containers, organizing the food and water they have gathered with a sense of domestic authority. Beneath the sun, sweat dampens her fitted flight attendant shirt. The garment, which already accentuates her figure exquisitely, now becomes somewhat translucent, clinging to her smooth back, allowing a glimpse of the intricate lace of her undergarments. As she bends to arrange their supplies, the curve of her shapely form in the snug pencil skirt creates a striking silhouette, an arresting arc that could drive any man to madness. Her mature, voluptuous figure radiates a potent allure, a captivating blend of vitality and sensuality born from diligent labor. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoya, newly awakened to her abilities, has become the transport hub of the group. Although she has yet to master her flying prowess, she manages to hover briefly and transport lighter items. She flits between the cave and the wreckage like a cheerful little bee, carrying blankets in her arms and 2 cases of mineral water in her grasp. The youthful vitality of her form appears especially buoyant in the gentle breeze. Her long legs clad in white stockings tracing elegant arcs in the air, exuding an innocent yet enticing charm. The afternoon swiftly passes. As the golden glow of the setting sun bathes the valley once more, their kingdom begins to take shape. Inside the cavern, everything is tidily arranged, with soft bedding laid out. Outside, a campfire crackles to life, with pieces of golden brown meat sizzling above the flames. Su Qingyuan sits beside the fire, holding a sharpened bone and some resilient vines, attentively mending Lin Mo's tattered clothing by the firelight. Her exquisite face radiates a gentle, nurturing smile, enveloping the atmosphere with a sense of homely comfort. In contrast, Qin Ruoshuang leans against a rock, polishing her black short knife and a fearsome bone battle axe. Though her icy visage bears little expression, the previously sharp vigilance in her gaze softens, revealing an uncommon sense of relaxation. Bai Xiaoya flits around Lin Mo like a jubilant little bird, chattering animatedly about the amusing incidents she encountered while practicing her flight that day. Leaning against the cavern's rocky entrance, Lin Mo gazes at this scene before him, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and tranquility. An elegant and mature queen, exuding unparalleled grace. A cold yet athletic assassin princess, formidable in combat. A youthful and vivacious flying princess, brimming with untapped potential. And alongside them, he, the rapidly evolving king. This nascent kingdom, though humble, is imbued with boundless hope and vitality. A confident smile unwittingly graced Lin Mo's lips, for he understood that their tale had only just begun. At that moment, he suddenly felt a peculiar tingling sensation emanating from the wound on his chest. Upon glancing down, he was astonished to see that the once deep and ghastly wound had begun to sprout delicate pink flesh, thanks to the dual influence of his extraordinary abilities and medicinal effects. His body was recovering at an astonishing rate. Moreover, the berserker energy within him was solidifying and growing more potent throughout this recuperation. He sensed that the next breakthrough was tantalizingly close at hand. Chapter 58. The tenderness of night conversations. As night deepened, two ethereal moons hung high in the sky, casting their cool luminescence across the entire river valley. The crackling campfire illuminated the cavern, reflecting the diverse expressions of four faces within. The atmosphere was serene, imbued with a sense of warmth that followed a harrowing ordeal. Lin Mo leaned against the rocky wall, feeling the tingling itch radiating from his chest wound, his heart brimming with an insatiable desire for strength. He understood that in this world, only absolute power could ensure one's survival and dignity. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Su Qingyuan, who sat opposite him, intently mending his clothes by the firelight. She had changed back in her tattered haute couture gown, perhaps feeling discomfort in the damp, form-fitting flight attendant uniform from their earlier exertions. Yet at this moment, the worn long dress on her figure exuded an alluring blend of languor and breathtaking sensuality. Bathed in the fire's glow, her exquisite features were softened, her focus unwavering. Long lashes cast delicate shadows across her face as her well-manicured. Slender hands deftly held a sharpened beast-bone needle. Though her movements were somewhat unpracticed, they were imbued with remarkable sincerity. Lin Mo found himself entranced by her graceful demeanor, as if they were not in a perilous wilderness, but rather in the cozy confines of their living room on a sunlit afternoon. And she, in that moment, felt like his wife. The thought sent warmth flooding to his cheeks, prompting him to hastily avert his gaze. Clearing his throat, he attempted to dissolve the lingering tension in the air. Su Qingyuan, startled by the sound, raised her head. Her enchanting phoenix eyes sparkled in the firelight, carrying a hint of mirth. "What is it? Is your wound bothering you again?" Her voice was as gentle as a whisper. "And no," Lin Mo stammered, slightly flustered. Thank you for your hard work, Annie. You're such a silly child. There's no need for formality with me," Su Qingyuan playfully chided, casting him a charming glance that made Lin Mo's heart skip a beat. She returned to her task, though seemingly casually inquired, "By the way, Xiao Mo, what made you decide to give that source crystal to Xiaoya?" This question had lingered in her mind for quite some time. Bai Xiaoya and Qin Ruoshuang, overhearing,
perked up with curiosity about Lin Mo's unexpected decision. Lin Mo smiled, recognizing this as the perfect opportunity to win the hearts of his team entirely. Rather than answering directly,
he posed a question in return. "Annie, Miss Qin, what do you believe is our team's greatest advantage at this moment?" Qin Ruoshuang, contemplating, allowed a flicker of thought to cross her icy gaze. "It is you," she stated plainly. "You are the only awakened one here, and also our strongest combatant." Lin Mo shook his head. "I am merely a temporary solution. My strength primarily derives from sheer force," he remarked with self-awareness. Faced with formidable opponents like Gru, had it not been for your cooperation, I would have perished long ago. His gaze turned to Su Qingyuan. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke, her intelligent eyes shimmering with wisdom. I believe our greatest advantage lies in our unity. We trust each other and are willing to exert ourselves for a common goal, just as we did this afternoon. A glimmer of approval flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Truly, Aunt Sue always perceives the essence of any issue. You are half right. He chuckled. Trust and solidarity form our foundation. However, our true strength is complementarity. Complementarity? The three women were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Lin Mo affirmed, his gaze brightening with depth. Miss Qin, you are calm, decisive, and possess a wealth of combat experience and knowledge of this world. You serve as our team's brain and blade, responsible for formulating strategies and delivering the most lethal strikes. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoshuang's icy visage remained stoic, yet a flicker of subtle emotion passed through her eyes. Lin Mo then turned his attention to Su Qingyuan. As for you, dear aunt, you are meticulous, gentle, and endowed with extraordinary observational skills and affability. You are our team's logistics chief and adhesive. With you, we maintain a stable rear, allowing our hearts to coalesce. Listening to Lin Mo's appraisal, Su Qingyuan felt her beautiful face flush slightly, yet her heart swelled with sweetness. Finally, Lin Mo's gaze settled on by Xiaoya. And as for Xiaoya, she is youthful, vibrant, and brimming with boundless potential. Her awakened ability to manipulate the skies is our team's most unique strategic asset. She shall be our eyes and wings. A shield warrior, myself, charging in a battle, a shadow blade, Qin Ruoshuang, executing calculated assassinations, a high priestess, Su Qingyuan, providing logistical support and soothing hearts, complemented by an eye of the sky, by Xiaoya, soaring freely in the heavens. Tell me, is such a team not perfectly harmonious? Lin Mo's voice resonated with confidence and charisma. In the simplest terms, he accurately defined each person's role, enabling everyone to recognize their irreplaceable value within the team. The cave fell silent once more. Yet this time it was not an awkward silence, but rather a profound sense of awe and recognition. Bai Xiaoya gazed at Lin Mo, her bright eyes nearly brimming with admiration. Qin Ruoshuang looked at Lin Mo, and for the first time, the coldness in her eyes faded, leaving only a trace of pure respect. As Su Qingyuan gazed at Lin Mo, she beheld a boy who, within a mere few days, had transformed from an inexperienced youth into a courageous, astute, and responsible leader of his team. Her heart was already overflowing with tender emotions. The needle in her hand had unknowingly come to a halt. She simply stared at him, as if wishing to etch his image deeply into her heart and weave it into the very fabric of her being. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly warm and intimate, a piercing scream erupted from the distant, silent forest outside the cave, a sound utterly alien to this island, filled with despair and terror, a wretched cry of humanity. Chapter 59. Her concerns resolute in her decision, Lin Mo acted without a trace of hesitation. He grasped the fearsome, beast-bone battle-axe, while Qin Ruoshuang firmly held her poisoned black dagger. Their eyes met, each reflecting a glimmer of determination and an unspoken understanding. Xiao Mo, you must be cautious. Su Qingyuan approached Lin Mo, extending her delicate hands to meticulously adjust the garment she had lovingly mended for him. Her fingertips trembled ever so slightly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with an enduring worry. Although Lin Mo had just spoken with fervent confidence, she understood the true peril that lurked within the dark jungle. Leaning closer, she whispered into Lin Mo's ear with a soft, enchanting voice that only he could hear. Remember, if you cannot fight, then run. Do not be reckless. Xiaoya and I will be waiting for your return at home. The warmth of her breath brushed against Lin Mo's earlobe, stirring a wave of emotion within him, a gentle warmth spreading throughout his being. He could distinctly sense Su Ai's soft, curvaceous body intentionally or unintentionally brushing against his arm, an unvoiced gesture of strength and encouragement. Rest assured, Ai, Lin Mo inhaled deeply, suppressing his racing heart, and nodded firmly. Lin Montake, Sister Qin, be careful. Bai Xiaoya flew over, her petite face etched with anxiety and seriousness. Lin Mo smiled at her, then, without a hint of reluctance, turned with Qin Rushuang, merging like two ephemeral shadows into the deep, foreboding darkness of the jungle, akin to the maw of a colossal beast. At the cave entrance, only Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya remained. Xiaoya ascend. The softness vanished from Su Qingyuan's face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity. Yes, Mama, Bai Xiaoya responded, a surge of azure energy lifting her gently into the air, like a nimble nightingale silently soaring upwards. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan gripped the firefighting axe, which felt somewhat burdensome for her, vigilantly guarding their realm, and the most important man in her heart. In the jungle, darkness enveloped everything, rendering it impossible to see even one's own hand. The eerie glow of two moons was entirely obscured by the dense canopy overhead. Lin Mo and Qin Rushuang proceeded cautiously, following the direction of the previous agonizing cries. For an ordinary person, navigating such an environment would be nearly impossible. However, for Lin Mo, whose body had been enhanced, and the experienced Qin Rushuang, it was a challenge that could be overcome. Although Lin Mo's vision was not as acute as during daylight, he could still vaguely discern the outlines of objects. His extraordinary hearing and sense of smell now became his most reliable radar. He could hear, 30 meters away, a venomous serpent hissing and flicking its tongue amidst the grass. He could smell, 50 meters distant, a plant exuding an oddly sweet fragrance, which, unbeknownst to many, concealed deadly toxins. Qin Rushuang, akin to a spirit of the night, moved with such lightness that her steps were nearly soundless. Her body, with an uncanny grace, deftly avoided the entangling vines and slick moss. She resembled the most exquisite and lethal of serpents, seamlessly blending with the surrounding darkness. Neither spoke, communicating instead through the simplest gestures. Suddenly, Lin Mo, leading the way, halted abruptly, signaling for silence. Qin Rushuang instantly froze, her body taut as a drawn bowstring. "What is it?" she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "The scent of blood," Lin Mo replied, inhaling deeply, his expression turning solemn. "It's strong just ahead." They exchanged a glance, slowing their pace and proceeding with heightened caution towards the source of the scent. Soon, they parted a massive fern, revealing a sight that made their pupils constrict in horror. Not far ahead, in a clearing, lay 3 mangled corpses, ravaged beyond recognition. The tattered, blood-soaked garments identified them as the fugitives, Brother Dao and his 2 blonde accomplices. Beside the bodies, 2 creatures, resembling compact cheetahs cloaked in black manes and armed with sharp fangs, feasted ravenously. Their gruesome consumption was a sight to behold, tearing, gnawing, swallowing, the chilling crunch of splintering bones mingling with their guttural, satisfied growls echoed hauntingly in the stillness of the night. "It's the black-maned wolves." Qin Rushuang's voice dropped to a near whisper, laced with an unmistakable trepidation. These were pack hunters, fiercely predatory, with astonishing bite strength, remarkable speed, and high intelligence, exhibiting exceptional teamwork. Clearly, the earlier screams had come from them. Lin Mo's gaze turned icy, fixated on Brother Dao's lifeless face, etched with terror and regret. He felt no sympathy, only a creeping dread. Had he not spared them yesterday? Had he not chosen to investigate today? The consequences of these famished black-maned wolves tracking their scent to their lair would have been dire. At that moment, the 2 feasting wolves seemed to sense something amiss. They abruptly lifted their heads, their eyes glowing eerily green in the darkness, locking onto the direction where Lin Mo and Qin Rushuang were concealed. They had been discovered. A chill ran through Qin Rushuang. The 2 black-maned wolves let out a deep, menacing growl, filled with palpable threat. They relinquished the food at their lips, slowly rising to their feet, their bodies slightly arched, revealing a set of fangs capable of rending steel. Menacingly sharp, an encounter was now inevitable. Chapter 60. Swift resolution to the left and to the right. Swift resolution. Qin Rushuang's voice was icy and resolute, devoid of any emotion. Almost as soon as her words echoed in the air, her athletic and voluptuous figure shot forth from her hiding place like a specter. Her target was the slightly smaller black-maned wolf on the left. Simultaneously, Lin Mo sprang into action. He chose neither stealth nor ambush. His berserker abilities dictated that he could only confront the foe head-on. Come, beast! He roared, his voice a battle cry, as he charged toward the more robust black-maned wolf on the right, wielding his beast-bone battle axe with an indomitable ferocity. The massive black-maned wolf, seemingly incensed by Lin Mo's provocation, let out a thunderous growl. With powerful limbs, its massive form transformed into a bolt of black lightning, lunging fiercely at Lin Mo. Its gaping maw, lined with dagger-like fangs, glimmered ominously in the darkness. Lin Mo's pupilles dilated in alarm. It was too fast. This creature's speed surpassed even that of the previous giant lizard. He barely had time to react, instinctively raising his beast-bone battle axe to shield his chest. Clang! The sound reverberated like the clash of metal. Lin Mo felt an unimaginable force surge through the axe. He was propelled backward, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground. His arms went numb, and the impact shattered the flesh at the base of his thumb, blood trickling down the axe handle. What a terrifying biting force. Lin Mo's heart raced with dread. If it had bitten down, it would surely have crushed his bones. The black-maned wolf, having failed its strike, deftly retreated, landing gracefully on the ground. A low growl emanated from its throat, its emerald eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo, as if searching for a moment of vulnerability. This beast possessed not only strength, but also cunning. On the other side, Qin Rushuang's battle unfolded in an entirely different fashion. She resembled a masterful dancer, pirouetting on the edge of a blade. Her body was supple, yet brimming with explosive energy. Each evasion was flawlessly timed, a true work of art. The black dagger in her hand struck like a viper's fang, aiming at the wolf's eyes, throat, and abdomen with lethal precision. However, the black-maned wolf was equally cunning and agile. Its body contorted at impossible angles, deftly avoiding Qin Rushuang's deadly assaults. Simultaneously, its sharp claws and fangs continuously created trouble for her. In that moment, the struggle between the woman and the wolf was fiercely contested. Qin Rushuang's expression turned grave. Her injuries had yet to heal completely, and the prolonged skirmish was sapping her strength significantly. She must act swiftly. At that moment, the imposing black-maned wolf, facing Lin Mo, seemed to have lost its patience. With a thunderous roar, its massive form lunged at Lin Mo once more, like a cannonball. This time, however, its assault was far more cunning. Mid-air, it abruptly twisted its body, evading Lin Mo's axe, and its sharp claws viciously slashed towards Lin Mo's side. A sense of dread surged through Lin Mo. He attempted to change his tactic, but it was already too late. He watched helplessly as the glistening claws threatened to eviscerate him. Yet in this dire moment, an azure figure, akin to a whirlwind, suddenly descended from the heavens. Lin Montauk, be careful. It was Bai Xiaoya. She had stealthily trailed behind them all along. Suspended in midair, she thrust her small hands forward with great force. Wall of wind, her crisp voice rang out, and a transparent barrier, formed by rapidly swirling air currents, materialized before Lin Mo. Bang! The wolf's claws collided violently with the invisible wall, producing a dull thud. Its once unstoppable claws were thwarted, although the wind barrier only held for less than a second before shattering with a resounding crack. That fleeting moment was enough for Lin Mo to react. Well done, Xiaoya! Lin Mo roared, a glimmer of wild joy and ferocity flashing in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he sank his body downward, wielding the beast-bone axe in a powerful, brutal arc. With a sickening thud, the razor-sharp axe blade cleaved through the soft jaw of the black-maned wolf, penetrating deep into its brain. The formidable creature barely had time to emit a cry. The vibrant green in its eyes dimmed rapidly, and its massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the other black-maned wolf, entangled with Qin Rushuang, witnessed its companion being dispatched by a sudden, petite figure and a human shield, causing its already limited intellect to momentarily falter. It froze for a moment. A top-tier assassin would never let such an opportunity slip away. Now was the time. A murderous glint flashed in Qin Rushuang's icy gaze. Her athletic and alluring figure appeared beside the black-maned wolf, as if teleporting. The black dagger in her hand transformed into a silent stream of death. With precision and elegance, the dagger pierced through the wolf's ear and emerged from the other side. The black-maned wolf's body stiffened abruptly before it slumped down, lifeless. The battle was over. From the beginning to the end, merely a few fleeting seconds elapsed. Yet, the thrill and excitement contained within were sufficient to send anyone's adrenaline soaring. Lin Mo leaned on his battle axe, gasping for breath. Qin Rushuang was also drenched in fragrant sweat, her chest gently rising and falling. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoya descended gracefully from the air, her petite face flushed with exhilaration and a hint of trepidation. Lin Mo go. Sister Qin, you saved my life just now. Lin Mo gazed at her, revealing a heartfelt and radiant smile. He stepped forward, extending his hand, intending to tousle her hair as he had done in the past. However, just as his hand was about to brush against her silky locks, he abruptly halted, for he realized that the girl before him no longer resembled the neighborly little sister who sought refuge behind him. She had blossomed into a true comrade, one capable of standing side by side with him in battle. Chapter 61. The growth of Bai Xia under the watchful gaze of Lin Mo, whose sparkling eyes were filled with admiration and comfort. Bai Xiaoya felt her heart inexplicably race. Her petite face flushed deeper, and she shyly lowered her head, her small hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. I didn't do much. Her voice was as faint as a whisper. No, you performed admirably. Qin Rushuang interjected as she approached, her icy countenance revealing a rare hint of approval. Your timing was impeccable. If it weren't for you, this fellow would likely be lying on the ground right now. She gestured towards Lin Mo, her tones still frosty, yet devoid of the previous aloofness. Receiving praise from the usually sharp-tongued Sister Qin, filled Bai Xiaoya with uncontainable joy. Enough, this is not the place for idle chatter. Lin Mo interrupted the warm atmosphere, his vigilant gaze sweeping the surrounding darkness. The scent of blood will soon attract more trouble. We must promptly deal with these remains and depart. The trio sprang into action. The worth of the two black-maned wolf corpses far exceeded that of the previous giant lizard. Their pelts were resilient and warm, excellent materials for crafting garments and armor. Their fangs and claws were exquisitely sharp, suitable for fashioning into daggers and arrowheads. And as for their meat, as Lin Mo wielded the fire axe to cleave open one of the wolf's chests, he made a remarkable discovery. Within the cavity at the heart of the wolf, there lay a shimmering source crystal softly glowing. However, this crystal was significantly smaller than the one belonging to Gru, and its hue was the most common white, containing relatively sparse energy. It is an apprentice-level source crystal, Qin Rushuang explained. Most adult predators possess this lowest grade of source crystal within them. While its energy is minimal, it serves as the finest supplement for newly awakened individuals. Her gaze subtly flicked towards Bai Xiaoya. Bai Xiaoya's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No. I cannot accept this. I already have one. Lin Mo chuckled softly, stowing away the white source crystal. This one is for you, Sister Qin, he stated. You sustained injuries while saving me and require energy replenishment. At his words, Qin Rushuang's body trembled slightly. She lifted her head to gaze at Lin Mo, a complex glimmer flashing in her cold eyes. She had not anticipated that this young man would still think of her. She parted her lips, seemingly on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately remained silent, silently accepting the still warm source crystal. The trio collaborated efficiently, swiftly processing the two wolf corpses. They retained only the most valuable pelts, fangs, and a small portion of the tenderloin. The remainder was left behind as bait to mislead other beasts. As they prepared to retrace their steps and depart from this treacherous land, Lin Mo's extraordinary hearing suddenly detected a faint, peculiar sound. Wait! He abruptly raised his hand, signaling for silence. What is it? Qin Rushuang immediately grew alert. Lin Mo did not respond. Instead, he closed his eyes and tilted his ear, meticulously discerning the origin of the sound. It was weak and intermittent, neither the roar of a beast nor the cry of a human. It resembled the clinking sound of metal striking against metal. Moreover, judging by the direction, it seemed to emanate from the area where the bodies of Dao Gu and his companions lay. Could there be others? A chill ran through Lin Mo's heart. He swiftly gestured for Qin Rushuang and Bai Xiaoya to adopt a stealthy and vigilant stance. The three of them immediately stifled their breaths, akin to the most alert of raccoons, silently advancing towards the source of the sound. Soon, they returned to the clearing in the woods, but the sight before them left them momentarily stunned. Beside the bodies of Dao Gu and his companions, two unfamiliar figures had appeared, clad similarly to them. These newcomers hailed from the modern world, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, tall and handsome, yet his eyes bore a chilling and rebellious glint. He wielded a military machete, rummaging through Dao Gu's corpse for something. The woman, however, astonished Lin Mo and the others even more. She seemed to be around Bai Xiaoya's age, approximately 18 or 19, but her attire was strikingly provocative. She wore a tight black leather corset that accentuated her youthful and ample figure, while her lower half was clad in equally tight, ultra-short denim shorts that left her long, slender legs, radiant with health, exposed to the air. On her feet, she sported a pair of black combat boots. Her fiery red hair was styled into a high ponytail, exuding a vigorous charm. In her hands, she brandished two gleaming revolvers. Guns. Lin Mo's pupils constricted in shock. In this world dominated by cold weapons. Chapter 62. The Intruder's Gun. In this savage realm governed by cold weapons and primal forces, a modern firearm symbolizes absolute dominance and intimidation. Lin Mo's heart plummeted instantly. Instinctively, he drew Bai Xiaoya behind him, simultaneously casting a glance at Qin Rushuang. The icy elegance of her face bore a grave expression. She gripped her short blade tightly, her body slightly crouched, akin to a leopard poised to unleash a lethal strike. The couple across from them seemed to sense their presence. The dashing man wielding a machete abruptly lifted his head, his cold gaze sweeping over like a venomous serpent. The fiery-haired vixen reacted even faster. Almost the instant Lin Mo and the others revealed themselves, she raised her twin pistols, the dark muzzles unwaveringly aimed at Lin Mo and Qin Rushuang. Who goes there? Step out. Her voice was crisp and melodious, yet laced with an undeniable air of dominance and menace. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with impending conflict. As if the very air had solidified, Lin Mo's mind raced rapidly. Fight? That would be futile. They were armed. At such a distance, no amount of speed could outpace a bullet. Flee? That was even less feasible. The audacity with which they scavenged corpses here indicated their absolute confidence in their strength. To flee recklessly would render them mere targets. What to do? Don't be alarmed. We mean no harm. Ultimately, Lin Mo opted for the most prudent course of action. He slowly raised his hands, signaling his lack of weapons, and stepped out from behind the concealment of the bushes. Qin Rushuang and Bai Xiaoya followed closely behind him. As Su Qingyuan's tall, voluptuous, and alluring figure, alongside Qin Rushuang's icy, athletic, and wild charm, and Bai Xiaoya's youthful, vibrant, and innocent demeanor, emerged before the pair. The handsome man's eyes instantly brightened. A glimmer of unabashed astonishment and greed flickered in his cold gaze. He unabashedly scanned the three women's diverse yet equally exquisite forms. The fiery-haired vixen, upon witnessing the beauty of the trio, particularly the breathtaking allure of Su Qingyuan and Qin Rushuang, harbored a clear glint of hostility and jealousy in her eyes. Ah, so we have a few lost little lambs here. The handsome man sheathed his machete, donning a self-satisfied smile that, despite its intent, appeared insincere and fraught with danger. How should I address the three beautiful ladies? He inquired, introducing himself with a presumptuous charm. I am Gao Jun, and this is my sister, Gao Yu. Greetings, Lin Mo replied with measured poise, positioning the three women protectively behind him. We are survivors from this flight, having just arrived here. Oh, survivors? Gao Jun raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling on Lin Mo, his expression tinged with a hint of disdain and scrutiny. Just you few? A mere boy accompanied by 3 delicate beauties? He scoffed, his tone replete with contempt. To have survived this long, you must be quite fortunate. Lin Mo disregarded his mockery, responding with a calm demeanor. We have other companions nearby. He was deceiving. He was wagering that the adversary would harbor some trepidation. Yet, Gao Jun appeared to find this notion utterly ludicrous. Companions? Ha ha! Are you regaling me with tales? Apart from us siblings and the corpses strewn about, who else could be in the vicinity? His expression darkened ominously. I advise you to be truthful. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to add another body to this scene. His threat was stark and unembellished. Beside him, the fiery-haired beauty, Gao Yu, remained silent. Her weapon steadily aimed at Lin Mo and Qin Rushuang, her finger poised on the trigger, as if ready to unleash her wrath at any moment. Lin Mo's heart plummeted. He realized he had lost the gamble. They were nothing more than 2 ruthless, unprincipled villains. What to do? Was he truly to perish here today? Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the beast-bone battle-axe concealed behind him. Even in death, he would take one down with him. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, the previously silent Qin Rushuang suddenly spoke. Famas, Glock 18. Her voice remained icy, yet remarkably clear. The 2 firearms you possess. One is a modified, short-barreled submachine gun derived from the standard French military assault rifle, with a magazine capacity of 25 rounds, rapid fire rate, but significant recoil and poor accuracy. The other is an automatic pistol manufactured in Austria, theoretically capable of firing 1,200 rounds per minute. Its close-range firepower comparable to that of a miniature submachine gun. She regarded the bewildered Gao Yu, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Impressive weapons, indeed. However, they are not the sort of equipment one would expect from newcomers like you. Thus, Mo's curious. Her piercing gaze, akin to 2 sharp swords, bore into the Gao siblings. Who exactly are you? Chapter 63. Her probe and the secret of the pioneer as soon as Qin Rushuang spoke. The expressions of the siblings Gao Jun and Gao Yu shifted dramatically. They could scarcely believe that the seemingly frigid woman before them, endowed with an astonishing physique, could recognize the origins of the weapons they wielded with such precision. This was certainly not the insight and knowledge possessed by an ordinary novice. Who are you? Exactly? The smile had vanished entirely from Gao Jun's face, replaced by an unprecedented gravity and wariness. Meanwhile, the audacious red-haired vixen, Gao Yu, instinctively tightened her grip around her firearm. Qin Rushuang chose not to respond to their inquiries. Instead, she slowly retrieved an object from her bosom. It was an archaic badge, crafted from an unknown metal, adorned with a totem composed of a sword and wings, exuding an aura of strength. Upon catching sight of the badge, Gao Jun and Gao Yu's pupils dilated, their expressions morphing as if they had encountered a specter. The badge of the Sword of the Wind? You are a pioneer? Gao Jun exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. The term pioneer resonated deeply within Lin Mo, prompting him to glance instinctively at Qin Rushuang. She merely nodded faintly, tacitly acknowledging the truth. Now, will you divulge your origins? She inquired coldly, fixing her gaze upon the Gao siblings. Gao Jun's countenance fluctuated between shadows and light. He had never anticipated encountering a legendary pioneer in such a locale, an entity far more noble and enigmatic than mere descendants of ordinary relic dwellers. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately opted for concession. The identity of the person before him was far too sensitive, and despite their possession of firearms, her prowess was equally unfathomable. The ability to identify their weapons at a glance and appear unscathed in this situation indicated she was no ordinary adversary. We hail from Blackstone City. Gao Jun's voice turned somewhat hoarse. We are on a mission. Blackstone City? Qin Rushuang's brow furrowed slightly as she pondered the significance of the name. Indeed, Gao Jun affirmed with a nod. It is one of the largest survivor enclaves within these Mist Isles, jointly governed by our 3 great families of Blackstone. Our purpose here is to apprehend it. Traitor. As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered toward the distant corpses of the 2 black-maned hyenas. Qin Rushuang immediately grasped the implication. The traitor you seek has already been devoured by those beasts. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Gao Jun's face, yet he nodded solemnly. We arrived a moment too late. Qin Rushuang let out a cold laugh, but refrained from pressing further. She was acutely aware that they were likely concealing more than they revealed. However, the time for confrontation has not yet arrived. Since this is merely a misunderstanding, let's part ways amicably. Qin Ruoshang tucked away her badge and spoke with a hint of indifference, stating that you may pursue your own path while we navigate our own. With that, she prepared to leave with Lin Mo and the others. Wait, Gao Jun suddenly interjected, calling out to them. His gaze once again fell upon Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya, their exquisite figures captivating his attention with an unmistakable glimmer of desire flickering in his eyes. This esteemed pioneer, his tone shifted to one of increased respect. Yet the underlying arrogance remained palpable. Meeting is indeed a form of destiny. Moreover, this island harbors numerous dangers. You few, acting independently, could find yourselves in perilous situations. I fear. A disingenuous smile returned to his face. Why not join forces? It would be advantageous for everyone to have mutual support. Our Blackstone city possesses a degree of influence within these islands. With my sister and me alongside, we can at least ensure the safety of the three enchanting ladies. His words were delivered with a veneer of nobility, yet his eyes persistently roamed over Su Qingyan's alluring curves and Bai Xiaoya's youthful vigor, his intentions blatantly transparent. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Lin Mo's eyes, while Qin Ruoshang let out a derisive laugh. Guarantee our safety? Just you? Your tone is laced with disdain and mockery. Or do you believe that I, as a pioneer, require the protection of you? Remnants? Chapter 64. The siblings' tactics. Qin Ruoshang's words, laden with disdain and mockery, struck Gao Jun's face like an invisible slap, instantly reddening it to a deep shade reminiscent of liver. You. A flicker of intense malice glinted in his cold eyes. As a direct descendant of one of the three prominent families in Blackstone City, he had never endured such humiliation. Were it not for his apprehension regarding the identity of the pioneer, he would have likely commanded his sister to open fire by now. Beside him, the fiery-haired beauty Gao Yu pointed her dual pistols squarely at Qin Ruoshang, her lovely visage etched with fury and defiance. I advise you to show some respect towards my sister, she declared icily. Do not think that being a pioneer makes you anything extraordinary. In our Blackstone City, there are plenty of pioneers like you. Most of them either become honored guests of our three families or fertilizer on this island. Her threat was starkly evident, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. Yet, Qin Ruoshang remained unperturbed, her demeanor as tranquil as a cloud. She could hardly be bothered to cast another glance at the intimidating siblings. Instead, she turned to Lin Mo and said calmly, "Let us depart." Lin Mo nodded, shielding Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya as he prepared to leave. He understood that conversing with such individuals would yield no benefit. Their paths were fundamentally incompatible. Stop! Gao Jun's voice resonated coldly behind them, imbued with a sense of danger. I concede that the identity of a pioneer is indeed esteemed. However, it appears you have misconstrued a critical matter. He stepped forward slowly, his mountain-cleaving knife carving a long mark upon the ground. This is the Mist Archipelago, the territory of our Blackstone City. Here, if you're a dragon, you must coil. If a tiger, you must lie low. I do not care what your past identities or strengths were. Now, you are merely a few unfortunate souls in need of our protection. Pitiful creatures. His gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, fixated once again on the curvaceous figure of Su Qingyuan. I shall say this once more. Join us, or perish here. Choose one. His words resonated with an undeniable air of authority. Gao Yu, positioned behind him, clicked off the safety of her pistol, the crisp sound echoing ominously in the stillness of the forest. Lin Mo halted, his grip tightening around the beast-bone war axe. He sensed that this confrontation would likely not resolve amicably. At that moment, Su Qingyan, whom he had been shielding, gently tugged at the hem of his garment. Lin Mo turned to find her eyes, filled with concern and resolute determination. She emerged slowly from behind Lin Mo, her stunning figure clad in a fitted flight attendant uniform. Effortlessly confronting Gao Jun's gaze, which brimmed with aggression and desire. She lifted her exquisitely beautiful face, the corners of her mouth curving into a captivating smile, both elegant and subtly alluring. "Mr. Gao, is it?" Her voice was soft and melodious, akin to a celestial melody. "In fact, I find your proposal quite agreeable." Upon her utterance, all present fell into stunned silence. Lin Mo and Bai Xiaoya could hardly believe their ears, while Qin Rushuang furrowed her brow. In stark contrast, Gao Jun was elated. He had never anticipated that this seemingly haughty and exquisite mature woman would be the first to capitulate. "Oh, has this beautiful lady come to an understanding?" A phony grin spread across Gao Jun's face, his greedy eyes seemingly wishing to merge with Su Qingyuan. Naturally, Su Qingyuan's smile became even more enchanting. Her mesmerizing phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an irresistible mature allure that no man could withstand. In this perilous jungle, having a formidable man like Mr. Gao as our support is truly an honor for us fragile women. Her voice was soft and sweet, causing Gao Jun to nearly melt with desire. "What on earth are you saying?" Bai Xiaoya interjected, nearly in tears from anxiety. Meanwhile, Qin Rushuang fixed her icy gaze on Su Qin, her eyes reflecting confusion and a hint of disappointment. She had not expected this seemingly elegant woman to be so inherently weak. Lin Mo remained silent, yet his hand, gripping the beast bone axe, unconsciously tightened. He understood Aunt Su. He knew she was not the sort to easily yield. Her actions must surely have their reasons. "Ha ha! Excellent. Those who understand the times are true heroes." Gao Yun left triumphantly. "Beautiful lady, you have made the wisest choice." He stepped forward, eager to grasp Su Qingyuan's delicate hand. However, Su Qingyuan subtly retreated a half step, deftly evading his unwelcome advance. Her enchanting smile remained intact. "However, Mr. Gao, while we are willing to join you, we do have a small condition." "Oh, what condition?" Gao Jun raised an eyebrow. Su Qingyuan extended her slender finger toward Lin Mo. "This child is my nephew. He has sustained serious injuries while protecting us. We can accompany you, but you must guarantee his safety and provide medical treatment." Her voice was filled with unwavering resolve. "Herr Wiltz, Gao Yunis smiled instantly fitted." His gaze once again fell upon Lin Mo, his eyes filled with a chilling malice and intent to kill. How could he possibly allow such a formidable adversary, brimming with hostility, to remain a potential threat? The most prudent course of action would be to eliminate him at once. Yet, before he could voice his refusal, Su Qingyuan spoke again. Her voice, low and laden with a deadly allure that only Gao Jun could discern, whispered, "Mr. Gao, you must understand what is truly the most precious asset on this continent." Gao Jun paused, taken aback. A mysterious smile graced Su Qingyuan's lips. "Is it the source crystal? A weapon? Or perhaps nourishment?" "No, none of these. The most valuable resource is the possession of specialized knowledge, talents." She slowly raised her exquisitely maintained hands, akin to works of art. "I am a biologist, specializing in genetic engineering and pharmacology. And she gestured towards Lin Mo, though young, is an engineer with a genius-level comprehension of machinery and energy." As for her gaze shifted to Qin Rushuang. "I believe I need not elaborate further on her worth. A top-tier assassin, well-versed in the rules of this continent, a pioneer. The combined value of the three of us far exceeds your imagination. We can assist you in crafting more effective poisons, refining your weaponry, and even help you unravel the secrets of the source crystal, discovering more efficient methods to harness energy." Her words detonated like heavy bombs, striking deep within Gao Jun's heart. For the first time, a look of astonishment flickered in his cold eyes. He had never anticipated that these seemingly ornamental women harbored such astonishing worth, particularly the prospect of deciphering the source crystal. For those like them, who could only absorb energy through the most primitive meditative practices, it was an utterly irresistible temptation. "Is what you say truly the case?" Gao Jun's voice turned hoarse. "If it is true or false, you will know if you take us back to Haishi City." Su Qingyuan's face blossomed with a confident and captivating smile once more. "However, All of this hinges on one condition: that we all remain safe, especially him. Her gaze fell again upon Lin Mo, the protectiveness in her eyes unmistakable. Gao Jun's expression fluctuated between darkness and light. He weighed the pros and cons rapidly. To kill Lin Mo would eliminate the threat. Yet he might lose these three invaluable assets. To spare Lin Mo, while a risk, could potentially bring him the coveted future his entire clan yearned for. Should Su Qingyuan's claims prove true, ultimately, greed triumphed over reason. Very well. He gritted his teeth and made a resolution. I promise you, however, to ensure that you will not resort to tricks. His gaze fell upon the beast-bone battle axe held in Lin Mo's hands. His weapon must be entrusted to us. For safekeeping. Chapter 65. Aunt Su surrender. Gao Jun's demand was insidious and malicious. He sought to disarm Lin Mo, rendering a once formidable warrior significantly less threatening without his weapons. No, Bai Xiaoya exclaimed first, her voice laced with agitation. Qin Rushuang also furrowed her brow, her cold gaze glinting with a dangerous light. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Qingyuan nodded in agreement. Very well. She regarded Lin Mo, her eyes brimming with trust and a hint of remorse. Lin Mo met her gaze. From the beauty of Aunt Su's phoenix eyes, he discerned her intentions, patience, the ability to endure, and the wisdom that a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the murderous rage and fury within. Slowly, he extended the bloodied and honor-stained beast-bone battle axe towards her. From the jungle emerged a short, stout youth, previously disarmed by Lin Mo and abandoned by Brother Dao. He had narrowly escaped peril and was now brought back by Gao Jun accompanied by two others. He approached with a sycophantic demeanor and seized the axe from Lin Mo's hands. It became evident that they had set a trap. Had they acted earlier, both openly and covertly, they would have faced dire consequences. Lin Mo perceived that the Gao siblings were not to be underestimated. Gao Jun's eyes glimmered with resentment and triumph. It was as if he could already envision the pitiful state of the boy who had once subjected him to humiliation, soon to be reduced to a captive. Witnessing this scene, a victorious smile finally graced Gao Jun's face as he felt he had completely seized control of the situation. Well, since we are all on the same side now, he feigned nonchalance. Let us hasten our departure. This is not a safe place. With that, he turned to lead the way, while his sister, Gao Yu, persistently aimed her dark gaze at the backs of Lin Mo and Qin Rushuang, her weapon ever poised. Thus, the group embarked on the path to Blackstone City, enveloped in an atmosphere that was both peculiar and tense. The journey to Blackstone City proved far more arduous than Lin Mo had anticipated. They navigated through dense, untamed jungles fraught with unknown dangers. Gao Jun and Gao Yu, evidently well acquainted with the terrain, consistently discovered the most efficient and safest routes, while Lin Mo and his companions became a cumbersome burden. Particularly, Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya, being ordinary individuals, were soon drenched in sweat, their breaths quickening from exertion. Although Lin Mo possessed physical prowess beyond the average, he bore injuries and had been stripped of his weapons, his countenance reflecting the turmoil within. Meanwhile, Qin Rushuang remained ever vigilant, her icy eyes scanning the surroundings like a radar, discreetly observing the movements of the Gao siblings. Walking at the forefront, Gao Jun glanced back at the three strikingly different yet equally captivating figures behind him, igniting a fervent fire within his heart. He deliberately slowed his pace, drawing closer to Su Qingyuan. "My dear lady, are you weary?" he inquired, a feigned smile adorning his face. "Shall I offer you my support?" As he spoke, his hand inched toward Su Qingyuan's delicate, slender waist. A flicker of disdain flashed in Su Qingyuan's eyes, yet she refrained from reacting. Instead, she deftly sidestepped Gao Jun's unwelcome advance, inadvertently colliding with Lin Mo beside her. "Oh!" she exclaimed, her balance faltering as she fell into Lin Mo's embrace. Instinctively, he reached out, enveloping her soft, voluptuous form in his arms. The sensation was akin to holding a wondrously fragrant and delicate jade. Su Qingyuan's figure, clad in a fitted shirt that accentuated her mature curves, pressed firmly against his chest. The familiar, intoxicating scent enveloped him in an instant, causing Lin Mo's heart to skip a beat. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan leaned gently against Lin Mo's broad shoulder, her voice laced with a playful weariness. Xiao Mo, I can't walk any further. Would you carry me? Her tone was soft and melodious, her warm breath brushing against Lin Mo's ear, rendering him weak-kneed. This scene left all present in astonishment. Bai Xiaoya pouted, her face betraying discontent. Qin Rushuang frowned, her expression perplexed. In stark contrast, Gao Jun's countenance darkened, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could hardly fathom that this exquisite woman would prefer to lean on a mere youth rather than accept his gracious gesture. It was nothing short of blatant disregard and humiliation. Chapter 66. The Peril in the Forest. Su Qingyuan's seemingly casual gesture struck like a razor-sharp blade, piercing deeply into Gao Jun's heart, which was brimming with arrogance and possessiveness. His expression darkened, almost palpable with suppressed rage. Yet, he could not unleash his fury. After all, Su Qingyuan had feigned fatigue, requesting her nephew to carry her. To intervene would only reveal his pettiness and ulterior motives. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Mo, after a moment of hesitation, ultimately chose to crouch down. Without any hesitation, Su Qingyuan gracefully draped her voluptuous figure, exuding an intoxicating fragrance, against Lin Mo's broad and sturdy back. At that instant, when her soft curves pressed against him through the thin fabric, Lin Mo felt his breath catch in his throat. His mind blank. Little Mo, is it all right? Su Qingyuan's voice, laced with a subtle hint of mischief, whispered gently in his ear. Yes, Lin Mo replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. Gritting his teeth, he summoned strength in his legs, firmly lifting the sweet yet weighty burden onto his back. Su Qingyuan's arms instinctively wrapped around his neck, her figure clad in a form-fitting skirt, the alluring curve of her body pressed against his lower back. The astonishing elasticity and softness made Lin Mo feel as though he bore the weight of the entire world. The group continued on their path, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Gao Jun marched at the front, silent, his sullen demeanor and the rising and falling of his chest betraying his foul mood. Behind him, Gao Yu gazed at Su Qingyuan perched on Lin Mo's back, her beautiful eyes aflame with envy. She could not comprehend what made this seemingly ordinary young man so special, to warrant such intimacy from a stunningly attractive woman. Even the frigid pioneer appeared to regard him with newfound respect. Jealousy is a primal sin. It can drive individuals to commit unwise and reckless acts. As they traversed a thicket of dense underbrush, Gao Yu, who had been trailing at the rear, felt her hand, which gripped a firearm, twitch slightly. The barrel of her gun, no longer aimed skyward, began to lower, targeting the vulnerable back of Lin Mo, who was struggling under Su Qingyuan's weight. A flicker of malice and madness glinted in her eyes. However, just as her finger was about to pull the trigger, a cold, razor-sharp gaze suddenly pierced through the air from the side. It was Qin Rushuang. Unbeknownst to them, she had silently approached Gao Yu's side. Her icy eyes were filled with warning and lethal intent. Gao Yu's body froze abruptly. She had no doubt that had she truly fired her weapon just moments ago, the woman wielding the black dagger in her hand would undoubtedly have severed her throat without a moment's hesitation. With a sense of frustration, she withdrew the gun and let out a cold snort directed at Qin Rushuang. The impending bloodshed was thus dissipated into thin air. Yet, all were aware that this was merely a temporary reprieve. The seeds of enmity had already been sown, and the air was thick with the scent of impending violence. As dusk began to descend, Gao Jun finally halted beneath a wind-sheltered cliff. Here, he decided, they would rest for the night. His voice remained as frigid as ever. After a day of relentless travel, everyone was utterly exhausted. Lin Mo carefully lowered Su Qingyuan from his back. The moment her soft, voluptuous form departed from him, an unexpected sense of emptiness washed over his heart. Thank you, Xiao Mo, Su Qingyuan said, her lovely face tinted with a charming blush. She reached out to wipe the sweat from Lin Mo's forehead, her gesture both natural and intimate. This scene once again pierced Gao Jun's eyes with a pang of jealousy. With a disdainful grunt, He plunged the machete he held into the ground and cast a knowing glance at his sister, Gao Yu. She understood immediately, approaching Su Qingyuan with a sinister smile. She spoke sweetly. "Aunt Su, is it? After a long day of travel, your feet must be quite weary. In Haishi City, we possess a unique massage technique that can effectively relieve fatigue. Allow me to assist you." Without waiting for Su Qingyuan's consent, she squatted down and grasped Su Qingyuan's delicate ankle, elegantly clad in black stockings. Su Qingyuan's body stiffened abruptly. She attempted to retract her foot, but Gao Yu's grip was like a vice, rendering her immobile. What do you intend to do?" Panic flickered in Su Qingyuan's eyes. "Oh, there's no need to be alarmed, Aunt Su." Gao Yu's smile widened, yet her gaze was icy. "I'm merely here to help you relax." Before her words had fully escaped, her fingers suddenly exerted force, pressing down sharply on a pressure point on Su Qingyuan's foot. Su Qingyuan emitted a muffled cry of pain, a searing agony radiating from her foot and spreading throughout her entire being. Her charming face turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Lin Mo, witnessing this, was consumed by fury. Without a second thought, he surged forward. However, Gao Jun's figure materialized before him like a specter. "Kid, I advise you not to make any rash moves," he said, a cruel smile gracing his lips. "My sister's merely helping Ms. Su loosen her muscles. If you dare to make a move, I cannot guarantee that her gun won't misfire." The other three individuals encircled him, and beside him, Gao Yu adeptly aimed the muzzle of her firearm at Su Qingyuan's head. Lin Mo's steps abruptly halted. His fists clenched tightly, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. His eyes, ablaze with fury, turned a deep crimson. He fixed an unwavering gaze upon Gao Jun, vowing silently that if mere glances could extinguish life, Gao Jun would have perished 1,000 times over by now. Gao Yu, on the other hand, appeared to revel in the torment she was inflicting. Her fingers danced across the soles of Su Qingyuan's feet, shifting positions with a cruel precision, alternating between pressure that was heavy and light. Each touch landed accurately on the most excruciatingly sensitive acupoints, eliciting a struggle from Su Qingyuan, who bit down hard on her lip to stifle any cries of anguish. Yet, her violently trembling body and pallid complexion betrayed the agony she endured. Tears cascaded uncontrollably from her beautiful, phoenix-like eyes. The sight of her, caught in a tumult of pain, yet exhibiting fierce defiance, both fragile and resilient, twisted Lin Mo's heart in anguish and stirred a primal desire within Gao. Jun time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, Gao Yu appeared to tire of her cruel game. She released her grip, rising to stand over the crumpled Su Qingyuan, who gasped for breath on the ground, a victorious smile gracing her lips. "Aunt Su, how do you feel? Is my skill not commendable?" Chapter 67. Foot massage. Su Qingyuan sat limply on the cold ground, gasping for breath. The sensations of soreness, numbness, and pain emanating from the soles of her feet rendered her utterly powerless. Sweat had long soaked through her shirt, clinging tightly to her mature and voluptuous figure, which arched slightly in response to the torment, outlining a curve that stirred the heart. She lifted her flushed face, red from anguish and humiliation, to gaze at the smug Gao Yu before her, whose beautiful phoenix-like eyes ignited for the first time with the flames of hatred. Yet, she remained silent, biting her lip fiercely, allowing tears to brim in her eyes, but stubbornly refusing to let them fall. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, observing Aunt Su's delicate yet resilient demeanor, felt his heart wrenched by an invisible hand, as if it had been mercilessly squeezed. The pain was 1,000-fold greater than his own injuries. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms, oblivious to the pain. His crimson eyes burned like twin flames, fixated on Gao Jun and Gao Yu, exuding a murderous intent so palpable it seemed to solidify. If a gaze could kill, this pair of wretched souls would have perished countless times by now. "Kid, not bad with the glare," Gao Jun remarked, sensing Lin Mo's unmasked hostility, yet he remained unfazed. Approaching Lin Mo, he wore a cruel smile akin to a cat toying with a mouse. He extended his hand, gently tapping Lin Mo's cheek with the cold edge of his machete. What's wrong? Not satisfied? Want to kill me? Unfortunately, you are merely a toothless tiger at present. I suggest you behave yourself. Otherwise, next time, my sister's service may extend beyond just your feet. His words dripped with blatant threats and implications. Lin Mo's chest heaved violently. He understood he must endure. Impulsiveness would resolve nothing. Only endanger Aunt Sue and everyone else. Gradually, he closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the raging fury and murderous intent deep within. When he opened his eyes again, they reflected a serene calm, yet concealed beneath that tranquility lay a chilling menace, colder than 1,000 years of ice. Gao Jun, satisfied with Lin Mo's apparent submission, chuckled with glee. He felt he had thoroughly subdued this unruly lad. All right, enough standing around. He waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away flies. Get a fire going and prepare the food. I am hungry. The campfire crackled under the mountainside, yet the atmosphere felt stifling and oppressive. Gao Jun and his men sat around the fire, ravenously devouring the dried meat they had brought, their laughter coarse and boisterous. Their glances frequently drifted, either intentionally or not, toward the three beautiful figures nearby. Lin Mo and his companions were relegated to the cold, damp corner at the outermost edge of the campfire. Leaning against the rocky wall, Lin Mo closed his eyes to rest, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Yet, only he was aware that his enhanced hearing and perception functioned like radar, capturing every subtle movement in the vicinity. Qin Ruoshang maintained her frosty demeanor, meticulously polishing her black dagger, resembling an emotionless statue. Bai Xiaoyao wore a face of anger and concern, glancing frequently at her mother and then at the arrogant Gao Yu, her small fists clenched tightly. Conversely, after enduring the initial pain and humiliation, Su Qingyuan was the first to regain her composure. Her exquisite face revealed no trace of distress. Quietly, she divided their scant remaining food and water into portions. Then, holding a small piece of warm roasted lizard meat and a handful of fresh water, she approached Lin Mo and sat beside him. Her tall, voluptuous figure exuded an enchanting fragrance, inadvertently drawing closer to him. Xiao Mo, have something to eat, she said, her voice soft and soothing. You've had a long day. Lin Mo opened his eyes and gazed into Su Ai's bright and gentle eyes, illuminated by the firelight. Feeling the tumult of his emotions gradually subside, he accepted the food and ate in silence, while Su Qingyuan quietly accompanied him. With a delicate touch, she instinctively adjusted his slightly disheveled collar, then discreetly slipped something into his palm. His heart raced. Without revealing his surprise, he stole a glance at his hand. It was a small black pill emanating a faint, fishy odor. A drug? He lifted his gaze, seeking answers in Su Qingyuan's eyes. A meaningful smile graced her face as she leaned closer, whispering in a tone meant solely for them, reminiscent of lovers sharing secrets. I found this on the corpse of that traitor. He intended to use it against Gao Jun and his group. Unfortunately, he became the beast dinner first. This is called soft muscle powder. It is colorless and tasteless, yet its effects are quite formidable. Her voice was laced with deadly allure. I know you're troubled, but patience is essential for greater plans. Wait for the opportune moment. When the time comes, Annie will help you reclaim the humiliation you endured today doubled. As she spoke, her soft lips, cool and fragrant, brushed lightly against Lin Mo's earlobe. Lin Mo's body stiffened abruptly. An indescribable, electric sensation coursed through him from his ear to the rest of his being. He gazed at the elegant yet cunning, gentle yet lethal beauty beside him. He is acutely aware that he has irrevocably succumbed. Chapter 68. The silent contest in the ensuing days. The group trudged through the jungle with great difficulty. Gao Jun appeared to revel in the sensation of manipulating Lin Mo and the others at his whim. He consistently created various opportunities, both intentional and unintentional, to draw closer to Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya. However, Su Qingyuan was akin to the most elusive of mermaids. She adeptly deflected Gao Jun's advances with a myriad of seemingly reasonable excuses and casual body language. For instance, when Gao Jun attempted to play the hero by offering to help her cross a small stream, she would smile and politely decline. seamlessly resting her hand on Lin Mo's shoulder, allowing him to assist her instead. When he sought to ingratiate himself by sitting beside her during meals, she would gracefully carry her food to the opposite side, flanking herself between Lin Mo and Qin Rushuang, leaving Gao Jun with no opportunity to intrude. Her glances towards Lin Mo grew increasingly bold and direct. Those enchanting phoenix eyes held a hint of elusive mirth, their glimmers imbued with a deadly allure unique to a mature woman. It seemed she relished the thrill of exchanging glances with her ally in the presence of her adversary. This silent provocation undoubtedly rendered Gao Jun's countenance more sullen with each passing day, while Gao Yu's eyes grew increasingly venomous. Finally, one evening, as Su Qingyan effortlessly used her handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Lin Mo's brow, Gao Yu could no longer contain herself. "I say, Aunt Su." She crossed her arms and approached Su Qingyuan with a smirk of derision adorning her face. "Are you not being a tad too kind to your nephew? One might mistake you for a couple." Her words dripped with sharpness and malice. Yet, Su Qingyuan didn't even flinch. She meticulously continued to cleanse Lin Mo's face before slowly lifting her gaze to meet Gao Yu's, a graceful yet distant smile gracing her lips. "Little sister, you fail to understand. A woman ought to treat her future man with a measure of kindness," she replied, her words laden with double entendre, instantly flushing Gao Yu's face to a deep shade of crimson. Lin Mo witnessed the entire exchange, admiring Su Qingyuan's wisdom and tactics while feeling grateful for her defense of him. Yet, the fire of resentment within him blazed ever brighter. He loathed his own weakness. He despised his impotence. He could only watch helplessly as the woman he cherished engaged in such self-deprecating maneuvers to protect herself and navigate the threat. Each time he caught a glimpse of Gao Jun's lascivious, greedy gaze shamelessly roaming over Su Qingyan's mature, voluptuous curves, he felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and gouge out those lustful eyes. Yet, he restrained himself, for Su Qingyuan had advised patience. He carefully concealed the black soft tendon dispersing pill close to his person. He prepared to seize the opportunity presented by the Gao siblings. Subsequently, he devoted all his time and energy to recovery and cultivation. Each day, he relentlessly consumed the energy-rich beast meat. Under the cover of night, when all were enveloped in slumber, he would quietly channel the berserker energy within him, tirelessly cleansing his meridians and bones in a repetitive cycle. His injuries were healing at an astonishing pace, while the energy within him was becoming increasingly dense and formidable. He sensed that he was drawing ever closer to his next breakthrough. On the evening of the 5th day, as they traversed a swamp overgrown with peculiar vines, Gao Jun, who was leading the way, abruptly halted. An expression of profound excitement and greed illuminated his face. "I found it! I finally found it!" he exclaimed with fervor. Everyone followed his gaze and beheld a remarkable plant in the center of the swamp, emanating a soft blue glow, resembling a lotus in serene growth. At the heart of this azure flower rested a fruit, the size of a fist, glistening like crystal and radiating a brilliant light. An indescribable, supremely pure wave of energy emanated from that fruit, surpassing even the potency of the previous warrior-grade source crystal by several folds. Essence of the jellyfish. Qin Rushuang, who had remained silent until that moment, could not contain her astonishment upon glimpsing the fruit. Her voice was imbued with disbelief and uncontainable joy. Chapter 69. Guardians of the Swamp, What is Jellyfish Essence? Bai Xiaoya inquired with curiosity. It is a treasure of nature, several times more precious than source crystals. Qin Ruoxing's voice trembled with excitement. Source crystals are merely condensed forms of energy. In contrast, the jellyfish essence not only harbors immense water attribute source energy, but also possesses miraculous effects that can cleanse the marrow and transform one's physical form. If an ordinary person consumes it, they will not only awaken a powerful water attribute ability with absolute certainty, but their body will undergo a complete metamorphosis, paving the way for limitless future accomplishments. For a seasoned warrior who has already awakened, consuming it will exponentially amplify their strength. Her words quickened everyone's breath. In Gao Jun's eyes, a frenzied greed sparkled. Without hesitation, he attempted to rush into the swamp to collect the jellyfish essence. Stop! Qin Ruoxing and Lin Mo shouted almost in unison, unwilling to allow Gao Jun to seize the treasure. Gao Jun's steps came to an abrupt halt. He turned back, displeasure etched on his face, and yelled, "What are you doing? Are you just going to watch this precious treasure slip away? You fool!" Qin Ruoxing's voice was frigid. Do you not realize that every precious treasure is invariably guarded by formidable beasts? Lin Mo distributed water to everyone. We should hydrate. A fierce battle may ensue shortly. The Gao siblings hesitated for a moment before accepting the water. Seeing Lin Mo and the others drink, they too took a few sips. At that moment, the previously tranquil swamp began to churn violently. Bubbles erupted from the murky waters with a gurgling sound, releasing a foul, nauseating odor that quickly enveloped the area. Suddenly, a colossal, dark-scaled tentacle, as thick as a barrel, burst forth from the depths of the mud. It lashed out fiercely at the nearest target, Gao Jun. Panic-stricken, Gao Jun attempted to evade, but the tentacle's speed was astonishing. Helplessly, he watched as the slimy, suction cup-covered appendage loomed larger in his sight. In that critical moment, a streak of black lightning flashed through the air. With a swift motion, Qin Ruoxing's black dagger struck like a viper's fang, landing precisely on the giant tentacle. Yet, a shocking scene unfolded. The dagger, capable of slicing through iron, merely left a shallow white mark upon the tentacle, failing to breach its surface. The tentacle paused only momentarily before resuming its vicious assault on Gao Jun with even greater ferocity. Damn it! Gao Jun screamed in terror, abandoning all pretense as he rolled away clumsily to escape the lethal strike. Boom! The tentacle struck fiercely at the spot where he had just stood, carving a deep gash of 1/2 meter into the hard ground. A collective gasp echoed as everyone realized the sheer terror of its defensive and offensive capabilities. This was merely one of its tentacles. A thunderous roar, reminiscent of ancient times, emanated from the depths of the swamp. The entire marsh began to bubble violently. Following that, a second, third, and fourth tentacle emerged, a total of 8 identical, horrifying appendages bursting forth from the mire, thrashing wildly in the air. At the center of these 8 tentacles, a colossal, grotesque head resembling a small mountain, adorned with countless eyes, slowly surfaced from the swamp. It was a monstrous octopus of the swamp, a creature whose age was unfathomable. Its hundreds of eyes, varying in size, fixated menacingly on the group of Lin Mo and his companions, filled with ferocity and insatiable hunger. Run! Gao Jun was the first to be paralyzed with fear, turning to flee without a moment's thought. Yet, it was already too late. The 8 massive tentacles, akin to deadly serpents, sealed off all avenues of escape. A brutal battle was imminent. Just as despair enveloped everyone, a glimmer of cold, almost cruel composure flickered in Lin Mo's eyes, strikingly incongruous with his age. He swiftly grasped the hands of Su Qingyuan and Qin Ruoxing, both equally ready to fight, and whispered in a hushed urgency, "Stay still. Let Gao Jun and the others engage first. We shall reap the benefits from their struggle." Chapter 70. Her cooperation upon hearing the words. Qin Ruoxing's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, which swiftly transformed into admiration. In contrast, Su Qingyuan did not hesitate to place her trust in Lin Mo. She immediately adopted an expression of horror and panic, her lush, delicate frame trembling as she sought refuge behind Lin Mo. Her enchanting phoenix eyes brimmed with fear, embodying the image of a frightened and delicate beauty. Her performance was nothing short of that of an award-winning actress. At that moment, Gao Jun was on the brink of madness. He watched in terror as monstrous, ghastly tentacles surged from all directions, sending shivers down his spine. He yearned for Lin Mo and Qin Ruoxing to join him in sharing the burden. Yet when he turned around, he found that the 4 had retreated to a safe distance. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. He barked an expletive, dismissing their presence as he gritted his teeth, wielding his machete, and bravely advanced toward the fray. A harrowing battle, marked by a stark disparity in strength, commenced. Though Gao Jun and his few men were not weak, they appeared utterly insignificant and fragile against the terrifying behemoth from a swamp. The Gao siblings, relying on their firearms, managed to hold their ground, but their bullets merely sparked harmlessly against the creature's tough hide. Gradually, they found themselves trapped in a dire situation. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Su Qingyuan's body quivered slightly. She glanced at the young man beside her, who maintained an almost brutal calm in the face of danger, and for the first time, a sense of unfamiliarity stirred within her. Nevertheless, she hesitated not for a moment and chose to trust Lin Mo without reservation. She instantly donned an expression of fear and panic, her soft, voluptuous form trembling as she hid behind him, her beautiful eyes full of terror and helplessness, resembling a delicate beauty rendered speechless by fright. Her acting was truly of a cinematic caliber. Meanwhile, Gao Jun was nearing the edge of insanity. The terrifying tentacles encroaching from all sides filled him with dread. He sought to have Lin Mo and Qin Rushuang join him to alleviate the pressure. However, when he turned back, he found Lin Mo and the others huddled together in fear, trembling. Particularly, the stunningly beautiful woman, with her figure that was nothing short of explosive, seemed desperate to meld into the young man's embrace. Her tear-streaked face and pitiful demeanor ignited his fury, yet he felt utterly powerless. Damn it, what a worthless bunch! He cursed vehemently, dismissing them from his thoughts as he gritted his teeth and swung his machete, charging into the fray once more. A brutal clash, marked by an overwhelming disparity in power, ensued. Gao Jun and his men appeared so small and utterly vulnerable before the monstrous creature of the swamp. One man, caught off guard, was ensnared by a tentacle that wrapped around his waist. He barely managed to emit a scream before being gruesomely torn in two by the immense force. Blood and entrails were strewn across the muddy ground. Following this, another man was struck down by a tentacle descending from the heavens, instantly transforming him into a pool of indistinguishable flesh. The gruesome spectacle thoroughly ignited the remaining survivors' resolve. They would fight back. Gao Jun's eyes burned crimson as he bellowed, channeling all his strength into the machete he wielded, striking fiercely at one of the tentacles. A resounding clash of metal echoed through the air, sparks flying. However, his sharp machete merely left a faint white mark upon the tentacle's resilient surface. The tremendous recoil from the impact split his palm and rendered his arm numb. How could this be possible? Despair filled Gao Jun's eyes. Meanwhile, his sister Gao Yu, agile and armed with twin pistols, danced around, firing relentlessly, aiming to strike at the monstrous creature's hundreds of varying-sized eyes. Yet, the creature's eyes appeared to be shielded by a tough, keratinous layer, and the bullets merely ricocheted harmlessly, creating insignificant ripples upon impact. Gradually, one by one, Gao Jun's subordinates fell, until only the two siblings remained. They stood back to back, gasping for breath, their faces etched with fear and despair. At that moment, the trembling Lin Mo sprang into action. He rummaged through his bag and produced a high-pressure fire extinguisher he had salvaged from the wreckage of the airplane. He had kept this compact extinguisher on him, thinking it would be of no use, yet today it might prove invaluable. He tossed the extinguisher to Bai Xiaoya. Xiaoya seized the moment and sprayed it from above. Bai Xiaoya caught the extinguisher and ascended rapidly, knowing that the aerial perspective offered the best angle for her attack. Chapter 71. Repelling the monster the fire extinguisher? Qin Rushuang, who had been observing Lin Mo from the shadows, was momentarily taken aback as he produced this object. She could not fathom how such a device, capable only of expelling dry powder, could prove useful at this juncture. However, Lin Mo offered no explanation. He merely exchanged a knowing glance with Su Qingyuan, who understood his silent cue. Suddenly, she let out a scream, more piercing and filled with terror than any prior outburst. A monster! The monster is coming! Xiao Muntak! Save me! In an instant, her voluptuous figure, resembling a startled fawn, leaped into Lin Mo's embrace. The breathtaking fullness of her form, with its perfectly rounded curves, pressed intimately against him, radiating an overwhelming sense of dependency. Her exquisite face buried into his chest, her shoulders trembled violently, embodying the image of a frightened woman seeking refuge in her man. This action successfully diverted the attention of the colossal octopus-like monster. Perhaps it had grown weary of the two resilient siblings, Gao Jun and Gao Yu. Or perhaps it was drawn to the vibrant allure of Su Qingyuan's life-affirming beauty. Either way, the monster abandoned the nearly ensnared Gao siblings, turning its multitude of greedy and savage eyes toward Lin Mo and his companions. With a triumphant roar, it unleashed its excitement. Two of its stoutest tentacles surged forth like massive siege engines, slicing through the air with a deafening whistle, aiming directly at Lin Mo and his friends. Damn, that wretched woman! Gao Jun, witnessing the scene from afar, was initially stunned before erupting into a torrent of curses. Yet beneath his outburst lay a flicker of euphoric survival. Without a second thought, he seized his sister Gao Yu and turned to flee. He intended to seize this opportunity, while Lin Mo and the others were preoccupied with the monster, to escape this accursed place. As for the precious essence of the jellyfish, to hell with it. His life was far more crucial. At the very moment the Gao siblings turned to flee, Lin Mo, who had been in a state of panic, suddenly exhibited a frigid glint in his eyes. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Shall you act now? He watched the retreating figures of Gao Jun and Gao Yu, a grim smile curving his lips, reminiscent of the Grim Reaper. Then, high above, Xiaoya forcefully pressed down on the fire extinguisher's lever. A dense, white, and bone-chilling cloud of dry ice powder erupted violently from the nozzle, creating a vast, opaque barrier. The two enormous tentacles plunged headlong into the thick fog of dry ice. A series of hissing sounds erupted, akin to sizzling oil meeting a hot iron, filling the air with a piercing cacophony. Before my eyes, the surface of the two tentacles, once impervious, was utterly transformed upon contact with the frigid -70 degrees Celsius dry ice, rapidly encrusted with a thick layer of frost. This was soon followed by fissures. The resilient epidermis under such extreme cold became both brittle and hard. A horrific roar erupted from the octopoid behemoth, more anguished than any before. Its two ice-encased tentacles thrashed violently in the air, desperate to escape the biting chill. Yet it was too late. Now, Lin Mo bellowed. The fire axe in his hand had long since slipped from his grasp, carving a powerful, lethal arc through the air. Simultaneously, Qin Rushwang's figure moved like a specter, her black dagger transforming into a silent, deadly flash of lightning. Two weapons, one bright, one dark, one heavy, one light, both descended ferociously upon the two tentacles, now rendered fragile by the ice. Crack, splutter, two crisp sounds echoed. Those terrifying tentacles, which had previously left Gao Jun and his sister helpless, were effortlessly severed. Dark green, ice-laden blood erupted like a fountain. Roar! The octopoid monster was driven to madness. The agonizing loss of its two tentacles plunged it into an unprecedented frenzy. The remaining 6 tentacles, like 6 frenzied dragons, indiscriminately assaulted everything in their vicinity. At that moment, the fleeing Gao Jun and his sister suddenly felt their feet give way beneath them. Looking down, they saw their bodies weakening, their legs buckling as if ensnared in a quagmire. It was the soft muscle powder. Lin Mo had seized the moment, while everyone's attention was diverted to toss the powder into the water for them to drink. The pills dissolved upon contact with water. No! Gao Jun let out a desperate howl. He struggled, but the more he fought, the weaker he became. Just then, a massive tentacle, thrashing in agony, descended upon them. Boom! With a deafening crash, Gao Jun and his sister Gao Yu could scarcely emit a scream before they were brutally smashed into a puddle of flesh. Chapter 72. The death of the Gao siblings. The Gao siblings have perished, their demise marked by profound tragedy and frustration. Until their last breath, they likely could not comprehend why they met their end at the hands of those they deemed worthless and burdensome. Meanwhile, the octopus-like behemoth, having lost 2 of its tentacles, seemed to sense fear. Its remaining 6 appendages ceased their assault and swiftly retreated into the mire. That grotesque head, adorned with countless eyes, cast a lingering gaze upon Lin Mo, those hundreds of eyes brimming with resentment and apprehension. Gradually, it sank into the depths of the swamp, vanishing from sight. Thus, an exhilarating battle concluded in an utterly unexpected manner. The swamp returned to tranquility, save for the jellyfish essence, radiating a faint blue luminescence and quietly emanating an enticing glow. The air was thick with the metallic scent of blood. Qin Rushuang and Bai Xiaoya, drained of strength, collapsed on the ground. They looked at Lin Mo, their eyes filled with shock and reverence. This young man was truly formidable. His intellect, his strategies, his ruthlessness. He was anything but a mere 19-year-old. Suxing Yuan slowly approached Lin Mo's side. Her voluptuous, mature figure trembled slightly, not from fear but rather exhilaration. A profound thrill surged within her as she witnessed her man maneuvering with skill, decisively overcoming all foes, ensnaring them within his grasp. She reached out, gently wrapping her arms around Lin Mo's waist from behind, pressing her exquisitely beautiful, slightly flushed face against his broad, sturdy back. She could distinctly feel the heat radiating from his body, intensified by the battle. The intoxicating scent of sweat, blood, and virility enveloped her, the essence of man. Little Mo. Her voice carried an unprecedented allure and obsession. You are incredible. Lin Mo's body stiffened slightly, acutely aware of the 2 breathtakingly soft forms against his back. He turned to face the mesmerizing beauty before him, her eyes shimmering with excitement and adoration. He understood that from this moment forth, this elegant and intelligent woman had been utterly conquered by him. Moreover, he had finally begun to possess his first trophy. With the crisis averted and enemies vanquished, it was now time to relish the fruits of victory. Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the translucent jellyfish essence at the center of the swamp. He turned to Qin Rushuang and inquired, "How do we retrieve this?" Qin Rushuang took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous emotions, and said, "Although the swamp monster has temporarily retreated, it undoubtedly remains lurking below. To obtain the essence, someone must divert its attention." Her gaze swept over everyone present, ultimately settling on Bai Xiaoya. "Your ability is flight," she stated, her voice grave. "You're the only one among us capable of safely attracting its attention above the swamp." Xiaoya. Su Qingyuan tensed at her words. Nevertheless, Bai Xiaoya clenched her small fist and resolutely declared, "Mom, I can do it." She understood that she could no longer hide behind others as she had in the past. Lin Mo looked at her, nodding with eyes full of encouragement. "Good. However, merely attracting its attention is insufficient. Someone must seize the moment it is distracted, rush in at lightning speed to acquire the essence, and then retreat just as swiftly," Qin Rushuang continued. "This task, without a doubt, can only be entrusted to Lin Montauk. Only he possesses the extraordinary speed and explosive power required." The plan was quickly formulated. Bai Xiaoya would be responsible for harassing and drawing the giant monster's attention in the air, while Lin Mo would take the opportunity to seize the jellyfish essence. Qin Rushuang and Su Qingyuan would remain on the periphery, providing support and extraction. The operation commenced. Bai Xiaoya inhaled deeply, azure energy enveloping her once more. Her youthful and vibrant form gradually ascended to the skies above the swamp. "Hey, ugly creature, I'm right here," she provocatively shouted at the marsh below. Roar. The swamp monster was indeed provoked. 8 enormous tentacles, now only 6 remained, surged from the water, wildly striking towards Bai Xiaoya in midair. Yet, she was as agile as the most nimble swallow. In the air, she twisted and turned, evading those lethal attacks with impeccable timing. At that very moment, when all of the monster's focus was captivated by Xiaoya, Lin Mo sprang into action. His body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, propelling him forward at the swamp's edge. In an instant, he became a blurred shadow. His toes lightly tapped the water's surface, creating a straight path through the viscous mud of the swamp. Before long, he had reached the blue demon lotus. Without hesitation, He extended his hand and plucked the crystalline jellyfish essence from the heart of the lotus. The moment he grasped it, he felt an icy and slippery sensation. A torrent of pure, immense water attribute energy surged into his body. Just then, the eight-armed monster finally reacted, with a furious roar that echoed with unbridled rage. It abandoned the airborne by Xiaoya, and all its tentacles surged forth like a tempest towards Lin Mo. Yet it was too late. A triumphant smile curled upon Lin Mo's lips. He exerted force beneath his feet once more, propelling himself backward like a cannonball, landing firmly back on the shore. The invaluable essence of the jellyfish had already become his prized possession. Chapter 73. She proposed to cultivate together again, and it was a success. Bai Xiaoya, brimming with excitement, descended gracefully from the air. Qin Ruoshang, her frosty visage softened for a rare moment, revealed a genuine smile. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan leaped directly into Lin Mo's embrace. How wonderful! Xiao Mo, it is such a relief that you are unharmed. Her voluptuous, supple form clung tightly to Lin Mo, as if she wished to meld into him. The familiar, intoxicating fragrance enveloped Lin Mo once more. Feeling the exquisite, tender warmth of her presence, Lin Mo's heart ignited with fervor. He gently patted Su Ai's smooth back, soothingly assuring her, "Annie, I am fine." After a considerable while, Su Qingyuan reluctantly withdrew from his embrace, a charming blush adorning her stunning features. All eyes converged upon the blue-hued jellyfish essence that Lin Mo held in his grasp. Undoubtedly, the ownership of this extraordinary treasure would once again pose a dilemma. However, before Lin Mo could speak, Qin Ruoshang interjected, "You should keep it." Her tone was remarkably calm. "Without your cunning and that fire extinguisher, we would all have perished. You have saved us all. Thus, it rightfully belongs to you." Lin Mo gazed at her in surprise, taken aback by the forthrightness of this seemingly icy woman. At that moment, Su Qingyuan also chimed in, her voice imbued with an unprecedented blend of shyness and determination. "Xiao Mo, Miss Qin is correct. This essence is yours." However, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet Lin Mo's eyes. Her exquisite face flushed crimson. "The energy of this jellyfish essence is immensely vast and pure. Given your current physique, forcibly absorbing it could be perilous. I have a method that may assist you in safely assimilating it." Lin Mo was taken aback. "What method?" Su Qingyuan's head sank lower, her voice barely a whisper. Yet it resonated in Lin Mo's ears like a thunderclap. "We could, through the union of man and woman, harmonizing energies through yin and yang. Andy is willing to help you." The delicate words of Su Qingyuan struck Lin Mo like a bolt from the blue, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Double cultivation. He stared in astonishment at the breathtaking beauty before him, her face buried in her chest from sheer embarrassment. His mind felt as if it had turned into a mushy concoction. It had been many days since their last dual cultivation in the cave, and now, Su Ai's proposal came as an unexpected surprise. This happiness felt almost too sudden. Beside them, Bai Xiaoya and Qin Ruoshang were momentarily petrified upon hearing the words. Bai Xiaoya's small mouth formed a Na shape once more. She glanced at her mother and then at the dazed Lin Mo, her mind swirling with a myriad of questions. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoshang, with her perpetually icy demeanor, displayed for the first time a complex expression mingled with shock, disdain, and a hint of jealousy, one she was unaware of herself. If her previous insistence on dual cultivation was born out of necessity, she never anticipated that Aunt Su would bring it up herself this time. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly elegant and dignified mature woman would be so open and direct to assist this young man. She was willing to utter such words. Did she truly regard him as her own man? At that moment, the air felt utterly frozen. The atmosphere was laden with an awkward yet intensely ambiguous tension. Clearing his throat, Lin Mo was the first to regain his composure. He coughed lightly to mask his embarrassment, shattering the suffocating silence. His gaze fell upon Su Qingyuan, whose mature and voluptuous figure trembled slightly from shyness, stirring a tempest within him. Rationality reminded him that Aunt Su's intentions were to aid him and support the entire team. Yet emotionally, He found it impossible to accept such a weighty and tantalizing gift with ease. This doesn't seem appropriate, he stammered, his voice somewhat parched. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Qingyuan suddenly lifted her head. Her beautiful phoenix eyes, still brimming with shyness, now sparkled with an unprecedented determination and resolve. She looked directly at Lin Mo and spoke each word with clarity. Xiao Mo, you need not bear any psychological burdens. My actions are not solely for you, but for all of us. You are the core and the hope of our team. Only when you become sufficiently strong can we truly survive in this damned world. Furthermore, her voice dipped once again, a charming blush painting her cheeks. Moreover, I will not be helping you for nothing. Although I am but an ordinary person without the ability to awaken any powers during the process of dual cultivation, your energy will, in turn, nourish my body, granting me vitality and eternal youth. Thus, this is beneficial for both of us. Her words were both reasonable and offered Lin Mo an avenue for retreat while providing herself with a seemingly noble justification. Observing her bashful yet earnest demeanor, the last remnants of Lin Mo's hesitation dissipated. He took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. Very well, Auntie, I will follow your lead. Chapter 74. Passionate entanglement. Having made the decision, the next step was to prepare. Su Qingyuan's delicate face was consistently adorned with a charming blush. With utmost seriousness, she addressed Qin Rushuang, saying, Miss Qin, what we require next is an environment of absolute tranquility, free from any disturbances. Therefore, I must trouble you with tonight's vigilance. Her implication was unmistakable. They were about to engage in matters that necessitated privacy, and it would be best for her to keep her distance. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain passed across Qin Rushuang's icy features, yet she ultimately nodded in acquiescence. She was no fool. She understood that interrupting them at this juncture would be decidedly unwise. Then, Su Qingyuan turned her gaze toward her daughter, Bai Xiaoya. Her eyes grew somewhat complex as she reached out to gently stroke her daughter's head, softly saying, Xiaoya, you will stay outside the cave with Sister Qin tonight. One to you? You and Sister Qin are responsible for our safety. This is your mission. Although Bai Xiaoya was still reluctant, the seriousness of her mother compelled her to reluctantly nod in agreement. The area was soon cleared. Qin Rushuang and Bai Xiaoya exited the cave together. Before departing, Qin Rushuang cast a meaningful glance at Lin Mo, as if to say, you are fortunate this time. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoya pouted, glancing back multiple times, her expression akin to a child whose candy had been taken by her mother to be given to a boy next door. Once again, the cave was left with only Lin Mo and Su Qingyuan. The campfire burned quietly within, casting long, intertwined shadows of the two figures. The atmosphere instantly transformed into one of intimate warmth. Lin Mo felt as though his heart might leap from his throat. He gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, illuminated by the flickering flames, his nervousness leaving him uncertain where to place his hands. Su Qingyuan, while appearing somewhat composed, revealed her inner turmoil through her slightly trembling eyelashes and the white-knuckled grip she had on the hem of her clothing. The two remained in silent opposition as the air thickened with a sweet, intoxicating tension that made one's cheeks flush. Ultimately, it was Su Qingyuan who summoned her courage. She slowly rose and walked before Lin Mo, her tall, voluptuous figure exuding a captivating fragrance that loomed over him. She extended her slightly trembling, jade-like hand, beginning to unfasten the buttons of her fitted flight attendant shirt, one by one. Lin Mo's breath hitched, instantly suspended. His eyes widened in astonishment as, with each button undone, a breathtaking expanse of snow-white beauty gradually unveiled itself before him. The exquisite lace-trimmed lingerie could scarcely contain her voluptuousness, leaving much of her alabaster skin exposed to the air, gently rising and falling with each breath, exuding a fatal allure. Su Qingyuan's delicate visage flushed to the point of near bleeding. Yet, her movements showed no sign of hesitation. Slowly, she shed her shirt, followed by a figure-hugging skirt, that accentuated her perfectly rounded curves. Soon, a breathtakingly beautiful and mature form, akin to the finest masterpiece of divine artistry, was laid bare before Lin Mo. He felt a warmth in his nostrils, swearing he had never encountered such a stunning and seductive scene in his life. Although there had been a previous encounter in the cave that had been far too hasty. Now, the sight of Aunt Sue before him resembled a ripe peach, radiating a deadly fragrance, inciting an irresistible urge to take a hearty bite. Little Mo. Su Qingyuan's voice trembled softly, akin to a dreamlike whisper. She gradually knelt before Lin Mo, extending her porcelain-like arms to gently encircle his neck, pressing her warm, soft lips against him. Boom! Lin Mo felt as though his mind had exploded in an instant. What followed was an inevitable unfolding of events, seamlessly falling into place. At the very moment their bodies fully merged, the essence of the jellyfish in Lin Mo's hand erupted with an unprecedented, resplendent blue light. A tremendous surge of pure energy, powerful enough to overwhelm any ordinary person, surged into his being. Lin Mo emitted a muffled groan of pain, feeling as if his body were a balloon on the brink of bursting. The ferocious blue energy within him, upon encountering this pink energy, miraculously began to subdue. It gradually started to merge with his own crimson berserker energy. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan, originally an ordinary person, found her body being nourished and transformed by the pure energy that radiated during this process. Her skin became increasingly delicate and smooth, her already perfect figure growing even more voluptuous, filled with astonishing elasticity and allure. Outside the cave, Qin Rushuang and Bai Xiaoya, though unable to hear the sounds within, could distinctly sense the overwhelming, unparalleled force and the gentle, flowing energy intertwining and escalating from the cavern. On the frosty visage of Qin Rushuang, a blend of astonishment and incredulity was vividly etched. Could this truly be the fabled dual cultivation technique? It was astonishing, so extraordinarily miraculous. Although she had long been aware that the ancient principles of her inherited dual cultivation could benefit both parties, she had never anticipated such profound effects. Perhaps it was also tied to her aunt's unique constitution. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoya, with a semblance of understanding, gazed at the cavern that radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, whispering softly, "Mother and Brother Lin Mo. It feels as though they possess remarkable prowess." Chapter 75. The Transformation of Annie. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. As the radiance within the cave gradually subsided, tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of profound blue, akin to the depths of the ocean, shimmered within them. He could distinctly sense an extraordinary metamorphosis within his being. His strength, speed, and recuperative abilities had burgeoned to at least 5 times their former prowess. He felt as though, with a mere flick of his wrist, he could conjure cataclysmic waves. This was the essence of the jellyfish's power. This was the miraculous nature of dual cultivation. His gaze fell upon Su Qingyuan, who lay nestled in his embrace, resembling a delicate kitten in deep slumber. Her exquisite face bore a captivating flush and a serene smile of contentment. Her skin was even more flawless, as if it had been polished to perfection. The voluptuous curves of her form had become even more alluring, reminiscent of a peach nourished by the finest dew, exuding an intoxicating aroma. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered into the cave, Su Qingyuan stirred from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with a handsome face, adorned with a mischievous grin, mere inches away. Startled, she gasped, realizing she lay bare in Lin Mo's embrace. The fervent and embarrassing scenes from the previous night surged into her mind like a tidal wave, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Without a second thought, she grasped a nearby blanket, wrapping both herself and Lin Mo snugly, then playfully pummeling his solid chest with her delicate fists. You naughty boy, you've seen everything." Her voice, tinged with embarrassment and irritation, held a hint of unintentional coquetry. Lin Mo chuckled, seizing her rebellious hand and planting a gentle kiss upon it. "Dear Annie, It is no longer fitting to call me boy. From this day forth, you shall refer to me as beloved husband. Su Qingyuan's cheeks deepened in hue. She shot Lin Mo a playful glare, her eyes sparkling with irresistible charm. Just then, she sensed a subtle yet unmistakable change in her body. Extending her hand, she observed her now even more delicate and fair fingers. A faint, refreshing current seemed to flow within her, a tangible presence. This is the energy of the jellyfish essence, Lin Mo explained with a smile. During our dual cultivation, I also helped you refine your essence and transform your being. Although you remain an ordinary person, you have yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities. However, your current physical prowess has already surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, he leaned closer to Su Qingyuan's ear and whispered in an alluring tone, "Moreover, your affinity for water has become remarkably heightened. If you don't believe me, give a try." With a mix of skepticism and curiosity, Su Qingyuan extended a delicate finger. Under Lin Mo's guidance, she focused her mind. In the next moment, a droplet of crystal-clear water materialized seemingly out of thin air at her fingertip. Oh my goodness! As Su Qing gazed at the droplet resting on her fingertip, her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Could it be that she, too, has gained the ability to manipulate energy? Chapter 76. The Power of Water, How Astonishing! Su Qingyuan exclaimed, her excitement reminiscent of a little girl. She continuously summoned small droplets of water at her fingertips, delighting in the playful spectacle. Lin Mo gazed at her enchanting blend of innocence and allure, his heart ablaze with fervor. He turned over, pressing this exquisite beauty, who already belonged to him, beneath him once more. "My dear, since you have such an affinity for water, allow your husband to bestow upon you even more water." "Oh no!" shout Mo. "It's already dawn. What if Xiao Ye and the others see us? What is there to fear? They wouldn't dare enter." Thus, another tempestuous embrace ensued. This time, Lin Mo sensed Su Ai's body becoming even more supple, flowing like water, both tangible and intangible. It was an extraordinary sensation. The transformation of her body was more exquisite than before, and Lin Mo experienced an unprecedented feeling, one that could only be fully comprehended through their profound connection. His body and soul were utterly captivated, melting away. Here, 3,000 words are omitted. When the two finally donned their garments and emerged from the cavern, the sun had already risen high in the sky. They spotted Qin Rushuang and Bai Xiaoya sitting by the fire at the cave's entrance. Qin Rushuang maintained her icy demeanor, yet her gaze frequently drifted, intentionally or not, towards Su Qingyuan's radiant and enchanting countenance, her eyes filled with complexity. Meanwhile, Bai Xiaoya wore an expression of curiosity as she approached her mother, tugging at her hand and whispering, "Mom, what exactly were you doing in there last night? Why do you look even more beautiful today?" Su Qingyuan's face flushed once again. Irritated, she playfully pinched her daughter's cheek. "Little one, don't ask so many questions." Lin Mo stepped before Qin Rushuang, sensing a profound leap in his strength. He gazed into the distance at the endless islands, fraught with the unknown and peril, his eyes ablaze with ambition and determination. "Miss Qin, where shall we venture next?" Qin Rushuang lifted her gaze to Lin Mo. She could distinctly feel that the boy before her had transformed entirely since yesterday. He emanated an aura as vast and powerful as the deep sea, a strength that sent a shiver through her. Taking a deep breath to steady her tumultuous emotions, she spoke, "We have two choices before us. First, we can remain on this island, hunting beasts and gathering source crystals to gradually bolster our strength. Second, a glint of cold determination flashed in her eyes. We could go to Blackstone City, the sanctuary spoken of by the Gao siblings." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh," Qin Rushuang spoke coldly. "Although Gao Jun and the others have perished, they certainly did not die alone. The denizens of Haishi City will inevitably come seeking vengeance. Rather than passively await their arrival, we should take the initiative. Moreover," she cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mo, "do you not aspire to establish your own kingdom? That Haishi City may very well serve as your finest foundational stone." Her words ignited a brilliant spark in Lin Mo's eyes. Very well, let us head to Haishi City. I am eager to discover the true mettle of the so-called three great families. His voice resonated with unparalleled authority and confidence. Chapter 77. Handing the gun to Xiaoya upon establishing a new objective, the atmosphere within the team transformed significantly. The prior struggles for survival had resembled a disoriented flailing, akin to a headless fly. However, with the emergence of the clear target that was Haishi City, an invigorating sense of purpose surged within everyone. This was an ambition that transcended mere survival, aspiring towards conquest. Before embarking on their journey, a few preparations were necessary. Lin Mo collected the 2 handguns and the remaining ammunition left by the Gao siblings. In a realm where cold weapons and supernatural abilities coexisted, the efficacy of firearms, though somewhat curtailed against formidable beasts like the swamp giant, remained lethal and irreplaceable against most ordinary creatures and those with nefarious intentions. He gazed at the 2 cold instruments of death, pondering for a moment before making an unexpected decision. He handed one of the more compact handguns, better suited for a woman-esque grip, to Bai Xiaoya. "Here, take this," he said. Bai Xiaoya was taken aback, her face etched with anxiety as she regarded the ominous weapon. "But I don't know how to use it, Lin Mo. I will teach you," Lin Mo replied with an unwavering tone. He approached her, positioning himself behind her, and gently encircled her shoulders, taking hold of her trembling hand that clutched the gun. The youthful softness of her form instantly stiffened, as she could distinctly feel Lin Mo's broad and firm chest pressing against her back. The scent of his masculine essence, mingled with a faint trace of blood, made her cheeks flush and her heart race. "Don't be nervous. Relax," Lin Mo's voice, imbued with an almost enchanting quality, whispered in her ear. "Your grip must be steady. Align your eyes with the gun and the target, forming a straight line." His large hand enveloped hers, guiding her through the motions of chambering around, disengaging the safety and aiming. The warmth of his breath brushed against Bai Xiaoya's sensitive earlobe, sending shivers down her spine, while her cheeks blazed crimson. This scene, witnessed by Su Qingyu and Qin Rushuang from a distance, painted a different picture. Qin Rushuang maintained her icy demeanor, yet a flicker of contemplation sparkled in her frigid gaze. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu, observing her daughter nearly enveloped in Lin Mo's embrace, felt an inexplicable pang of envy rise within her. That mischievous boy teaching her is one thing, but why so close? She huffed softly, turning her head away to feign tidying up her belongings, though her slightly pouted, alluring lips betrayed her inner turmoil. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot shattered the charged atmosphere. It was Bai Xiaoya, under Lin Mo's guidance, firing her first shot. The bullet struck a leaf several meters away, sending it fluttering through the air. Although she missed her target, the little girl's face radiated with unparalleled excitement and surprise. I shot. I hit it. What was a bit off?" Lin Mo gently corrected, yet his eyes brimmed with encouragement. "But that's all right. With practice, you will improve. Your ability is wind-based, granting you an extraordinary perception of airflow, which endows you with the potential to become a sharpshooter of the highest caliber. From now on, you shall serve as our team's long-range fire support." Upon hearing Lin Mo's praise and acknowledgement, Bai Xiaoya's heart swelled with sweetness, akin to savoring honey. She clutched her firearm and nodded vigorously, her bright, sparkling eyes reflecting an unprecedented confidence and brilliance. In the ensuing moments, Lin Mo handed a more powerful handgun to Qin Rushuang. "Here, you take this. Your combat experience is the most extensive. It will yield its utmost efficacy in your hands." Qin Rushuang accepted it without hesitation, skillfully inspecting the magazine and chamber with fluid motions, clearly a seasoned veteran. Meanwhile, Lin Mo secured the formidable and heavy beast bone axe, seized from Gru, at his back. Despite its rugged appearance, its material strength and cleaving power far surpassed that of an ordinary fire axe. As for Su Qingyuan, Lin Mo glanced at her and smiled. "Andy, your most crucial task is to protect yourself, also manage our logistics." Su Qingyuan shot Lin Mo a playful look, her eyes filled with charm and allure. Yet, Her heart was sweetly warmed by his words. She understood that Lin Mo was expressing his care and possessiveness in a different manner. She relished the feeling of being regarded as both a cherished possession and a capable companion by her man. With all preparations complete and a simple lunch consumed, the quartet officially embarked on their new journey towards Blackstone City. This time, their objectives were clear and their roles distinctly outlined. Lin Mo, wielding the Beastbone axe, took the lead, embodying the team's core and strongest combat force. Qin Rushuang, with a black short knife at her waist and a powerful handgun in hand, was responsible for flanking vigilance and handling unexpected situations, serving as the team's secondary attacker. Bai Xiaoya, cradling her beloved small handgun, walked closely behind her mother, tasked with rear guard vigilance and long-range support, destined to become the team's future sniper. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan, laden with a backpack filled with water and food, walked centrally within the group, meticulously shielded by the three most formidable individuals. Her tall, voluptuous figure, clad in a form-fitting flight attendant uniform, was the most striking and aesthetically pleasing sight amidst this team brimming with a sense of lethal intent. She resembled a queen surveying her domain, while the three powerful and loyal guardians beside her constituted the very foundation of her kingdom. Chapter 78. The cannibals. The group trudged through the dimly lit jungle, encumbered by the dense foliage. At the forefront was Lin Mo, wielding a hefty axe fashioned from beast bone, relentlessly cleaving through the obstructive thorns and vines. Beads of sweat glistened on his forehead, yet his gaze remained sharp and vigilant, akin to that of a hawk. Everyone be cautious, the scent here seems off. He abruptly halted, his nostrils flaring slightly as he spoke in a low tone. His heightened sense of smell detected an unusual aroma mingling with the dampness of decaying leaves, a faint, charred scent laced with a hint of grease. Qin Rushuang also paused, her icy visage now etched with gravity, clearly sensing the anomaly. What is that smell? Su Qingyuan inquired nervously, instinctively pulling her daughter, Bai Xiaoya, closer behind her. Lin Mo offered no reply, instead signaling for silence. He slightly crouched, resembling a highly alert cheetah, and cautiously moved towards the depths of the thicket, following the peculiar scent. The three women held their breaths, closely trailing behind him. The deeper they ventured, the more potent the bizarre odor became. As they parted the last of a colossal fern, the sight before them caused their pupils to dilate in horror. Not far ahead, in a clearing, lay the remnants of a long-extinguished campfire, wisps of smoke still curling upward. Beside the fire, a gruesome sight awaited them, a heap of human bones, gnawed clean to a stark whiteness. Among them were a femur, several rib bones, and a skull, its crown brutally shattered. Even more chilling, a charred human arm hung from a sharpened stick, repurposed as a spit. Ugh! Bai Xiaoya was the first to succumb to her revulsion. She retched violently, expelling the remnants of her breakfast, her face as pale as a sheet, devoid of color. Even Su Qingyuan, a seasoned woman accustomed to turmoil, felt her complexion drain at the ghastly, hellish scene before her. Her stomach churned violently, nearly forcing her to join in Bai Xiaoya's distress. She clamped her hand over her mouth, her voluptuous form trembling uncontrollably from sheer terror and nausea. Her beautiful phoenix eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. People? They eat people? These savages, they are indeed cannibals. Only Qin Rushuang, though her countenance was also affected, managed to maintain a semblance of composure. She approached the remnants by the fire, squatting down to meticulously examine the bones. These were passengers from the airplane. Her voice was cold, devoid of emotion. Based on the wear of the bones, it appeared to be a man, approximately in his 40s. The embers of the fire still retained warmth, indicating that they had departed only recently. Her words, akin to a decree from the Grim Reaper, sent shivers down the spines of Su Qingyuan and Bai Xiaoya. This signified that the cannibals were lurking nearby. They could become the next victims, skewered and roasted over a fire at any moment. Lin Mo's countenance darkened, nearly exuding a palpable gloom. He gripped the beast bone axe tightly, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. An unprecedented, bone-chilling killing intent surged from the depths of his heart, fervently taking root. Previously, he had spared the scum associated with brother Dao due to his principle of restraint. Yet now, upon witnessing this hellish scene, the final vestiges of his moral compass, which belonged to a civilized society, began to waver. No, it was collapsing. He realized that what he faced was not humanity, but a pack of beasts clad in human skin. The singular rule in confronting beasts is to employ sharper teeth and more ruthless means to utterly shred them to pieces. We must leave this place at once. Lin Mo's voice was hoarse and frigid, brimming with unmasked, murderous intent. He approached Bai Xiaoya, who was still retching, and cast a glance at Su Qingyuan, whose body trembled slightly in fear. He extended his hand, gently drawing Su Auntie's soft yet icy form into his embrace. "Auntie, do not be afraid." Though his tone remained cold, it carried an undeniable strength that offered reassurance. "I am here. I will not allow anyone to harm you. I swear it." Leaning against Lin Mo's broad and sturdy chest, Su Qingyuan felt the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat gradually dispel her fear. She lifted her gaze to his face, which bore the marks of anger and lethal intent, yet exuded an aura of safety. She understood that this young man,
after witnessing such brutality, had begun to harden his heart. As solid as iron, and perhaps for them this transformation was a blessing in disguise.
Chapter 79. The Hunter in the Forest. The journey to Blackstone City was fraught with difficulty. Although they had a general sense of direction, the primeval jungle proved to be far more intricate and perilous than they had anticipated. Towering trees obscured the sun, and the ground was carpeted with a thick layer of damp, slippery leaves. Various twisted vines and thorns intertwined like venomous serpents, leaving scarcely a path suitable for passage. Lin Mo led the way, wielding a massive beastbone axe, which became the most effective tool for clearing the way. His enhanced, terrifying strength was vividly displayed at this moment. Whether it was shrubs as thick as a bowl or obstructive vines, they were severed with a forceful slash, as if they were brittle twigs. He resembled a human bulldozer, relentlessly forging a path through the bramble-laden thicket. Behind him, Qin Rushuang held a gun, her gaze sharp as a hawk, vigilantly scanning every corner of their surroundings. Her athletic and powerful physique was taut, reminiscent of a leopard poised to pounce on its prey. Bai Xiaoya closely followed her mother, her small face betraying her anxiety. Imitating Qin Rushuang, she gripped her small handgun, her arms trembling slightly. Yet her eyes held a newfound determination that had not been there before. As for Su Qingyuan, although she was the only ordinary person in the group, her role was irreplaceable. She bore the heaviest backpack, yet moved with remarkable steadiness. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were constantly observing the environment, often reminding everyone to watch for traps underfoot or discerning which plants might be poisonous. She served as the stabilizing anchor of the team, calming everyone's spirits with her composure and meticulousness. Soon, sweat drenched everyone's clothing. Particularly, Su Qingyuan's deep blue flight attendant shirt was soaked, clinging to her curvaceous figure, accentuating her breathtaking silhouette. As she walked, the fitted skirt swayed rhythmically, revealing her alluring curves, exuding an irresistible, mature sensuality. Lin Mo found himself glancing back several times at the sight of Aunt Su, glistening with sweat and exuding charm, feeling parched and compelled to divert his gaze. Refocusing on clearing the path, this enchanting aunt was truly distracting. After trudging through the dense foliage for over 2 hours, preparing to find a place to rest, Qin Rushuang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly halted. She swiftly raised her hand, signaling for silence. Her voice was low yet laced with undeniable gravity. Something was amiss. Instantly, everyone held their breath. Lin Mo stopped as well, turning back to Qin Rushuang with a questioning look. Simultaneously, his heightened senses picked up on a hint of something unusual. In the air, there wafted an exceedingly faint scent of gunpowder, alien to this jungle. Additionally, a subtle yet deliberately suppressed sound of footsteps could be discerned. Approximately 300 meters to their front left lay the wild men. Qin Rushuang's delicate visage turned icy. They were close by. Lin Mo's heart sank abruptly. He had not anticipated encountering the indigenous inhabitants of this jungle so soon. How many are there? He inquired softly. Qin Rushuang closed her eyes, attuning herself to the surroundings for a moment, then slowly opened them, shaking her head. Strangely, I cannot sense their presence. These individuals are remarkably adept at concealment, as if they have melded into the very fabric of this jungle. Her words sent a shiver down everyone's spine. An unknown enemy is indeed the most terrifying. What should we do? Should we circumvent them? Bai Xiaoya asked nervously. It is too late, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. His gaze swept across the ground around them. I fear we have already wandered into their hunting ground. He pointed to a nearby large tree, where seemingly haphazardly piled dry leaves lay. Had it not been for his heightened senses and remarkable vision, he would never have discerned the deadly trap concealed beneath that heap of leaves, fashioned from sharpened bamboo. Everyone gasped in astonishment. These wild men were not only formidable warriors, but also cunning hunters. At that moment, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. A jet-black spear, honed to a lethal point, shot forth like a bolt of black lightning from the dense thicket behind them, aiming directly at the most vulnerable member of their group, Sui Yuan. These wild men were exceptionally astute. They understood the strategy of targeting the leader, or, more aptly, the weakest link. This strike was swift and ruthless, executed with a remarkably precise angle. By the time the others reacted, the deadly spear was already alarmingly close. Su Qingyuan's face drained of color, and she was rendered motionless, helplessly watching as that glint of cold steel loomed larger in her vision. Yet, in that critical moment, a shadow flitted across the scene like a specter. It was Lin Mo. Remarkably, he had managed to intercede, positioning his own body as a shield in front of Su Qingyuan in the blink of an eye. With a sickening thud, the black spear plunged into Lin Mo's left shoulder, the force of the impact sending him and the protected Su Qingyuan crashing to the ground. Shout, Mo! Su Qingyuan cried out in a heart-wrenching scream. She gazed at the javelin piercing Lin Mo's shoulder, a weapon that seemed to penetrate his very scapula, as fresh blood streamed forth, staining her attire crimson. Her heart felt as though it were shattering into 1,000 pieces. Just then, a series of swift whooshes pierced the air. Four agile figures, imbued with primal ferocity, emerged from the shadows of the jungle, leaping forth from various directions to encircle them. These were towering warriors, brandishing stone axes and javelins. Their faces were smeared with bizarre war paint, and their gazes were cold and ruthless, akin to predators surveying their prey. What weighed heavily on Lin Mo and his companions was the sight of a fifth figure trailing behind one of the savages, a woman, equally treated as a victim and spoils of war. Her limbs were bound with coarse vines, and a strip of cloth was stuffed into her mouth. She wore tattered, form-fitting leather armor, the material of which was indiscernible, accentuating her voluptuous figure to an almost explosive degree. The fullness of her bosom, resembling two enormous silver ingots, rose and fell dramatically with each breath, straining against the flimsy armor that barely contained it. The visual impact was even more striking than that of Su Qingyuan, bordering on the outrageous. At this moment, her face, beautiful yet marred by humiliation and fury, bore an expression rife with complexity as she regarded the scene unfolding before her. Chapter 80. Encounter warm. Viscous blood flowed freely down Lin Mo's shoulder, quickly saturating the garments of both him and Su Qingyuan. The overwhelming crimson hue and the pungent scent of blood drove Su Qingyuan to the brink of madness. Xiao Mo, please don't frighten me. She clutched Lin Mo, her voluptuous form trembling violently from fear and heartache. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her beautiful phoenix eyes, cascading like scattered pearls, falling onto Lin Mo's increasingly pale face, which had grown pallid from blood loss. In this moment, she had never felt so helpless and regretful. If it were not for her protection, Lin Mo would not have sustained such grave injuries. I'm fine, Aunt. Lin Mo's voice was weak, yet his uninjured hand firmly grasped the massive beast bone axe, subtly shielding Su Qingyuan's delicate form behind him. He lifted his head, his eyes, though slightly unfocused from blood loss, still glinted with the ferocity of a starving wolf, fixated on the four savage warriors encircling them. The atmosphere was tense, charged with palpable danger. It felt as though the air itself had solidified. The four savage warriors did not immediately attack. They resembled the most patient of hunters, gradually constricting their encirclement. Their faces were smeared with eerie war paint, betraying no emotion, yet their cold, serpent-like eyes brimmed with cruelty and mockery. They seemed to revel in the sight of their prey, struggling in despair. Meanwhile, Qin Rushuang and Bai Xiaoyao found themselves in dire straits. Qin Rushuang stood resolute with her firearm, facing off against two of the wild men. Her expression was grave, icy like a glacier. She could distinctly sense that these two warriors, while slightly less powerful than the Gru they had previously slain, possessed speed, agility, and an innate, beast-like combat instinct that surpassed anything she had encountered before. She had no doubt that the moment she faltered, their lethal stone axes would cleave her skull in an instant. For Bai Xiaoya, this was her first true confrontation with the enemy. Her small face turned pale, and her trembling hands struggled to maintain a grip on the gun. Yet within her gaze, a flicker of stubborn resolve shone through. She diligently recalled the three-point alignment Lin Mo had taught her, firmly aiming her weapon at the wild man closest to her. Roar! At last, the wild man nearest to Lin Mo seemed to lose patience. With a deep growl, he raised his stone axe high, the air thick with the scent of blood, and brought it crashing down toward Lin Mo's head. He intended to finish off this seemingly gravely wounded prey with one swift blow. No! Su Qingyuan let out a heart-rending scream, instinctively rushing to shield Lin Mo with her fragile body, but it was already too late. The glinting stone axe was mere moments away. Yet at that instant, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Though Lin Mo should have been gravely injured and weak, an unprecedented brilliance suddenly erupted in his eyes. His unscathed right hand moved with a sudden force. The enormous beast bone axe in his grip swung upward at an extraordinarily cunning and peculiar angle. Like lightning, with a thunderous clash, the two axes collided. Sparks flew. The wild warrior felt an overwhelming and irresistible force emanating from the opponent's axe. The stone axe in his grasp was brutally knocked away. The tremendous recoil caused him to stagger back several steps, forcing him to steady himself. For the first time, disbelief flashed in his cold gaze. Astonishment, he could hardly comprehend how this prey, evidently struck by their poisoned spear, could possess such terrifying strength. After landing his blow, Lin Mo did not pursue. He slowly rose from the ground, glancing at the dark spear still embedded in his shoulder. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, including Su Qingyuan and Qin Rushuang, he extended his left hand and, with an impassive expression, grasped the spear as shaft. With a fierce exertion, he forcefully yanked the spear, which had nearly pierced his scapula, out of his body. Blood gushed forth once more. Yet, he did not even furrow his brow, as if it were not his own body at all. Casually, he discarded the blood-soaked spear onto the ground. He then lifted his gaze to the four wild warriors, who were thoroughly awestruck by his self-mutilating display. A chilling smile, reminiscent of a demon, gradually formed on his pale face. Now, it is my turn. Chapter 81. The rescued woman Lin Mo's voice, though soft, resonated through the suffocating silence of the jungle like a clap of thunder, echoing in the ears of all present. The four savage warriors gazed at this peculiar being before them. Despite having drawn a poisoned spear, stood tall, and even managed to smile. For the first time, fear flickered in their cold, unyielding eyes. They could not comprehend why the potent black blood curse, meticulously crafted over 81 days by the mightiest shaman of their tribe, using a myriad of venomous insects and poisonous herbs, had failed against this youth. Little did they know, Lin Mo's extraordinary abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation, nourished by the essence of jellyfish and the dual cultivation with Su Qingyuan. His body not only possessed an extraordinary regenerative capability, but also exhibited formidable resistance to most toxins. The so-called black blood curse, though it induced waves of numbness and weakness within him, could not truly erode the core of his being. His earlier display of vulnerability was merely a ruse to deceive his adversaries, a strategy to seize the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike. Roar! Fear often breeds an even more frenzied desire to kill. The two wild men closest to Lin Mo exchanged a glance and simultaneously unleashed a deafening roar. They swung their stone axes with renewed ferocity, charging towards Lin Mo in a coordinated assault, intent on swiftly eliminating this enigmatic prey. However, this time, Lin Mo did not evade. He slowly raised his enormous beast-bone axe, and then, with what appeared to be a languid motion, yet was as swift as lightning, he swept it horizontally. Swish! A massive, heavy axe shadow, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, enveloped the two wild men in an instant. Thud! Thud! The dull sound of blades piercing flesh resonated almost simultaneously. The two savage warriors had no time to utter a scream. Their bodies were cleaved in twain at the waist, like severed wooden stumps. Blood and entrails splattered across the ground. A complete and utter annihilation. The scene fell into an eerie silence. The remaining two wild men were left utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the two wild men facing Qin Rushuang and Bai Xiaoya, witnessing their comrades being dispatched with such ruthless efficiency, were thrown into disarray, revealing critical vulnerabilities. Qin Rushuang would not let this opportunity slip by. Bang! The gun in her hand discharged. The bullet struck unerringly at the center of one wild man's brow. The other, caught off guard by her ghostly approach, felt her black dagger slice silently through his throat, akin to a serpent's fang. As for the wild man confronting Bai Xiaoya, although the young girl remained anxious, her palms sweating, the sight of Lin Mo displaying his formidable prowess ignited an unprecedented courage within her heart. Mimicking Qin Rushuang, she decisively pulled the trigger at the moment the opponent was momentarily distracted. Bang! Although the bullet went astray, merely grazing the opponent's arm, the deafening gunshot and the force behind it were sufficient to extinguish the wild man's fighting spirit entirely. In less than a minute, two of the four powerful wild warriors lay dead. One was injured, and another had utterly lost the will to fight. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. The captured woman, with a striking figure, observed the scene unfolding before her eyes as if it were a mere act of chopping vegetables. For the first time, her beautiful eyes, filled with humiliation and resentment, revealed an expression of disbelief and shock. She had assumed her fate was sealed, and had even prepared to bite her tongue to avoid the humiliation from these wild men. She never anticipated that these seemingly inexperienced individuals possessed such terrifying strength, particularly the youth who appeared youthful yet emanated the aura of a divine being. At that moment, the two remaining wild men exchanged a glance and suddenly emitted a peculiar howl. Without a second thought, they turned and fled in different directions, desperate to escape. They sought to carry this dreadful news back to their tribe. Want to run? A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Rushuang's eyes as she brandished her knife, intent on pursuing them. Do not chase them. Lin Mo's voice timely restrained her. We must not pursue a cornered foe, he stated gravely. First, we save the people, tend to the wounded, clear the battlefield, and then we must leave this place at once. They will return with more. His words resonated with calmness and rationality, prompting Qin Rushuang to halt her steps. She recognized the validity of Lin Mo's counsel. Lin Mo approached the stunningly voluptuous woman who remained bound. He extended his hand, wielding a fire axe to sever the vines binding her limbs, and then tore away the cloth gagging her. Are you all right? He inquired. The woman, having regained her freedom, did not immediately express her gratitude. Instead, she regarded Lin Mo with an exceptionally complex gaze, then slowly rose to her feet. Her astonishingly elastic body, nearly straining against her leather armor, radiated a primal wildness and vitality under the sunlight, exuding a deadly allure. Particularly, her ample bosom, gently swaying with each breath, caught Lin Mo's attention, compelling him to steal another glance. I am Hanli, she spoke, her voice somewhat husky, yet imbued with a fiery and forthright quality akin to fine spirits. You have saved my life. From this day forth, my life shall belong to you. However, she shifted her tone, and in her equally beautiful eyes there flickered an unmistakable glimmer of possessiveness. She pointed to the two corpses of the wild men slain by Lin Mo. Their remains are mine. Furthermore, everything they possessed also belongs to me. This is the spoils that I rightfully deserve. Chapter 82. The Law of the Jungle. Han Li's words left everyone present momentarily stunned, particularly by Xiaoya, the young girl, expressed her discontent by muttering, "Hey, what is wrong with you? It was clearly brother Lin Mo and the others who rescued you, yet you're seizing the spoils?" Lin Mo also gazed at this unconventional woman in surprise. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan and Qin Rushuang observed her thoughtfully, remaining silent. Han Li seemed entirely unfazed by Xiaoya's protests. Instead, she fixed Lin Mo with a wild and aggressive gaze, as if awaiting his response. Lin Mo looked at her and suddenly smiled. "All right," he nodded, replying with equal directness. "However, I have a condition." "Oh," Han Li raised an eyebrow. "You must tell us everything you know about these savages in Blackstone City," Lin Mo stated firmly. Upon hearing this, Han Li regarded Lin Mo intently before nodding in agreement. "Deal." What followed was an eerie post-battle division of spoils. Han Li skillfully extracted all valuable items from the two corpses of the savages, their stone axes, their spears, their animal skin pouches, and even the rough animal hide armor adorning their bodies. She claimed all these possessions for herself. Then, with a knife of unknown origin, she cruelly sliced open the chests of the two savages, extracting their still-beating hearts. Without hesitation, she tossed one heart into her mouth, chewing voraciously. Blood trickled down the corners of her mouth, rendering the scene both grotesque and surreal. Ugh! Xiaoya could no longer contain herself upon witnessing this, and rushed aside to vomit violently. Even Su Qingyuan turned pale, feeling her stomach churn. Only Qin Rushuang remained expressionless. Lin Mo, however, furrowed his brow in disapproval. "What are you doing?" he asked in a deep voice. Han Li swallowed the bloody morsel, then licked her blood-stained, alluring lips, a cruel yet natural smile blooming on her face. "I'm replenishing energy." Though these savages are not supernatural beings, they have lived in this jungle for years, feeding on exotic beasts. Their blood and flesh contain the purest energy. Consuming their hearts not only quickly restores physical strength, but also enhances our bodies. As she spoke, she tossed the other, still dripping heart toward Lin Mo. "Here, this one's for you. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving my life." Lin Mo instinctively caught the heart as it flew toward him. It felt warm and viscous in his hand. He gazed at the pulsing organ in his hand, a tumultuous wave churning within his stomach. Yet, a voice of reason whispered to him that the words of this woman might, indeed, hold a semblance of truth. In this merciless world, survival necessitated a willingness to employ any means necessary. He cast a glance at Han Li, whose blood-stained visage still radiated an undeniable beauty, imbued with a fierce wildness. His eyes then shifted to Xiaoya, who was being gently comforted by Su Qingyuan, her back softly patted. Ultimately, he refrained from taking a bite. "I am a man of the modern age. I cannot indulge in such primal acts." The warm, still beating heart lay in Lin Mo's palm, its rich metallic scent and viscous texture incessantly stimulating his senses. He observed the woman before him, her lips stained with crimson, yet exuding an astonishing ferocity, and then glanced once more at the heart in his grasp, a symbol of power and degradation. In the end, he shook his head. He cast the heart back to Han Li. "I do not require this," he stated, his voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable conviction. "I am human, not a beast." Han Li paused, momentarily taken aback by the heart he had returned. Then, a complex smile, tinged with mockery, graced her fierce features. "Navi," she softly uttered, before ceasing her persuasion and unceremoniously stuffing the heart into her own mouth, chewing it like wax, her expression devoid of emotion as she swallowed it down. To her, it was not a bloody human heart, but merely a commonplace sustenance. Once finished, she wiped the blood from her lips, and her complexion visibly improved at an astonishing rate. The tight leather armor she wore appeared to stretch even further. Meanwhile, Su Qingyuan continued to gently pat her daughter by Xiaoya's back, aiding her in regaining her composure. Observing Han Li's savage yet impactful behavior, a flicker of deep trepidation crossed her beautiful eyes. This woman named Han Li was formidable and perilously dangerous, akin to the fiercest female leopard clad in human skin. One could never predict when she might reveal her sharp claws. For the moment, the crisis had subsided. Lin and Mo urged everyone to swiftly cleanse the battlefield. They dragged the corpses of the two savage warriors deep into the thicket and covered the bloody ground with dirt and fallen leaves. Subsequently, the five of them departed from this realm steeped in blood and death. They sought refuge in a relatively secluded valley to regroup. Although Lin Mo's shoulder had ceased bleeding due to his abilities, the gruesome wound still throbbed with pain. Su Qingyuan carefully retrieved the last remnants of medicinal powder and gently applied it once more, rewrapping it with a clean cloth. Her gentle and meticulous movements, accompanied by the soft yet cool sensation transmitted through her fingertips, gradually soothed Lin Mo's heart, which had been stirred by the recent sanguinary scene. At that moment, Han Li, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. She fulfilled her promise. I am Han Li, a member of the Han family from Blackstone City. Her voice was hoarse yet resolute, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Blackstone City? Lin and Mo raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Han Li nodded. It is one of the few bastions of human survivors in this damned forsaken land. It is a mud city constructed from black stones and the flesh and blood of our ancestors. Not large, merely about a mile in circumference. Yet it is the only home we, the fallen ones, possess. Our Han family is considered one of the three prominent families in Blackstone City, albeit the weakest. In addition to us, there are the Li family and the Wang family. The Li family is the most cunning, adept in poison and assassination, while the Wang family is notoriously known for their brutality and lechery. Together, our three families, along with some smaller factions and solitary pioneers who rely on us, form the fragile and intricate power chessboard of Blackstone City. At this point, she chuckled self-deprecatingly. Doesn't it sound absurd? In this precarious and ghostly place, instead of striving to unite and survive, we indulge in backstabbing and infighting over our meager resources and pitiful power. Lin Mo listened in silence, refraining from interjecting. He understood that this was simply human nature, unchanging across any world. We set out with 4 individuals, Han Li continued, her gaze dimming. Initially, we intended to venture deep into the Black Forest to hunt a iron-armored porcupine and retrieve its tusks for a mission. Unexpectedly, our movements were tracked by those damned savages. They are like phantoms in the jungle, silent and unseen. They excel in tracking, setting traps, and are particularly skilled at using their poison javelins for long-range sniping. My 3 companions, all proficient members of the Han family, fell one by one to their hands. Had it not been for their belief that a living woman of decent stature could serve as a more valuable trophy, I too would have long since become a cold corpse. As she spoke, a glimmer of deep-seated hatred flashed in her wild eyes. And these savages, what is their strength? Qin Rushuang interjected coldly from the side, her concern evident. Very formidable, Han Li replied, her expression turning gravely serious. Ordinary savage warriors, like the ones we encountered today, each possess the capability to easily handle 7 or 8 unawakened ordinary individuals. They are fearless in battle, possessing extensive combat experience. Above them, however, are the formidable Centurions, akin to the Bonebreaker Gru you previously vanquished. Each Centurion is a powerful being awakened to their strength, rivaling the elite of our Blackstone City. Furthermore, it is said that beyond the Centurions lie even more terrifying figures, the 1,000-man commanders and the tribal chieftains. Yet, not all of them wield such immense power. In the tribe, there are also the elderly, women, and children tasked with gathering and logistical support. Her words cast a pall over the hearts of all present. A savage tribe possesses such a rigid hierarchy and formidable strength. Just how many such terrifying entities lurk within this vast, forsaken land? And what are the survival conditions in Blackstone City? Lin Montak inquirit. It is precarious. Although Blackstone City harbors thousands of inhabitants, the majority are ordinary individuals lacking combat prowess. The arable land we can cultivate is limited, and the food produced is insufficient to sustain everyone. Thus, We must continually dispatch individuals into the jungle to hunt monstrous beasts and gather fruit. Each foray signifies death. Death at the hands of ferocious beasts, slaughtered by wild men, or even betrayed by other survivors with nefarious intentions. In Blackstone City, death is a daily occurrence, a grim routine. She lifted her gaze, her eyes, filled with wildness, fixated intently on Lin and Mo once more. Now that you are aware of the circumstances in Blackstone City, do you still dare to venture forth? Or would you prefer to remain in this perilous jungle, living as a group of precarious wild men? Chapter 83. Her wild nature. The words of Han Li struck like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples cascading outward. Blackstone City, a realm rife with turmoil, death, and treachery, also epitomized order, intelligence, and opportunity. To venture forth or not, all eyes instinctively turned towards Lin and Mo, unbeknownst to him. This 19-year-old youth had become the undeniable pillar of this makeshift team. Lin and Mo hesitated, surveying the faces of the women present. Qin Rushuang maintained her frosty demeanor, yet her cold eyes sparkled with an unmistakable glimmer of combativeness. Clearly, for a pioneer like her, the allure of the challenging Blackstone City far outweighed the comforts of a serene jungle. In contrast, Bai Xiaoya's youthful face was etched with anxiety and unease. For this newly adult girl, the beasts of the jungle, while fearsome, were at least uncomplicated, whereas the intricate human hearts within Blackstone City instilled a primal fear within her. Then there was Su Qingyuan, her enchanting phoenix eyes radiating warmth and trust. Though she remained silent, her gaze conveyed her unwavering support to Lin Mo, whatever decision he made. She would stand by him. Finally, Lin Mo's gaze fell back on Han Li's wild and provocative visage. A smile broke upon his lips. Why not venture forth? His voice, though soft, brimmed with unparalleled confidence and authority. It was merely Blackstone City. Since it existed, it would inevitably become mine. His audacious declaration sent a jolt through all the women present. Bai Xiaoya gazed at him with admiration and sparkling eyes. Su Qingyuan looked upon him with unyielding tenderness and appreciation. Even Qin Rushuang's icy gaze flickered with a barely perceptible glimmer of intrigue. Han Li, taken aback for a moment, burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Excellent. You got spirit. Her vibrant, resilient form shook with laughter, especially as her ample bosom swayed captivatingly. I truly did not misjudge you. For this declaration, I shall follow you from this day forth, as long as you can lead the Han family out of our plight. Nay, the entire Han family shall follow your lead. Her eyes, filled with unabashed fervor and possessiveness, resembled that of a lioness assessing her chosen future king. Her bold and candid allegiance elicited slight furrows of concern from both Su Qingyuan and Qin Rushuang. An unmistakable tension hung in the air, as if the faint scent of gunpowder had begun to permeate their surroundings. Upon determining their objective, the group wasted no time. They quickly tidied up, eliminating any traces that might reveal their whereabouts, and then, under Han Li's guidance, officially set forth towards Blackstone City. With Han Li, a local, leading the way, their journey became significantly smoother. She appeared to possess an intimate familiarity with the jungle. She knew precisely where the hidden swamps lay, where poisonous plants thrived, and where the territories of formidable beasts were located. Under her leadership, they adeptly evaded several potentially fatal dangers. Throughout this journey, Han Li's wild and vibrant charisma was fully displayed. Unlike Su Qingyuan, who required constant care from Lin Mo, Han Li's agility was almost on par with Qin Rushuang. She could effortlessly scale trees reaching over 10 meters to scout the surroundings and skillfully use her sharp knife to skin and deb one a venomous snake, which she then roasted over the fire, transforming it into a delectable snake skewer. Her manner of eating was imbued with a primal aesthetic, devouring meat and drinking water heartily, unpretentiously, and brimming with vitality. Her snug leather armor, often contorted by her vigorous movements, accentuated her stunningly voluptuous figure. Particularly striking was the breathtaking allure that emerged from her neckline when she bent down to drink, revealing an enticing depth and pristine white. Additionally, as she climbed trees, The tautness of her leather pants highlighted her curvaceous form, exuding an explosive sense of wild strength, a veritable embodiment of nature's ripeness. This spectacle sent Lin Mo's hormones surging uncontrollably. This woman was akin to a potent vodka, igniting all primal desires within men. Her presence instilled in Su Qingyuan an unprecedented sense of urgency. If the threat posed by Qin Ruoshuang was merely a matter of strength, then Han Li's threat was multifaceted. Not only was she powerful and forthright in character, but her unabashedly aggressive manner of affection was something Su Qingyuan, a refined woman rooted in traditional Eastern values, could neither possess nor emulate. Thus, during the ensuing journey, a silent war, devoid of gunfire, subtly ignited among the three strikingly different women. Today, during a break, Han Li casually draped her mud-streaked, long legs beside Lin Mo, requesting his assistance with a wound on her foot. Tomorrow, Su Qingyuan would naturally use her handkerchief to wipe the grease from the corner of Lin Mo's mouth, her gesture intimate as if they were a couple. Even the perpetually frosty Qin Ruoshuang, though silent, would quietly offer Lin Mo her share of water and food when she noticed him exhausted from forging the path. Even the most innocent among them, by Xiaoya, seemed to perceive the undercurrents of this burgeoning tension. The young girl, with a conscious effort, began to emulate Han Li's exuberance and her mother's tenderness. Whenever Lin Mo felt fatigued, she would clumsily offer to massage his shoulders,